Of the Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing, chat? Um, Hello. So, I'm just gonna announce in the Discord. Oh yeah, no, Barabbas. I saw your anger. I get it completely. It is pretty stupid. The flip-flopping is so annoying. Some of what we're gonna talk about ties into that because I think it's pretty lame the way that Trump is essentially like he's flip-flopping all over the place on the Iran stuff. And apparently he also said that he's not sure about whether or not the Shah would be a good guy to take over in Iran. And I believe the reason is because he doesn't know if he has the amount of support necessary. And I think that really sums it all up. The actual truth here is that Trump doesn't want to commit to doing anything if it's going to be hard. He just wants easy dubs. And if he can't get those, then he isn't going to do it because he's a coward. Um, which is very, very silly. It's actually incredibly ridiculous, honestly. Um, okay. So let's see here. Um, does he have a YouTube channel? We've got an interview with him on with the Shah. I'm just curious. Let's see what he has to say in his own words. Because well, actually, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to watch this video about him that I saw that is from a YouTuber that I quite like that kind of explains him fairly quickly. Where is it? Yeah, okay, there it is. So this guy is a historian and he has a YouTube channel. His name is Mark Felton. He's got a lot of really good videos about like the Nazis and stuff. But he's also he made this short video recently on the Shah. So I just figured why not? Let's just check that out. And then we'll see where we go from there. Also, I'm gonna announce in the channel. You think Qataris told him no jet? I mean, maybe, but I don't think that's why. I think it's literally because I think it's because he just doesn't he didn't want to do it because it would be too hard. And he doesn't want things to be difficult because he's a coward. And he only wants to do easy shit. Let's see here. Stream announcements. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, we'll start with this.
Before we continue, I'd just like to draw your attention to my revamped Patreon, where supporters can now receive a whole series of new benefits. Check out the link in the description box below.
Patreon.
6 months ago, I published a video titled...
That reminds me. I have one of those. And I'll probably start putting stuff on it if y'all are interested. Or at least there's a couple things that I might share on it. Yes, alright, fine. I will pin the link, especially since I need to remove this pin anyway. Unpin message. You can also sub to me on Kick now as well. If any of you guys have Kick, yeah, like you can sub to me there if you want. Okay, let me do that. We'll just watch this video while I do that.
The Last Shah, How Iran Changed from Western Ally to Enemy. It explains the rise and fall of the House of Pahlavi, the royal dynasty that ruled from 1925 until overthrown by the 1979 Islamic Revolution. But my choice of title appears, in light of the ongoing events in Iran, to have been premature.
Rip.
Far from Mohammad Reza Pahlavi being the last Shah of Iran, it appears that his son, the Crown Prince, may very well be the next Shah of Iran, an outcome few people took seriously just 6 months ago. So my question is, who is Reza Shah II, the pretender to the ancient throne of Iran? In my video, I showed how the British engineered the removal of the first Shah of the Pahlavi dynasty, Reza Shah, in 1941, having ruled since 1925. Reza Shah's pro-Hitler stance and awkward relationship with London, which at the time controlled Iranian oil, a hugely profitable industry, and would brook no interference with the massive profits flowing back to London, was replaced as Shah by his son, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. This Shah was toppled by a combination of widespread public discontent with his autocratic rule, his policies of rapid westernization, perceived corruption, and his close alignment with the United States. Suffering from terminal cancer, the Shah left Iran in January 1979, never to return, dying in Cairo, Egypt in July 1980.
I thought that he had gone to the States. I didn't know that he went to Cairo.
Married 3 times, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi had 5 children, including 2 sons. His heir is Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, whom everyone is suddenly talking about today. Reza's battle to regain the throne of Iran has been in operation since his father's death, and he has doggedly pursued a way back to the throne since 1980. Born in October 1960 to unbelievable wealth and privilege, he was officially named as Crown Prince in 1967.
Oh, are you talking about the Shah, you're talking about the Shah, like the previous Shah, the one that was overthrown by the British? You're saying he wasn't exactly pro-Hitler, but he was leaning that way. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's why the British probably got rid of him. Because that they needed access to that sweet, sweet oil, which again is also why they got rid of him. That's a badass 8th grade photo. True!
When his father upgraded himself from king to emperor. Like his father, Reza was very interested in aviation and began training as a pilot when he was very young, making his first solo flight at the age of 11 and gaining his private pilot's license 1 year later. An officer cadet in the Imperial Iranian Air Force. In August 1978, he was sent to the United States to complete a 1-year pilot training program at Reese Air Force Base in Texas. He was just over halfway through this course with the U.S. Air Force when the Islamic Revolution broke out in Iran, and he left the program in March 1979. In September 1979, Reza returned to the US to study at Williams College in Massachusetts, but dropped out in 1980. With his family now living in exile in Egypt, Reza enrolled at the American University in Cairo, but hardly attended, preferring instead...
Oops. Um, you think he can still fly? I mean, I don't know if he kept up with it, probably. I mean, like, his family's probably rich, right? And if he, although I know he was living in the US, I don't know how much of their assets they would have been able to take with them if they were chilling in Egypt. But I mean, I'm sure he's got some ins. He probably can still fly if he's interested in that.
To have private Iranian tutors. He has a degree in political science obtained by correspondence from the University of Southern California in 1985. When the Shah died, his widow, Empress Farah, declared herself regent.
It's just a bagel, Spider. A bagel. You know? Like the Jews invented, apparently. I actually did not know that. Hello, Short Stack Goblin. No, it's not night yet. Isn't the bagel a Jewish thing? It's whole wheat with butter, but yeah. I just wanted to make something quick. Did the Jews invent, like, is that like a Jewish food, or? No, I toasted it in my toaster. Oh, yes, we did. Okay. All right, Spider's just lying. Well, thank you very much, Addie. Bagels are delicious.
On his 20th birthday, on the 21st of October 1980, Reza declared himself to be the King of Iran, or Shah, with the regnal name Reza Shah II. But the US government refused to recognize Reza as the rightful monarch. Instead, Reza, living in the Kubey Palace in Cairo, began to build a group of pro-monarchists around him, but also facing rejection by left-wing Iranian dissidents who would not support a return to monarchy if the Islamic Republic was overthrown. This has meant that for 45 years, Reza has divided the opinion of Iranian dissidents and refugees who fled in 1979, between those who would support a restoration of the monarchy and those who would prefer an elected head of state. In 1982, the BBC got wind of a coup plot to put Reza on the throne in Iran. The power behind this plot has been reported to have been the CIA and Israeli intelligence, with support from Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin. Other high-profile plotters were Yaakov Nimrodi, an Israeli businessman and Mossad agent, Adolf Schwimmer, a US-born Israeli pilot and CEO of Israel Aerospace Industries, and the Saudi billionaire arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi. This plan was aborted when Prime Minister Begin was replaced by Yitzhak Shamir, who did not want to involve Israel in what he called, quote, a new adventure, end quote. However, it is
Yeah, I know. I wonder if there's any relation to Khashoggi. Like if that Khashoggi has any relation to Jamal Khashoggi, the American guy who was killed. Or if it's just like a kind of a common Arab last name and therefore it's probably not. I do know about a weird amount about bread and bagel history. Ooh, that would be cool. Um,
subsequently emerged through investigative journalists that during the Reagan administration in the 1980s, Reagan authorized the CIA to support the Iranian exiles, including Reza. That support was, of course, financial. It is unclear whether such financing continues today.
oh, I'm pretty sure this refers to the Iran-Contra scandal, where, like, I think... I don't actually know that much about that. Oh, of course Roger Stone meant Reagan. Iran-Contra scandal. The Iran Initiative, or simply Iran-Contra, was a political scandal in the United States that centered on arms trafficking to Iran between 1981 and 1986, facilitated by senior officials of the Ronald Reagan administration. The administration hoped to use the proceeds of the arms sales to fund the Contras, an anti-Sandinista rebel group in Nicaragua. Oh, okay. This was actually about under the Boland amendments, a series of laws passed by Congress and signed by Reagan. Further funding of the Contras by legislative appropriations was prohibited by Congress, but the Reagan administration continued funding them secretly using non-appropriated funds. Justification was that for the arms shipments was that they were part of an attempt to free 7 U.S. hostages being held in Lebanon by Hezbollah, an Islamist paramilitary group connected to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The idea to exchange arms for hostages was proposed by some guy whose name I'm not going to attempt to pronounce, an expatriate Iranian arms dealer. Some within the Reagan administration hoped the sales would influence Iran to get Hezbollah to release the hostages. Oh, so they were like selling weapons like secretly under the table to Iran in order to... This is kind of a bit confusing. Huh. Or were they selling them and then like... Oh yeah, okay, they were selling them in order to like use the money to arm the Contras. That's kind of easy to pronounce. This happened during the Iran-Iraq War. Oh. Wait, I thought America was Saddam's friend during the Iran-Iraq War. They got duped by the arms dealer. He didn't have any influence over the Iranian government. Oh man, this sounds like a shit show that would be very fun to read and learn more about later. Googling if they are related returns a bunch of images of Trump with Adnan Khashoggi. Oh yeah, okay, there's probably a bunch more. Anyway, let's finish watching this.
But it is interesting to note that Reza's U.S. residence in Great Falls, Virginia, is very close to the CIA headquarters, the hilariously named George Bush Center for Intelligence at Langley. From the 1980s onwards, Reza has devoted his energies to campaigning for human rights, democracy, and unity among Iranians, both inside and outside Iran. He believes that there must be a separation between religion and state in Iran, and free and fair elections for a democratic government. Unlike his father and grandfather, Reza wishes to be a constitutional monarch, like Charles III in my own country, rather than an absolute monarch like his forebears, effectively a unifying figurehead for a democratic Iran with a secular government. He has also maintained a close relationship with Israel, visiting the country in 2023 and meeting with President Yitzhak Herzog and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Uh-oh.
However, he was criticized in some Iranian circles for not condemning Israel's aerial bombardment of Iran in 2025, with several Iranian political prisoners labeling Reza a traitor to his country of birth in supporting the Israelis. Since the anti-government protests have broken out in Iran, Reza has been seen by many as the symbolic
Spider, you're very, very weird.
Leader in waiting of the nation, with many protesters chanting for a return of the Shah and the widespread displaying of the old imperial flag of his father. Reza has called on Iranians to join the protests. It is clear that as no single Iranian leader inside or outside the country has emerged as a figurehead for this revolution, with only Reza Pahlavi being singled out and talked about, if the revolution succeeds, there is a very good chance that Reza...
Belinda, you play OW2, you cannot... I mean, yeah. Listen, Overwatch 2 is my league, okay? It's a game that makes me kind of miserable, but I can't seem to stop playing it. Yeah.
May yet sit upon the peacock throne in Tehran. The re-establishment of a monarchy in Iran is seen by many, as I mentioned, as a retrograde step, many preferring a democratically elected leader, But the new Shah could sit above politics and become a unifying symbol in the aftermath of the revolution. However, it remains a fact that the current protests in Iran are the greatest opportunity Reza Pahlavi has had in over 40 years of actually returning to Iran as a king. It is very much a case of watch this space. Many thanks for watching. Please subscribe and share, and also visit my audiobook channel, War Stories with Mark Felton. You can also help to support both of my channels at PayPal and Patreon, details in the description box below.
No, Chase. We were just talking about the Shah of Iran. Also, Spider, you mentioned something above. There's a couple of hardline lawmakers and prominent figures in Iran are alleging that the former president Hassan Rouhani and his foreign minister Mohammad Javad Zarif have been detained by authorities and placed on house arrest in Tehran. Where does this come from, Spider? Can you can you link that? And I hope to God that it's not some random Twitter account. If you have like a news source, you should link it in the Discord and stream suggestions. Yes, Mark Felton does do a lot of good World War II content. I enjoy his stuff, and he is a historian. Like he has a PhD in history and stuff. I'm pretty sure. Like, I think he's got a Wikipedia page too. Yeah. Yeah, he's a real historian. Not all historians are necessarily oh, it's from OSINT Defender. Okay, I mean that's like a little bit more trustworthy than you know, other shit probably. Okay. Let's see. You said you already sent it. Yeah, so they might be under house arrest. Obviously, you know, grain of salt, this is being reported here, but we'll see if it makes its way elsewhere. Let's check the, if anybody else has any other live updates, like, on Iran situations that y'all think might be, that y'all think might be good, then, you should send them my way. Oh, this is January 10th. Rouhani and Zarif were in office for the JCPOA negotiations. I see Trump says the killing has stopped in Iran as U.S. weighs military action. U.S.-Iran tensions remain as residents of Tehran slowly resume their daily lives. Catch up on the latest. So have they stopped protesting? Is that what this means? Residents of Tehran appear to be returning to their daily lives today, though some say they are still bracing for potential U.S. military action following a violent crackdown by Iranian authorities against anti-government protesters. A state-imposed internet communications blackout still remains in place several days after it began, making it all but impossible for Iranians to contact the outside world. When international calls do connect, no one dares to have conversation. Yeah, we read this yesterday. Iranians arriving in Turkey say Trump should not intervene. U.S. sanctions Iranians it alleges were responsible for protester crackdown. I mean, that's fine. That's good. Canadian dies at the hands of Iranian authorities. Canada's foreign minister says, oh no. Canadian citizen died in Iran. Our consular officials are in contact with the victim's family in Canada, and my deepest condolences. AI-generated videos of Iran protests spread online amid internet blackouts. Well, of course they do. We'll have to be careful about that, because there's not going to be as much stuff. Red Crescent says staff member killed. Normal life resumes in Iran, but residents brace for possible U.S. action. So I'm a bit... Where did Trump say that the United States would wait and see? Where do they say that they're not going to do anything for now? Yeah, I know, Chase. I mean, I'm not going to watch any more Mark Felton videos on here. But yeah, I'm aware. I believe I watched his video on Hitler's bunker. I did watch some of his other videos too. One of the funniest things actually about that whole thing. Oh no, I watched a video about Fegelein. The video that he did about that guy, who was one of Himmler's dudes. And how he was like a crazy philanderer. And I also thought that it was really funny. How like Hitler was essentially just playing matchmaker. He wanted like all of his people around him to find wives and get married. By the way, Kalinda, unlike Guy's dual stream attempts, your second stream was actually showing up in the shorts feed for me. Maybe you should restart it if you are in a debating mood later. Oh, is that when I should be doing it? If I'm... Well, I mean, if anybody comes by and does want to do debates or whatever, then I will do them. Although if they end up being certain individuals who are just here to troll, then they'll get banned instantly. But otherwise, or if any of the Israelis want to come on and chat about any of the stuff that's going on with regards to the Lebanon stuff, apparently Lebanon's foreign minister is saying that Israel has the right to attack. But I don't know, that's just stuff that I've been sent by someone. Except it was from a J-Post article, which I'm a little, you know... I mean, but I'll take that over fucking Twitter links. He is correct, we do. Oh yeah, no, I agree. You guys do have a right to attack Hezbollah. I just think it's funny that, obviously, Israel has the right to continue its attacks, Lebanese foreign minister announces. But this guy is going to get himself into trouble with Hezbollah supporters. Hopefully they don't try anything against him. Youssef Raji, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lebanon, said that so long as Hezbollah is not completely disarmed, Israel has the right to continue its attacks in an interview with Sky News reported on Wednesday. The statement put Raji in the crosshairs of Hezbollah supporters, with several prominent figures released statements condemning the foreign minister and his statements during the interview. Lebanese pro-Hezbollah newspaper Al-Akbar published a piece describing Raji as the speaker of the enemy in the government and called for Lebanese prime minister and president to take actions against him. Oh, I guess Hezbollah doesn't really, they're not really powerful enough to do the shit that they could, like, or they probably don't have enough support to be assassinating their political opponents like they used to do. Definitely, but that's because they have issues with reality. Well, yeah, of course, because that they don't think Israel has a right to do anything ever. Israel consents, Lebanon consents, but have you forgotten the white kids in California? Yeah, well, and Hezbollah, you know, but that doesn't matter. Fuck them, because of course they're not going to consent, because they're the ones that are getting attacked, because that they won't stop fucking around. Fucking hell, the answer to LinkedIn Cross lived today was loner. That's funny. Hello, TRC. They're trying, but they're definitely not what they used to be. White people in Michigan. True, Jane Socks. He did not hesitate to turn the foreign ministry into a mobile mouthpiece for distraction using diplomatic hybrid language, which addresses the other side using rhetoric and not political speech, Al-Akbar said. There is no point in warning him or directing his attention away because the whole foreign ministry is no longer Lebanese in its rhetoric or role. Wow. I see. Al-Ammar, a Hezbollah member of the Lebanese parliament, also denounced Raji, calling him a resonant political, national, and moral failure. Ammar also urged the prime minister and president to take a stand against Raji's words. Okay, well, I guess we'll see. Hopefully the prime minister and president leave him and don't do anything, or they back him up. I don't know if they will or not, but hopefully they just don't. Yes, Iran does have lots of oil reserves. Thank you, CNN. Residents of Tehran go about their daily lives as unrest looms over the capital. I wonder if they're going to go back out to protesting again later, or if the protesting will continue. Iran may not be able to stop instability from spreading beyond its borders, Defense Minister warns. Of course you guys are going to say that. China is willing to play a constructive role in easing Iran tensions. Oh, really? Are you now? I'm not sure Iranians can switch back to normal after that. I mean, we'll see. But I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, because obviously there's two possibilities, right? Is they continue to go back out and protest, and they keep getting killed, but like they stick at it, or they are beaten into submission, which, I mean, honestly, if it was the former, or if it was the latter, I wouldn't blame them for that, because it's kind of a lot to deal with, especially if you also don't have arms and you can't fight back and you're basically just getting mowed down in the streets. And if the army isn't taking your side, then it also becomes increasingly unlikely that you're going to be able to do anything. They could just be calming down to take the heat off before ramping up again. Yeah, that's possible. The real question is, once they have internet and cell service and can understand what truly happened. Yeah, that's true. And I mean, hell, who knows? Maybe if the internet is turned back on, they'll start again. But I'm not sure. It's just, but then that just means they'll just turn the internet off, and I'm worried it will be like what happened to the Kurds in the first Gulf War. Yeah. Let's just give the Zagros Mountains back to Israel. They're the land of Cain anyway. Wait, I don't even know where that is. I don't know how centralized the movement is, so hard to tell if there's any strategy. If only Elon Musk gave a fuck about brown people. Oh, you mean well, it's not as simple. Like, Starlink it's not as simple as that, because you still need stuff in order to be able to use Starlink on the ground, which means that there'd have to be people down there who had that equipment in order to make use of it. I mean, maybe the Mossad might be able to do something with that, but I guess we'll see. Iranians search through body bags outside of a makeshift morgue. Yeah, this is really sad. Turkey opposes military action on Iran. Foreign minister says, of course you guys do. There's lots of other... Can Starlink help Iranians bypass internet blackout? Elon Musk's Starlink is attempting to bypass internet shutdown in Iran, but how feasible is it? Okay, well, let's see. Oh, here. There was a video. Shit. Confiscating people's stuff to connect to Starlink.
This isn't the first time that Iran has shut down their internet, but experts say this time around is a lot more sophisticated. Iran's connectivity dropped significantly on January 8th, effectively cutting some 90 million people off from the outside world.
Service is really highly limited. There's a baseline of connectivity around 1% of ordinary levels.
What is that 1%?
We understand that authorities have reserved an amount of connectivity for their own uses. This might be to track what's happening externally outside the country.
The Ayatollah needs his Twitter access so that he can rage from inside of his goon bunker.
Or to publish posts and online content to tell their version of events to the outside world.
Toker says in the past, many Iranians were able to get around these restrictions using software like VPNs. Those methods no longer work reliably. So some people have placed their hope in satellite internet terminals like Elon Musk's Starlink, which can bypass local telecom networks.
Using a Starlink itself is not a difficult thing to do. It's just you have a satellite, you putting it, you connect some cable and push some buttons, and that's it. The problem is you need to have that device in a
There it
country
is.
like Iran. We're talking about an authoritarian country. In this context, even purchasing this kind of technology is a big challenge.
Experts also say there's evidence to show that Iran is disrupting the satellite connection itself. It's something that we've never seen this regime do in the past. It is worth mentioning that none of these options replace a fully functioning internet, and they all carry serious risk.
Yep, yeah, that's like, unless Mossad snuck in some Starlink units, I don't think that's gonna work really. So there's a lot of bodies. It looks like there are Iranians who are speaking out from like an internal Iranian human rights agency. A doctor inside Iran has offered a rare firsthand account of what he witnessed during the unrest. I saw what we call a mass casualty situation. Every single one of the 4 operating rooms was full. The doctor said he worked through the night and performed maybe 10 or 11 surgeries. God damn. Elon's Nazi buddies might not like that. Wait, might not like what? I mean, like, I would imagine that if the US State Department told them to do the Starlink thing, or that Starlink is probably available to be used in Iran if people can get the stuff, like, I don't see why it wouldn't. That's what I'm saying, that, like, I imagine that Mossad probably could get that going. And I mean, hell, maybe they might even pay for it. But the thing is that would they do it? And I mean, I don't know how feasible that would be realistically. Also, it would be like, there would need to actually be like protest leaders that could be made contact with or whatever in order for that to be a thing. And right now we don't even know how organized any of this is because we have no information really. Like, yeah, I'm not sure. So wait, where's the stuff about Trump? Iranians have now spent a week without internet access. Jesus, that's, I don't know how. I would be super mad. Several tensions helped de-escalate, or several Arab nations helped de-escalate tensions between US and Iran, says Gulf official. Yeah, well, because they knew that things would go bad if the US started shooting. Science doomerism? I mean, I'm not... Elon fucks us once again. I might watch this later, I don't know, but this is like kind of unrelated to literally what we're talking about right now. Oh, hey, Epic. Arab countries don't want their cities turned into parking lots. Big surprise. Yeah, because they all knew they'd get fucked. Because the US doesn't have any ships there to shoot down missiles. Although I thought they were saying that they were going to try to move some. Not asking you to watch it or anything. In fact, I would rather you didn't. Okay. God, just saw my sub feed. An hour of Piers, Dave Smith, Kalinsky, and Knowles, and me. Wait, really? Piers, Dave Smith, Kalinsky, and Michael Knowles all went on, like, really? That Kalinsky went on Piers? I know I'm giving you a tangent to furl your ADHD. That's our job and chat. No, it's not, yeah, but I'm not, like, the thing is, though, is that if you're going to distract me with something, like, I'm not as interested in that as you might think that I am. Maybe I might check it out later. But, like, I'm not, ADHD doesn't mean that, like, I'm automatically going to be interested in absolutely everything. Listen, okay, I took my Adderall today, or my Vyvanse, and I'm trying to be more focused than I normally would be. If Lincoln moves to the Middle East, it would take 8 to 14 days. Yeah, so that's... Trump wanted to move the Ford Carrier Strike Group to the Middle East, but there was pushback from the Joint Chiefs, so they're talking about moving the Abraham Lincoln. Serious discussions about that at the moment with Tokyo. Listen, Short Stat Goblin, the thing that's probably going to distract me more is going to be, like, talking to chat. That's going to be the thing that will distract me from a bunch of other stuff. I need to get back on Ritalin. I've been saying that since the... Oh, shit. Can you guys hear that? Oh, okay. I guess my noise cancellation is good enough. Or maybe y'all can hear it while I'm talking. They're like drilling above. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that my mic doesn't pick it up. If any of you guys in here are Destiny viewers, you might remember several months ago when he had issues because that they were doing work on the outside of the... Oh shit, you can hear it. We can hear it while you talk, yeah. RIP. Yeah, I can't do anything about that, unfortunately. Well, I'm glad it's not loud. The one that Destiny had was like really bad, but the sound was very similar. And I remember that. He just didn't want to stream during that. I also remember him sitting there looking really annoyed as he listened to it. Which I thought was pretty funny. Yeah, okay, so the US has pulled back and said that they're not going to do anything for now. But they just said for now, so they might change their mind. Basically, Trump's all over the goddamn place. It's not as loud as Stuart purring, but not as interesting. True. Trump says the killing has stopped. Oh, this was... Didn't he say this yesterday? Yeah, he did. Still weighing military action. All of this stuff is from yesterday. Never mind, it got louder. Oh, shit. Oh, damn. Yeah, okay. I can see the meter is kind of going up and down, so you guys might hear it sometimes. I'm so sorry. Hopefully it's not, like, too disruptive. I don't think, like, it doesn't usually go on for, like, a super long time. Oh, yeah, also Trump's threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act, and send, like, troops to, Minnesota, which would be crazy. In my personal opinion, it's most likely that Trump knows that the killings have not stopped, but it's saving face because he knows he doesn't have any options. I mean, apparently it's not very loud, Bad Bearing, so it's kind of like whatever. Like, I bet you guys won't even hear it if I start playing stuff. Middle East. U.S. President Donald Trump said he's been told the killings in Iran are correct. This is... Oh, this was updated an hour ago. So what? So he thinks the crackdown has stopped because because Tehran has no plans to hang people, but just because, like, Iran's foreign minister said, no, we're not going to hang this one guy. In a social media post on Thursday, Trump responded to a news report that an Iranian protester was no longer being sentenced to death, writing, "This is good news. Hopefully it will continue." Jesus Christ. Protests appear to abate new U.S. sanctions. Iranian state media said that while Soltani was being charged with colluding against internal security and propaganda activities against the regime, the death penalty does not apply to such charges. I mean, so then he's just going to go to a prison where he'll probably be like tortured and treated like absolute shit, and he likely will never get out. I think the noise reduction might be making it worse because the drilling is bottling out. I don't know what you mean. Like, are you saying you want me to turn off? I have noise suppression on, not noise reduction. Like, now I think that you guys will probably hear a lot more stuff. I just turned the noise suppression off. Now there's like, now you guys can probably hear the Stewart's water fountain, which has like a low hum. And yeah, I think it's better to leave this on, methinks. Because it seems to work better. Trump also doesn't have big support for military intervention anymore. Well, no, he doesn't. But, I mean, Trump's style of military intervention is let's just do things incredibly easily. This is why Pim Tool has a complex in the middle of nowhere, Alcalita. Yeah, excuse me, sorry. I'll just go withdraw a few $1,000,000 from my bank account so that I can buy like a compound in rural Texas, and then we'll move there and I'll get my U.S. citizenship. Let me, I'll just get right on that. Absolutely based. Yes, the hum is omnipresent. Yeah, wear a beanie. Oh my God. I have one. Does this count? I mean, it is a beanie. You know, Epic, if you keep calling everybody communist, even if it is by your kind of silly definition, then it's going to trigger everybody. Or everyone's going to think you're a schizo, which is actually really funny, but I'm sure that that's what you're intending, so... Beanie trader. What do you mean? I mean, it's got Canada written on it and everything. Oh, you dare call a toque a beanie, for shame. That's true, this is a toque. Yeah. Talk about Civil War. Bring back the Red Scare. Does it say Canada? Yes, it does. It says Canada. Is it backwards? No, it's not. Okay, based. It's warm. And it's fuzzy too, you know. It actually says Canada twice. I got this at the store. We need Canadian nationalism right now. True. I actually got a couple of Canadian flags, along with my Ukraine flag here. And I'll probably put my flags up in the office. I think using flags as background props is a fun thing to do, especially if they are used for specific debates. Also, maybe I should just turn the shorts feedback on if it was showing up in there. The only thing about the shorts thing that I think is kind of weird is that I would have to, I need to... Like, I have to have, like, 2 chats for it, because then you have a second chat. Dylan Burns coded. Yes, it would be Dylan Burns coded. Dylan's got, like, a bunch of cool flags, actually. But I I like on Twitter, I have flag emojis like in my name, and when the way people react to them is really funny. Oh yeah, Testius, I would get an Israeli and a Palestinian flag, and I would put them both up together or something, you know, as like to say like that I support both countries. I support Palestine having a state and Israel continuing to exist. And I think that that would be funny. You're West Coast, right? Have you invaded Point Roberts yet? Well, no, I'm East Coast. I live in Ontario. Tear gas or tear gas slash epic fail is West Coast. He lives in California. Hello, Jordan. Every time I visit a squadron, I get a flag, so I have all these flags in a box under my bed. Wait, hold on. Like, you get a full-sized American flag every single time? Maybe I should get you to mail one of those to me so I don't have to buy one, because I'd also like to get an American flag, too. Confuse people, get an Islamic Republic and Israel flag. No. Although I might get a, Imperial Iranian flag. Get a Palestinian Authority seal flag. I don't even know how many of these flags I could even actually get. No, oh, squadrons have flags. Oh, right, cool. That's neat. No, I will not get a Quebec flag, Chase. Do you even know what Point Roberts is then? No, I don't. Did you see Dylan Burns' interview, the Azov International Soldier? I didn't, but that's something that I do need to watch. Sure, hold on, I will. Just a sec, guys. One moment. Sorry, there's so much shit. Also, I can't help it. I keep arguing on Reddit with people. I hate this idea that like if your particular group of people had a was part or has like historical ties to a piece of land, then that means that any other group of people, no matter how long they've lived there, if they don't have the same historical ties, then it means that their claims to the land is invalid. It's so fucking dumb. I'm actually probably going to upload that debate that I had with the troll. Even if I yeah, I might actually do that. Just because that was a lot of stuff that I thought was very similar. Arguing on Twitter, yeah, I know. Get a half Banderite, half Phalanges. Stop it, Shades. Jesus. I don't even think those kinds of flags exist, although I'm sure that there are custom flag printing services. Anyway, what did you say? Oh, Point Roberts. Oh, ha. This is Point Roberts, apparently. It's like right here. That's funny. Chase, I don't think that person believes in anything. beyond, like, I'm pretty sure that person's only politics is being anti-Destiny, and by extension, anti-Loner Box. I think that that's literally it. And, like, trolling. I don't think any of those people actually believe in any political shit. They just hate Destiny, and therefore they will adopt the opposite viewpoint. It's actually kind of sad. They are debate nihilists. Yeah, I think so. But I'm not going to, like, talk too much about them. Hell, I don't even really want to mention any of their names. Because they just want the attention, and that's what they thrive off of. Reminds me of those islands between Alaska and Russia. Yeah, no, the commentary, I don't know that the... I mean, some of the commentary community does have actual political positions. I feel like Turkey Tom is a little bit too on that social conservative train sometimes, and it feels like he mainly just seems to want to just kind of, like, when he goes after certain people, he kind of leans a little bit into the this behavior, this shit is degenerate or whatever. And I don't know. I think that's silly. I also didn't particularly like when ABBA had criticisms for Destiny over shit that he did. A lot of his behavior was based around the whole polyamory and open relationships are bad. And because that you engage in this kind of quote unquote degenerate behavior, then this is why all this bad shit is happening to you. But I don't think that's why. And I don't think that that's fair. I think the reason why a lot of that bad stuff happened is because that Destiny went way too far being a fucking gooner, and as a result, he did things that I would argue were irresponsible, which is not good. Nick DeOrio is way more progressive than he lets on. He's good at calling out reactionary. Oh yeah, I imagine that he is. I don't think all those guys are bad. Like, I mean, I thought it was stupid that Willie made that video on Destiny saying that he was going to report him to the FBI. I mean, and then he filmed the call. Like, that was very silly. But I do think that he, otherwise I like Willie's work, and Willie seems to be pretty liberal. Abe appears to be a patriot. Wait, who are you referring to? Tear gas? You mean ABBA? Listen, Avi, I might do Anna and Pearl later, but I'm not going to do that right now. Okay? I've got other stuff that I want to talk about first. If I do Anna and Pearl, I'm going to be doing it while I play video games. I don't know why, like, especially since you seem to be in the minority of people who are interested in that. Oh yeah, no, Toby, I understand that. I think it was fine for him to call the FBI. I just don't know why he felt the need to make that video on it. And like, performatively talk about how he did it and all that shit. Like, I guess if he wanted to make the video on it, that's fine in order to be able to call him out for it. But him saying, like, I called the FBI and then filming himself doing it was kind of cringe. Like, he could have just said, you know, and by the way, I'll be reporting him to the FBI. Like, him reporting him was fine. Like, that's whatever. Like, you should report people if you are suspicious that they've done something like that. You haven't watched Anna and Pearl yet? Everyone likes the red pill, they just don't want to admit it. No, Avi, the red pill is fucking cringe. All that stuff is cringe. I also think if it was a commentary creator, I would also record every convo with another creator. I mean, yeah, I think that's what a lot of people do. Although in that case, it was a Discord conversation. Yeah, I don't know. Willie did a video right before that about getting doxxed, and a lot of his friends accused him of shilling for Destiny. Yeah, I'm aware, and I think that might have been part of the reason why he made that video about Destiny and the CSAM thing. Or at least he saw an opportunity to prove that he was not in the tank. Anyway, what's going on with Point Roberts? What? Oh, people are saying you could, like, invade. It's just because it's literally right across the border, I guess. I see. Because it's right here, and I guess it's America. That's actually really funny. So Point Roberts actually belongs to Washington, and I did not know about this. That's rather amusing. An enclave of U.S. state Washington on the southernmost tip of the
Appreciate you.
Sawan-Wasson Peninsula south of Vancouver. That's rather amusing. So, like, we actually own, like, all of this shit as part of Vancouver, but then, like, Point Roberts is right on the tip here, and it is owned by Washington. We fought a war over that geography with the British Empire in the 19th century. Neither side won. Well, it seems like the British did because they got to keep it in like British Canada. Kalinda, the people there are fucked high school students, need to go through border patrol 4 times a day. Oh, the British wanted all of Oregon? I see. Wait, where's Oregon? Oh, there it is. It's all the way down here. Oh, gee. So they wanted to, like, come all the way down. Oh, so they just wanted to take over all of this? That's kind of funny. I should learn my U.S. states. I know some of them. But, like, I should learn, like, where they are. Back then, Oregon was part of Washington, and it was called the Oregon County, or country. And it was its own thing that wasn't part of the U.S. or the British Empire. Oh. You mean like the Republic of Texas? Wasn't Texas its own thing for a while, too, before it became a U.S. state? That's funny. Reminds me of the British Gibraltar on the coast of Spain. Yeah, it's... Oh, I see. Fascist Fajita used to live in Argentina, and he ran across the border to Uruguay, and that's where he is now. And you can see that if you check his Twitter account, it shows that that's where he's currently located. Ethan was right. I'm assuming he must have done that in order to avoid getting sued. I think he is still there, yeah. Texas was an independent country for about 20 years, and California was an independent country for shorter. He set the fires. Well, no, he fled. He fled to Uruguay a while ago. This was like months ago, because Ethan called him out for it. Like, it was like, yeah, it was months and months ago. I think it was during the summer, actually. But, yeah. I don't know. I thought that was pretty funny. Oh my god, Google's anti-Semitic. Israel doesn't show up on this map. I'm just kidding. Neither does Lebanon. Oh, there we go. If we zoom in a little bit. The Google is bigoted against small countries. Also, Google hates Somaliland. What the fuck? Where's Somaliland? Why isn't this labeled? That's so lame, you guys. Oh, does it still say, Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America? I can't believe Trump actually tried to rename that. That's so stupid. It's just like the dumbest shit. Somaliland isn't real. Yes, it is. They've basically been a de facto independent country for, like, since, like, the 90s. I have to call it the Gulf of America when I'm flying because of the FAA following federal guidelines, by the way. Oh, I'm sorry, RIP. The Serato GeoPuzzle has Somaliland W Serato based. If Israel runs the internet, why no Somaliland on Google Maps? Checkmate. Also true. Oh, it's confusing to remember. Yeah, I can just imagine, actually, Epic. Like, you're so used to just saying, like, have you ever had to correct yourself? You ever got it wrong or said, like, the Gulf of Mexico, and then you have to flip to, like, the Gulf of America? You, like, catch yourself. It's okay. We are still DOD officially, though. Congress didn't go along with that one. Yeah, that's good. Wait, Congress didn't go along with Gulf of America either, did they? Toby, I feel like the only people who say Department of War are probably the almost every time Gulf of Correction, Gulf of America. That's so unfortunate. FAA answers directly to POTUS. Yeah, of course. Yeah, did they, but like officially, has it actually been changed to the Gulf of Mexico though? Although I don't think that's not even just America's call, is it? Oh, okay. So because that the DoD doesn't, yeah, in order to change the DoD's name. So essentially, Trump told the FAA to change the name to Gulf of America, and then that's kind of all that. And then they basically, I know they also force people to do it. Like they got all butthurt and mad if news organizations refused to use the name. Yes, because the agencies that name it in U.S. law are executive. Ah, okay, okay. So that, yeah. So it's not really the same kind of thing. I also think it's dumb that like Trump basically is changing the name of all these dumb things, or of all these like little things like the Kennedy Center and whatnot. But he can't officially change their names because that in order to do so, that would mean that he would have to like pass a law through Congress, and because that's never going to happen, it's all just basically for show. Although, unfortunately, he put his name up on the outsides of some of these buildings. I really hope that that's the first thing the next president does, is order all that shit to be taken down. That would be so satisfying. He is changing the name of the centers named after patriots like Kennedy to known communists like Trump. Oh my god, epic. He can order people to change signs, but the names aren't changed under U.S. law. Yeah. The plaques with the auto pen. That shit was so stupid. Like, it's just, there's so much shit that Trump does that just drives home every day that he is a 4-year-old. Like, he is a man-child. He is the most petty, childish, like, human being that, like, I guess in recent memory. And this guy is the president of the most powerful country in the world. Like, he calls the DoD War Department, but on our paycheck it says DoD based. The paperwork says DoD. Congress calls it DoD. Yeah. And I will continue to call it that. If you read them out, they read exactly like a Truth Social post. It's kind of like, yeah, I know. You know that he wrote that he wrote a lot of that shit. Well, probably not all of it, but, or somebody wrote that shit for him. It's actually insane, like, how ridiculously childish so much of the stuff has gotten under Trump. Like, the kinds of shit that you'll find on various websites. Like, I think during the government shutdown, on one of the government websites, there was literally a thing that was just blaming the Democrats for the shutdown. I think the FAA had like signs or had like announcements in airports saying that kind of shit. And oh yeah, the Green New Scam, the random capitalizations. Yeah, it's like, I guess like whoever wrote that was like, okay, well, we need to come up with something that'll make Trump happy, and that was what they came up with. Or like White House press releases, or hell, even like his lawsuit against what's her name? The polling lady from Iowa. I can't remember her name now. Oh yeah, he may have. It's just that there was like actual historical knowledge in there that I don't know that he had. Or like at least twistings of historical knowledge about like stuff related to Reagan and whatnot. There were quite a number of busy runways I had to land at where there was no control. The national airspace system falling apart is a big thing that forced the government to reopen. People are talking about how we should do a shutdown forever, but I don't think people realize we were weeks away from Medicare collisions on a daily basis, between jets carrying hundreds of people, or the complete shutdown of the national airspace system. Oh yeah, and Seltzer, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, like when they sued her, if you read the court documents for that, it was just fucking ridiculous. Like the way that it was written, it's like, it was just like, this is Trump speak. And that kind of stuff is so stupid. We've seen it in other places too. Stuff that like you would never, that stuff should not appear. Or like how it is constantly always showing up on like the White House Twitter accounts, on the White House website. It's like the White House website, it looks like more like a campaign website than an official government website. And yeah, it's just, oh, mid-air collisions. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, Medicare? That's some funny autocorrect. Make whole milk great again. Yeah. No, I understand that, Epic. It's really not feasible to shut down the government for like endlessly because there's so much stuff that needs to be run and you can't just expect people to work for free. It just doesn't work that way. So, you know, that's really, yeah. Even if people do still blame the Republicans, which I'm sure they would, but it still isn't gonna translate, you know? Okay. Let's see what His potential future Imperial Majesty, the Shah of Iran, has to say.
This is a CBS News live event. I'm Nora O'Donnell. Today, the big question, is the Iranian regime about to collapse? For 16 days, thousands of people have taken to the streets in the capital city of Tehran and rural areas in a country of 90 million people.
To hear? Sans, what are you...
And retirees, the rich and poor, people from all walks of life are protesting Iran's weak economy in what is considered the most significant challenge to Iran's government in years. And these protests have persisted despite blackouts. That's right, internet access has been cut, phone service shut down, with people communicating by passing notes by hand. And the very real threat of death exists. The human rights activist news agency said today that 500 protesters have been killed, but some estimates of the casualties are in the thousands.
This is a couple days ago, by the way, so that number has definitely gone up. Oh, you assume Automod got the other half of the sentence. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't do anything about that. I don't know why the Automod is like that. I don't even have anything set up in there. I just left it on its default settings. And there's nothing listed in terms of like words that are not allowed. Automod is blocking my message. I was making a Mad Max thing. It is what it is. Yeah. Wait, does anyone experience this in Lonerbox's chat? Is Automod also really stupid there? Yes, is Automod like fascist in Loner's chat too? Oh, somebody donated? Why the hell didn't it show up as an alert? You're out. Automod deletes 30% of my messages until I reword them. Automod probably hates you. It's not like you have the setting where I have to manually approve a bunch of messages. Yeah, I don't really understand. I'm just going to sign into Streamlabs. So that I can see if anyone, because I don't know why, let's keep listening.
Eyewitnesses describe overflowing morgues and the situation at hospitals as extremely dire. There have been other movements in Iran over the past 2 decades, but some observers say this one feels different. Will the regime fall? And if it does, what happens next? And who will lead Iran? On the name of the lips of many of the protesters is that of my guest today. Reza Pahlavi is Iran's crown prince and the son of Iran's last Shah. At 17 years old, Pahlavi left Iran for fighter pilot training in the U.S., and less than a year later, in 1979, his father's regime fell and the current Islamic Republic was established, barring his return. Reza has lived in exile ever since, nearly 50 years. Reza Pahlavi, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Nora, for having me on your program.
I want to talk about this violent crackdown all weekend long in Iran. What are you hearing?
Well, it's a war between a regime against its own citizenry. The country is in full revolt, and unlike preceding uprising that Iran has witnessed in recent years, this time people are on the streets to put a final end to this regime. They demand a change of regime. They want to take this regime down. They are bravely confronting, unarmed, a regime that has used brutality in complete darkness, that was imposed by cutting off communication, as you stated, internet. They are using military equipment from armored tanks to AK-47 to shoot demonstrators to death. It's a massacre that the regime is, as a last gasp effort, trying to use to intimidate people because of being very thin in their troops as a last gasp effort. But Iranians are resilient despite what the regime is trying to do. However, the most obvious question is, are we alone in this fight, or will this time?
Does he seem feckless? I don't know. I mean, he can't really do much. He can just use his voice, right?
Time the world respond to this brutality and come to their help and assist them to make sure that this time they will win, and this regime, which is on the verge of collapse, will finally concede and end this atrocity.
Well, the Iranian people appear to be listening.
Oh, thanks, Jordan's Visual Novels. He said appreciate you, and he donated $5. Thank you for the $5.
To your calls for these.
Even if the regime falls, I would be very surprised if the crown prince takes power. Yeah, like, I don't know if the Iranians want to go back to that. I know that he apparently wants to have it be a democracy. It sounds like what he wants is he wants to do a constitutional monarchy kind of thing, where, like, he'll be the Shah, like, you know, he'll get to be the king again, but he won't actually have any power, or maybe he'll, like, be a unifying figure or whatever. But my issue is I don't know if he's telling the truth with regards to that, and I worry that he might try to take more than just that, because that his father was the actual leader. So I'm 60% that the Shah is a patriot, 40% he is a coward. Yeah.
Protests. How are you communicating with people inside Iran, given that there has been this total blackout?
As of now, nearly 3 days ago, when the internet blackout occurred, obviously communication to Iran has been limited to satellite broadcast. My recent messages in the last 48 hours has been carried out by an outlet called Iran International, which broadcasts messages into Iran. Before that, it was, of course, the use of social media platforms such as Instagram or Telegram, which, of course, now is impossible for people to have access to. Some people have limited access via Starlink. The regime is using military jamming to also try to disturb Starlink from operating in Iran. Further than that, the regime is now basically walking into people's home, trying to confiscate even their satellite dishes. They're trying to do anything possible to cut off our computers from the outside world. So this is really what we are faced with in terms of challenge. Nevertheless, the people are resilient. As you said, they are responding to my call. At their ask, I've stepped in to lead this period of transition. And of course, the
Kevin donated $29. This is a test donation for $29.
Jesus. Oh, wait.
Kevin donated $93. This is a test donation for $93.
Wow, thanks, Kevin. No, I don't know why I didn't get anything coming up on the screen. Maybe, I mean, it should show up no matter how little you give. And if you give like $4.99, then it should, yeah, I don't know. This shit's all over the place. Thanks, Test Kevin. The revolution needs leaders and an organizing, and he is not doing much more than interview. Well, yeah, I know, right? Because he's not there. And I feel like I'm not even sure if there's like an easy way to get him back into the country. Although I imagine that if he wanted to go back into the country, I'm sure that Mossad could probably smuggle him in if contact was made or whatever. I'm sure that if he talked to Bibi, they could probably set something up. But I don't know if he wants to do that, or if it would be that easy, or what have you. Or if he even, like, he might not even be like brave enough to try to do that. I have no idea. But that's not something, like, I don't know if those conversations have gone on behind the scenes. I also, like, might be talking out of my ass there as well too. Usually, more often than not, though, you do tend to hear of, I feel like it's a lot more common for leaders of opposition movements to actually return to the country in question and risk their ass doing it. Like Alexei Navalny went back to Russia, even though he basically got arrested almost immediately. Machado returned to Venezuela, and I think she was in hiding there for a while. Kalinda is a true IT person. Nothing works. Just like my, I mean, I don't know why. It just, I know it's got something to do with like Linux or whatever, but I switched over to the type of OBS that I was using so that the alerts will work again. And I'm not sure if I've ever had a working alert on like using that, but it did work on the other computer where I was using a different version of OBS. So I might actually need to switch away from this version and go back to the other one, because that might be the only way to make it work. I don't know. He does have that Al-Shara dog in him. He doesn't have that Al-Shara dog. Yeah, I'm not sure that he does either. Because, I mean, honestly, it's because he grew up like a privileged kid who like was educated with his rich family, and now he's in the States, and it's very likely that he has a whole bunch of money. So yeah,
on Iranian key sectors in the oil and gas industry, in the transportation industry, to join with the people and go on strikes. We are trying to, beyond controlling the major arteries and streets of major cities, providing them with certain goals to achieve and try to neutralize the regime's propaganda capability, which of course has to do with some aspects that deals with internet access, or for that.
Yeah, that's what I had heard. Machado was in Venezuela for a bit, or at least she was going in and out of Venezuela. I thought she was there and she was in hiding. That's what the news was reporting like a while ago when Maduro first got deposed. I don't know if she's there now. But yeah, like we didn't even know where she was exactly. But certainly, like if she was spending any time there, she's braver than this guy.
Our own media broadcasts within Iran. We're trying to do what we can.
Take it how you want, but later he talks about how he would die for the cause, very matter-of-factly. Oh yeah, I'm sure that yeah, I don't know, although it's easy to say that, but yeah. Or maybe he just doesn't think that it would be useful. Maybe he understands that his reach is not as big as he thinks it is, and he figures he's better to just cheerlead them
as unarmed civilians against this brutal regime.
So let me ask you that we have seen these protests and attempted revolutions in the past, the Green Revolution in 2009, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2022 with Masa Amini, and then 2023. What makes this one different?
One is that today the ask is not just for reform or, for that matter, an economic demand. It is now putting an end to this regime. This is really the revolution in its true sense of the word.
Oh, you want me to do the sticker? All right, hold on. We'll do that right now. Just a sec.
And number two, I think that unlike some predecessors to the current president of the United States, he's a man that means what he says and says what he means. And I think people believe in that. So do I. I think this president knows what's at stake. The red lines that was drawn has been definitely surpassed by this regime. Although the regime, out of weakness, is yet again trying to trick the world into thinking that we are ready to negotiate once again and attempt to create a false climate of expectation in the outside world to sort of hope that this movement will taper off. But people are committed. We have no place to return. We have to move on, and we hope that this time we have solidarity in the world. I know a lot of people around the world have shown their sympathy and support of the Iranian people. I've heard many government leaders in Europe and elsewhere express their outrage and concern. But Nora, what's important is that the people on the street in Iran today say we are past condemnations, we are past resolution, we are past the stage of offering sympathy. We need action to be taken. The Iranians are fighting a fight defenseless and unarmed against an extremely brutal regime. The game changer would be for this regime to know that they cannot rely anymore on a continued campaign of repression without the world reacting to it. That's the game changer right there and then. And as I speak to you, people in Iran are still going back to the street to fight.
You brought up that word, what would be the game changer? And CBS News has learned that President Trump has been briefed on options for military strikes in Iran. He's going to get an updated briefing from his top military advisor and his Secretary of State on Tuesday. And the president has already said that he has some very strong options for Iran. Here's what he said on Air Force One last night when he was asked if Iran has crossed a red line. Let's listen.
There seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it. And we're
very seriously. God damn, he's so stupid. I hate him.
looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination.
Reza, I heard you say this weekend that the U.S. should, quote, cut the snake's head off for good and, quote, make sure this regime goes down for good. Are you pushing President Trump to initiate regime change?
The president is clear when he says that he stands with the Iranian people. And he, like anybody else, believes, and so do I, that ultimately it's the Iranian people who determine their own fate, and it should be at their hand that change is brought. Solidarity with the Iranian people is ultimately supporting them in their ask, and their ask is that this regime has to go, and we have to overcome the obstacles by putting an end to it, and ultimately, as a result of that liberation, be able to finally be unshackled and free to establish a democratic alternative and come back to the world of nations that can work.
I believe that he asked the post-revolutionary government to let him fly when Saddam invaded. Oh, what? You mean to let him like, what? You mean to let him like fight in the Air Force? Is that Oh, Machado? Bonus points if you know how epic being called Machado is. What does that... I don't, if you know how epic being called... I don't know. Listen, I'm pronouncing it the way I've heard news pronouncers pronounce it because I don't know how to say any of these words, okay? Remember, white woman. Hold on. Sorry, just a sec here. I need to get that sticker. I mean, if liberal support strikes in Iran, the double standards are crazy. I mean, like, what do you mean the double standards, Spider? If I supported, like, I don't know what I think that if someone does something to help the protesters, that would be great. Do I support a full-scale invasion of the United States or Israel to depose the Iranian government and then do nation building like in Iraq? No, because that's stupid, and I don't think that would go very well. But the people of Iran don't like the government, and I think that it would be great if they wanted to overthrow it and if they got some help from people from the outside. But I don't necessarily think that help needs to come in the form of airstrikes. There's other kinds of things that America and or Israel could do in order to help the protesters. It doesn't need to be that, because I think that's silly. Like what? Like, well, I mean, like we were talking about earlier, Spider, like if Mossad has people on the ground in Iran, they could try to make contact with protest leaders if there are any and establish that. They could try to hook them up with Starlink if they like, I'm sure they could smuggle in the terminals necessary in order to get Starlink going. But it just seems like that's not really a thing that's happening. Okay. Who said it has to be Starlink? I mean, I don't know, like but that would be a way to give them access to the internet so that they could get the word out and let people know what's happening. Okay. All right, folks, here it is. Today we are going to be turning this into a sticker for Discord.
Together for a different future of regional stability and peace and good relationship with our neighbors, with the Israelis, with our Arab neighbors, and bring that stability that is also in the best interest of America and the United States from a strategic viewpoint and ultimately in an economic sense in the future. So this is what's at stake right here. The opportunity is there.
But as you are urging people to protest and go to the streets, the death toll is rising in Iran. This violent crackdown continues just as it has in past attempted revolutions. I mean, is it responsible to be sending citizens in Iran to their deaths? do you bear some responsibility?
As I said, this is a war, and
That's
war has
such a
casualties.
silly-
In fact, in order to
whatever.
preserve and protect and minimize the death toll, minimize innocent victims yet again be killed by this regime, action is needed. The regime is going to try and brutalize its citizenry as it has always done. But we are in a fight for liberation. I didn't ask the people to come to the streets to fight against the regime because I wanted so. They asked me to step in to help them and to be their voice on the outside world, to do everything that we can so we make this uprising successful this time. And I think we have some serious leaders that understand what is necessary, that understand the ask of the Iranian people and are responding to that. I think President Trump is responding to the call that the Iranian people have. The Iranian people have heard his words. They are naming streets after him in Iran. There's a difference. They know he's no...
Wait, really? Are they? Oh my God. Of course he's got to glaze Trump super hard. Runham's 870 communist server message is already a sticker, right? I have no idea if it is or isn't, but also this is going to be hard to do. I'm sorry, Toby, but like it is incredibly difficult to like do anything like this. Because this, like, I can't, I have to make it smaller. It's the only way to make it into a sticker. Because the Discord is dumb. And this is the only size that they allow. I hate the aspect ratio. Yeah, I know. I can't do anything about it. If I cut off his picture, then it kind of looks better, but that's about all that I can really do. What did you do? It's the same thing. That's what I did with it. Although that one was different because the aspect ratio on the TLDR one was bigger, so it worked easier. But for Discord messages, this is the best you're going to get because of the Discord dimensions of these kinds of server or of stickers. Like this is what Discord limits you to. I mean, I could stretch it, but that's not necessarily going to help much, you know. Oh, hello, Lannis. Just use Discord image sticker converter. What is Discord image sticker converter? I mean, it's probably going to make it look like crap. Wait. Discord sticker resizer. Discord sticker converter tool. Create Discord compatible stickers. What, you're not going to let me see it? Okay, I mean, it just does the same thing that I'm doing. All it does is it just makes the thing small. Discord is Russo-Ukrainian controlled, didn't you know, Elle? Yeah, it's literally just doing the same shit that I'm doing. Do you want me to just Do you want me to just like leave the his username cut off? Because if I do that, then that will allow for this to be bigger. Because that's kind of like what I did with the other one. Spider, it's not gonna look any better, but okay, sure. Hold on. Like the shit that I just used the same thing that you came up with. All it's gonna do is it's just gonna resize it so that it fits into the box. Where are you? God damn, I have so many DMs with so many people now. Oh, there you are. There you go, Spider. I sent you the screenshot of what was given to me. But I mean, yeah, that's about as good as it's gonna get.
Barack Obama or Joe Biden. And that's why they do have a higher expectation. And we'll see what happens. And as you say, I think the president has a decision to make fairly soon. We're doing what we need to do regardless of whether help will come or not. I'm just stating that the best way to ensure that there will be less people killed in Iran is to intervene sooner so this regime finally collapses and puts an end to all the problems that we are facing. We are at war, and we have to make sure that we are victorious. There's no way back for us. We know that as Iranians.
And Reza, are you communicating directly with President Trump or members of the Trump administration?
Yes, we are.
And what has been your message?
I think the president said it best. He said, we'll see what happens. And I think part of the consideration is that they already know what we propose as an alternative, as a transition. Right now, the focus is on the immediate issue. I think the world is waiting to see in what way the Iranian people will see that they are not alone in this fight, and that the regime that has dared a response will probably get an answer fairly soon. And that's important to embolden the nation. Look, any campaigns of liberation has occurred at the time that the world finally took the side of those people vis-a-vis oppressive regimes.
Thanks all for the group effort. Yeah, no problem. I mean, it is really funny. I guess it sucks that this guy left too. None of these people ever really stick around for very long, except Fire. Fire is still going.
Put an end to apartheid in South Africa. It put an end to the Soviet Union and liberated the countries that were stuck behind the Iron Curtain. There's precedence in history, and I think Iran should not be the exception. In fact, the game changer for the whole region is Iran, and Iranians are fighting this fight not just to liberate themselves. They know that as a result of Iran's liberation, the whole world will breathe easier, that the stability that the whole world is looking for will finally achieve. Because unlike this regime that has always hated America and its allies, the Iranian people are supportive and want to be a friend of America and the rest of the world, of course.
Reza, one thing we have talked about is what is different about this particular revolution or this uprising. And one thing is that now many of the protests are rallying behind you, chanting slogans with your name in it. And I know you had talked about wanting to lead a transition, but I want to ask you about that because here is what the Wall Street Journal wrote over the weekend. They said this: the 65-year-old Pahlavi's prominence is a departure from previous bouts of protest when the heir to the controversial dynasty was rarely referenced. His father, who ruled Iran from the 1940s, was widely despised in Iran for his autocratic rule, his political repression, and what critics saw as his subservience to the U.S. Few analysts think Pahlavi has a real path to the throne or
wow, those misspeaks.
Leadership in Iran. His improved reputation in recent years says more about the mounting discontent with the Islamic Republic than it does about a genuine desire by Iranians for a return of the monarchy, analysts said. So I want to allow you to respond to that, Reza. Why would you be the right person to lead such a transition? And why should people trust you to return the country of 90 million people and bring them towards a democracy?
Well, it's interesting the way you characterize it, because if the people did not actually believe that I can be the person doing that for them or the person to be trusted, there wouldn't be the millions on the streets of Iran, in the four corners of Iran, chanting my name and asking my return. They do. And that should be indicative of the reality on the grounds. But why is it that I offer my service to Iran? I'm answering their call. I've stepped in to lead this transition, and I have a plan for that. I have a whole host of people who are helping us, lawyers, jurists, economic experts. So we're not just talking about...
I want to hear more about that plan. Kalinda, would you want the Saddam chick in the... No, I do not want these people anywhere near me, Spider. I don't want those crazy anti-fans. She showed up in my chat that night that Loner was on, and she fucking, And I banned her instantly as soon as I saw her. These people's only politics is hating Destiny and Lonerbox. I have no desire whatsoever to have anything to do with them. They are annoying. Because, like, they don't want to have real conversations. All they want to do is concern troll, and I find that irritating. So, yeah, no, fuck that, Spider. Thank you for trying to stir drama, but that's not happening. That person is crazy. I don't even think Loner would bother wasting time talking to any of these people, because you saw what it would look like when he does. All it does is it just turns into them, like, yelling at him about how he was friends with Destiny. And about how he still likes Destiny, even though he very clearly doesn't. You should drama farm till you reach 500 subs. Yeah, but the problem is that if I did that, then I would attract an audience of people who wouldn't stick around. Yeah, I know fighting schizos is growth inducing, but here's the issue with that. What would that person even, like, what would she contribute if she even came on the stream? It would just turn into her, like, fucking concern trolling me about Destiny. Like, I really have no desire to deal with any of these people. Because that once you start paying attention to them and giving them attention, then they're just going to keep coming back. All it's going to do is encourage them. And unless she has actual political opinions about Israel and Palestine and wants to discuss them and isn't going to bring up Destiny and Lonerbox and try to shadowbox them, then I have no desire to talk to her. And I don't know if she would even want to talk to me. Like, yeah, I feel like if I let her into the server, she's just going to be fucking... Yeah. Like, I mean, she tried to join Loner Cord, and Loner banned her instantly. Probably rightly, because... Yeah, I don't know. She's like one of the gaggle of concern trolls that are like part of Queeman's community, who just kind of like go around concern trolling liberal streamers for like, I don't know, either liking Destiny or not denouncing Destiny hard enough or whatever. Barashi is gonna call everyone a pet. Yeah, I don't know. I've been on her Twitter. She's insane. I have no desire whatsoever to engage with that person. Okay? Like, listen, Spider, if you find people who you think might be fun for me to debate, who are not like fucking snarkers and concern trolls, then I would be happy to do it. But I'm not really interested in debating people who don't believe anything or whose only politics is being anti-insert person that they hate here. Kalinda, it would attract more of DGG to watch the VOD. Just farm the mentally ill, learn from Sean. Listen, if DGGers come here, I would rather that they come here and watch me because I'm a liberal. Not because that I'm a fucking, not because that I want to farm drama. I mean, I'm not engaging, I wouldn't be engaging, if I were to engage in a proxy war, it wouldn't be against Destiny, because I'm not like that anti-Destiny. I don't think that he did nothing wrong. I think he did do some things wrong. I just don't think he's like an evil rapist pedophile, which is what all of these people want me to say. And if you don't say that, if you don't toe that line, then they get super mad. That's like, you know, like my criticisms of him are like reasonable and not insane. But yeah. Oh, no, none of those people will talk to him. Actually, he probably won't talk to them either, because it's just a waste of time. Hot take, you can dislike someone without thinking they're literally FC. Yeah, I know. You know? And I still think that he does more good than harm in terms of, like, his political actions and shit. But... Spider wants to have an enemies to friends arc with her. Why? Spider, why? Why would you want to engage with this person in any meaningful fashion? I'm leaving this Zionist. Okay, so this is Toby. This is what Spider got. Okay, hold on. I'll just copy the link to this image to you, okay? Or rather, this is the result. Hold on. Just a second. There's a huge overlap between Destiny anti-fans and pro-Hamas. Yeah, I know. I'm not surprised by that. Also, there's a huge overlap between Destiny and Ethan anti-fans, too. You know? I mean, like, a part of me is kind of, like, a part of me almost wants to do it and, like, to just start by watching that. But, like, at the same time, I don't know if I do or not, because I don't know if I want that to be my content. And it can also be very annoying to pivot out of that if you're trying to do, like, other kinds of content. You know what I mean? Like... Lincoln Carrier Strike Group will be replaced by the Japanese Kaiga Carrier Strike Group and is going to enter the Central Command in 6 to 10 days. Oh, so the Japanese are going to cover for America while Lincoln goes to to the Middle East. Do not do it unless you are certain you want to. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, there are some aspects of drama stuff that I have thoughts or comments on, but I don't know if I really want to wade into that because these people are fucking insane. And I don't know if I want to put that target on my back over something that is arguably not even, like, a thing that I care that much about. Or at least that I certainly don't care about it as much as I care about the Israel-Palestine stuff. And I certainly don't necessarily want to be debating all this shit. You agree with Tobias, said JM. What did Tobias say? Chase, I think Maruzzi is probably charitable to them because that she probably has a decent relationship with both of them. But I don't know. Oh, Tobias is now a meme in my mind, so let me know when I need to stop. I'm sorry, I don't know who Tobias is. Oh, Toby is Tobias. Okay, Jesus. It's okay. I'm sorry. I was just like, what? Who the fuck is this Tobias person? Is Automod? Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Hold on, guys. This is what the sticker now looks like. When Spider ran it through his thing. Is this what you want, Toby? I'm leaving this Zionist server, to be honest. I mean, would you rather this insanely stretched version? I think this is also what the post-BMI sticker looks like, too. That's worse than the post-BMI. Yeah, I know, because this is what the sticker maker does to it. Because it's not the right aspect ratio. Short Stack Goblin Tobias is a nickname that ZJM gave to Toby. Because I don't know. Okay, then, yeah, in that case, we will... Hold on. Oh, right.
A regime that needs to go, we're also talking about what's the alternative. And in terms of the political alternative, it's a constitutional process. The interim government would be able to organize free elections so the people can send their representative in a constituent assembly.
Kalinda would let Sadme in if she didn't do any anti-fan slop in the Discord. I mean, is that, are you talking to her in DMs right now, Spider? She can be your ambassador? What do you mean, Duckbringer? You can also have the screenshot in a field of matching color if you don't want to stretch it. Yeah, I know, I'm aware. I can just make it transparent and then Discord will do the rest. That's what I did with the other one. So that's what I'm going to do with this one. So I'm just going to do this and I'm going to leave the guy's picture out because it's not like there's anything particularly, like, it doesn't fucking matter. Export as. And then we want to do it as a PNG file, which is what I think I did it as the last time. I mean, I've talked to her and she seems chill. Oh, have you talked to her on voice? Why does her, like, why is her Twitter absolutely insane? Oh, not on voice. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. I see the Forbes article, Epic. Yeah. The Abraham Lincoln is heading to the Middle East. I cannot defend her Twitter. I've had to interrogate her over it too, but she went back on some crazy stuff she posted. I haven't even looked that much at her Twitter, but yeah, oh no, Toby, I get it. I understand that you don't trust people like that. I think, yeah, like, I don't know, Duckbringer, given like the shit that you said happened to you in the past, I'm not sure that trusting her is even really a great idea. And I mean, she was in my chat that night, which means that she probably came over with all of, like, the Queeman Brigaders. Which means that she's probably part of those audiences, too. Me and Duckbringer can probably do a UN peace deal with Sadame. Oh, Chase, it's some crazy Ethan/Destiny anti-fan person who is insane on Twitter. And I mean, like, they were also super uncharitable, and they tried to get Spider banned off of Twitter, and I think they encouraged reporting Lonerbox's YouTube channel. Like, they encouraged doing mass reports of them after saying Spider was Lonerbox's mod and like claiming that he was trying to harass her. Like, I don't know, man. Spider, I have no idea why you're still talking to this person. Yeah, Chase, they probably are pro-Hamas. I don't know if she's a Queeman person or not, but she definitely came in with from his community. The other thing too is that I think she's so wait, someone else mentioned in here she might be part of Zay Squirrel's community, which would be insanity. But I mean, at least those people have actual political opinions. And their politics is not literally just anti-Destiny. Or anti-Lonerbox. Or anti-Ethan, you know? And because that's like fucking cringe. Spider forgave her. Yeah, like, that's what I don't understand. Spider, why are you talking to this person? Why would you engage with these people? It's just weird. Oh, hey, Spider. Huh.
Well, it's slander. Okay, this is not true. This is slander. Okay, false.
Well,
okay,
if you
accusations. Okay,
if you didn't forgive her, then why are you talking to her?
Hey, you know what's funny shit? I thought trans right crab was fucking trans, but no, it's not trans. Motherfucker's a fucking straight dude, right? And guess what? I'm pretty merciful. Okay, I can see. I'm like. Let me cook for a bit.
You're a drama fiend. I get it. Go on.
Oh no. I'm like the Lex Freeman of. Yeah, I'm like the Lex Freeman of both sides. Okay, like when I spoke to Destiny, you know, I let him yacht for a bit. You know what I'm saying?
Your conversation with Destiny was kind of ridiculous, to be honest with you, Spider.
What you mean? How was it bad? How was it bad?
Because
it was 4 a.m., bro.
Oh, I mean, okay, fair enough. Listen, like Loner said, it felt like you were under the impression that you were there. Like, I don't know. Because it seemed like you didn't understand why he was engaging in doxing. And then when he presented you with, like, arguments that one could say were good about why he was engaging in doxing, he immediately turned around, or like you basically kind of just conceded when like a good question would have been to ask,
I mean,
well,
like,
why'd you dox esports Batman? I mean, what did that guy do to deserve
I mean, like,
it,
I mean,
you know?
I mean, like, the esports Batman already confronted Destiny on that the whole charade, no? Like before, I don't know, you probably forgot, but like, I feel like he already confronted Destiny on
Yeah,
like
well, no,
why.
yeah, he did. He came on to anything
Yeah, that was
else.
like, I think I joined after that, but like,
Yeah, but like, I feel like that's a good, cause yeah, like, I don't know. I might ask Destiny about that if I talk to him again, because that, I feel like if you're gonna, for some of these people, like the people who are endlessly harassing him,
I mean,
from
like,
that
I don't got
sphere or
no.
whatever, then that's, yeah, like, okay, or like not just harassing him but harassing like everybody around him and like trying to like contact people. Like I think there are certain people in that server who, if you want to say like, okay, it's probably fair to like go after them in the same way that Dan doxed Gato Fumador, then that's fine. But I think that like some of those people, like just being in that server and saying shit and hating on Destiny, I don't think that that's enough to warrant you getting doxed. I think that's kind of crazy.
Well, from Destiny or
Yes, I don't think that's enough.
I mean,
Unless
like I said,
esports Batman did something specifically to warrant getting doxxed, I don't know why. I don't know how you can justify that. I feel like that is disproportionate.
yeah, like I said to Destiny on stream. Okay, when I put up, because all the fucking anti fans were in my fucking DM, or the fucking said new chick. She was like, right. I mean, like I told Destiny, I was like, yo, bro, like, do you think, okay, that is justifiable, okay, with the J-Stock community or the Coolman community of them getting doxxed just because they have a disagreement based on your court situation?
Yeah,
like,
I know that was a silly question to ask.
How was a silly question to ask? That's what happened.
Because no, yeah, but no, that wasn't, because that wasn't why he was doing it. He explained to you why he was doing it. He said it wasn't because they had a disagreement. It's because that these people have been unhingedly, like, basically like stalking him and contacting all the people around him that he knows and harassing everybody. And I don't know if like he's presented I feel like, I don't know that I necessarily
I straight up asked like their fucking top dollar man, fucking, it was Destiny and fucking Zip and one of the fuckers. Okay, I should have asked like, hey, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt if you have like straight up evidence or like evidence inside the JStock Discord saying that like, hey, we was fucking dox this person, or give
no,
like
no,
the green light
it's not necessarily that the doxing doesn't occur in his Discord. His contention is that it's very likely that there is crossover between his community and people who go on KF, which is probably true, given that there is definitely a bunch of people in that community and in Queen's community who essentially cheerlead shit that KFers do. Like even if they're not, and I know that some of them even have accounts on that website because I've seen it. Like I think I don't know if it was Legal Mindset or one of those other lawyer people, but they definitely have an account there and they post in Destiny's thread. Like I think that if there are people like that, then it's fair. And also that fucking sabosexual guy literally like emailed Rose and her whole family a billion times to try to get her to come and do his episode. Like that shit's insane. And he posted and bragged about it in JStock's Discord, and he never got banned. Or yeah, like I don't know. Like I guess
so with that whole situation, or I think the Warner Box Discord were like pressing JStock asked like why you kept Saba in there, and I think JStock said on stream, or I think he said in the Discord too, is like since Saba already got doxxed by Destiny himself. I seen it live. Okay, you don't gotta believe me. I seen it fucking live. Since Saba got
I
doxxed,
know he got doxxed. I'm aware.
JStock pretty much equivalents that to a somewhat. Yeah, it's not really a ban, but you got doxxed. So I was like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Right?
Short
Goblin is Portuguese, like instead of getting banned, he would have got doxxed. So it was like, what the like, you know what I'm saying? Right?
I mean, no, I don't. I don't think that that's a reason not to have him banned. I think that he should be banned.
Just JStock's argument was like, well, his punishment was he already got doxxed before by Destiny.
I mean, I think that's silly, but just because, well, it's also because that, I don't know, I saw those screenshots too of where JStock was saying that like some large portion of this server has violated Discord TOS, and I think he has started banning people. I don't know. I have a feeling that based on things that he's said in the past, I think he's just going to pivot to other content.
Well, when the court shit's over, I mean, I think
no, not even before that. He's pivoted already. He does a lot of political shit, and I think that he would rather do that because it seems like he's finding more success with it. So you know what? Best of luck to him. I hope that that's what he does. I hope that he goes and does that, and that he stops being obsessed with Destiny. Because like I've said this before. My entire rant about this is I think anti-fanning is kind of silly in the sense that if like you're going to dedicate your entire life to hating an online political person and destroying their life for like the rest of eternity, I find that kind of sad, especially when this particular hatred isn't even based on anything to do with that person's political views. Like at least when Lonerbox at least when me and or at least when Lonerbox or I or whatever talk about Hassan, it's because that Hassan has actual real impact on like young people's political views, and we're talking about his political beliefs. We're not talking about any other like dumb personal life shit. The only reason why the dog got talked about is because that was funny, and that got talked about like one time. I think Loner covered that one day. I feel like Hutch went way overboard talking about that. He talked about that way too much. I was bored with that after like the first day. Yeah. I can't focus on this drama convo. Do I have brain damage? I don't know, Testius. I'm sorry. JSTLK gives me the absolute worst vibes. The way he talked makes me feel gross. I mean, he's also pretty gross, too. Like, all that shit with him and Sherry is kind of ridiculous. It was somebody in chat, Spider. Like, I don't know. I just... He went from being an insane parasocial Destiny lover to being like an insane parasocial Destiny hater. That same with like several of these other people who used to be in Destiny's community, like that Ryle guy. Ryle used to be a big DGGer and now he's like crazy. You know, it's all just all of these people. I don't know. Like, listen, I'm not gonna say Destiny did nothing wrong because that would be fucking dumb. And he did do wrong things. And I think that some of his responses have been disproportionate. But Jesus Christ, the extent to, like, the stuff people are attacking him over are insane. Like, yeah, I have measured criticisms of him that I actually do want to go on and talk to him about. And I've got some other stuff I want to talk to him about, too. But, you know, like, I don't think he's, like, some irredeemable, evil, rapist, pedophile person like these people do.
I mean, like, Well, I am the live streaming, okay? I don't got no beefs with no one, okay? Like I said on stream, like I said to Destiny himself, okay? I got no beefs with DGG or the JSLOC community.
Destiny,
no beef,
the carpet cleaner? Yes, he was a carpet cleaner.
Yeah, he was a carpet cleaner. I think he worked at a casino as well, too. I mean,
yeah,
like, I don't know beef with nobody, okay? Apparently, the court shit is going to end in 2 weeks. I think low-key, respectfully.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, it might.
I think it might be GG's for Pixie, dude. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm not gonna hold you.
Well, I mean, it's not really. I don't know. I just feel bad for her. It's all this stuff is just shitty. I have no idea. Like but yeah, it's just it all just sucks. Like
I wonder who. I want to see like after this courtship. Okay, I want to see like which people who left will join back. That's my question. Like who will come back to fucking to GGG.
I mean, probably like Hutch and IRI because they basically already have, but otherwise I have no idea. I don't think Loner's coming back anytime soon, absent like.
No, probably not. Hell no.
But
okay, what about
because I mean, and it's I think it's perfectly reasonable to
yeah.
leave.
I mean, like, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's totally reasonable. I should make a chill list about that. Somebody do, Wookie.
I mean, listen, Lannis, I don't really blame Pixie for like some of the shit that's gone on with the lawsuit. I'm not, I don't know. Like, it sounds like Lauren played a big role in a bunch of this shit. If her if her deposition gets released, but I don't know. Again, I'm not sure. There might be information that I don't have. But the problem is that I feel like whenever Destiny talks about this, he usually has like way more receipts than any of these other fuckers do. And that's kind of the thing, right? So like as much as I might not want to believe him, it feels like he has more evidence than any of these people do.
Yeah, I mean, well,
Chase, I don't think Pisco's coming back.
No, fuck no. I think there's Farby. No, hell no, nope.
I don't know what's going on with Pisco. Although I don't believe that Pisco is trying to align or listen. Okay, I don't believe Pisco's trying to angle himself as some sort of anti like and like as some sort of Hassan dude or whatever the fuck. Yeah. Jesus, somebody should tell GGG that we're talking about this. I feel like they would all come over here.
They're probably watching some bullshit or not. I don't know what they're doing or not, but I don't know. I'll wait till court. Like I said, I think overall, I think based off the, I don't know who will come back though. Who will come back to it?
Pisco
I
follows
don't know.
Bushido.
I don't know.
I
mean,
have
like,
many opinions.
what would be some like what would be some crazy ass evidence that like change your mind or like be like pro Destiny? Like what would be like
What do you
crazy ass
mean?
evidence
Sorry, I don't know what you
on
mean
the-
by pro.
on the whole like Destiny didn't do it somehow or some fucking hypothetical in the fucking
Wait, sorry.
future.
Wait, the Destiny what?
If Destiny didn't do like there's like that it came out that like Destiny didn't do that. There's just, like there's proof that like he didn't like he had consent.
Oh,
Pixie,
that.
like, you know.
I mean, well, I think now he maintains that he did have consent, but
He did.
well, no, yeah, he says that he's pretty sure that they talked about it, but the problem is that that's always going to be a he said she said thing because there's nothing in his. Listen, if he already had,
I mean, like if he already had permission, who would have shown it the day of the allegation? Like, hey, this what happened. She already had fucking consent. Like,
yeah, if he had evidence that she gave him like explicit consent to share stuff to whatever. Hold on, stop. Just a second, Spider. Then he would have shared it already. He doesn't have any. He said that those conversations were all things that happened like either in person or over voice. So he doesn't have like any proof of it.
Shit.
It's literally just he said, she said. I mean, he did say that he was going to share the conversations, or that he's probably going to share like he might share parts of his DMs with her that show like how her demeanor changed from like when she initially found out about the leaks to when to when Lauren first talked to her, as proof that it's very obvious that Loner got yes, Destiny is a gooner. I mean, I wouldn't say that goonerism cannot be, but I mean, like, he's a reckless gooner is the issue, or at least he was. Like, I don't see any evidence that or like I don't really. Basically, the content changed in like 2023 when he stopped doing crazy drama content, and considering that the allegation is that he enjoyed having these crazy conversations with like these quote unquote interesting people, as he called them, when he came on his stream. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Toby, I don't really see it that way. Maybe that's always going to be my bias. Maybe it's because that I was a member of his audience during all this shit that happened. I just don't like. I don't really. I'm not going to try to change your mind though. Like you are totally
being manipulated.
Yeah, like you're free to believe that because like I can't really like that's a perception. Although Toby, I don't know if your belief on that is because of like Mr. Girl's shit. I think it's kind of ridiculous that Mr. Girl basically crawled out of his hole, him and Lav both, so that like so that you can like or that they crawled out of their holes to like claim victory after all this shit dropped, which I think is stupid. Cause like I don't think like when that report was a joke. And I think that Mr. Girl is and the shit that Mr. Girl did to Anna in order to get like screenshots from her, and the fact that he basically admits it and sees nothing wrong with having done that. Also, like, there was really nothing in that report that really proved much of anything other than the fact that like Destiny has a problem with goonerism, and he is, or at least was, addicted to talking to, like, he should have blocked Anna ages ago. Like, he shouldn't have handled that the way that he did. I
have a question for chat.
Okay, hold on.
Okay,
wait. Just a second. Okay. Yeah, Toby, I know he says this is what you would do if you were manipulative. I'm aware. I mean, he said that. Yeah, because he said that he used to engage in that kind of shit when he was younger. I mean, I guess now he says that he doesn't really do it anymore because that he doesn't have time for like all that kind of garbage. But I don't know. A lot of it is about how he kept trying to name drop Loner in relation to this bullshit. I don't particularly agree with that. Or like, I hated the fact that he would do that. I haven't seen him do it in a while. He doesn't really seem to mention Lonerbox much anymore, but it annoyed me considerably that he kept fucking doing that shit, or that he kept trying to like rope Loner in with the other anti-fan communities.
Oh, does he?
Yes. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I mean, because like, I think when Lonerbox posted his like take on the whole situation, I think he tried to, but like since Lonerbox wasn't really on the fucking crusade against Destiny and the whole situation.
Wait, Toby, how is that manipulative? Like, what do you think that was the purpose of that? I think he was just really fucking mad that Loner like that like Loner was one of the friends that he lost. And he probably like felt some type of way about it, or like he felt angry because that Loner obviously like has a relationship with Pixie, and he was mad that even though like I don't know, at other points he said that he understands why Loner would feel the way he did, but I don't think that he doesn't really talk about Loner that much anymore. I haven't heard him mention him other than to praise him as like one of the most measured people that he's ever seen online, who just seems like incapable of getting super
because like
emotional about shit and like misrepresenting people. Yeah, I mean, it did make him look bad, Toby. If you mean like that he might, yeah, like listen, I can believe that. I don't necessarily think that he's doing it maliciously. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe like I lean way too much into, what is it, Occam's razor, the whole never attribute malice what you can attribute to stupidity. Like I don't think that Destiny leaked the Pixie stuff maliciously, or rather, I don't think he shared it maliciously. Oh yeah, he did accuse Pixie of deceiving Loner. That was really bad. Now, I don't know if he purposefully did. I think Loner even wondered if he purposefully, if he did it on purpose, which I think is fair. But yeah, I think it's because that he was mad that he lost a friend that he probably respected quite a bit. And I think there were other friends that he lost too that he was upset about. Like, he was obviously upset about it, even though he's clearly really bad at, like, showing emotions and he needs to fucking go to therapy. No, I meant the, if you're talking about the way in which he, described the Loner stuff, yeah, potentially. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. You should charge Spider if he wants to drama farm. True, I should.
What the fuck is this? What is a slander today? What's this like anti-Spider slander today, bro? What the fuck?
Well, I think. Wait, hold on. What? I think this is all kinds of. What do you mean, Jane Socks? Like, what is all kinds of parasocial? I mean, yeah, there's a lot of stupid parasociality shit. Destiny fermented an environment where he shares videos of him and other women with people, and they are sending him their videos. He was fast and loose with it. It's not a crime, shitty thing. Well, yeah, I know. That's what I mean, though, is that, like, I think that. Listen, my whole thing about this, and it's actually really funny, because this entire take is, in a way, it sort of comes from Destiny himself. I feel like he completely lacked any sort of self-awareness in terms of how big of a creator he is. And he did something that was incredibly fucking stupid and reckless. Like, why? Why would you share videos of yourself and other people on the internet when you have a target on your back from like all sides? Everybody fucking hates you on both the left and the right, and there are people that will go out of their way to do terrible shit to you. You've already been doxxed. You've already been like fucking swatted. Why would you take that risk? And it's not even about like, oh my god, you should have known the Rose Girl was a catfish. No, it's about the fact that any of these people's accounts could get hacked. And then they would have access to all of this information. That's why I thought it was like incredibly fucking reckless. And he didn't think about the other people who were in those videos and what would happen if any of those videos got leaked and how it would impact them. And like, yeah, I feel like this is a reasonable criticism to make of what he did. Which I think is different than claiming that he purposefully did it all in order to hurt Pixie or something. Okay, Atlantis, let's reel it in, okay? Let's stop.
Oh, what?
Oh, nothing. People are just being weird. Please don't say shit like, oh, you beat me to it, Toby. Like, please stop. Oh, he's... I'm not going to repeat it. I'm just with Loner, and that I wish people wouldn't talk about it because that's what Pixie want. Oh, if she doesn't want, yeah, that's fine. Then I won't talk about it. Spider came in here and fucking started talking about it.
Whoa! Don't fucking rope me in this fucking. Oh, Spider started it. Okay, you're a grown ass woman. Okay, don't fucking slander me, motherfucker.
No, you know what? You're right.
Okay? First of all,
you're right.
You were
That's
talking
on
about
me.
it. Okay, I joined up. How to get my 2 cents? Okay,
Well,
motherfucker. Stop trying to see. This is like.
Let's pivot.
Damn, I'm the bad guy. It's crazy.
Let's pivot to the. Are you actually in DMs with that girl, with that Saddam girl, Saddam? Yeah.
I don't know. She's. I'm in DMs, but I'm not like that. I'm not trying to like. You know what I'm saying?
I know. That's not what I mean.
I'm trying to like pick her brain and like how like. You know what I'm saying? Trying to pick her brain out. Okay. I don't think she has a problem with me. I think she has a problem with I think since we talked a little bit more and like gave my perspective on certain situations, stuff like that.
I think she has a problem with Loner Box.
Yeah, she has a problem with like with Loner Box, etc. And then like I think I gave my 2 cents about that. And then I think I seen she was on a stream. She was like muted though. It was I think Dubbringer was there. I think Dubbringer was talking to Perry.
Wait. Saddam hates Ukrainian Anna just because she fundraises with the help of DG. Okay, that's fucking stupid. I don't know if I want to talk to this person. Like, I'm not interested.
I think
this person's like, does she support Ukraine? Because if she supports Ukraine and she still feels that way, that's so dumb. That's insane. That's literally like this person's politics is just whatever the opposite of whatever. I just hate Destiny.
Hold on, let me give her the benefit of the doubt. You know? If DGG, okay, if her, I don't want to give shit to Ukrainiana. Okay, fuck with her content a little bit. I think it's just the baggage that Destiny carries and like what the shit that he does and what DGG do of like of DGG defending like his actions to a certain extent, and is just like.
Yeah, but
I don't know. I think
what does defending his actions mean though? That's the issue. My problem is like the reason why people hate Loner Box is because he's not on their narrative about Destiny. They don't think that he's an evil rapist pedophile. That because Loner made like good, reasonable criticisms of Destiny instead of being fucking unhinged, or because Loner's not constantly talking about the shit that Destiny did. He just wants to get on with his content and do his own thing. All of this suddenly means that now he must like that. Yeah, like that's what these people think. And then how do they talk about it? They spin it as Loner wants to get back in with Destiny when this is over, or Loner's trying to make it so that like eventually like Destiny and he can become friends again. And I think that's literally what these people think. If you don't shit on Destiny to the extent that they want, then like you're their enemy.
I mean, I'm on a crusade with them against the scenes community. But I think Dubbringer said, I don't know if to do it or not. I think Dubbringer said, I made her repent over that. She's now chill on Ukrainian Anna and doesn't let her by her.
Yeah. I saw.
No, I feel like Sadim. I think the more we talk, I think I told her like, shut up. We're gonna have totally different opinions. Okay, we're probably never gonna agree on shit. Like I said, I'm a Loner Box fan. She's like a Hasanabi head. But I think having a conversation, like in DMs, I think she's like dumb, but like not dumb. You know what I mean?
I mean, if she watches Hassan and that's where she gets all of her information from, then yeah, probably.
She's totally different on Twitter compared to DMs. Totally different. She has like the same opinions on Twitter like in DMs, but like the way she she acts in DMs, I feel like she's a little bit not too cuckoo. She is cuckoo, but not too cuckoo. You know what I mean? Not too cuckoo.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess you could say that because obviously there are some people who act unhinged on Twitter. Like Destiny is one of those people, for fuck's sake. But I mean, he does it to bait conversations. Whereas Sadim, I don't know why She
I
like
think she deemed.
unless
I
she's
think
baiting engagement, but
I don't know. I think she said she fucks with me, and she said some of the Hasanabi heads like me than Lauren Box. It's probably understandable. I am younger and cooler, but
well,
I think her having a conversation with someone who has a totally polar opposite position as her, and like they're not fucking like debate bro in the DMs or like not arguing with her. I think might change the perspective on certain people or like certain fandoms. I think that's a little bit of a fresh air. A little bit. I think personally, this is what I want. This is what I want for 2026. Okay. I think this is what I said to Destiny on stream. Okay, this is what I really want. Okay, I want a UN peace deal. Okay, I don't give a fuck about the whole Destiny docs them or JStock docs them. Okay, so this is what I want. Okay, even though it sounds fucking retarded, this is what I want. I want a fucking peace deal between JStock. I know it's not gonna happen. I know it's not gonna happen. But let me cook for a bit. Okay, I want peace in the Middle East.
I mean,
okay,
all you're gonna do.
I want a UN peace deal between the JStock community and the Discord and the GGG. I know it's never gonna happen. I know it's probably never gonna happen. Okay, but
yeah, don't be the UN. The UN is useless. That's never gonna happen.
I know it's not gonna happen.
Well, if you know it's not gonna happen, then why would you fucking do it?
What do you mean? What do you think it's called an idea, bro? What are you talking about?
The Spooder, you need a Trump deal.
I think, but honest to God, I think having conversations with like people with totally polar opposites of you, like having conversations with like Hasanabi heads, is a little bit fresh. Like it gives light to the end of the tunnel. Okay, when there's dark times, it gives a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, I don't think it's that bad to have conversations with people who has totally polar opposites. Like yeah, for example, I had a 45-minute conversation with fucking Vadim. Okay, even though Vadim in the VC LLM for like 45 minutes.
That sucked.
It was like 4 a.m. Okay, it was like at night, and he was like, "Hey, if you don't join the VC, I'm blocking." I was like, "I bet." But I feel like it's good to have conversations.
You should have gone live during that.
No, hell no. I don't know. Well, I sent the transcript around, but I think
Wait, how did you get a transcript of that? Did you record it and then make ChatGPT make a transcript?
Yeah, bro's a little bit schizo. Okay, it's for my own safety, all right? It's for my own safety. But I feel like having a conversation with Hasanabi heads, okay, or sometimes anti-fans. Okay, I think it's not that bad.
No, I don't have a problem with talking to Hassan heads. I have no issue with that whatsoever. It's just that I want to talk about politics. I'm not interested in having conversations where the entire thing is basically just going to people being like, "Oh my God, Destiny said this, Loner said this. Do you disavow?"
It's not that. It's not really like, oh, why you like Loner Box? It's like more of like, why do you? Okay, as a fan, why do you fuck Loner Box? Okay, why do you, as a person, like this person? Why do you defend this person? Okay,
I just yeah, but the thing is that I don't care, because then that's just going to devolve into an argument where I'm talking about like another person's life or whatever, and I have no interest in doing that. It's just boring.
I feel like
it's like when that Emory person came on here and yelled at me about how like he felt he doesn't want to like be in the he doesn't want to talk to me about the genocide shit until I disavowed Destiny, because he was so mad that I talked to him. Like it's literally, it's just concern trolling. He's just like, "Oh my God, you don't agree with my opinion that this person is an evil rapist pedophile and therefore you need to leave, like, or therefore I'm gonna come in here and make a big deal out of it, and I'm gonna scream at you about it, and like and then I'm gonna come in your chat now that I've left your view." Like it's boring.
I feel like
yeah, like it's exactly, Toby. Those people are not interested in politics. Their only politics is hating Destiny or Lonerbox. And I don't care about, I'm not going to litigate other people's personal lives. Yeah, all I want to do is talk about drama, and I'm not going to debate drama with people, because then it just turns into dumb fuck mind reading shit. Like Toby, that's why like you're probably at least right to some degree on like what Destiny believes, or like him being like manipulative in some way. But like, I'm not gonna yell at you and have an argument with you about that shit, because like at the end of the day, neither one of us can fucking read his mind, and so therefore arguing about that is really dumb. There's no facts there to litigate over. It's literally just like one person's perception of a situation over another, and I I don't know. I just think that's silly. Like, I have no desire to talk to people about that shit. And I also have no desire to be purity tested because I don't 100% line up with people's opinions or their insane opinions, or because I don't want to be part of your dumb crusade. If that Sadim girl wants to talk about politics, then I'll talk about politics. But I'm not interested in like being concern trolled. And if she wants to talk to me about IP, that's fine. But
okay, I'll reach out to Sadim. I'll probably give her like a heads up. Shut the fuck up with the whole anti-fan shit, whatever. Okay. I mean, like, if she like breaks any rules, obviously, or I think I could ban her. Fuck. I'll probably just tell her, hey, heads up, hey, if you want to join the server, okay. This, please, honest to God, okay. Stuff for law, okay. Don't please don't talk about anti-fan shit, bro. It's a little bit boring, okay. God damn.
Yeah, that's it. Like, I just don't care about that. It's just fucking stupid.
I mean, like, I don't know. Based on the court shit, would it change my mind at the outcome? I mean, I don't know. I gotta like.
I don't even know if she's interested in coming on VC for like a discussion either. And if that's the case,
no. This is totally separate. I'm talking about Destiny. Would it change my mind based on the court shit? I'm probably to do like a fucking, like not a 1-on-1, but like I'm probably have to like lock myself in a room, like listen to the outcome of this court shit. Then I have to like probably by myself at night read a fucking transcript or fucking 2,000-page fucking document between fucking Pixie and Destiny and actually conduct my honest opinion on the outcome of this shit. So probably do that shit in like 2027, but
2027. I mean, there's a bunch of shit in that court case that doesn't really look particularly good, but I don't know. It's whatever. Like, I'm not.
If you talk to her on her channel in VC first, then I would consider it, but still probably not. Well, if I spoke to Sadim on the fucking one-on-one box channel, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think she VC at all. I think she's
well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, what's the point of me even having her in here? Unless you mean like, because like the thing is that the nice thing about Fire is that he's willing to come into the voice chat and argue with me. Like I guess it's fine to if like magatards or whatever, I guess, or like people who disagree with me want to join the server even if they don't want to come on stream and talk. But at the same time, I don't know if I trust somebody like that who is part of this anti-fan community to not be screenshotting shit and sending it all over the place. And that's kind of why I don't know if I want her in here.
Well, cross-busting the Twitter. I mean, like it's fair. I mean, that's what I mean. Like we have fucking Wait, okay, I'm gonna call you out a little bit. You have Orga Boy. Okay, you have Orga Boy to server. Okay.
Yeah, but okay, is Ogre Boy even part of that sphere? Ogre Boy's just like an anti-fan.
Yeah. What the fuck? What you mean? Well, I mean, like, is cross-posting that deep in fucking? Not really. I don't go fuck about cross-posting like that. To a certain extent.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Though
I mean, we can't cross. I think Globalbots did get the green light of cross-posting in Lunar Core, so I don't think it's that deep.
Wait, I'm sorry. No, wait, I don't know what you mean. No, that's not the problem. It's just talking about like what kind of people I want in my community, because the point is that I'm trying to distance myself from this whole from the concern troll squad, and like I feel like she's part of that because she came in here, she was in my chat, and I banned her as soon as I saw her there when she was part of the because she came in as part of the fucking Queeman anti-fan concern troll squad. Like, she didn't join the Discord, but she was in my chat.
I mean, like, I don't know. This is what I do. This is what I'll do. She probably not gonna agree to it, but I'll probably send her a DM real quick and be like, "Hey, yo, let me pick your brain real quick. Okay, would you be down to have a conversation? Okay, live. Okay, I think it'd be kind of cool. Be a cool conversation. But we'll see. Who knows? But Toby, I think you are kind of. You know what? You know who I hate? You know what I despise though? Okay, fuck it. Which Lore Box mod is kind of retarded? Okay, I think.
What? Wait, hold on. We're not here to. What the fuck are you going on about now?
Let me rank my Lore Box mods real quick.
Jesus.
I think number one, probably Toby.
Oh, okay. Well, of course, Toby is constantly like talking about how awesome you are in chat.
She gotta step it up, bro. I have not seen her do like any mod shit. Not gonna lie. So
see, look at the hearts and everything.
Chance Red Crab. You're kind of retarded. I'm not gonna hold you, gang. You're kind of dumb, kind of goober.
I think
Goober.
Toby definitely does do mod stuff in Loner Chord. Actually, I think
Nah, Sheer does not.
She probably does.
Sheer.
She probably is one of the more active moderators in Lonerbox's chat on YouTube.
No, I'm talking about like modding in general. I feel like Sheer is probably the most. She does not do shit. She's just a mod because she's like Israeli. The only reason why she's like
used to
a
do
mod
stuff
because
she doesn't
because
do
back
it.
in 2024 doing the IP shit. Okay, Sev, he's a mod because he's Palestinian. Okay, that's a fucking DEI. Okay, and Transred Crab is a mod because he has fucking trans as his fucking name. Alright, motherfucker. Transred Crab is a fucking dog shit mod. Okay, he's terrible.
What?
I should be mod. But I can see why. They don't want a black man. 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 Okay, they don't want a black man as a fucking mod. I get it. Okay, I get it though.
Oh my
Mercy,
God.
she's like, and also Mercy has a mod. I don't know. She's too like reactionary. I'm not gonna lie. She doesn't. She like
What do you mean? Maruzi's a great mod.
No, she overreacts like hella. Okay, even like straight up. Like
no, it's
for example,
you're just saying that
no,
because you're...
I'm not bullshitting. I should have told her in DMs. Yo, you could straight up pick a quote from fucking Marusi that she said and like relate to her. Like, hey, this is what you said in the quote, and she fucking crashed out. See, Marusi, she's hella reactionary. She gotta like chill out for a bit. Holy shit.
Okay. I mean,
she gotta like chill out. Okay, she's too reaction. She's too like she's like on edge 24/7. She gotta like chill out real quick. Like holy shit. Okay, we gotta relax. Pipe it down.
You need to calm down, little bro.
Little bro, don't little bro me. Okay, Mercy, she's like 0 to 100 24/7 for no reason. She got like pipe down, relax, little bro. God damn. Treasure Crab is kind of retarded. Okay, Toby, she's cool. She does more modding than Sheer because Sheer does not do shit. Not gonna hold you. I should just replace her, low key.
Yeah, the reason why Maruzi gets so annoyed is because that literally moderating all of you people is like it's because you're all fucking children. Every single one of you, including you.
No, not. I'm honestly, God, okay. Because people call me misogynistic all the fucking time. Okay, which 99% of the time I'm pretty like.
I love how that's what you came up with.
No, not. I'm probably more right based off my interactions with certain women in the political sphere.
She's not a mod anymore. But we're not going to get into that. Yes, we're not talking about. We're not talking about that.
Yeah, it's a shit that we're not talking about. We're moving on, okay? But I think overall, okay, a mod that actually mods probably Toby or Kalinda. You're kind of
honestly.
Probably Toby and Mercy. Embo is fucking retarded. Holy shit! Like dead ass is straight up. He's the fucking like. Well, actually, he's a fucking your admin, motherfucker. Your main job is not to have an opinion. Okay, your main job is a fucking mod. All right, you fucking nerd. All right, Embo. I know you're watching right now. You fucking nerd. God damn.
I don't think that he's watching. He's not even in this server.
Oh, I know he's too old. But I feel like the top 2 mods is probably Mauricio Toby. 3, probably put Kalinda probably like number 5. And
okay, listen, I don't. Hold on, Sev does do stuff in the Discord server.
He does.
Yeah, he does.
Straight up. He always does. He only does like mod shit. It's about like Israel Palestine. Like what the fuck?
Like,
come on, bro. Come on, cuz. Come on.
Sev gets rated near the bottom of the list from Spider because Spider thinks that he's DEI.
He's DEI. Why did Dante get unbanned? Like get canceled.
Dante got unbanned because the loner determined that banning him would basically mean that we would be banning most pro-Palestine people, or a lot more pro-Palestine people, and he still wants people to be able to express their opinion. Lannis, of course you're going to say Sev is DEI. You don't like Sev.
Does he want like? Okay, this is okay. So if Lonerbox wants like crazy ass skits or like Dante goofy ass talking about like yo Palestinians, they should get massacred if they collaborate with the IDF.
That's
Gaza.
that's not what he
That's
said.
that's
but-
what basically said. Okay, I'm believing Seb because he's probably more Palestinian than nothing.
Listen,
but
Spider, there was a trial, okay, and they
I don't know
determined.
about no trial. I don't give a fuck.
If you have
about
a problem with like how Loner wants to run his shit, then you should take it up with him. But he decided to allow him to stay.
You know what? I will. Cause all right. I'm calling it right now. Okay, because based off the rules, all right. There's no what's it called? There's no calls for violence. Well,
he wasn't actually calling for violence. That's not what he was doing.
Let's see. Wishing harm on others. Okay, threats of violence. Okay,
well, no, he wasn't. Also, when you're talking about wishing harm on others, they usually mean like other members of the Discord. Not
okay. What if?
Unless you're like openly calling for violence or whatever. Kalinda, he is drafting a DM to Lonerbox as yeah, I'm sure he is, and I'm sure Loner will.
I'm not drafting no goddamn DM
because it's not like Loner answers DMs.
He doesn't answer DMs. You have to like shut up. I think back in like 2024, I think Seb DM'd me to like DM him on Twitter and like for no fucking about like I think about their trip on Israel. So
Loner, sometimes Loner answers my DMs, but I think it really depends on whether or not he probably gets a billion DMs. Okay, I don't blame him. At least I feel like Destiny sets aside time to answer his DMs, because when I DM'd him recently, he got back to me a couple days later. But a lot of I don't know, not everybody does that. And if you get like hundreds of messages daily, then you're probably just not going to answer those DMs or like you might glance at them and then decide whatever is most important. Yeah. Like if you actually
wait. So if Dante take fuck the meme shit. Okay, let's lock in for a bit. Okay, serious shit.
God.
Okay, so based off Dante's take of what he said, okay, it doesn't break any TOS or Disco TOS on it doesn't break any like Lonerbox rules, right? So you wouldn't care if like people who's like Israeli or like probably a little bit more pro Zionist than the average look up. Have like pro settlements, in Lunar Court. Like you wouldn't mind of them being in the Discord, right? But they didn't break any like TOS, right?
Oh, hold on. Are you talking about Loner Court or my Discord? Because my Discord is a free for all.
I'm talking about Loner Court. Okay, based on what Dante what Dante said, based off his take, if Dante gets to stay in Loner Court, okay, would you mind? You wouldn't mind if like any like Israeli have like pro settlements?
No, because that's not the same thing.
It is the same thing. What are you talking about?
No,
what?
It's not. Dante's take is that
okay. Explain Dante's take right now.
Dante's take is that Palestinians who maliciously betray their fellow Palestinians in order to inform for the IDF should be executed or purged or whatever. But here's,
do you agree with Dante's take?
Wait, hold on, I'm not done. Just a second. But the problem with this take is that it does not reflect reality in any way, because there is a perverse incentive for Palestinians to inform on the IDF, or at least for Palestinians in Gaza to inform to the IDF against Hamas, and because the IDF manipulates them. I don't agree with that take, because I don't think it's reflective of reality. I think it's like a silly virtue signal. But like Loner decided that it was okay because that this kind of shit is the same kind of he feels like he's gonna go too far in banning like pro-Palestine opinions to the point where there's not gonna be like pro-Palestine people just won't be allowed in the Discord, and he doesn't want that. He still wants there to be pro-Palestine people.
Oh, what the fuck?
He just doesn't want extremists from either side. Because those people are useless.
I don't want to shit on Dante, but what the fuck is this? I don't want to smoking crack. He's probably smoking crack, but I don't know what the fuck did he mean by I don't know what any pro-Palestinian people getting banned. Motherfucker, Dante said if any Palestinians maliciously collaborate with the idea, they should get fucking annihilated, execution style. Like, what the fuck? What is this like? Oh, what? Come on, bro.
It's not.
And, okay, fine. If I gave Dante that benefit of the doubt and what you say on it, then fine. But you wouldn't mind, like I said before, you wouldn't mind if people who has like pro-Israeli, very pro-Israeli,
you'd have to give, for example, a corresponding example. The settlement example doesn't really work.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
You have Dante saying Palestinians who maliciously collaborate with the IDF should get fucking executed, and then I should like for example, we should have Israelis in Lunar Court who's like pro settlement. So what's the
No, because that's not the extremist position on the Palestinian side.
There is a extremist position. What are you talking about?
Dante's opinion is not the extremist position on the Palestinian side. The extremist position on the Palestinian side is that Israel should be destroyed and that there should be a full right of return. And October, like the opposite of I support settlements is like on the Palestinian side is literally like Israel should be destroyed because people who support settlements also think there shouldn't be a Palestinian state.
Okay, Colin, you're not cooking. I think Chase James will agree with me. Okay, Chase James. God. Let me ask you this. Okay, do you think? Okay, I'm not trying to shit on Dante, but let me just leave Dante out of it. Do you think it's a little bit extreme? Okay, if someone said, "Hey, yo," as a pro-Palestinian person on myself, who's like very pro-Pali, yo, any Palestinians who maliciously collaborate with the IDF should get fucking executed.
Yes, I do think that. Yes,
that is extreme.
I think that. Yeah, kind of, but it's not the typical extreme position. Also,
bro,
listen, the problem with it, like I said before, I don't really have a position on this because I think that it entirely depends on what kind of, on like what kind of Discord Lonerbox wants to run. And that was what he said. Like, we also don't ban people from Loner Court who think it's a genocide.
Wait.
We also don't ban people from Loner Court who are like one state solution people.
Okay, that's
we
why
just ban people if they support October 7th or settlements or ethnic cleansing of all the Palestinians.
That's a little bit different. Y'all have Delta who said any Palestinians who collaborate with the IDF maliciously should get executed. That's a little different. But like I said, like I said before, you're kind of like pivoting away from my question. You wouldn't mind if like people who like pro-Israeli have like pro-settlement views, no?
No, I don't think that Loner wants those particular people because he still wants it to be a space where like pro-Palestine and pro-Israel people can talk without like having insane people. That being said, I mean, Epic is saying it in chat that like he understands Dante's position because that typically that would be considered treason in most other states, and the penalty for that often is execution. You know, if you sell information of the enemy to the enemy in the United States, you might get the same treatment. Yeah, like, so I mean, like, I don't know, I get it, but at the same time, for the reasons on the ground, Dante's take was not like, I don't agree, and I feel like it's just kind of a silly virtue signal. But whatever. Yeah,
okay, so like if
TRC,
the Iranians
stop with this Canada slander. Wait, you're Canadian, aren't you, TRC? Anyway, go ahead.
So if the Iranian protesters collaborate with the fucking people like Mossad or fucking the CIA, they deserve to get fucking executed, right?
No, because we don't like the Iranian regime because the Iranian regime is evil. Like it depends.
Yeah, but like you said before, right? Wouldn't be that crazy, right? Because other countries probably fall under that.
Okay, here's the thing. The reason why I don't particularly like that, or like why I don't really, I feel like you have to judge it on a situation by situation basis, right? Like I think that the thing would be like, to what extent does this quote unquote treasonous act actually harm like the people or whatever, and also like what are the aims of the people in question? And because the Iranian regime is not like their aims is not even to take care of their people, and so that's why I support like the protesters wanting to take them down. And no, I don't think they should.
Yeah, but overall, they're still a sovereign nation, no? Like Iran is still a sovereign nation, no? A little bit.
Yeah, they are a sovereign nation, but if the people within Iran seek help from another country in order to take down their government, because the majority of people want to get rid of that government, I don't have a problem with that. Because that's them exercising their self-determination and their sovereignty. That's them attempting to like reclaim their country. You know, like that would be like saying that the U.S. shouldn't have accepted help from France during the Revolutionary War because that was another country and because they were trying to like take down the British or whatever. But they were trying to do it because like British rule wasn't good for them. So I mean, yeah, you kind of have to think about it or whatever in terms of how that would go. But that's generally my thought about it, is that I think it's a case-by-case basis. And I think that like in the case of Hamas, I don't think Hamas is good. So I'm not necessarily opposed to individual Gazans informing on Hamas in order to stop Hamas from doing bad shit in Israel or to like help Israel kill like Hamas people. And yeah, just because that I don't think, because like Hamas isn't good. They're not good for Gazans, and they're not good for the Palestinian cause, and they're not good for Israeli civilians. They're basically not good for anybody except for themselves. And so I think they're bad. And yeah. Now, that being said, I don't agree with some of the shit that Israel does in order to make people cooperate with them, obviously, like the blackmailing gay Gazans in order to get them to give information and stuff. That's not good either. But yeah, some of them are put in impossible situations, and it's like really shitty. Or some of them are just trying to get their family out, and that's why they do it. Chase, why do you want to talk to Spider?
Well, what?
Chase, are you here to like fucking...
I sure to God, it was about Bosch. I'm gonna crash out. I don't know. All right, I'm saying it now. Okay, don't be surprised when some like if the fucking Israelis crash the fuck out because like they have a fucking crazy ass tank. And you're like, oh my god. Okay, double leg. Okay, it's not right now. I'm saying it right now. I'm saying it right fucking now. All right,
bro. I told you. I'm not
It's like
responsible.
a Fortnite.
I'm not responsible for the moderation of the fucking server, okay? Like,
I'm just saying.
It's not my
saying,
server.
I'm just saying.
I just
I know it's your
moderate
server. I'm just
the
saying.
way that Loner wants us to moderate. It's his server.
Loner Box, he's old as shit. He's 36, 35, old as shit. But I'm just saying, okay, for the Israelis in chat, okay, and the Palestinians, of course, don't be surprised, okay, if an Israeli has said like a similar take to Dante, and you get banned, okay, still not there. Don't be surprised.
Whatever. I don't care.
What do you mean, whatever? It's gonna happen.
Why are you saying this to me?
What do you mean? Because we're having Warnerbox saying like, hey, low key, yeah, we should have a person who said,
Spider,
Palestinians
stop.
should collaborate with the idea.
Spider, stop. Okay.
Come on, bro.
No, stop. You're doing it. You're doing that thing. Okay.
What?
No, like you're trying my patience because now I feel like you're literally just concern trolling. I am not interested.
I'm not concern trolling. How am I concern trolling?
Oh my
what?
God,
You talking about?
Because you're literally coming in here and like trying to like make me agree with you about a thing over which I have no control.
Okay, but like you went back and you said, "Oh, it's not extreme, but it's extreme, but not really extreme to the standard." So, what is it? Is it extreme or not extreme?
I mean, I think that what do you mean, extreme or not extreme to the standards?
With no context with no context to to what Dante said. Okay, fuck Dante. Well, I don't hate Dante, but is that extreme? Just based off what Dante said, is that extreme? Or based off, in your opinion, based on your point of view, is it extreme? Just a little bit.
I mean, Spider.
Hold on. It's kind of extreme, but it's not extreme to the same degree as like literally like saying October 7th was based, which is the bannable or denying rapes on October 7th. These are like bannable, like way too overboard positions that we have. Like that'll like saying this shit'll get you banned if you think what?
I mean, yeah, because like Dante's position, yeah, sure, it's probably extreme to the average person, but it's nothing compared to say Bad Empanada or say Squirrel or any of their takes. Because people like that, they don't just want to they don't just say stuff like that. They want to like destroy Israel and either kill or displace all Israelis and do all that crazy stuff. In comparison to that, what Dante said doesn't seem that bad.
I mean,
of course, it's still kind of nutty. But
Dante said is probably the position of a lot of like Palestinians who live in Gaza and the West Bank. But also, I think Spider said that he would be right back. So I don't know where he is going or if he's leaving or whatever. But you know,
I see.
Yeah, I feel like Clint, he is baiting me though. What?
You see that meme I posted in the meme section?
Maybe. Hold on.
No.
Memes. Like where?
It should be in memes.
Yeah, is it the most recent one? Oh.
It's one that I posted. It's about like different people when you call them Arab.
Okay.
It's a funny one. I don't know. I'm trying to find some way to diffuse the situation here right now.
No, it's fine. No, it's not. It's not really that tense. Listen, I just start to get annoyed after a while because it feels like Spider is like basically trying to like Spider just loves to like challenge mod decisions, and he thinks that he can get away with it by talking to me. But I have to put my foot down on that because like he loves being like a fucking rules lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Look, Spider. Look, he likes getting into fights. He's always trying to find something to pick with someone. I don't know. It's weird.
Well, I mean, yeah, because he likes fighting, but he was the reason why we made that rule in Loner Accord about like no rules lawyering. No, you can't advocate for your friends or like come in and start. Yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, I'm probably going to dip. I didn't really have much to say. I just kind of wanted to clarify that.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't even think Spider heard you because I don't know where he is, but that's fine.
Okay, well, have fun. Sorry for coming in. My bad.
It's all good. Have a good one. I don't know where Spider went. For the record, I seriously don't agree with Dante on most things, but he's just a yapper, and it's not in the bad faith that we see a lot around here. Yeah, I suppose so. Also, Lannis, I feel like you like are so quick to jump to like defend shit that like Israel's government or military does or whatever, or to explain like this is exactly like, yeah, but every other government does this. I mean, that doesn't mean that like I'm morally okay with it. I understand that every government does this. I understand from a pragmatic perspective that like you feel the need to blackmail people or whatever in order to get intelligence out of them. But that doesn't mean that I'm okay with that. Like I'm not saying that like Israel is worse than other governments who do this. Okay.
Excuse me, sir. Are you Arab? Where are you from? I'm Arab. No, you're not. Then where am I? Oh my God. I'm black. You're Arab.
Poor Turkish people.
Why are you doing the cross? You're Arab. Kat ma breshokh ana lewin arabaya ya bronet kelwa. What are you reading? No English. Español? Sí. Francés? Oui. African? Arabi? And I'm Shi Arabi. Ana Amazigh. Nice to meet you. I'm Kurdish. Aren't you Arab? Sit down. Let me explain. Are you speaking Arabic? What did you say, Koskesh? Excuse me, sir. Are you Arab?
Yeah. Wait, is Wick live right now? What the actual fuck? Oh, it's because he's on Adam and Sitch. Oh, God. Spider's always going rogue. True! Okay, Jesus. What the hell else are we gonna do? Oh yeah, we were listening to
ultimately debate what ought to be and the final form that a future democratic secular system in Iran should take. I'm not here to advocate for a republic or a monarchy. I'm here to be the honest broker above the fray in complete neutrality, making sure, however, that we have a fully transparent democratic transition. But the expectation of Iranians is to be able to have a smooth transition, to be able to have a stable transition, and that is why a big part of my campaign depends on having, unlike other scenarios of regime change in the region that did not pan out so well, the Iranian scenario includes maximum defections of elements that can be part of the solution. That is why I've launched this campaign many months ago, and we had over tens of thousands of respondents, members in the military, paramilitary forces, and the civil bureaucracy that will be able to be part of the solution in the future, so long as their hands is not soiled with the blood of the Iranian people. And that is something that will bring people a sense of confidence that they're responding to my call, that they can trust me in this, and I intend to do exactly what I said, to help them achieve that end. I'm a bridge and not the destination at this point.
But Reza, how can you promise and how can you make people who may doubt what's next with you in charge of a transition, that this will not be a return to a monarchy, that this will not be a future autocratic government?
Because they have followed my path and my track record for 46 years. From the very beginning, they know what I stood for. What I tell you today, Nora, is what I said 40 years ago. I've been a man of my word, and I'm my own man. And that's why they know who they're dealing with. It was difficult for them to have that information, but today's generation of young Iranians...
Wait, what's happening with the Kurds in Iran right now, Bomber? Like, I mean, I know that the Kurds basically are constantly getting fucked. Also, I don't know where Spider is or if he's even coming back. Like, I heard something about the Kurds in, like, the north of Iran being, like, armed or something, but... Oh, they are the ones with the guns. Curious.
Know even more about me than people of my own age. The fact is that they have followed me all these years. They understand where it is that I'm coming from. They understand my vision and, most importantly, my commitment to a democratic alternative. I live my life, most of my life, Nora, in a democratic world. I've seen the importance of institutions. Understand the importance of checks and balance. I understand what it takes to guarantee a society that we don't deviate from a democratic path and what's necessary to be done fundamentally, institutionally. It's not about somebody in charge at the top of a pyramid. It takes much more than that to maintain democracy. I've learned it. I prepared for it. I trained for it. And that's why I think that trust that you hear now in me is because they understand me, my goal, and what it is that I'm offering. And I'm responding to their call. I'm responding to their ask to step in and lead them. They call my name. They don't call somebody else's name. And that puts a huge load on my shoulder that I intend to discharge in the best of my abilities to heed their call and be a servant of my people and my nation.
But Reza, you have not been back to Iran in nearly 50 years, half a century. What would it mean for you to go back?
The whole world. Look, I've never felt detached from my homeland. I've always been in touch with my fellow compatriots, literally on a daily basis, in various ways. And, you know, as time went by, and we all now have a step to take back and look at the perspective of things, where Iran was going, where it happened since then, and where can we go from here. There's a whole host of experience that we have all gone through. And now we have a pretty good picture of where we want to be. We know exactly what we want and what we don't want.
Forgive me, Reza, I heard you say over the weekend that you are willing to die for this cause. What does that mean?
Yes. But look, the first time I was ready to die for a cause when I volunteered to join the Iranian Air Force during the Iraqi attack on Iran and the breaking of the Iran-Iraq war, when the revolutionary government of Khomeini was already in place. My patriotic duty was asking me to, as a pilot, to go and fight alongside my military brethren in that war. I was prepared to die then. I'm prepared to die now. There's no greater cause for that, the liberty. And what is my life when I'm thinking of millions of young Iranians who today call my name? This young girl who a doctor in Tehran was operating on because she was shot in the face with bullets that had broken her jaw.
Oh, if he actually meant it, if he actually wanted to, yeah.
The doctor said, where are you going? He said, I'm going back to the street. I'm going back and I'm going to the streets and I wait until Reza, my leader, comes back and saves us. That's the degree of commitment they have. How could I not possibly be unprepared to die for them, to die for liberty, to die for saving our nation? I'm prepared to do that. I've trained for it all my life. I prepared for it all my life. And maybe this is a time that I can be there alongside them to fight the final battle.
Reza, when I have talked to my sources in the region about what is happening in Iran, they point out that there has been this cycle that we talked about, starting with the Green Revolution in 2009. And every year, and what occurs is people rise up in Iran wanting change. And then there is this violent crackdown with hundreds, thousands killed. And then it fizzles out because there are not cracks in the regime. There is not a crack and fissure within the elite. What can you say today that makes this any different? There's no sign yet that there have been any cracks in the regime.
Well, that's not accurate. There has been cracks in the regime. Defections are beginning to occur. In fact, as I said, there have been an outreach of elements that I've already said that are prepared to do that at significant levels of authority, both in the armed forces side as well as the civilians. They know that this regime is on the verge.
What?
Icon.
Yes, you are still here. Why'd you... Yeah, what's up? Did you... Are you done?
All right. So, overall, okay. I think we come to agreement. Okay. Just saying. I'm just saying.
Okay,
That's why I cancel Dante out here.
I don't...
Just saying.
Bro, listen. Here's the issue, okay? By the way...
What's the main issue?
You're the reason that we made that rule about lawyering, or about rules lawyering the Discord. It's
How's that rules lawyering?
Annoying.
How's that rules lawyering? Bro, come on, gang.
Because you're literally, like... You're literally going
lawyering?
on.
Okay, bro,
yes,
okay,
you
okay,
are.
okay.
You're
Based
literally
on,
like, would you? Yeah, and also, and then you do this thing where you basically completely deny that you've ever done anything wrong, which is what happens anytime anybody talks
now
to
what?
you.
I made it. Now what? Now what? I just did it right now. I just did it right now. Okay, but okay, based off. Okay, but that wouldn't make sense. Okay, you say lawyering, but
yes, you're questioning the decisions of moderators. You did the same shit when I gay babied that one dude.
Talking about hello? Are you dumb or just dumb? Are you talking about the dude got banned because it's the so-called pro-China talking points, right? And Dante got banned for I'm not lawyering. I'm not trying to bring a fucking old drama. I'm just saying.
Yes, you did. You're literally you're coming in here and you're asking a bunch of questions and you're saying, "Oh my god, I feel like this guy should be banned."
I'm not saying
I
Dante
don't
should be banned.
understand.
Retarded?
I
Why
think
you
this
why you
is a
being bad for
double
now?
standard. Yes, you are. That's exactly
It's
what you're
not.
doing. You're
I'm not double
questioning
standard.
the
Okay,
moderation
if
of the
I'm
Discord.
so
Questioning the
I'm questioning the
decisions
moderator.
of the
Okay, buddy.
mods is annoying. That's why we
Okay,
banned people
but
from doing it.
was I questioning the decision of Dante getting banned? I'm
Yes.
just asking.
Yes,
Would you want that?
were.
Would you want that? Would you want that? I'm just saying.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
I'm just asking.
questioning it. You're literally
Okay, but I'm not
lawyering by
lawyering.
doing.
I'm not fucking
would
lawyering.
this
Fucking
be okay in
Dante.
another situation?
What the fuck? Are you like dumb? What are you talking about? Cause I don't know. I'm not trying to say. I'm not trying to call Dante. Cause I'm just saying. Okay, based on
Spider,
what Dante
you are
take,
literally a fucking emotional terrorist.
You're fucking retarded. You're fucking brain dead. Holy shit.
Ignore every.
You're all brain dead.
You can't take responsibility for anything that you say. And if somebody says you did this thing and I find it irritating, your response is, "What? I'm not doing that." And then like you start like making them try to justify.
I'm not. You're brain dead. What are you talking about? You're just brain dead,
bro.
Okay, bro. You're just not listening. I'm not trying to cancel out Dante. I'm just saying.
It's got nothing to do with that. It's the fact that you're like, oh my god, this guy's not banned.
But you're crashing out. You're crashing out. Why think about the comparison? If an Israeli had the same talking point, you're
okay. Why are you asking that? Why are you asking that question, Spider? Why? Why does it matter?
Because Lego Fortnite is part of the most dog shit channel in Court. Okay, to be
yeah, there you go. That's why you're literally questioning our moderation decisions.
I give you my take because some Israelis in Lego Fortnite and some people some people want to pro Palestine decide to be fucking complaining 24%, but like, oh, this server is pro Palestine, this server is pro Israel.
Yeah,
like what the fuck?
That's gonna happen. There's nothing we can fucking do about that, dude. That's going to happen when you have like two groups of people who disagree with each other on things. There's going to be people who are going to be like, oh my god, this server is too anti-Semitic, or this server has too much shit. Like, if you don't want that kind of confrontation, then you know what the answer is. And if you find Lego Fortnite annoying, then just don't look at Lego Fortnite. You can even message a mod and ask them to cut off access to Lego Fortnite, and we will happily do that for you. If you think it would make your life better and you would have a healthier existence not looking at that channel, then you know what? We're here to help you with that. We will literally remove your access to that channel if you think that it would make your life easier. So you can be happier in Lonerbox's community. And it sounds like you would benefit from that, Spider. Or you just want to like bitch and moan about Lego Fortnite all the time.
Lego Fortnite, our fucking community. I'm just saying, holy shit, you're trying to like twist my words and like trying to insert like.
If you muted it, that's great.
You're being bad faith by saying like, oh, Spider just wanted to fucking yap about drama or fucking insert all your Lauren. I'm just saying, holy shit, because Lego Fortnite, because Lorna Court is the main fucking Lorna Court, like the main fucking servers is fucking Israel Palestine 24/7. Okay, holy shit. I'm just asking your fucking opinion. I'm not trying to fucking lure you or the fucking Lauren Box.
I mean, it sure sounds like you are.
I'm just asking your opinions. I'm just asking some opinions. Based off, I'm just asking. Hold on, you're not letting me speak. I'm just asking based on your take. Would you keep the person who's pro settlement in the server?
You are asking me.
I'm not trying to lawyer. I don't know why you fucking trying to like
bro.
The word. I'm not trying to lawyer you.
Stop. Listen. Shut up. Listen to me. Okay. Here's the issue.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
If all you're doing is just asking me questions about it, then why did you continuously challenge it after I gave my opinion? It sounds like you're trying to change my mind. You're literally debating with me about this mod decision.
The settlement thing?
Yeah, okay, you did. You're literally like, oh, okay. Well, then why? Because
why?
Debating me.
Why? Could you have fucking people like Tuton? That's what always.
Tuton's gay babied permanently.
Okay, can I ask? Okay, what was the main reason he got banned? Like the gay baby Joe? Like what was the reason?
Because he's a crazy tanky, and he says crazy tanky shit. That's why.
Okay. So. Try to fucking debate, brother. You gotta like pipe the fuck down. Okay, holy shit, relax.
Well, I think that's literally what you're doing.
You gotta pipe down.
It started to get annoying.
I'm trying to understand what's like the main. What's like the tier? What take? Like what type of take do you have to get you automatically banned full court. I'm not trying to fucking debate where you fucking lawyer you. Where the fuck?
I
Okay, I'm
already
just
told
asking.
you. You have to like deny the October 7th rapes, or say October 7th was based, or say that Hamas is based, or say that you support the ethnic cleansing of all the Palestinians, and
Okay,
because
but
Judea
that's
and
like
Samaria belongs to
okay,
Israel,
okay,
or
cool on that,
deny
cool
that
on that,
Palestinians are
cool on that, cool on
a
that,
real national identity.
cool on that.
Those are things that'll get you banned.
We both know. Okay, we both know no one never probably they're probably gonna say it very vaguely. The average chatter is probably not gonna say that. So like, what
There have been people who have said that, and they've gotten
I mean,
banned.
David said it. David said it before. I think
No,
he said about
David didn't say
I think
that.
I think
That's not what
so.
no, he didn't. But there have been people that amelioration station guy was in a few months ago who was saying shit like that. There's also been Israelis who have said stuff that have been pretty close to the line, and they've gotten gay babied because they've expressed like weird decisions. We started gay babying people as well too, who like are who like are really like cringe or really bad, and we've started gay babying them just so that people can have fun fighting with them within the confines of gay baby jail without them like basically shitting up and destroying conversation in other channels. And so if people want to fight with people, yeah. Lannis, if you want to know why David was banned, David was banned because of some shit that happened that I'm not going to get into. There's a channel on Lonerbox, or there's a video on Lonerbox's Discord, or on Lonerbox's YouTube channel. It's called Purging the Toxicity. You can go watch that. I'm not going to get into that drama here. Anyway, Spider, yeah, that was why. Like I explained this to you. It's the issue is that I feel like you're constantly explaining stuff to me.
I'm not trying to lure you. I'm just trying to pick your brain.
You're trying to get me to agree with you.
I'm not agreeing on what? What the fuck are your mod? What the fuck? What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Fucking change your fucking mind? What the fuck?
I mean, it sounds like that's what you want. That's why you keep asking.
We're having a conversation. We're having a conversation. Relax. Holy shit! I want to fucking okay. Come on, you gotta fucking pipe down. Pipe the fucking pipe.
Yeah, now
the brakes.
and now
shit.
you're trying to like be like, oh my god, you're so.
Okay, it's because you're doing it right now.
It's because that I was getting annoyed with this conversation, bro. It's because that like you kept asking me the same shit over and over and over again.
I'm trying to prick your brain. Okay, like you said, the typical if what the fuck, right? October 7 deserve to happen against like the Israelis, right? That's like the average. That's like the average bannable offense, right? Correct.
Yeah, or saying that like Palestinians aren't a real people, or that like Judea and Samaria should be ethnically cleansed.
Okay. Pause there. So like, what take would be like? They won't get banned, but like they have that point of view. Like, what take would that they say like would not get them banned?
I don't know. I don't even know what you mean. Like, I don't understand. Like,
can they be very vague about it or what?
No, because it will probably suspect that they're being masked off and super sussy. Like we'll take it on a case by case basis. No, Speedy Taco, we took a break when Spider went AFK, and I started watching the Iran thing again, and then Spider came back, and yeah, I probably should have just I don't know. That's what I mean, Spider. I don't know what the point of this conversation is, and I'm kind of annoyed.
I'm just trying to see like okay, what tiers. I'm a fucking lawyer. I don't know. You gotta relax. I'm just asking, like, okay, what tiers of takes do you have to like? You want to get you say like crazy shit like Dante said, but you want to get banned or get you
Maruzzi, come into the voice channel instead of yelling from chat. I mean, if we're gonna have like a full on shit show, we may as well have a full on shit show for content.
I'm just asking like what tiers of like. I'm just asking. Okay, so like, if Israeli had like a similar take what Dante said, I'm not trying to fucking throw Dante under the bus to do fucking lawyering.
Yeah, I know. You don't have to keep caveating that, Spider. It doesn't matter. It still feels like
because you're crashing out saying I'm lawyering about.
No, because it feels like what you're trying to do is you're trying to change my mind on something by like continuously poking and challenging my position by asking me different questions.
I'm just saying, okay, if the average Israeli had a similar take of what Dante said, but like for I don't know, like.
The problem is that you can't think of a comparable example, and instead you name like if they support settlements, but that's not the same kind of shit.
But how's that the okay? Give me reasons why that's not the same.
Because that supporting settlements is literally supporting basically there not being any kind of Palestinian state. That's why. It's because it's saying like it's a way more extreme position than saying traitors to Palestine should be executed. You know, which is like a standard position in most countries or whatever, even if I don't agree with it. Hugh, Dante's position is basically that malicious Palestinians who inform on other Palestinians to Israel, or who inform against Hamas, like basically collaborators with Israel, if they do so maliciously, they should be executed. That's his position. Sev got very angry with him about this position, and then he banned him. Because Dante kind of expressed it in like a super edgy way too as well. And it was also in the context of the Hamas street executions, which were definitely probably most of them were probably.
Wait, what the fuck Marusi warned me? What the fuck? This is off the server. What are you talking about? What do I do? I think Marusi warned me in Lonocord, but this is like off server, so I don't know what she's on right now.
Oh, it's because you called her reactionary and you were like shitting on her.
I did.
I wanted her to come in here and defend herself because I thought that because it would be.
I mean,
funny.
she wants to.
Now,
I mean,
I am doing drama stirring for content.
I don't give a fuck.
But at least I'll fucking own it.
What? Who, me?
I will own it. Listen, no, I messaged Maruzi when you started like shitting on her, and I told her, and I was like, Spider is saying some shit.
I think I told her in DMs. Like,
yeah, no, I know. I'm not expecting you to be mad about it. I'm just saying, like, I literally did that in the hope that she would come on and yell at you.
I mean, like, if she bans me for calling her,
she's not gonna ban you, dude. Warnings are a meme. Jesus,
Kalinda. Bro,
I DM'd you the warning. You can show it.
I mean, like, if I don't go fuck. I mean, like, if Rusi bans me for calling her rationing, then it's whatever. Like, I don't give a fuck.
She's not going to ban you. It's a joke.
You don't know that?
None of this is serious. Look at this. Warn. React to this little gov. Like, literally.
12 warnings. See shit. This is slander, dude. It's crazy.
Bro,
slander.
Warnings.
See shit.
You know that warnings are a meme in Loner Cord, right?
Okay, but like I think on the serious note, I think I set up. I think I should have told Brucey in DMs like, hey, okay, not gonna lie. Okay, basically this is based off the interactions that we had, or you reacting to certain stuff in Loner Cord. you might have a little bit. You're 0 to 100 24/7 for some fucking odd reason. Like you gotta like relax.
I'm pretty sure it's for the content. You realize that, right?
I may ban you because you couldn't need to react to this since I'm reactionary. I mean, you kind of are. I mean, you even agree to DMs, I think. I don't know. I think I'm
the most calm motherfucker in the server. What the fuck are we even talking about? She says as she screams.
Okay, Mercy, but like you act like I'm not trying to shade you, but like Mercy, you act like
joke. This is such a
you act like you're the only mod in Loner Cord I got. Like, relax. There's like there's like more mods. There's a couple. There's like hella mods in Loner Cord. You don't gotta fucking. It's not like one mod against like 5,000 people in the server. Like you don't gotta like relax.
Spider, you're totally getting baited. This is so good. Congratulations.
I'm gonna fucking show you how much I can relax. I mean, if you time me out, then that's fucking like that's like mod abuse. I don't think that's like breaking the rules.
No, Marucci, don't cuck my content.
That should have. She can't do that. I mean, she can, but that's like should have mod abuse.
Marucci, I want you to come in here and talk to him, but you can't because apparently you're busy. I'm gonna show you mod abuse.
That's mod abuse. You can't do that. You can't just say. Wait. So let me get straight. So I can't. So literally, I'm not breaking any TOS. I'm not breaking any rules in the server as of right now. I'm not breaking any TOS. I'm not breaking well, I'm not really nagging the mods because like.
I mean, yeah, Marucci is. Right? Listen, I let David time people out for like 30 seconds as a meme. Like
this is like slander. This is like straight up slander, bro. Like what the fuck? I can't have my opinion. This is like crazy. It's abuse. It is a mod abuse. You can't just do that shit. I'm not breaking any rules in Loner Cord. Are you serious right now?
If you disagree with Spider, put a like on the stream. True base.
Fuck you. I am right. I'm always right. I can never be wrong.
Actually, just like the stream anyway, okay, guys?
But like, Marucci, you gotta agree. You're a little bit on the edge 24/7. Okay, not a little bit. Just a little bit. You're like a little bit on edge 24/7. Like you trying to like see like. Who did something dumb in Loner Cord? Like, come on, bro. Come on.
Oh my god.
Also, Dante was right. If you collaborate with the mods, you deserve Jananium. I don't know what the fuck that means.
If you collaborate
A
with the
more
mods.
serene. What? You're on edge 24/7. Like you're trying to see like, oh, who I'm gonna ban next, or who I'm gonna put in gay baby jail next. Like, what are you talking about?
Listen, if Maruzzi
You're on
comes
edge
off
24/7,
as
bro.
being on edge, like Toby said earlier, it's because that she has to deal with all of you fucking children all the time.
Like, bruh.
Oh, I know.
Wait, is there any
Next.
ban appeals in Monocore or no? The Google forms? Probably not, right?
Yeah, you can ban appeal. Usually people do it by messaging a mod, and then we'll either say yes or no.
They gotta. Okay, this is what DGG gotta do. Well, I'm fucking banned from DGG. Not gonna happen, right?
Wait, are you? You're banned from DGG? What the fuck did you do to make that happen?
I'm banned from the Discord. Banned from the Reddit. Banned from the whole shit. Banned from his chat. No, wait, I'm banned from. Am I banned from YouTube chat? No, I'm not. I'm banned from Kick Chat.
Wait,
Yeah,
why? What the fuck did you do?
You do not want to know. Okay, you do not want to know. It was doing the whole the January 20th. I'll say that.
Oh, okay. I see.
During January 20th, 2025. Okay.
Well, you know what? Whatever. It's probably for the best.
Fire and Shambles, lock in. She is a bad cop that allows Toby to good. What?
Yes, Maruzzi's the bad cop mod.
Okay, it's my main critique on with Mercy. On a serious note, no meme shit. Okay, I think she even agreed.
Okay, stop. Spider, please continue. You may talk to my chat. I'm gonna go feed the cat. I'll be right back.
Okay, when you're having a conversation with Marussi, or when I'm having a conversation with Marussi, okay. For example, when me and Marussi were going at it in Lunacore, right? For some fucking odd reason, okay. She thought I called her a bitch, which I did not. Okay, I should have quote tweeted what she said in DMs in Lunacore, and then she fucking nuked me in orbit. What the fuck? And she timed me out for a week. And I was like, "Yo, Mercy, what the fuck? What you doing? This is like your quote, little bro. Like, what you doing right now? Like, you're unhinged. You're crazy, psycho." Fuck yeah, I did. Okay, but Mercy, you agreed that you fucked up, no? Come on, gang. I'm IP banned from DGG because I use Starlink. I'm nothing but Hinge. What the door? Nah, but I think I won against Kalunda. I'm gonna go with you. Fine. I think if the average chatter wants to have a conversation again that I had with Kalunda, I think I could win over some favors. Not gonna lie. I think people can understand my perspective. I'm not trying to fucking lawyer or Dante or the fuck. I'm just saying what certain extent. Okay. Besides the obvious, if you say crazy shit about like Israelis or Palestinians, what similar takes will get you gay baby jail or nuked from orbit or the fuck? That's my question. Okay. I don't care that I fucked up. That's the point. You should have said it in DMs. What are you lying right now? You're straight up lying. You're literally lying to your audience. Can someone tell Maruzzi that she's literally lying to her audience right now? What the fuck? Spider is a new two-tone? Oh. Wait, who's the ever of the year? I think it was two-tone, right? Google form. Wait real quick. Google form. Wait, Yapper of the year was two-tone. Sure, yeah, you're right. I think the mod of the year was. Damn, where the hell is the mod at? Where the hell is the mod section at? What the fuck? Wait. So the mod of the year was Toby by 38 votes. Sev was ranked number 2 with 37 votes. Maruti was I think number 3 in the ranking with 23 votes. Then who's number 4? That's Kalunda. It's number 4 with 16 votes. Spider didn't have a Grifter of the Year award. I'm still holding a grudge for that. Wait, who? Like what? Like who? Like Hassan or Babanana? I don't think Hassan. I think Hassan. I don't know. Is he a Grifter? I don't think he's a Grifter. I think he's just honestly like a little bit. Wait. If what would be like the Grifter of the Year? Like what? Like who? Like Drew Pavlo or what? Gifter. Oh, Gifter. Maybe 2027. Maybe 2027. Who knows? I think number one. I think it might be Alita. I'm not gonna hold you. What the fuck is this? Chat, our mods basically, yeah, Lorna Box mods are fucking ice, dude. Holy shit. Wait, can you be pro China? I wonder, can you be pro China? I think we can be pro China. Oh, wait, Chase, you know Turkey Tom? You know Turkey Tom, Chase James, or what? Turkey Tom, the fucking turkey motherfucker? The white guy? The white guy with the beard? Turkey Tom? Okay, I think Turkey Tom, he might be cooked, bro. Okay, he might be cooked. Okay? He is looking pretty bad.
Who might be cooked?
Turkey Tom? Turkey Tom?
I don't know what's even going on with that. I did not hear anything about that. Did he
Okay, basically basically to dumb it down. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, basically dumb it down. I think it might be two of his exes or one of his exes. Basically like allegations. Like straight up. That's like the whole gist of it.
Okay, allegations of what?
I think like the average allegations that's against like the average YouTuber.
Like what? Like rape? Did he?
I don't think so. I don't think. I have to look into it, but I think I don't know. I gotta look into it. Probably like abuse or the fuck, like abuse and the average rate. All right, so yeah.
The average alligator. Oh, okay. Whatever. Maybe I'll probably hear about it at some point. I don't care that much. Actually, it wouldn't surprise me if Loner talked about it, but
Loner Box.
Yeah, I'm sure he will because he covers drama sometimes.
A little bit. I mean, does he really cover like this type of drama? Probably not.
He can't. Something about recording people without consent. Oof, that's not good.
Oh, that's not bad. Ooh, that's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Oof. That's pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Yes, ZJM, Lonerbox does still stream, okay? He's sick. Alright?
He quit.
No, Spider, stop. Don't do that. He's sick. He has an illness.
Wait, do people actually think I'm like the fucking like the messenger or the fuck? Like I'm the main guy. I'm the fucking like the who's like Hitler number 2? Like who's like Hitler's number 2? I met Stalin.
Like
or
I mean, technically Goering was Hitler's number 2, but also like Goebbels. Goebbels was Hitler's bestest friend. What?
You know, talking about the guy who met like the Nazi guy who met like Stalin and shit.
Ribbentrop.
Okay, I'm like Ribbentrop. Okay, like,
but okay, I mean Ribbentrop wasn't really Hitler's number 2, but whatever. He was I think the
okay. I'm like, do people actually think I'm like whatever I say? I'm like fuck. It's like green lit. Like I don't think.
Himmler was not technically Hitler's second in command, Chase, but like then actually I should look that up. I'm curious about like exactly like what the I think Goering was like the number 2 technically, but towards the end shit got switched around and people got removed from there. Maybe I'll look into that soon. Also Destiny just went live too, so I might try to get on his stream and talk to him.
What was the funniest shit? I think you would think like chat, you would think like the editor or the content creator, you'll think like the editor probably has like more insight like what the content creator is doing. Hell no. Okay, Hell
Wait,
no.
oh, Rudolf Hess was the second in command. Oh my, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it changed a lot. All the top Nazis fucking hated each other too. So
I know Hedrick was further down. Wasn't there like beef between like the SS and Wehrmacht? What the fuck?
I mean, yes, there was beef between the SS and like, yeah, like Hitler's underlings were always like kind of jockeying with each other to fulfill his wishes and shit. It was very
because the Wehrmacht was like the
Wehrmacht is
like
was the army, like the regular army.
and
Goering
the
was
SS was like what the Gestapo, right?
No, the Gestapo was a separate thing. The SS was Himmler's secret police, but it expanded to do a whole bunch of other shit beyond that. I mean, technically the Gestapo was the secret police, so, but yeah, like the Gestapo did like more sort of domestic-ish stuff, but yeah, of course the Gestapo also answered to Hitler or to Himmler. Yeah, but yeah, oh yeah, they did, because that all fell under the SS. But yeah, like the SS were the ones who were responsible for the Holocaust, and they ran the concentration camps. And
I think
there were
like
different
what 1, 2,
divisions.
3, 4, 5, 6. I'm like 6 ways from Hitler. You know that? It's crazy.
Oh, you mean like you're like 6 ways from like
Hitler, because Waterstone follows me, and Waterstone pretty much know Donald Trump, and Donald Trump met Jeffrey Epstein. And fucking Prince Andrew fucking met Jeffrey Epstein, and Prince Andrew is the son of Queen Elizabeth, and Queen Elizabeth's like uncle was a fucking Nazi, I think, right? So yeah,
yes,
that's pretty bad.
Yeah, I know the Luftwaffe didn't like the army. Yeah, they also didn't.
Wait, is the Luftwaffe the Air Force, right?
Yes, the Luftwaffe was the Air Force.
Who had more? That's the whole question.
Yes, I know, Chase. That I know the SS had a bunch of different different things, and the Death's Head units ran the camps. There was also the Waffen SS, which was like a fighting force inside the SS, like that actually like went into battle and shit.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Oh yeah, that's right. Listen, guys, if you are here, I am like 50 subs away from getting 500 subs, which is what I need for monetization. So yeah, if you are not subscribed, please subscribe. I would love that very much.
I feel okay, Chase. Not gonna lie, gang. Okay, respectfully, you gotta move on from Vosh, bro. I'm gonna hold you. I think Vosh is a little bit cooked. Okay, he's like Destiny. Okay, not the same tier, but he kind of fell off. I'll hold you.
I mean, Chase doesn't watch Vosh anymore.
No, really?
No, he doesn't. He just checks his channel and sees the headlines and the names of his fucking videos.
Why are you getting mad at me for? Relax.
No, I'm not getting mad at you. I'm expressing my general a slight frustration, and I'm also playing it up.
But for Vosh, I mean, like, cause like Vosh, he's kind of boring. He's kind of like Lonerbox a little bit. Like, doesn't collab. Like, stays in a little bubble.
Wait, what do you mean? Lonerbox collabs with other people. He goes on panels all the time, and he debates people. Vosh doesn't do any of that.
Okay, but like, I'm talking about like collab. When I say collab, okay, you probably like I'm talking about like on his stream, like on Lonerbox mainstream. Like, he doesn't really collab like that. You know, a little bit.
Yeah. What do you mean he doesn't really? Oh wait, hold on. Fuck. Oh, I don't think I
like he collabs, but like he doesn't collab on his stream, on his main stream.
Okay, yeah, I can't do the fucking YouTube vertical shit. I can't just do that. In order to do it, I have to.
Spider is delusional. Short stack goblin. Your name is literally your name is literally short stack goblin. You fucking boss head. What are you talking about? Oh my god.
I mean, I think that's the joke.
Wait, who's worse, Vosh, Destiny, or Hassan?
Yes, Chase, I know the Navy was the Kriegsmarine. What do you mean? Wait, sorry, who's worse, Hassan?
Wait. Call it. Just run it back. I think you hear me correctly. who's worse out of the three? Like overall, we can include political wise and personal shit. Who's worse overall? Like Destiny, okay, Destiny, the big bad Hassan Piker, or Bosch? Who's worse? The top three.
What do you mean? The answer is still Hassan. Hassan doesn't collaborate
Hassan?
with anybody. Hassan
Oh, no,
doesn't
no, 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 no,
help
no, no, no,
anyone's
no, no, that's not-
careers.
that's
Hassan
not-
has dog
that's-
shit political takes. He literally supports fucking terrorist groups. And he basically like spreads political apathy to his audience. And he doesn't do
Kalinda.
anything. He has more money than the
True,
other two probably combined.
true, but
and
the
he
problem-
doesn't do
the prob-
anything with any of it.
Okay, but Kalinda, chat. I know you're saying Hassan, but like the easy dunk that Hassan can do is bring up the stuff with Destiny and Vosh, like their allegations. That's like an easy dunk for Hassan, easily.
What?
Like political wise,
but that just makes him look more pathetic because literally all Hassan does when he attacks other creators is he just attacks their personal shit because he doesn't have any answers to their political talking points. Like Hassan can't actually beat Lonerbox or Destiny on the facts, and so instead what he does is he just calls them names or like says gross shit about them. Like when like that one time where like he basically lied about what happened. Or like he essentially let Noah Samson lie about Lonerbox by being like, oh, didn't his girlfriend get cucked by Destiny or some dumb shit like that, or didn't he get cucked by Destiny? Like that's fucking gross. And like Hassan basically just let him do it.
Oh, they're talking about damn, what's the dude's name? Noah Samson?
Yeah, like he just said that. Or like Hassan basically maliciously repeating the lie that Lonerbox and Destiny got paid to go to Israel and all of that other insanely stupid shit. Yeah, no, I think Hassan is by far a worse actor. He has bad faith. He lies about everybody instead of actually talking about their political views. And like, I mean, Vosh does that too. Vosh also lies about people's political views. Like he's he's ridiculously uncharitable to anybody that he has deemed an enemy. And he calls everybody Nazis, which is really dumb. But yeah, no, I think Hassan is worse because Hassan has more reach. And I mean, at least Vosh at the end of the day is still willing to tell his audience to vote for Democrats, although I don't know, that might be changing, but also Vosh just kind of sits in his fortress, I
mean, like, sure, but like, I don't know. I feel like for this, like the whole, drama shit with the Destiny Vosh, I feel like can you really separate the art from the artist? Like for this type of situation?
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you referring to? Are you going back to the whole Vosh is a pedophile thing again?
You know what? Hey, I think he is. Okay. I think Tay James might disagree. I know that might hurt his stomach, his heart. I don't know, might stab his heart. But I think Vosh low key.
I don't give a fuck about whether or not it hurts his heart. I just whatever.
Oh, what? Why I think that, or just like generally? I think generally Vosh is a little bit weird, a little bit kind of goofy.
I mean, yeah, he is weird. He's always been weird. He literally fantasizes about being a horse because he's weird.
I'm not. But what are you talking? Okay,
he's a creep too.
Vosh, just like I think Ethan Klein literally made a hit piece about Vosh. What you talking about?
Yeah, he did. He did do that.
What? I think overall, I'm like, who's worse, Vosh, Hassan, or Destiny?
Hold the corner.
Fuck, that's hard. I don't know. I'll get back to you in 2027. That's a hard question.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's not even a question. The answer is obviously Hassan. I think that he does way more harm than good.
No, but like you're just like you're only mentioning like the political.
No, it's not. It's not just political. Hassan also just lies about people that he doesn't. That he has disagreements with. Hassan doesn't rein his community in when they started harassing Ethan. He didn't tell them, "Hey, don't do that shit." Like that's not really political. Sure, it stems from like political purity testing shit, but like it sort of moves outside of politics because Hassan's not even arguably when Hassan's talking about other creators, he literally just turns into a drama slop channel because that's all he can do. All he can do is like fucking all he can do is slander people instead of actually engaging with their arguments.
Shit. I don't know. That's a hard question. You know what? I'm gonna DM Dan. That's what I do. I'm gonna DM every content creator. Be like, yo, who's worse, Dan, Hassan, or Bosch? Okay, that's what I'm gonna ask them. They probably might give you different answers, but
You mean Destiny, Hassan, or Vosh?
yeah, I'm gonna ask like every fucking content creator, like overall, with all the lore behind them and all the political wise and list all the drama shit behind their plate. Like, who's worse, Voss, Destiny, or Hassan? I feel like overall, like with the Hassan drama and like his political takes, I feel like he's like an Asmongold. Like, I feel like he's not too much of a threat like that compared to like Destiny or Bosch, because like I feel like
I don't know what you mean by threat. What does that mean?
I mean, like, he's not.
Also, I think that yes. By the way, Asmongold is the worst out of all of that group of people.
All of them?
Yes. Like, I don't know. I don't even understand what you're judging it on. Like, are you even?
No. I'm grouping like I think you're saying like everything about them, but like you're only mentioning like political shit. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but
like,
the way that Hassan like conducts himself overall in general, like, is kind of downstream from like political shit. Like, it's just Hassan is like a little baby who can't take criticism, and like this kind of is reflected in like everything he does. That's probably why he doesn't stream on Twitch or on YouTube.
Politically wise, Hassan, of course, easy. That's like an easy dub. I think Asmongold Hassan it's probably back and forth with me personally. Vosh, he's kind of dumb. Oh god, he's kind of retarded.
I mean, I don't think that Vosh is like stupid. He's smart when he actually like does the research. It's just that he never does the research anymore. All he does is Vosh's problem is not that he's dumb. Vosh's problem is that he's fucking lazy.
I feel like with the whole like saying like Hassan is a little bit worse is kind of cool. Like, call me crazy, call me unhinged, call me fucking pro Hassan. I do not care. Okay, but I feel like it's a little bit cold. Just a little bit. Call me crazy. Like, it might sound cope, okay, but I feel like.
Sorry.
Sounds like cope.
No, I don't understand what you mean. Like, in your opinion, I don't get what the point of this question is.
Because Destiny did some crazy ass shit. Okay, with the court shit. I feel like he's like, with personal drama wise, Destiny's probably worse and all the whole, but with the top with all of that.
I mean, honestly, I don't know, man. Vosh's sexual allegations were pretty fucking bad.
Okay. Vosh and Destiny, they're like neck and neck. Okay, but like Hassan, he doesn't really fit the bill a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're talking about which of them has caused more harm, I still think that Hassan has caused a lot of harm because he contributes to political apathy, like overall harm in the world. He contributes to political apathy, and he radicalizes like millions of young people. And yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry, but like I can't separate that out. I think we're not. Be like, oh my god, this person's worse because of shit they did in their personal life.
Okay, but I can't separate that. I feel like I don't know. I don't care that much about that. I feel like a lot of that shit is like insanely stupid and parasocial. And I'm actually glad that Destiny stopped sharing his personal life with the entire internet. I don't know. He should have just done that shit day one. I don't know why he so goddamn open about it, but just keep that shit private, bro. Like, what the fuck? No one wants to see that? The fuck? Wait, is a sticker? Did that shit become a sticker? The I'm Living Desire server?
No, I haven't. Yeah, I'm gonna make it into a sticker in Loner Chord. I mean, Hurlboo, do you think Vosh doesn't like? No, you're right. I don't really think like Vosh is pretty irrelevant. He made himself that way. He doesn't like he is locked inside of his fortress.
And this discussion except inspires mind. Okay, but like the average when someone asks you like, yo, who's like the top 3 like political yappers you watch? Or you know, the average chatter.
No, the average chatter is gonna say that you know, the average chatter is going to say Hassan, Asmongold, and Destiny. They're not going to say Vosh. Not
okay. Pre Asmongold, probably Vosh, correct?
I don't know if they'd even say Vosh. Maybe they would have said Vosh like 2 or 3 years ago. It depends on like what communities or circles that they run in, because a lot of people like just don't pay attention to Vosh anymore. Or at least not like outside of like his leftist space. Like the dude went inside his fortress and yeah.
I don't know.
Short Stack Goblin, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, what?
I don't know. Just don't.
Actually, nah. Hassan's worse. Okay, you can say that, but like,
wait, I don't think Vosh is 2 times bigger than Destiny. What does Vosh get like on average? 5,000 viewers? I don't think he even has as many subs.
I think he gets more views on Destiny. I think like a little bit though.
Does he? I think don't his views fluctuate depending on like maybe he does. I don't know. I didn't think that was the case though. I thought that he. Is there a website where you can see like how many live concurrents somebody has?
I'm not sure. I think that's only for the YouTube, the YouTube like the YouTube app, the Social Blade shit. It's only for YouTubers.
Social Blade does not show. Fuck. There was another website.
No.
There's another website that shows it. I can't remember what that website is.
Vosh is like 10K live. I think doesn't Destiny get less views than him? Or something correct.
Cutter drawers seems like every other conversation ends up being here's why Destiny breaking consent isn't bad. I mean, no, I don't think I've ever said that. I don't know where you're getting that from. Like at this point, he contends that he didn't break consent, and it's kind of like a he said, she said thing. But like, listen, if Pixie said that that's what he did, then yeah, that's fine. Like, I will believe her. I think that what he did was bad. I just don't think he did it maliciously.
I think the average person with a fucking brain agrees that like he didn't. It was not malicious. Maybe who knows? Maybe in 2 years we'll probably find out, but no, it's probably not.
I mean, Cutter, you don't have any evidence that he recorded those hookups without consent, and the person never came forward and said anything. So I don't know why you're in here assuming that all this stuff is just,
Cutter Jar 2084. Spider does not have any business talking about having a brain either. Motherfucker, if you don't pull up to the VC right now, you fucking pussy ass.
No, please don't. I don't want to. No, because this person's probably just going to concern troll based on all the shit that they're saying. Like, I wanted Maruzzi to come into the VC so that she could yell at you because I thought it would have been funny.
Oh, what? I'm right, though. I'm right. I mean, she could probably like cope and complain and fucking whine and fucking warm my ass and be like, "Oh,
yes, short stack goblin." I know that Destiny shoots up to. Wait, are they Tash Gordon, or are you just saying that? Are you absolutely positive that that's the case? Because if so, then I will ban them. Or are we just assuming that everybody comes in here as KK if they're being
no shot. Oh no, I'm just saying that.
You're just saying that. Okay, I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Her drama farming, Tash. What the hell, man? Don't do that. This guy.
We are all the same, Shatter. True. All of them.
What the fuck is kosher Cathy? It's everywhere. Yeah, bro, it's everywhere, bro.
Okay, no, stop. Let's not. I don't want to talk about that person. I don't want to give them attention.
All right.
Oh yeah, Funky, that was funny. I'm gonna upload that when Sev came in and was yeah. But I mean, like that person had pretty typical shit, or pretty typical.
Cheese guy?
No, the guy who pretended to be Aiden. Aiden is a right wing Israeli who argued with Ownerbox a long time ago.
It wasn't Aiden.
No, it
Wasn't
wasn't
Hayden?
actually him. It was that person whose name I don't want to mention because I don't want to give them attention. And I was told about it. I should have realized it earlier because they had the fucking fake Indian accent and everything, but they were pretending to be Israeli, and I should have realized that it wasn't them. Yeah, Toby, I'm aware that that's not their name. Yeah, we shouldn't. We should not. Yeah, okay, then yeah, let's not. That's what I'm saying. Like, I actually might ban that that phrase in my chat because I don't want to talk about that person and I don't want to mention them by name because I don't want to give them any attention because that's literally what they want. Is they want attention because they are just a troll.
Oh, they're streaming 4 hours. God damn.
All
right, Clone. Do you think Iran's gonna fall? What?
Probably not because the protesters have left the streets unless they go back out into the streets.
Oh, it's over.
What?
It's over.
I mean, the protests seem to have abated, but it's possible that they have that has changed.
So like pretty much as of right now, the IRGC or the Iranian government pretty much won, right? Like they pretty
I mean they went out onto the streets and they violently crushed protesters and executed a shitload of people.
Damn. Well, wait, is fascism actually bad or what?
What? Yes, of course. What the fuck? Now I feel like you're just scraping the bottom of the barrel.
What? What are you? Okay, what is this like? See, this is like slander. God damn.
No, it's not. I'm just saying. It feels like you're just trying to find stuff to talk about.
Wow, Lee, you see this shit? You see this shit? Chat? This is like slander against me. This is crazy. It's like,
you're like, let me see what I can try to steal, man.
All right, what's the definition of fascism?
Not everything is slander. You're asking me what the definition of fascism.
So does Donald Trump fit? Like, does he fit the bill? Like, does the current Trump admin fit the bill as like a fascist government or what?
I mean, yeah, or at least a aspiring fascist government because they're not actually there yet. But I think Trump is an authoritarian. He wants to be an authoritarian.
I mean, it feels like more of like a it feels like more like an oligarchy type of thing. Like fascist.
I mean, not really.
The vibes, yeah.
Like, I mean, it could have that, but Trump is the one at the top, and everybody seeks his approval. Like, everyone like clamors to give money to him in order to get what they want, which isn't necessarily so much as an oligarchy. An oligarchy is usually like a rule by the few situation. Like Russia's, I wouldn't say Russia's an oligarchy anymore. Like, I think they're just a straight up authoritarian regime. But Russia does have like oligarchs, like rich people who are around Putin who can contribute and stuff. But yeah, I can give you a definition of fascism, although I typically like to define fascism as like kind of like an equation of like a series of elements.
All right, what series of elements, based off your point of view, would consider Trump having
Oh no, I mean in general, what is fascism as an fascism is an ideology, while oligarchy is a system. That is correct. And yes, they can go hand in hand. Like I would consider Russia at this point to be like pretty fascistic, if not total. Like I don't know enough about the country to 100% say for sure if it is. But anyway, what is fascism? Hold on. Let's just a sec here. Let's open a notepad here. I think I've actually done this before.
Project Pass said, I mean, that was an 80 IQ question. Motherfucker, you don't even know like the definition. Motherfucker, like the average fucking person in the United States doesn't even know the definition of fascism.
I mean, people typically think fascism is authoritarian. So authoritarianism, also my spelling is probably god awful. Plus
fascism,
authoritarianism plus populism.
Fascism to me is primarily concerned with the Jacksonian?
Yeah, Jacksonian, as in like Andrew Jackson.
What the fuck is that?
I don't know enough about Andrew Jackson to say. It has to do with how Andrew Jackson ran the American government. Yes, I know. Sorry, hold on. Let me think for a second.
He doesn't know who. What the fuck? Are you fucking retarded? Andrew Jackson was our president. Dumbass. I don't know who fucking Jack Storian is. Retard.
Jacksonian.
Same shit.
Imagined past.
Yeah, I can't help the fact that none of these people are educated on U.S. history. Motherfucker, because like the United States, we're so goddamn number one that like we don't really give a fuck about like U.S. history like
We'll
that.
get there, okay?
Appeals to imagined social conservatism.
No, appeals to imagined pasts plus social conservatism. In other words, there's always a an appeal to like the greatness of the past, make America great again. And then the past that they appeal to is one that didn't even really exist, or that only existed for a small number of people.
Wait, Dooby, do you even know what fucking Jack Storian is? What the fuck is called?
Jacksonian.
Or the fuck? Is this some like DEI ass fucking like? This is fake. This is like fake terminology. I don't know what this bullshit is, but. Yeah, do you know what the fuck is Jacksonian is? What the fuck?
The definition of fascism is not ADIQ, it's a long-standing event. Yeah, yes, I know. I know that. Herlubu, I'm aware. The reason why that is the case is because fascism typically like will morph. It looks different when it's not in power than when it's in power. That's why Hitler basically had to purge the SA when he got into power, because they were being too fucking rowdy and he couldn't have that. He actually wanted to maintain order. Fascism in power looks very different than out of power. He would have dropped that, like all the populism shit about how like the elites and everything are ruining everything. But yeah, like you always have to be exclusionary. You have to have an enemy. And everybody who is not part of the in group or the out group or whatever, I feel like I wrote this out better before. Like in my head, I know what it means, but it's obviously hard to I mean, fascism is not just one thing. It's like it's a very sort of specific type of ideology. But where like the individual is subordinated to the state, and the thing about it too is that it hypnotizes people, and like and in the sense that it makes them feel like they belong, and it makes them feel like they're part of something greater than themselves. That's the whole. And then as a result, they are expected to subordinate themselves to the state. Like if you are in a fascist regime and you are part of an in group, you're part of the in group, like in Germany, you're part of like the quote unquote Aryan race, then yes, you are made to feel incredibly special, and you think that you're like part of something greater and awesome, which is something that was obviously that did quite a lot to the German people after they like basically got fucked in World War I, and their whole country, and they were made to feel like they were shitty because they lost the war and they had to pay all this money and stuff. Yeah, and it's just like that was, if you're part of the in group in the fascist state, then it feels really good, but not so much when you're not part of that in group or when you get excluded. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yes, nationalism. Jesus, I'm like forgetting parts of it. Not just it's like ultra nationalism. It's not just regular nationalism, it's ultra nationalism. But the ultra nationalism ties into you are part of the nation if you're part of the in group. So you're only a German. Also, hello Dooby, I see you there in chat.
Dooby. Half about Dooby.
Individuals under fascism are no longer part of the state. They are the state, and so they must keep themselves pure to keep the body. Yeah, basically. Yeah, one heritage, one nation. Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. Yeah, that's it. It's That's like the kind of
Or
thing that you
it sounds like more
have.
like Nazism though than like
Well, no,
fascism.
that's no fascism. Fascism had that too. Fascism had that too. Mussolini had that same kind of shit.
Does Donald Trump say that though?
No,
Like
I
what?
mean, kind of. Actually, wait, there's
Like what? Like what?
I mean, Donald Trump himself didn't, but Trump has said like immigrants are poisoning the blood of the nation. Like, that's like fucking, I think that's a Hitler quote, or it's a Goebbels quote, but that's Nazi shit.
Bruh. Let me know when I see Nazi banner or like fucking Trump banners in the fucking United States, and I'll probably say they're pretty Nazi.
No,
they're Nazis, but
Mr. Miser, racism is not specifically a part of, like, fascism is a it always demonizes or scapegoats a yeah, like,
wasn't there racism against blacks in the Soviet Union? I don't know what was stuff.
there was racism everywhere, but one nation, one land, one heritage.
I don't know. Does Donald Trump say that though?
I mean, it's not even just about what Trump said. Also, I believe that ICE or that I think it was Department of Homeland Security. There was someone's Twitter account had like a "America is for Americans" things. Although oh, he literally put out the statement, one homeland, one people, one heritage on. Yeah, that is straight up like fucking, yeah, that's like fascist shit.
I need more evidence.
No, Toby, that's not, no, Dooby, that's not Zionism. Dooby, are you one of those people who think that like Nazism and Zionism are like the same shit?
Wait, is Dooby
that Zionism is fascism?
Is Zionism
Dooby,
fascism?
Dooby, you're thinking of Kahanism. It's not the same, okay? Or actually, I don't even know if I would call it. Well, no, revisionist Zionism actually literally was like fascist. Yeah, Dooby. Part of the reason why that also doesn't apply is literally like Israel is actually in practice a multicultural society.
A little bit.
It is. There's like a whole bunch
Dooby. Do you
there's not
agree
just
that Israel still exists?
I don't think he does. I don't know. Dooby, there's not just one Jewish culture though. There's the Sephardic Jews, the Mizrahi Jews, there's Ethiopian Jews. I'm not actually sure which Jude or like Jewish as an ethnicity is literally like multiple ethnicities, and they have different cultures. So I don't even I feel like calling Israel an ethno-state is kind of silly. Because it's not an ethno-state.
Nah, I don't think we should enable ethno-states.
Yeah,
I mean,
Dooby's kind of.
I think I kind of agree with Dooby a little bit that like my problem with Israel is like it's kind of goofy. Okay, I hate the whole like ethno-religious bullshit.
No, Dooby, it's not the same thing. They're literally like different like ethnicities. They have different cultures. Like when the Mizrahi first came to Israel, they have to, and still to an extent to this day, they deal with like racist shit from like Ashkenazi Jews, even though they're more of a minority. And they also had to like learn Hebrew and everything, and they have like different. They actually share like Arab foods and whatnot to some degree because they lived in Arab countries for a long time. Like their culture, they have more cultural similarities with Arabs. It's not the same as like rural versus.
Do you not care what the fuck your own president is doing without proving to Israel? Shit. For me personally, I think
Dooby's just doing
kind of
that
goofy
because he knows that I agree with Lonerbox on this, and he talks about this. But you know what? That's fine.
Is Dooby in the server? Is he in the server?
Yes, Dooby is in the server.
I think Dooby. Okay. Dooby, answer this question, motherfucker. Not Kalinda, only me right now. Okay. Do you think Israel still exists? Yes or no? Do you think there should be a Jewish state?
He said that he doesn't. He said, I don't think we should be enabling ethno-states. The answer to that question is no. He does not think Israel should exist.
Fuck the ethno-state shit. Talking about Israel right now. Okay. Do you think Israel as a state should exist?
Dooby can't donate. I don't have super chats yet, guys.
There's no ethno-state in the world.
Actually, I would argue that Japan is an ethno-state. Israel is fine as long as they're not an ethno-state. Dooby, what would that look like to you? Does that mean that you want the one-state solution?
The fuck does Dooby support the two-state?
Probably not, based on what
No?
he's saying here.
No way. No. Okay, if Dooby doesn't support the two-state, then this guy's fucking retarded. No, ain't no way. No way. No way. No way. It's no shot.
I didn't mean for like this entire convo to be about Dooby.
Wait,
Yeah.
but Dooby.
Okay, but Dooby, here's the problem with that. Like, I'm sure you're aware of all the issues with like basically foisting a one state on them right now.
All right.
I mean, if you want to say two states an inevitable powder, you know what? One state is an inevitable powder keg. If you force these two groups who hate each other and who don't want to live together, there's just going to be a civil war. And either the Jews are going to win, and then like it's just going to be a repeat of 1948, or the Palestinians are going to drive them out of the land. It just does not end. Like, you can't. No one supports one state, thinks it can happen. I mean, that's not true. There are lots of people who do. Like, there are. Yeah, you know what the difference between apartheid South Africa and this is, though, Dooby? It's the fact that, like, Mandela made it pretty clear that he didn't want to kill all the white people, which has not been made clear by Palestinian leaders. Like, Palestinian leaders have said they just want to kick all the Jews out. Or, I mean, like the extremist ones. Like, that's what Arafat wanted early on. That's what Hamas wants. And, yeah.
You know what? I'm leaving the Zionist server. I'm gone.
But, I mean, like, Dooby, listen. If you want like two states initially, and then you want to like, and then you hope that, or would like eventually for both groups to become a single state, or what? Oh, Spider just left. Lol. If you want both groups to like eventually like become some sort of confederation or whatever, that kind of shit, then like, yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I know that Netanyahu has been proudly undermining the two-state solution. I'm aware of that. I still think that two states is more possible than getting a one-state solution anytime soon. I mean, isn't Japan basically kind of an ethno-state? They don't allow immigrants. They're incredibly fucking racist. And, like, they mainly want to be, like, or at least, like... and they have, like, one main ethnicity. Oh, Japan is a proto-ethno state. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, honestly, I think that I feel like the only reason why people use the term ethno-state is so that they can invoke like white nationalism. Oh yeah, the PRC is an ethno-state. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because they want everything to be about the Han Chinese. Hold on. So wait, Dooby, you think that like? What do you mean? I think the alternative is that you have to pressure Israel into like negotiating with the Palestinians for some kind of like agreement. And that's probably going to end up being two states, because that is like what reasonable people on both sides would want. And then in the long run, you would want to work towards like further reconciliation between the two groups. It's just that I feel like that's going to take a couple of generations. So maybe in 100 to 150 years that'll happen. But trying to like work for the abolishment of Israel, that's not going to happen. Because that's not happening. Like, abolishing Israel as a Jewish state is not happening. Because the people who live there are way too afraid of what would happen if they did that. And they're never going to do it. Yes, we should use our political and economic power to pressure both sides over time. I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, you should, but I don't think that pressuring them towards one state, I think that's a fruitless endeavor. Wouldn't expansionism also be a common element? Yeah, it can be. Actually, yeah, it usually is, now that I think about it. Although, I mean, I guess it really depends, because I don't think Franco's Spain was expansionist. Mussolini's Italy and Hitler's Germany were, though. And if we take those two as the, because I didn't realize, I only learned until recently that Franco was the ruler of Spain into, like, the 1970s. But I'm not sure how fascist he remained. Like, instead of Wait, hold on. I'm fine with Israel existing without the ethnocentric politics/ideology, and if it wants to have that ideology, we shouldn't enable it. I mean, Israel is the entire purpose of Israel is that it is a state for Jewish people. If you want to say that they shouldn't have that, then I mean, like, they're not going to give that up because they know what'll happen if they become a minority in that country. And I think that they have a reasonable concern. It's not like white people in South Africa who did that. I mean, you can say that's bad if you want to, but I think it's quite a bit more complicated than that. That's not just straight up bad. Also, non-Jews can in fact immigrate to Israel. And ethnostates don't typically have a population of 20% of people who are not even part of like the dominant ethnic group. And they also don't usually have like multiple ethnic groups in the like that are part of the overall like Judaism or I don't Judaism is the religion, but like Jewish is like an umbrella ethnicity that has like a bunch of other sub ethnicities. But if you just want to say that's bad, I mean, okay, whatever, but it doesn't matter. Like pragmatically, Israel's never going to give it up. You're just misusing the word ethnostate. No, I just don't like that because I feel like people are only using it because that it's morally loaded. That's my issue with applying that word to Israel. The only reason why people are using that to apply to Israel is because they know that it invokes Nazi Germany and fucking white nationalism. And that's the reason why they use it. I don't know. I'm not saying you're necessarily doing that. I just think it's silly, is all I'm saying. I mean, if you want to say it's an accurate description of what Israel is, then okay, fine. Although I do just want to ask, like, do you consider other countries in the Arab, like, would you consider the same thing? Are you gonna say the same thing about Palestine? Because when Palestine becomes a state, they're gonna want to be a state for Palestinians. They're not gonna want to be a state for everybody. They're just gonna want to be a Palestinian state, and they're gonna invite Palestinians to come and live there. Are you gonna condemn them for that too? Because that's the kind of state that Hamas and all those other guys want to build. Also, there are like you could argue that like other states in the Middle East are ethno-states because they literally call themselves Arab republics and they treat their minorities like trash. They treat them worse than Israel treats its minorities. Palestinian isn't an ethnicity in the way Jewish is, but if they become an ethno-state, I condemn it and want them pressured to end those policies. I mean, like, that's great. I just don't... I don't think that that's really a pragmatic way to go about things. I think that if we actually want to solve the Israel-Palestine conflict, then the best way to do so is to push for the Palestinians to get their own state, rather than, like, trying to wait forever in order to, like, make Israel cave to being okay with the Jews becoming what would basically be a minority. Because, like, Dooby, do you support the right of return as well for the Palestinians? Their own state in Gaza and the West Bank. Dooby, do you support the right of return for Palestinians? Like, do you think that, like, all the Palestinian refugees from everywhere should be able to, like, come back and live in this one state? Okay. Even though, like, a whole bunch of them have never been born there? Okay, so you support the right of return for Palestinians. That basically means we're talking about, what is it, like 7 million people now? They're all going to come back and they're going to outnumber the Jews like a shitload. And, like, you know what's going to happen. There's just going to be a civil war. I think the Palestinians should have a right of return to Palestine, but Palestine is not Israel. If the Palestinians get their own state and their government wants to say, hey, Palestinians are welcome to return here, then that's fine. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, Spider left because he didn't want to talk about Israel-Palestine. Yes, chat seems to have a lot going on right now. Well, no, of course Sev doesn't want a full right of return because the Sev is pragmatic. Okay, Dooby, you realize that there is a difference between saying whether or not somebody lived there. The point is that people are arguing that Palestinians basically have a hey, it's Addie. Do you want to just come on and talk about this? Hello, Addie. I can't hear you if you are speaking. Well, you're not speaking. Oh, you're muted. Okay. Please talk about bagels, Addie. Listen. Oh, shit, she left. Oh, she must have a bad connection or something. I'm sure she'll be back later. You complain that the Palestinian refugees haven't lived in Palestine, but are demanding a right to return. Why not apply the same logic to Jews? Because that there's a difference between an immigration policy, which is Israel's immigration policy, and saying that that like you have a moral right to come back to a land that you have never lived in, and that means that it would also basically be okay for you and like the 7 million other people who also live wherever to come back to this land and like essentially probably end up kicking out all the Jews, because that's what's going to happen. Like, you're basically advocating for people to get punished for the crimes of their ancestors. Because like, do you deny that that's what will happen? If like all 7 million Palestinians come back, and this happens, like, right, there's gonna be a fucking civil war. Yeah, I know that that's Israel's immigration policy. Yeah, I know that, but like, I'm not arguing that they have a moral right to come back and live in Israel. Okay, I'm just saying that that's Israel's immigration policy. And if Palestine wants to run their immigration policy by saying that Palestinians can come and live in Palestine, I got no problem with that. Sorry, hey Addie, what's up?
Sorry. Hey, I just wanted to add one or two things, if that's okay.
Sure. Wait, hold on. No, I'm not advocating for people to be punished for things they might do. I think that the Palestinian refugee problem should be resolved. I absolutely think that. Palestinians can have the same immigration policy for Palestinian refugees, just not into Israel. They can have it in Palestine. Anyway, go ahead, Addie. Sorry.
It's all good. I just wanted to say that if you're someone who believes that ethno-states are bad and that people should feel safe to be everywhere, a really great way to do that is not to bully people into listening to you, but into making the changes necessary so that they feel safe and can let their walls down. If you really believe that Israel should not be a state for Jews, then you need to go about making sure that Jews feel safe enough to not need that. That's where you should, like, and then you can take it from there. But like, I just like, or you can keep screaming into the void, I guess. But like, ultimately the reason Israel exists is because Jews felt the need enough to make it happen. And it wasn't easy, and it wasn't like fun, you know? So I don't know, maybe think about it from that perspective instead of like yelling at people that they shouldn't care about things that they clearly care about.
We shouldn't have bullied the Boers in South Africa. We should have just made them feel safe in other... What? What are you on about, Dooby? That's not what she's saying. She's saying that, like, the reason why Israel exists is because the Jews feel unsafe, like, all over the world. Like, more Jews went to Israel after October... A bunch of people went to Israel after October 7th because they didn't feel safe.
They feel more safe here.
And more people... Yeah, but, like, Dooby...
And you don't have to like that, and you don't have to think it's rational. But have you ever tried to yell at somebody who feels scared that they shouldn't be scared? It doesn't help. If you help them feel more safe, then they won't be as scared. And we have good reason to be scared. So don't start acting like we don't. But that's that. There's not a country in the world that we haven't been ethnically cleansed from, persecuted in, murdered for being Jewish, And so we came to the conclusion that we had no choice but to make our own place. If you think that's wrong and we can be safe elsewhere, honestly, it's up to you to prove it. And like, I'm just tired of hearing like that would, you know what I mean? Like,
no, yeah, I get it. So,
anyway.
Dooby, it sounds like you just don't think anti-Semitism is a real problem. Because all that Adi is saying is we should solve anti-Semitism. If like you should
like, you don't have to believe me. You're just never going to understand or resolve the conflict. If you want to understand and solve the situation, a great place to start is to understand why we are in the situation that we're in. And you can keep trying to gaslight Jews into telling them they don't have to worry, and that anti-Semitism is the same thing as anti-white racism, but it's just not the case. And so you're just not going to have a lot of luck.
Yeah, like I think that's part of the problem. Is that there are so many insane, like it's just stupid. Like, I'm sorry, Dooby, but like this situation is not the same as white people thinking that they're oppressed and wanting their own state. White people have never been oppressed in like the entirety of the fucking world.
Different? South Africa managed to end the apartheid, and everyone is safe.
Yeah, like South Africa's got a lot of problems right now, but they don't have, like, it's not like the black people are out there fucking murdering all the white people. And that didn't even happen after apartheid ended, because Nelson Mandela made it clear that's not what he wanted.
And he reassured them. They needed less reassurance than a persecuted population might need. But they still needed to be reassured, and he didn't yell at them for thinking that. He acknowledged it. People don't feel safe. They're not going to meet other people's needs if they can't even meet their own. You should look into Maslow's hierarchy of needs if you're curious to learn more.
Yes. No, listen, her Labu, I wouldn't bother. Like, Dooby doesn't care about like right-wing Israelis. He just thinks Israel shouldn't exist, and like he doesn't understand why Israel feels like they should exist. Or like why Jews
because
feel unsafe.
Because he doesn't agree that anti-Semitism exists.
I mean, yeah, apparently, like he also just like Dooby, you just said it in chat. You're literally like you're blaming the existence of Israel for anti-Semitism. Like you think that there would be no anti-Semitism.
Anti-Semitism predates the state of Israel. Fun fact, by like a couple thousand years.
Also, anti-Semitism is like right after World War II. Part of the reason why a lot of those people went to Israel is because they literally had no place to go.
Yeah,
like, they were literally stuck in the same fucking concentration camps that they'd been liberated from because that they didn't have citizenship. They were a stateless people because the Nazis took away their citizenship, and they had killed 2/3 of the European Jews. What the fuck did you think that they were gonna do? And they were like, oh, hey, they're trying to build this state. Like, you think they should have just gone home? Sorry, go on.
My grandparents were Holocaust survivors, both originally from Poland. They got married after the war, moved to Belgium, and lived there, had children for 20 years, and their children did not have citizenship, even though they were born and grew up there for 20 years. And their first citizenship was when they emigrated to the US at 21 years old, that they had. Beforehand, they were all just refugees. And that's the case for most Holocaust survivors. And that's also the case for most Mizrahi Jews that were kicked out of their homelands after 1948 as well. Most Israelis are descendants of refugees, if not refugees themselves, and don't have anywhere else to go back to. And you don't have to like that, and you don't have to acknowledge that. You can live in whatever reality you would like to live in. But it doesn't change the facts. So that's just that.
Yeah. Oh my god, this is like even more. Jesus Christ, Dooby. I think you all support right-wing Israeli politics. You've just convinced yourselves that clutching your pearls while you do it makes you better person than Ben-Gvir. That's like, how does it?
You're right. I secretly am a Ben-Gvir apologist.
Yeah, how does it feel?
Well,
like,
you would know that. I'm constantly glazing him.
Yes. How does it feel to like just be erased as like an Israeli liberal, Addie, or like other people? Like there are Israeli liberals in this community who are obviously incredibly frustrated with the direction of their country, but you just want to ignore that those people exist. Dooby.
Protesting for years, week after week,
against
because our government is so fucking crazy. It feels just right, honestly. It feels familiar, if I'm being honest. It's irritating and it's annoying, and we're invisible. Nobody sees us, nobody cares about us, nobody wants. And then you wonder why the left in Israel doesn't survive, because the left around the world refuses to work with them or acknowledge their existence.
Yeah, that's like incredibly fucking because you don't.
It's irritating. It's frustrating.
You don't pass the purity test. You have to be like Hadash or Ram.
Even them. They're part of the Israeli government. That's anti-BDS.
Oh yes. Yeah, Dooby. That's
like it's just upsetting because like.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No, you go.
Dooby, that's the problem. Like you don't understand it. I feel like you can't look at any of this in the historical context. Your entire frame of reference is ethno-states are bad, and therefore
he doesn't want to, and he doesn't have to engage with the reality on the ground.
Yeah.
So he can just scream into the ether, and you're welcome to do that. But you understand that that's what you're doing, and like don't pretend to be anything more than that. And like those of us who live here and deal with the consequences and are trying to make life better for all of us, like just stay out of our way. That's all.
I mean, yeah, Dooby, if you think that like Zionism and like you're literally saying it's like a blood and soil, like that's so fucking stupid. That's not. It's literally it was a bunch of refugees who were like, hey, we're constantly like getting fucked everywhere we go, and we have been like since the beginning of time. So we would like a place of our own. Like the original Zionists were not even like really religious, so I don't know why if you want to say Kahanism is like a blood and soil ideology, you probably could say that. But because that they want to take, or or does that not even work? I don't know. Or is blood and soil too close to Nazism? Like I think Kahanists are fascists though. Like they're
I just don't care. Like okay, that's what it is. And what? You want to say we're Nazis? Okay. Now what? What are you gonna do? Tell me. Like what's your plan? How are we making a better world here? Like I literally don't even care anymore. Like. Throw the labels, do whatever you want. I don't even know. I don't know if you know what you're talking about. I don't know if we're talking about the same thing when we say these words. I just like, it's a dog whistle, it's anti-Semitic. Yes, all those things. And now what? What? Okay, we're Nazis. Now what are you going to do? What's your plan? How are we going to make life better for everybody here in the region? Tell me.
He wants
I'm trying.
He wants you guys to like give up the Jewish state and basically accept and like let all the Palestinians become.
You want to convince 50% of Israelis to do that? Good. How do we do that? You think that's the way forward? Tell me, how do we do that?
Like you're not going to convince these people, especially not after shit like October 7th.
Yeah. Like I don't care. Like call me whatever you want. What's your plan?
You were never going to convince
like you're wrong,
that.
But I don't even care about that. You know.
Pragmatic Dooby's already talked to Lerner. They had a debate a while ago with Prime.
Anyways, I just wanted to say we're not all evil.
Yeah.
And if you actually wanted to engage, there's so many people here that are desperate and willing and trying their hardest and have dedicated their lives to trying and making the situation better. So if you are ever actually curious, it exists. But you can also just go on screaming into the void. There are some things that I choose to do that about too. It's fair.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's not going to. Like, he has a very black and white view of the situation. It's very silly.
As is his right.
Yeah.
You know?
It's incredibly frustrating, honestly. This is like the kind of shit where like nobody wants to consider where the Israelis or the Jews were coming from, and instead it always just goes back to, man, but ethno-states. Or yeah, and it's like, well, they're the bad guys because oppressor oppressed, you know.
It's like an exercise in philosophy. Like you can have fun with that and all, and like run theoretic experiments, and that's all great. It just doesn't translate into reality at all, and it's kind of boring. Like, it's been a rough few years, and if you just want to like do practice like quizzes in your brain, like go waste someone else's time, honestly.
Yeah, Dooby, I do consider where other people are coming from. I just think that pragmatically the best solution is two states. And then, like, in the long run, you can work towards greater reconciliation. But I don't think that Palestinians should be forced to wait however many years it's going to take to convince Israelis to give up their state, which I don't even know if it would ever happen, especially with the way things are now and after shit like the Second Intifada on October 7th. And I don't think that, like, and also, if you look at like every poll, the Palestinians don't want this one state for two people shit either. Neither side, they don't want to fucking live together, motherfucker.
Neither of us want to share a country right now. So just let us do what we want to do and support us. That's it. And maybe consider the fact that just bullying and yelling and not giving any carrots, only sticks, is usually not a productive way to get anyone to do anything.
Dooby, you can't. What do you mean, like, who the fuck is talking about going to a single? I mean, that's what you're talking about. You're saying we shouldn't enable ethno-states. What the hell else is a logical conclusion from that? You're saying that, like, Israel should be punished and until they essentially give
we should
up.
Have all the ethno-states. Every ethnicity should have a state. Why not? More of them. Double, triple.
Have you considered you are a groiper at like?
I haven't. I should, you know?
Yes.
You never know. I could try that personality on.
Yeah, I doubt that, what's his name even, or I doubt that, I don't know that Fuentes would, support
They don't
that.
like Jews very much, do they?
Yeah, nope.
No, unfortunately.
I think they
Nobody
control
wants
the
us.
world. Yeah. Like, I don't know.
Imagine controlling the world and still being unpopular.
True. That is actually true. I don't get that. How come everybody hates you guys? It's very strange. Like,
They hate us because they ain't us.
you have so much power, and I don't know.
We control the weather, we control the banks, we control all the governments. My goodness, like, we're such good friends to have, you'd think.
Yeah. Chase, it's okay. Dooby
it's all
doesn't
about
have
connection.
to come on, okay? I was gonna go talk to Destiny in a second anyway, or at least go sit in the waiting
Go
room
for it.
until he noticed me.
I just wanted to defend our good name.
Yeah, I get that. You know, because unfortunately, right now, like, fucking Netanyahu. Oh, what the hell happened in Lebanon? Did Israel just strike more?
Oh, that's new. That happens like every other day.
Oh, wait, did I hit
I think you're
500?
just...
I'm not getting any fucking notifications. It's just not working. It should be notifying me when people subscribe.
If you're not subscribed, then I'm gonna send Netanyahu after. No, I'm kidding. I would never do that to anyone. But subscribe anyways. Think about how disappointed Netanyahu would be if you subscribed and then subscribe.
True. Oh no, we're at 451. We are not at 500. What the fuck? You guys are lying. Goddamn.
Gaslighting. Okay, I don't want to keep you, but
yeah.
Just, if you want people to do things, maybe make them want to do those things. You know what I mean? Like this whole like bullying Israel. Like, I don't know if you've ever like tried to bully like a bratty teenager into doing something, but like the more you yell at them, the more stubborn they get. Like sometimes it's just about being like, hey, it would be really nice of you to do that thing. And they're like, all right, fine. The consequences haven't worked. Like the more, like if you have nowhere else to go, consequences are worth paying no matter what.
It also depends on
but
what
if
kind
you have what to gain. I'm not saying you have to bribe people, but like all these threats of taking things away, and what about like cooperations and partnerships and like whatever. You don't think we should exist, so I'm not fighting with you. I'm just saying. And yes, we have nowhere else to go.
Dooby,
okay?
you think
Would you
that,
move to the US?
No, you can't move
In
to
this
the US.
administration?
How many Israelis are there? how many of there are you guys? Like, what is it, 9 million people? You really think the United States is just going to accept 9 million refugees?
Also, like, I don't know if you know anything about our history, but we kind of came to this conclusion a bit like a little while ago that like putting our like being minorities and depending on a benevolent secular country or Gentile country for our safety won't work in the long run. I can send you some books.
Oh, I'm sure he knows. It's just that
he just doesn't care.
I mean,
we need to get over it.
Dooby, you can't. Like other groups
like
have.
The Nakba? Wait, I'm gonna trigger him. Like the Nakba.
Oh yeah. Oh, you mean Palestinians need to get over the it's
yeah.
It's so stupid.
It's the same time, a few years apart. Why can't they get over it? Anyways, I don't actually think that should be the case, and I just want to make that very clear. I was just saying that because it was a stupid thing that he said, and I was trying to point out how stupid that was. Thank you so much. Nobody should get over anything. We should be angry forever. Anger makes passion.
Wow, Dooby, just assume people's opinions. That's so great. Like, I mean, Dooby, I don't know if there's really any point. Does she support? Okay. Dooby, do you mean the Palestinian?
Why shouldn't they just get over it?
Do you mean the Palestinian refugees?
You helped me actually get over something that happened right around then too, right? So should they?
Dooby, do you mean the Palestinian refugee? This is actually like a conversation that, like, I think there's an interesting philosophical aspect to this conversation that as yet I've been unable to find anyone willing to talk to. And like, that's the fact that like people think that their descendants have a right to go back to the home that like their grandfather or great grandfather got kicked out of.
I'm about to claim so much land in like so many different countries. I'm so excited.
She's asking, or he's asking, do you support the Palestinian refugees of the Nakba returning to their homes in Israel? Do you mean like the ones that are still alive, Dooby? Is that what you mean?
Like right this moment? No, I don't think that would be a wise thing to do at this very moment. But if we agree that everybody gets to go back to all the places they were ethnically cleansed from, Jews might actually control the whole world. So that's fun.
I just want to say I would support, like, as part of an overall deal, people who are still alive from the Nakba being able to come back and live in Israel. But, like, that's not going to be the majority of the Palestinian refugees. Because most Nakba... Like,
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just opposed to exacerbating the already tense situation for, like, moral points. Like, in an ideal world, absolutely. I wish that that was the case that we could do. And I also don't want my country that's at a boiling point to boil over again, because then just more people get hurt and more people die, and a disproportionate amount of them are actually going to be the Palestinians. So I don't want that either. That being said, it's something that I hope for, and it's one of the reasons why I push for trying to find solutions for this conflict so that we can have some sort of resolution and closure, and Palestinians can get either some sort of compensation or people can get access to their homes, or we can kind of come to some sort of conclusion for all of this. But I also don't think that doing the right thing, but it's going to cause a lot more harm to a lot more people now, is a smart or good thing to do. And that's just my hot take.
Yeah, but you're not...
We need to prioritize the people that are alive now, and the people that are, like, we need to prioritize the current reality, and we can always work backwards and try and right wrongs and try and do better. But like, you can't penalize people for something that happened generations ago and just re-traumatize millions of people. I don't think that's like productive or helpful.
Okay, well, I mean, then there you go.
And I say that as someone who would benefit immensely from such a policy worldwide.
Like Dooby just said, like, yeah, I think I don't think it makes sense to have never-ending right of return to land/property. The sad fact is that there are generations of people who did nothing to the victims of the Nakba who have been living on the land. Yeah, that's why I don't think that like the infinite right of return for like the descendants of people who got kicked out of the land really makes sense. I think that like they can receive justice in other ways. If we're talking about the people who currently are like actually stateless, like the Palestinian refugees who
1,000%.
live in like Lebanon and get treated like garbage, or who live in like Egypt or Jordan or other surrounding Arab countries, the ones who don't have citizenship. Yeah, like I think something should be done in order to ensure that those people gain citizenship, whether it be like in the state of Palestine or some other country where they might want to go and live or whatever. And I think, yeah, some of those people should be able to go live in Israel, because Israel was willing to accept some number of Palestinian refugees before. So, I mean, whatever. Just not all of them, because that doesn't really make any sense. Sorry, go ahead, Addie.
I just wanted to say that, yeah, like ultimately, like unfortunately, we cannot turn back time and undo the shitty things that have been done. And as much as there's this like instinct of wanting to like right the wrongs and like patch it up as if it never happened, like there is no way to do that. And to the extent that it's possible to make people feel better and acknowledge the suffering that they went through, I think that's always a great thing to do. And I just think the priority has to be like the here and the now, and making sure that people like who don't have rights and don't have citizenship and don't have quality, like their quality of life should be improved. Like that's the first thing. And then we can like work backwards from there. You know what I mean? Like, let's just materially make differences and make sure that everybody's getting their basic needs met and feel safe and stable and secure and part of a system. And then we can try and find the cracks in that system and the people who are falling through them and work on those. That's all we can do. You know, I'm not defending it. I don't think it's a good thing that happened. I think there's a lot of bad things that have happened in our past, but like we can't turn back time. That's just not how life is. And I think trying to live in the past is only hurting people now.
Based. That's true. Yeah, like I don't know. I think that Israel owning up to its past is a, you know, like if they want to join the Western Nation Club, then they should join the Western Nation Club. Also, also Dooby, the thing is that I feel like you're confusing two different things. I'm not saying that Jewish people have a moral right to go live in Israel. I'm saying that Israel as a state has like an immigration policy that says that like if you're Jewish, then you get to go and then like you can get fast tracked to citizenship in order to go live there.
Well, it specifically says if you would have been persecuted under the Nuremberg laws, then you have a fast track to citizenship.
Yeah,
just to be clear.
Okay, yeah, which is not
like it's modeled off what people were being persecuted for being Jews. It's not modeled off cultural or religious definitions of Judaism in any way, shape, or form. It's directly related to the persecution aspect of it.
Yeah, and also there are other countries where, like, if you can show that you are like that you are of a certain ethnic, or you have like relations to like somebody who currently lives in that country or whatever, or like for example, or someone who did live in that country. Like, so my mom's an American, and that means that I have a right to American citizenship. I can literally fill out the form, pay the money, and get fast tracked to a process that normally takes 10 years to achieve. And like, I believe that I think that you can basically claim a right to Irish citizenship if you have like Irish heritage or whatever. Like I know that that's not exactly the same as Israel, but I'm just saying like that's immigration policy, okay? And I don't think that that's the same thing as making some sort of moral argument about how Jews have a right to return to live in Israel because they lived there ages ago or whatever.
Jews have a right to self-determination and safety. And for whatever reason, the world decided, and there are a lot of reasons, that the spot was going to be where Israel is now. And was that a chill decision to make? Not necessarily, and it screwed over a lot of people. And also, Jews still have a right to safety and self-determination, and those two things are not the same thing.
Yeah, no.
And you don't have to confuse both of them. Like, you can be for that and also not like how it was done and still not oppose the fact that, like,
no,
like they're two things that happen at the same time, but that's it.
No, Dooby, that's not, no. I think the Palestinians should have self-determination in a Palestinian state. And also, no, I do not support the relatives of the Israeli Arabs not getting fast-tracked. I think their family members should get fast-tracked. I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that if Sev, for example, or like some other Palestinian Israeli married somebody from the West Bank, then that person should be able to come into Israel and get citizenship. Like, if you want to like do background checks on them or whatever, that's fine. But yeah, like they should still be able to come in, and they should get the same like treatment as like Jewish Israelis, because if those people are living there, I don't think that that's necessarily like, no, yeah, like, but like that doesn't matter. That
you know, would be a great way to do that, to resolve the conflict, so that that's not always bubbling in the background and making dealing with these issues 1,000 times more complicated.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, Dooby, I'm aware. That doesn't mean that I support that. I also don't support the unequal treatment that the Palestinians who live in Israel receive, and the fact that like they have to deal with a bunch of shit.
Nobody here does.
The way that they're treated in the West Bank, like,
it's not a perfect society at all. There's a lot of flaws, and I don't know if you know this, but there's actually like a loud and solid group of Israelis that have been protesting for years and have been fighting and have been single-handedly like preventing things from getting worse in the country and fighting really, really hard to make things better. The problem is that when you're isolated from the rest of the world and gaslit into being told that you don't exist, and the people on the right that are fascist and racist and crazy and want to make things worse and more extreme can point to that and say, see, everybody hates us anyways. It only makes the situation worse, and it makes it harder for people like us that are trying really hard to advocate for the policy changes that you're talking about too, because we don't have anybody to like point to.
Yeah,
that's willing to work with us.
Dooby, when she says nobody here does, she's talking about in this community, not in Israel. Like,
you know, there's plenty of people in Israel that are really racist and fucked up. I'm not saying that. Sorry, just to clarify.
Wait, why do you think that the left in Israel is pretty fucking nutty, Dooby? I don't get it. Like, left-wing Israelis.
We have a communist party in the Knesset.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's what he means.
What's more left than that? We have fucking kibbutzes. We have like actual like communes all over the place. They're the backbone of this country. Tell me how we're not left again.
I think that he means that I don't know. Because they still support the existence of a Jewish state where Jews are given status over non-Jews. Like, no, that's not true.
No,
like,
they don't.
Like, no.
They do not, in fact. You should look into some of these parties. You'll be pleasantly surprised.
That's not the case. There's actually like, also people like Adi do not support like the Palestinians who have Israeli citizenship not having the same like rights in terms of like being able to buy land and shit, or not buy land, I'm sorry, lease land, because the Israeli government needs to own all the land.
It's incredibly fucked up. And I have a lot of problems with a lot of other things too that you haven't even brought up, and you probably don't even know are problems in this country. I could go on for ages. In fact, I usually do, about all the problems in this country. But that's not the point.
No, Dooby, you're only saying that because that you think that because that we don't support the abolishment of Israel as like a state for Jews, it means that we must support all of the like exclusionary or unequal treatment that their minorities get. But that's not the case. I don't think that saying, hey, Israel's a safe haven for Jewish people, but also they have an Arab minority that lives there and they are equal citizens. I don't think these two things are contradictory. And I think that like absolutely that Arab minority should be treated the same as the rest of the citizens, because they still want to be a liberal democracy. But like,
absolutely.
I don't think that that's, you know, and I think that there are ways that the Arabs can be made to feel like this is their country too. Do you support the right of
no offense, buddy, whoever you are, but you're going to have to do better at gaslighting if you're going to try and do this. Because I'm not even buying it. Like, you're trying to tell me that I believe things that I don't believe, and that's fine. But, like, I don't really know what to say because I know what I believe. I know what I go out and protest for. I know what I fight for. I know what I vote for. I know which organizations I donate money to. I know the type of world that I'm trying to create for the people around me. And you're just not convincing me that I don't.
Dooby, I think the problem is that like she doesn't see it the same way as like we don't see like Israel having an immigration policy as some sort of moral thing in the same way that you do, is I think the issue. Like I just that doesn't like I don't when I think about it, I'm not like,
It's a
oh
funny way
man.
to judge a country. It's a funny way to judge a country because it's so changeable.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I
Just the
just
law.
don't. And also, Dooby, we already answered your question. Like, I already answered your question too. I already said that I think that if you already have Israeli citizenship and you get married to somebody who doesn't have Israeli citizenship, that that person should be able to come to Israel and claim citizenship, even if they're not Jewish. Like, nobody doesn't, like, Addie doesn't disagree with that either. It's just like solving the conflict will go a long way towards making that easier for the Palestinians. Yeah, I know, I heard you.
When people aren't terrified of things blowing up all the time, and every decision that they're making isn't through the lens of how a group that is trying to destroy their country in every single way and kill people inside of it like indiscriminately, it's a lot easier to tackle those problems when you're not scared for your life all the time. And so resolving this conflict would go a long way to solving the issues that should be pretty simple, but because everybody here is in fight or flight constantly and always scared of the next war and always jumping and always paranoid and always assuming that the bus they're on is going to blow up, it just doesn't, they can't deal with these things the same way. It's just, they just can't. It's unfortunate. And I wish that everyone here could breathe long enough and get treatment long enough that we could actually not be a country of people with PTSD, but we're just not there yet.
Also, Dooby, you need to like clarify your question. When you say you're talking about Palestinian refugees of the Nakba who lived in the land that's now, are you talking about Nakba survivors as in people who are still alive who were like ethnically cleansed during the Nakba? Or are you talking about their descendants? Because those are two very different questions. If you're talking about the people who are still alive, then yeah, my answer to that question would be yes. As part of a resolution to the conflict, yes, I think that they should be able to come back as part of a resolution to the conflict.
I'm just going to say it now and it's going to piss you off, but nothing, and I mean nothing, should be done unilaterally.
True.
And on that note, I don't want to keep you from everything else. I really had just wanted to jump in for a minute. I think this Dooby dude would be very excited to learn a lot about the left in Israel because I think he would learn a whole bunch of things that he doesn't know exist. And have a good night, everyone. Subscribe if you want to make Netanyahu angry and you want to make me happy. And there's a Patreon where you can also support. So please do that. It's a mitzvah. Alrighty.
Have a good night, Addie.
Have a good one, everybody.
Thanks for stopping
Good night.
by.
Sorry for the tangent.
No, it's all good. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I mean, I could probably invite, I don't know. I'm trying to decide what I want to do now. If I want to go to Destiny's Discord and talk to him, if I want to talk to Dooby if he's still here, or if I want to end stream because I'm also hungry and it's dinner time. I don't know. Short Stat Goblin, what do you got? Or were you, yeah. Are you just here to like fight with Dooby more? I don't even know if he's still here.
No, I just I know Dooby for quite a while now. Dooby's main political position is that he's anti-Semitic. So he was right-wing for a long time up until October 7, after which it became more useful to be left-wing if you are anti-Semitic, and then he switched to the left.
Oh, I mean, I don't know much about Dooby. If that's your, I honestly, I've heard that Dooby's just a troll who has an incoherent political ideology. I don't fucking know. Like I've
Yeah, like he switches stuff a lot, and he likes to play devil's advocate in some situations, so that makes people think he's trolling, and sometimes he's not. Sometimes he's just playing the thing. But his long-term ideology that I haven't seen him ever go against whenever he is playing devil's advocate is he is always anti-Israel and anti-Jew.
I mean, he did say, Dooby, you did say that the land that the Jews allegedly lived in thousands of years ago. I mean, like, what the fuck do you even mean by that?
Yes, I'm resisting all your lists, Dooby.
Dooby, are you just gonna like throw pedo accusations at people now? I don't know if I want people doing
No,
that here.
his position is like he doesn't remember. To be fair, I have switched my username after the first debacle, so he doesn't know who the fuck I am.
That
So he's just
was
saying that.
oh.
Yeah, he's just saying that. Oh, if this guy's gonna make baseless accusations claiming that he knows me, I'm gonna say this about him. I think Dewey is fine with that.
Okay. I mean, Dooby, I'd have to look more into that, but like listen, if you convert to Judaism, Israel will take you. Just depends on like what kind of Judaism. Like if you like convert to Reformed Judaism, like I'm pretty sure Israel will take you. They are if you have like even like 1/4 Jewish, then they'll take you. Okay.
Except if you are like Asian Jew, then it's
Except if you're what?
Asian Jew. I have a friend from like the Jewish autonomous oblast in Russia that got rejected.
Wait, really? Wait, if you're Asian? What? I didn't realize that there were even okay.
Like there were the people that Stalin just fucking sent to fucking Siberia to the border of China, and those people, at least I only know one person from that region, and he got fucked. And is in China now because he got a call to go to Ukraine and just fled the country.
Dooby, I mean, like, yeah, that's technically true about the Christianity thing. Although, if you don't say anything about it, and you're and you're of the Jewish ethnicity, and you get like the letter from the rabbi or whatever, then you can like fucking do it. Like, you don't have to. You just need to like not say anything.
It doesn't matter. It's a red herring. Every single country in the Middle East and every single country in Europe is in one form or another an ethno-state by Dubis definition, including mine. The criteria that we should be applying is that every country is sovereign and has the right to have whatever immigration policy that country wants. And after they've allowed someone to immigrate, they should treat all their citizens the same, which is roughly, with some exceptions, what Israel does.
Yeah, Israel needs to fix the problem with the Palestinians, and I feel like it'll be much easier to do that. Like the Palestinians who live there, it'll be much easier to do that if they solve the.
Dooby, an Americanoid, is telling me that Europe does not hold that position. It's funny how you think that you are superior to the people that live here, Dooby.
Like,
so my country is in its constitution has the preservation of Portuguese language and culture. This is like ethno-state, right? Preservation of our culture. So if fucking Arabs come here, that's not preservation. And it's true. It's just written in our constitution, same as it's written in Israel's charter. We still allow immigration. It's just that there's criteria that we use for our immigration policy.
What
I did not claim that I know. Go ahead.
Sorry. Wait, what do you mean mask slipped a little, Dooby? What the fuck does that mean? Like, this guy's not claiming necessarily that he supports that. Like, I don't... Yeah, like, the Portuguese language and culture. Yeah, like, I think there's, like... I don't know about other European countries, but yeah, like, they'll fast-track your immigration if you show that you are, ethnically, like, Irish or...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, or whatever. Like,
Oh,
it'll be
absolutely. We
easier.
give priority to the colonies. We actually don't give a shit about like fucking bloodlines. But if you are from Angola, you can be perfectly black, but you are from a colony, so you are fast tracked.
Yeah. If he said fucking Jews in that way, you need to call your therapist. He claimed to be a golem, but he is actually Portuguese. What? Okay, Dooby, I feel like you're just trolling now. It's just a dumb nickname. He's like making fun of Vosh. Like, what?
I wanted to fight Spider before, but I didn't want to join because I was drunk, and now I'm still drunk. But I think Dooby is funnier, and he's not fucking calling in because he's a loser.
No, Dooby said that he could come in. Dooby said I can come
He
in.
said that, but he didn't join the waiting room.
No, because
so
that
I think that he's just a loser.
Because that I said I'm not sure, because that I'm still trying to decide if I want to try to just get on Destiny's stream. Yeah, Dooby literally just said I can hop in if you want. You know what? Fuck it. Come on in. Why not? I'll like go talk to Destiny later. At some other point in time. Or even when I'm not streaming. It doesn't fucking matter.
Cooking Destiny's content. That's Dooby's priority.
I mean, it's not like
buddy.
me talking to him is like that big of a, I just have like, I was just gonna.
I mean, Destiny now is like a loser that's playing Arc Raiders all the fucking time, so anyone calling in is good.
I mean, right now
even
he's
you,
not.
Kalinda.
Right now he's doing political content, or at least I checked on. But you know what? Fuck it, let's do it. And if you would, and listen, Short Stack, if you would like to drunkenly argue with Dooby and like.
Oh, last time that we argued, I was also drunk, and I was correct, so that's fine.
I mean, no, if you
I need to be drunk to talk to you people. Come on.
That would be fine. Dooby, I won't dogpile you. Oh, okay. Oh, you said just a minute. Okay. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna talk to Destiny right now. I don't even think that he would let me on because he's actually like doing politics shit right now. But yeah, if he like starts playing Arc Raiders or like whatever, I can go on there whenever. He said that I could come on whenever, so it's fine. You can come on. It's okay. But yeah. He just said just a minute. Now I need to decide what I'm going to do for dinner because I am hungry. If I want to order food, maybe I will just order food. I
mean, just be brave. Eat something ethnic. I don't remember. I was making fun of you before about some food take, but I forgot about it. I received today a letter from the United States giving a check of $51 because of some stupid FTC Amazon settlement over Prime.
Wait.
I just want to read it like the first sentence. The enclosed check is the result of a settlement reached by President Trump's Federal Trade Commission with Amazon.com.
Oh, did Trump sign the check himself?
No, but I like that it's not the United States Trump Federal Trade Commission. It's President Trump's Federal Trade Commission.
Is Trump's name written in all caps?
No.
Oh,
no.
damn.
But it is. So this is the first sentence, and there are 2 more mentions on. So in 3 paragraphs, there's 1 mention of Trump per paragraph.
Wow. Yeah. Of course. That's so stupid.
And this is a $51 check that I can fucking cash in this country without like a $37 fee. Probably at minimum. Dooby is in the waiting room.
I know. All right, Dooby.
Hello, buddy.
You're gonna fight with Short Stack Goblin for my content here because I need to have dinner, and then like if you want, I can talk to you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Kalina wants to farm us.
Hello.
Let's go.
No, I'm genuinely curious. Like, who are you? Because you said you've known me for years, but I don't.
No.
What I looked up your user ID in my server, and you had like Mr. Hyde on there in 2022, like the username Mr. Hyde. But I don't know you, so I'm just curious.
I don't talk to you in your server. I've talked to you like a couple of times in like a Prime panel or something, but I follow you. I like you.
Well, okay, hold on. Why do you think I'm an anti-Semite?
I think that you play devil's advocate for a lot of positions in general, and I think that's good. I think that you do it in your server a lot, and I think that's good in your server. I've never actually the only position that I think that you have over the years that you've never like played devil's advocate is playing for the Jews, and it's like you. So I find it very weird that your transition from playing more on
I
the
don't know if
right
you broke
side
up
to
or
more on the left side.
if my headset fucked up or something. You said the only position that he like paused for
That
a
you
little
are
bit. And you said the Jews.
yeah, you are consistent with is like being a little bit anti-Jew.
I'm not okay. I'm not anti-Jew.
Or,
to be clear.
or anti-Israeli. I think that it's uncharitable of mine of say anti-Jew.
Yeah, I hate Israel. That's true. Okay, it's not because Jews or Judaism even. Though to be clear, I do think Judaism is a gross religion. Though I dislike all the Abrahamic religions, and I think they're all
I
pretty
agree.
gross.
I agree. They are pretty bad.
Yeah. So, but I'm just kind of I don't know what me having criticisms of Israel. They really I only have because I feel like the pro-Israel lobby has a ton of influence in the US that irritates me for a lot of reasons that I can get into if you'd like. If they didn't have that influence, I really wouldn't give a fuck about them. They'd be just another fucked up country in the world, like other fucked up countries in the world with fucked up policies that don't affect me. I don't give a fuck about, right? But because they do affect me in some way, because they rely on the US so much for not really for what was I going to for like I wouldn't call it like defensive. The risk side kind of defensive, but they relied on us a lot to kind of be the bully over their shoulder, to protect them in some way. And that really bothers me only because one, I don't like their policies, and two, I think that the things that they push for here in the U.S. and by they I mean the pro-Israel lobby, which is a lot of Christian Zionists, a lot of weapons manufacturers, a lot of massive corporations, and yes, Zionists from Israel who come to the U.S. and advocate for their country, which other countries do. I agree. I don't like the policies of advocate for here. I think they undermine our rights, and that irritates me. So I don't know what me being critical of that country has to do with like this claim that I'm an anti-Semite.
I mean, it's about for me, it's about proportionality. I think that you could make the same argument like about the external policy. You could make the same argument about like Saudi Arabia or some shit.
Yeah, I don't like Saudi Arabia
you don't.
either.
Yeah, but do you spend as much time
you,
talking about them?
Yeah, that's my point.
I don't think Saudi Arabia has as much influence in the U.S. as Israel does. I think the pro-Israel lobby has way more influence.
What about what about Qatar? It looks like Trump is really kissing up to them. Do you think that Qatar has any kind of influence in the United States?
But Qatar is more recent stuff. Like for Saudi Arabia, like whatever war crimes that Israel has done, and Israel has done a lot of war crimes recently. Saudi Arabia has done more, and still.
I don't really care about the war crimes. Why? That's not really my issue with Israel. So I mean, I don't like war crimes. I do think it's bad that people are being killed. Right? I think innocent people in many cases are being killed. But there are many places in the world where this happens. My issue with Israel is that I think that their representatives and their lobby in the United States pushes a lot of policies that I think are very detrimental to my rights and the rights of my country.
So it's the IPAC.
For that reason, I speak about Israel more than I do Saudi Arabia. I'm not aware of anything that Saudi Arabia is pushing in the U.S. that comes anywhere close to what the pro-Israel lobby has done.
Can I ask a question about that? I'm just curious. What do you mean when you say like, are you? What policies pro-Israel people, like domestic policies, are they pushing in the United States? If you're talking about Christian Zionists, if Israel disappeared tomorrow, those people would still be insane religious right-wing people.
Yeah, I know.
So I don't know, why does that matter that they support Israel?
Because the driving force for these people is support of Israel, and many of the policies that they push they push to benefit Israel because they believe that they religiously have some kind of a duty to benefit Israel and to support Israel.
But
so I'll give you an example.
How is that Israel's responsibility?
I'm sorry, how what?
How is Israel's responsibility that evangelical Christians have like this weird notion that the rapture will happen once we kick all of the Jews from everyone else and send them to Israel?
To be clear, I don't think that's a belief, to be clear. But I think
It
that
is
Israel
like for the rapture for some
it
of
totally makes sense for them to do this. Hold on, it totally makes sense for them to do this, right? If there's a group within this country that is very friendly toward them, they, as a much smaller country, much less powerful country, have an incentive to encourage that belief,
Hold
right?
on.
Encourage that support.
Wait a minute, though. Here's my problem, though. I feel like you have not connected what I'm saying, because that again, if Israel disappeared tomorrow, the religious right would still be a huge problem in the United States of America. The fact that they advocate for insane socially conservative policies in the US, and by the way, I fucking hate the religious right. I've hated them for a long time. That's like one of the old political views that I still hold on to as my politics have evolved over the years. I hate these people, and they're fucking anti-gay, anti-women shit. And anti-trans shit. I hate all of that crap. But like, I feel like that, I don't think that really, it's not like if they didn't support Israel or if Israel disappeared tomorrow, like those people would still believe all of that insane shit. And I mean, there are also plenty of socially conservative people who, like Tucker Carlson is socially conservative and he is clearly an anti-Semite who hates Israel. So I don't think these two things are really as related as you think they are.
Yeah, so to be clear, I think I don't know if it's my headset or something. Like every so often there's like I think it's like a ping spec or some shit. So I'll look into that on the side over here. But it's just FYI. If I cut off or something, it's probably that.
Okay.
Or if I don't hear something you said, it's probably that.
Okay, that's fine.
But I can hear most of what you're saying, right? It doesn't happen very often. It just seems like it's happening every so often. That being said, so yes, it's true. There are crazy religious people on the right are still going to exist. Crazy religious people on the left still going to exist. My issue, primarily with Christian Zionists specifically, is that the crazy religious shit they're pushing is specifically to benefit another country, a foreign nation. I consider this to be treasonous in some ways.
How do you
This is
know
disgusting
that?
to me. Now, let me.
No.
Well, hold on, because they will say it when Ted Cruz is asked, right, why he supports Israel. He says it's his religious duty.
Okay.
Hold on. There's another representative. I forget his fucking name. Who was asked directly, right, if he had to support the United States or Israel, who would you choose? And he said he'd follow the Bible, which means Israel, right? So like.
Yeah,
they're not very like secretive about this. These people are elected representatives, so that really fucking bothers me. Like if they said Saudi Arabia, that also really fucking bothered me, right? That we have elected representatives who are expressing that they believe they have some religious duty to another nation. That's gross to me.
Yeah, no, listen.
Now, I can get into the policies that they push if you'd like me to explain like why I think it's so detrimental.
Okay, hold on. I know. I want you to name domestic policies that you think that they push because that they support Israel. Because that I don't think that these two things are as connected as you think they do. And I really don't give a fuck if these guys are like, oh man, but my religion compels me to believe. Because like I said, if Israel stopped existing tomorrow, or if Israel never existed at all, these people would still push all this insane religious shit. So I don't really think these two things are connected. Like, I don't think that people pushing to outlaw abortion in the United States has anything to do with Israel, is all I'm saying.
I never said anything about abortion. I don't know why you.
Can I give you a
I can give you an
domestic policies, unless you're going to talk about
I can give you
anti-BDS
domestic
laws.
policies. It's no problem at all.
Are you going to talk about anti-BDS laws? Because I can't really think of anything else that, you know.
Yeah, anti-BDS laws, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, the definition within that act is that has been pushed into other legislation, into other policies. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which you apparently believe in and support, which is fucking ridiculous, by the way.
Yeah,
but
I do.
Being used,
we can talk about that.
Yeah, I think
that's
stupid. But that being used, right, and I think within this definition is totally reasonable and totally common criticisms of Israel, the nation, right? So that criticism being labeled anti-Semitism and that being used to suppress anti-Israel speech because you might get kicked out of college or might get lose a government contract or lose your fucking job because you criticize Israel is wrong, right? Governor DeSantis going to Israel to sign laws that undermine our free speech in Florida, by the way. So he went to Florida. He went to Israel to sign a law for the people in Florida that undermine their free speech to benefit Israel. I think it's fucking disgusting, right? So and these aren't the only policies. There are tons of policies like this all over the fucking country. I think that anti-BDS laws exist in most of the country. Like I'm not, if this exists for fucking Qatar or Saudi Arabia, tell me. I'm not aware of it. And if that does exist for those countries, I'd be opposed to that too. But given that right now, what I'm aware of is just pro-Israel people pushing anti-BDS laws, this definition of anti-Semitism that I think suppresses American free speech. I think these are bad things. I don't think that we should be enabling this or supporting this.
Okay, so let me ask you a question because I'm curious now. Why is it like, I feel like these are all things that you could advocate against without like turning it into just being straight up anti-Israel, because it's not like most of the people doing this are American citizens. They're not citizens of Israel. They're American citizens, and like a lot of this weird support for Israel certainly stems from the religious right in the U.S. and like crazy Christian Zionist people and the insane way in which like religion has like is the extent to which that religion plays like a really big role in US politics, which I don't think it should. I think it's crazy that like that if you're a Republican and you want to get elected or you want to like win, you have to sell out to the religious right and at the very least pay lip service to them. Donald Trump had to do it, all these other people had to do it, and I think that's fucking ridiculous. And it's really bad on the state level too, because that's where that happens. So I don't really understand. Like, why can't you just advocate against that? Why can't you just say, "Hey, I don't like the IHRA definition," but then you're turning it into, "But I also don't like Israel," and then like you're arguing
because
about
Israel's involved in pushing these policies. They not only do they encourage these policies to be passed, they specifically advocate to these representatives who then push these policies in the U.S. that they should advocate for these policies.
Do Israelis
I'll give an
advocate for that,
example.
or do
yes, the Israeli government does. Yes,
American citizens advocate for that.
Okay, the Israeli government advocates for these American citizens who are Christian Zionists typically, but also it's not just Christian Zionists. I think the pro-Israel lobby in the U.S. is made up of three main groups, right? That I mentioned earlier. So it's not just Christian Zionists, to be clear.
Can you
I think
list the groups again?
they're the largest portion in the U.S. That's why Israel has so much influence in the U.S. is because of the Christian Zionists.
Can you list the
because
three groups again?
I'm sorry, what?
Can you list the three groups again?
Sure. So it is Christian Zionists. I think they're the largest group, like I said earlier. I think another major interest that works with the pro-Israel lobby is the weapons manufacturers who make a lot of money through this relationship with Israel and through the weapons that are purchased by Israel from these companies and these memorandum of understandings that the U.S. pushes. And whenever Israel gets some kind of like major military funding, that money goes to U.S. companies, and these U.S. companies have an interest in keeping that going, right? Like obviously, it's billions of dollars a year. And I think that there is also like Jewish Zionists in the United States that a lot of them are American citizens. Some of them are not, but many of them are like dual citizens, and they also advocate for this, right? They're like we can look at Miriam Adelson, for example.
Yeah,
give Trump like $250 million.
Yeah, I'm aware, and I understand that like she cares about Israel. Although, by the way, like if she's a U.S. citizen, which I believe she is, like that is still like her right to do that. Like I don't know what
I'm not saying she
exactly.
doesn't have the right to advocate for another country. I'm saying that I don't agree with it. I don't think that we should be supporting this other country. I think that because she's an American citizen, her favoring another nation is bad, because I don't agree with that. I don't agree with people pushing policies in our country to benefit another nation. I want people to push policies that benefit our nation.
But you are not blaming her directly. You're blaming Israel as a state.
No, I am blaming her. I think she's a bad person for doing this. I disagree with her. Yes.
Okay, well,
I think her giving Trump $150 million and then offering to fund his third term, right? His fucking election campaign.
By the way,
campaign for his third term.
I don't like her
disgusting.
either. She's a crazy, like fucking, like insane settlement supporter person.
Yeah, she's nuts.
So both Kalina and I are from countries that don't give a bunch of weapons and subsidies to Israel. If you just said that the U.S. should not give weapons to Israel anymore or whatever, we would be fine with that position. We would be fine with that position.
I'm totally fine with some defensive funding for Israel. Like that's not. I don't think we should just cut them off entirely. I don't think it makes any sense.
But then why would you not want Israel to exist as a state?
No,
you want it to exist as a state with majority Palestinians.
Hold on, that's a different discussion. We can get into that in a bit. Right now, like it was just about the whole thing with so it sounds like the only thing that your main example of domestic policies that you don't like is specifically like stuff related to the anti-Semitism stuff. But I mean, like I said, like I feel like you could still fight against all of that without like necessarily saying that that like or like specifically like going after Israel for that. I mean, like I guess like if you
but it's more.
If you want to, you can, or you could say I wish that, or like I don't think Israel should be doing this, but you don't have to advocate for like the end of Israel as a Jewish state or whatever. You could just that's all I'm saying.
That's silly. So I don't agree with ethno-states. I'm an American. I don't believe in like ethnic hierarchies, right? I think that's gross. So, if given that these, so it
Are
makes
you
it
against the existence
extra
of my
bad.
state?
I don't know what your
Are you
state is, but if it's an ethno state and
Portugal?
we're enabling in some way, yes, I'm against that.
Okay. Are you against Spain, France, United Kingdom, Germany,
Okay, I don't know if you're speaking.
Sweden, Norway?
But I'm going to talk. Okay.
Okay, so Norway, Sweden, France, Portugal, Spain, Germany, Italy. Are you against all of these states existing?
I don't think those are ethno states in the way that Israel is.
They are. They have a priority. They have a priority. I can talk about my own. We have a priority in our constitution towards our culture and language. We do accept immigration from other countries, but the priority is always towards our culture and language. Same as Israel.
What does that mean? Culture and language. What does that mean?
It's intentionally vague, so it allows for our governments to make changes on the fly about it. So right now we have a right-wing push, so we're curtailing immigration because of it. Generally, the most thing that you will notice is that we give priority to our old colonies for immigration in detriment to other countries because they have our culture and language.
Which country did you say that you're from again?
Portugal.
Okay.
He's Portuguese.
Spain is the same. France is the same. Germany didn't have that many colonies.
No, but
so
I feel like you're conflating like a nationality and ethnicity, right?
Well,
Which is
I mean,
not, it just doesn't make any sense.
arguably, no, because he said the former colonies, meaning that most of the people who would immigrate from Portugal's former colonies are going to be the descendants of Portuguese colonizers. So technically, like, it's going to be like the same kind of people, you know? Like,
yeah, it's going to be the people that we raped.
Yeah.
It's going to be people that were raped.
It's going to be the people that we raped, he says.
Okay. Again, if there are ethnocentric policies that create like an ethnic hierarchy in Portugal, I'm opposed to that. I think that's bad. And if the United States is enabling that in any way, I think we should stop. And I think we should encourage you guys not to do that.
To be clear, you also have these policies, but it's not in Portugal.
No, that's not true.
No, it is because it's not in Portugal. Once you are in this country, you are equal to everyone else. They are immigration policies only. And I believe this is roughly the same in Israel. And in the United States, you also have like the quota thing for the different countries have different quotas, and you cannot go over certain quota, which is why Mexicans
that is not at all
Chinese get fucked.
Okay, you're massively downplaying what Israel does and what Israel is. So Israel is specifically a Jewish state for the Jewish people and the Jewish culture, the Jewish language, where Jewish settlement is given is considered like a national. What's the word I'm looking for? It's like a national good or whatever the fuck their term that they use is, right? So and it's like it's for the in something of the diaspora. I forget how it's labeled in the Nation State Act. I'm sorry, the Nation State Law, but it's specifically for the Jewish ethnicity, right? So like saying the United States has a quota. The United States has a quota on people from Europe. Well, that's like this. That's the same thing. That's ridiculous. You know, that's ridiculous.
I'm sorry. Once you are a citizen of Israel, do you have less rights because you're not Jewish?
Yeah, you do.
I mean, it's not.
Okay.
Hold on.
Expand.
No, wait a minute. It's not. Listen, Dooby, I know you might like disagree with this or whatever, but like it's not as simple as that. It's not as simple. It's not written into the law that if you're not Jewish, then you don't have this right or whatever. A lot of it is systemic discrimination. So for example, if you're not Jewish, then it means that you don't have access to the Jewish National Fund if you wanted to like lease a bunch of land from the government, because the government owns most of the land. And as such, that means that if you're Arab, then you'll have a harder time doing it. And you'll also get discriminated against in employment and stuff like that. But it's not like it's written into the laws that Arabs are second-class citizens and Jews are not. Like it, unless you're talking specifically about the nation state law, but that doesn't actually change any laws really. That's like a virtue signal, and it's bad, by the way, to be clear, because it opens the door to other things. No, this is shit that is.
Hold on. Let me please let me respond to that, because all that everything you just said was ridiculous. So first off, pretending the nation state law is just like a virtue signal is crazy, right? If we had that in the United States, or you had that in Canada, or wherever the fuck you're from, if for like white people, you would be really mad about that. You call that fucking racist,
I would be,
Nazi,
and there are,
et cetera,
hold
right?
on, there are
you call that a fucking Nazi law, and
yeah.
it is, to be clear, it is that. Hold on, but wait, just really quickly, but back to the the people having like the same rights, right? So as we went over earlier, Arab Israeli citizens cannot bring in their family members on fast-tracked citizenship
Yeah,
to
the
fast-track
only place.
citizenship status in the same way that Jewish Israelis can. So yes, there are rights
Yes,
that Jewish Israelis
yeah.
have that Arab Israelis do not have.
Yes,
right. So yes,
but
it is true that hold on, that you said earlier. Well, it's not like it's in the law that you don't
for
have
the
this right
most
because you're
part,
not
it's
Jewish.
not
That's just
in
not
the
true.
law. Also, that can be changed.
We agree
Okay,
that
but
this
it
is
hasn't been
wrong.
changed. So currently, it's in the law.
Yeah, but that can be changed,
agree
and
that-
I think it should be changed. And by the way, like so does like all the left-wing Israelis that are in here too, and they also don't like the fucking nation-state law, and they've been trying to get that shit changed for years, and they protested about it, just like they protested about the judicial reforms and all that other stuff. Like it's not like people are like, you know, like that we support that shit. But when I say it's a virtue signal, what I mean is that it doesn't remove the fact that like in the basic laws, there are things that say that like all citizens of Israel are equal under the law and shit like that. And like the nation state law doesn't repeal that is what that's what I meant by
it's
but the
it's
problem,
abstract. It's exactly like my constitution saying that it's about the Portuguese culture and language, and it doesn't actually specify what the fuck culture means. It's completely abstract. It's a virtual signal. Same
yeah,
as in
but
my constitution.
the issue, obviously, the issue with the nation state law is that it opens the door for them potentially enacting other laws later on that could, yeah, like Adi just said in chat, there's no practical application of this law, of that law yet, but in the future, it could be used as a springboard to like do a bunch of bad shit, which obviously, of course, is what people like Netanyahu and Ben Gvir, like Ben Gvir and Smotrich literally want to kick out all the Arabs, you know, but the fact that the Supreme Court has oftentimes been helpful.
I think a majority of Israelis want to kick out all the Arabs, including Arab Israeli citizens.
No, they don't. It's like
because if they wanted, they would have just done it.
No, it's not.
easy.
Obviously, it's not that
It's
simple,
empirical.
right? So when I say most,
it is.
I don't mean
actually.
every single one. I mean it's like over 50%, if I remember correctly. The last polls that came out.
I thought it was like 40% or something. Are you talking about Gazans or are you talking about Arabs?
No, I'm talking about Arab Israeli citizens. I'm talking about Arab Israeli citizens.
What? Kicking out Arab Israeli,
Also,
or Arab Israeli being okay with kicking out?
I don't think most Israeli citizens or Arab Israelis want to leave Israel either. Like they have.
I don't know where that came from.
But you said that the majority want to kick out Arab Israelis, including Arab Israelis, unless you were saying that.
No, I didn't. Why would I say that?
Okay. Yeah.
I'm talking. Okay, what I said is that I think the majority of Jewish Israelis want to expel non-Jewish Israelis.
I don't believe that's true.
I thought it was. I thought it was
there's
like
a poll very recently that came out, but it supports another poll that was in like in 2016 where they found it was like almost 50%. It was like in the 40s, I think was what you were referencing earlier. But in 2025, they did another poll, and it's over 50% of that poll.
Are you talking about that Haaretz poll? No, that was about Gaza. I don't think that's okay. You're not talking
from
about...
Israel proper. I don't believe that's true.
I think Gaza specifically, it's like in the 80s.
It's not. That poll was
but I'm talking
bullshit.
about Arab Israeli citizens.
The Gaza poll, Gaza poll was bullshit because
it was religious bullshit. Like the wording was shit.
The sample.
It was about.
Can you explain?
And it wasn't about kicking out. Okay, go ahead.
I can explain. The sample sizing in that poll was like the sample groups was a lot of like religious areas, and the published poll they listed all the questions, but then they didn't necessarily provide the answers to some questions, and the way they asked the questions was shit like about Amalek and stuff. Like it was done in like this really weird way where it seemed like they were fishing for a particular answer. The actual number is probably closer to like 45% or something.
Where are you getting this 45% number from?
So
Haaretz published that poll, and then some other people also published a response in Haaretz where they talked about it, and they said the number is probably closer to 45%. I would have to like give you the article, but they basically talked about why that poll was bullshit. I think that Lonerbox had like some people who spoke Hebrew on his stream who went over like the actual like the original results of the polling because it was in Hebrew.
Yeah, hold on. I saw the translated version of
that.
No, I saw the translated version of the poll. Like we can just like translate it with Google Translate. It's not that difficult, right? So
yeah, I know, but I'm just saying.
If you look at the way they answer questions, right? So I think it was like something like when the air army conquers a city, should they act the way that the Israelites did in Jericho, right? And people know that means that they killed everybody in the city. And I think it was in the 40s. I said yes.
Yeah, so
right?
they went to religious people and say, "Do you agree with this religious passage?"
Yeah,
Is
like
the implication that religious Israelis are like genocidal? Like half of them are genocidal?
I mean,
A
like
little bit,
some
yeah.
of them probably are.
Well, hold on. 47% said that they should kill everybody in the city. And I
Yeah,
think the
but
city.
47% of those
of the far
polled.
right religious people. 47%
Okay, so
of
you
the
just don't
religious.
like polls, apparently. Like,
No,
what
it's
would be a good
not.
sample
No,
size?
we know where the poll, like, because Lonerbox is a stream on this, we know where the poll was conducted. It's not a representative
It
sample of the
wasn't
entire
representative
Israeli
of
population.
the entire
It's like,
population of Israeli Jews.
if
is
you
the
grab
problem.
only the far right Israelis, that's the results.
Yeah, like I
So
think.
do you have a competing poll that actually properly polled the
I mean,
different groups of
think
Israelis?
this question has previously been answered, but
Well, you said it exists, but I've looked for this and I'm
yeah,
not
but
aware
even
of it.
if it doesn't exist, it still doesn't make that Haaretz poll not
Okay.
dog shit.
Yeah, I think just claiming that it's dog shit is like without anything to counter the
No,
findings of the
but
poll.
that's-
And these findings, to be clear, line up with the Pew Center's poll, like in fucking 2016. And I don't think that polling group is dog shit. So like, it's a little bit. You're like, I don't know where
Are
you're getting this from.
you saying that in 2016 Pew polled Israelis and found that 80% of them want to ethnically cleanse Gaza? Is that what you're
No,
telling
I'm saying
me?
that in 2016 they polled Israeli Jews and found that I think it was just under 50% of them believe that non-Jewish Arab Israelis, non-Jewish Israelis should be expelled.
Okay, that's different than what we were just talking about. I'm not talking about that. I was talking about the poll that said 80% of them want to be kicked out of Gaza. Or want the Palestinians kicked out of Gaza. The Pew thing you're referring to is different.
But the poll by Penn State University of when you're saying this is like the crazy genocidal religious people, it was like only 56%, right? So it wasn't that much more. You would think that if this poll is so skewed, they're only going after like this specific crazy group of like religious right wingers. That number would be much higher, right?
No, hold on.
But it seems to be in line with the Pew Center poll is more because there's been more shit that's happened. I'm sure after October 7th, they had more Jewish Israelis feeling this way. So the numbers have bumped up, but it's not like 80-90% like you would expect.
The difference that I'm saying is that if that poll like found that 80% of Israelis, and it looks like from the sample it was like largely religious Israelis, that that they wanted to kick everybody out of Gaza, that's not the same thing as like wanting to like kill them, which is what that question about the Amalek shit implied. So yeah, like I wouldn't expect 80% of them to respond with "we want to kill them all," you know.
And to be clear, the wording was not Gaza, was the Amalek.
No, hold on. The Amalek thing was like in the 40s. It wasn't 80%.
I know. I never said that it
was.
It was. Do you want to kick all the Palestinians out of Gaza? Was it not?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that that's less extreme than like we want to kill them all. So of course you're not going to get an 80% number for that because that would be fucking ridiculous. But like among like more religious Israelis, I can believe that 80% of like religious or like right wing Israelis want to kick all the Palestinians out of Gaza. But I don't like, I mean, it seems like the sampling of that, like that poll was just really sussy.
Sussy. Okay.
Well, no, I mean, like,
this polling group used by pro-Israel groups before? I think it was used by AIPAC before, right? So I don't think this group is like.
I don't fucking know. Actually, wait a minute. You know what? Maybe in some ways that might track because maybe AIPAC wants to poll right-wing Israelis. I don't fucking know because AIPAC seems to be pretty right-wing, aren't they? Like AIPAC is the more is the more like hawkish right-leaning one. J Street is the more like we want two states one. If I understand correctly, like I don't.
Okay. So like, hold on, but like
I bet AIPAC would be okay with kicking the Palestinians out of Gaza. By the way, so.
Sure. Like I wouldn't disagree with that.
And they probably don't think it's bad.
So you believe that AIPAC has been using an intentionally biased polling group for years to
I mean,
support
I don't know. I'd have to
their.
see some other
it's an
polls.
it's an hypothesis based on the fact that you said that they use these guys. These guys are biased.
Like
I don't know what
but
IPAC
I said
uses.
they're biased, or you said they're biased.
No, I'm saying that these guys are biased nut-jobs, at least in this fucking poll. I don't know if IPAC uses them
I don't
frequently or
know.
not. I don't care about your fucking lobby in your fucking country that has weird lobby laws.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not aware of anything to support any of the claims you guys are making. But let's just give it. It might be true, right? Maybe it's like 40%.
Link you the
right?
Haaretz thing.
The point. Yeah, that'd be great. So the point of that me making that statement, like let's say it's 40%, not 56%. The reason I say this is because what you said earlier is, Ben Gvir and Smotrich want to expel them. Yeah, but it's also a pretty sizable portion of Israelis, right? Like if it's 40%, that's a fuck ton of Israelis.
Yeah,
Israeli Jews
that's
who
not
want to expel these people.
Yes, that's not good.
But hold on, but the implication, we just say, it's just Smotrich and Ben Gvir. It's like the implication is that it's like a small group of extremists, and it doesn't seem like it is a small group of extremists. It's a pretty large group of extremists.
Okay, then that's I know. 40% of Israeli Jews. Then I mean, yeah, but I guess the answer to that would be like we need to figure out like why, like which of them feel that way because they're fucking paranoid and afraid, and like their brains got broken by October 7th or the Second Intifada, and which of them feel that way because of some deep ideological commitment to it. Because I think Ben Gvir and Smotrich have a deep ideological commitment to that, and I don't think that I think that when they would probably like argue to the average Israeli that we need settlements for Israeli security, but that's not why they want settlements. They want settlements because they have an ideological commitment to it, because they think they have a religious right to take settlements. The argument that settlements help Israeli security is bullshit because they don't, and like there's lots of things that you would have to convince Israelis of, and they probably think that it would make us safer if we got rid of all the Arab Israelis living here. And if you want to convince them that that's not the case, then like you have to figure out like which ones believe that because they have a deep ideological commitment to it. And yeah, but I mean I realize that's not what you're arguing. If you want me to walk it back and concede and say it's not a small, but yeah.
Do you ask these questions about like Palestinians who like let's imagine
yes, I do ask these questions about Palestinians.
We do. There's Palestinians in the chat right now.
We talk here frequently about how we can de-radicalize like the Palestinians who feel this way, or like the Palestinians who, in fact,
how do you think you can do that? Like, what are your ideas to de-radicalize these people?
I think that if they have self-determination and they get better material conditions, then a lot of them will probably chill, because at the end of the day most people just want to live their lives and raise their kids and not like be fucked with. And therefore, and like this is something that I frequently will argue with against like Israelis who like don't think that's true and who think that if Palestinians get a state then they're just going to keep on trying to destroy Israel. But I don't believe that to be the case. And I also point to the Arab Israelis as an example of that not being the case, because they are chill, and they've been chill for like 75 years as they've been living in that country, and they generally are doing pretty well. They deal with it, but even with all the shit that they deal with, they're still chill. I think that reforming the education system would also help, but step one is that they need to get self-determination. And then, also I think that Israel needs to change their behavior towards them too. Like this is what I like to say, okay? Both sides need to do stuff. Israel needs to stop doing settlements. They need to enforce the laws equally in the West Bank, meaning that they need to stop treating Palestinians like second-class citizens, even though they're not like actually citizens of Israel. But like they need to actually like punish settlers. They need to dismantle all the outposts, and they need to step back and they need to say, okay, Palestinians, we want to negotiate with you. We would like to negotiate with you for you to get a state.
Yeah.
And we'll recognize
Marwa.
And we'll recognize that the Nakba is a thing. Or we'll recognize that we did the Nakba or whatever. Or we're willing to do that. And this deal we had from Taba, it's still on the table. We can use that as our starting position. But I mean, until then, if you come at us, then we'll fuck you up. And then on the Palestinian side, they need to stop doing terrorism, and they need to say, hey, Israel, we're willing to negotiate with you. And then like they can do like civil disobedience or like nonviolent protest shit or whatever. And self-defense against the crazy fucking settlers, if the settlers are still coming at them. But like obviously in my ideal world, the IDF would fucking actually video game those people. and like make them dismantle all their shit.
How would you pressure Israelis to do this, to do any of this?
Um,
Because it seems to be the case that there's at least like 40% of Israeli Jews who are either ideologically attached to the idea that they need to expel all Arabs, even the Arab Israelis, and another sizable portion who thinks that they just need to outright like kill these people. Right? So
wait.
How do you pressure them to do this without sanctions, without international pressure? Because you seem to be opposed to all those things.
I'm not opposed to all of those things. I just think that you have to do it like right. I don't think that the answer is to literally just like drop sanctions on Israel and then say we're cutting off most of your weapons to you and also we hate you and all that shit. I think the answer is that you have to like do like sort of, you have to be very careful about it. You got to do carrots and stick stuff. And
like,
also,
what do you do?
Also, hold on. You also need to
like,
pressure.
What would be step one to you?
You are American. You don't do shit. You elected Donald Trump. You lost all leverage.
Hold on. I don't know that. Wait, Dooby, did you vote for Trump?
No, you. I mean,
I think Trump should be executed for treason. To be honest with you.
Yeah, not him personally. Based.
Okay.
Right now, unfortunately for you, like.
Yeah, but we're talking hypotheticals here.
Internal Israeli stuff and Europeans can do something. You are kind of cucked.
No, yeah, but that doesn't matter, Short Stack. We're doing a hypothetical here. We're doing a rundown here of like what the United States should do in order to pressure Israel. I think that if you want to pressure Israel into actually going to the negotiating table, one of the things that would be really important to do so is to make them recognize that that doing so will not like make them be counter to their security. And so on that portion or on that note, like you can pressure them with regards to the settlement shit. I think that sanctioning individual settlers is a good idea. I think that sanctioning people like Ben Gvir and Smotrich is also fine as well. I think that also too, like that you can twist their arm. Like for example, under Biden, that fucking 3-month blockade shit wouldn't have happened. But Trump just let him do it because he doesn't give a fuck. Like Trump's basically just letting Israel do whatever the fuck they want because he doesn't care. But like I also think that like you can take like a carrot and stick approach, but it kind of feels like you don't want. And also I think that Israel has more lever, or like that because of the changing polling in the United States, they will be able to American presidents will actually be able to pressure Israel more, like publicly even too. They'll be able to say things about it. So yeah, like I think they need to pressure. What would step one be? Settlement freeze. Make them do a settlement freeze. Try to pressure them into doing that with like sanctioning individual figures and other such people. Then you also got to go to the Palestinians and you need to pressure them too. And you can probably do that by offering them like various economic incentives to do so, because that if Israel will feel more likely to want to negotiate with the Palestinians if they don't feel like it's going to compromise their security in order to let the Palestinians have a state. And if you want that to be the case, then like Adi was saying, then you got to empower people in Israel who will then be able to pressure Netanyahu and run against him with like all this talk about how, yeah, we need to make peace. Because back before the Second Intifada, the Israeli left had a lot more leverage to be able to do that, and people like Netanyahu weren't winning elections. Like you can trace the radicalization of Israeli society, and it correlates with the election of people like Ariel Sharon and then like other Likud people. And it's like the extent to which that people got radicalized because of that, because of all the terrorism shit. Like the Palestinians have to, like they have to stop doing the terrorism shit. I understand why they're doing the terrorism shit, because they feel like that they can't do anything else, or like that's what they've always been doing. But that it's not it doesn't work. It hasn't helped them. And I don't like when people cheerlead that shit or they don't talk about it when they're trying to find solutions to the conflict.
Yeah, I agree with almost everything you said.
If you want to do more,
can I just really, because I'm curious about this, okay? Because you mentioned the polls in the U.S. that are shifting against Israel, right? On both sides of the political spectrum here in the U.S. On the left, huge shift. On the right, there's also a pretty big shift with like young right wingers, and it seems that rift seems to be growing, right? But you were arguing with me or questioning me for criticizing Israel, and I think that the way that you grow that shift, that anti-Israel shift in the U.S., is you criticize them, is you call them out, is you call out the influence that they have on that their lobby has on our politicians.
Hold on.
Right, but if you're opposed to me doing that, and when I do, you say that I'm like obsessed or something.
No.
Like, aren't you like acting counter to that shift? Aren't you like opposing that shift that you say is a good thing?
Hold on, just a second. Wait. I'm sorry, Short Stack. Let me just let me talk to Dooby for a second, okay? And then I'll let you guys like fight when I fucking when I go to eat my dinner. I'm trying to decide if I want to order food or not, but I don't.
She's our moderator, Dooby.
What?
You're being
Shouldn't order food. It's overpriced and it's bad for you. Just make something.
She's a coder.
That means
save your money.
That means that I have to get up and walk to the kitchen and you know what? All right, fine, I will. I'll go start boiling water in a second. I also have to feed this cat. Do you have any animals, Dooby?
I have 3 dogs and a turtle.
Oh, nice. You should post pictures of your doggos in the Discord Pet Pics channel, as I invite everyone to do. I like dogs too, and cats, and your turtle too. Turtles are cool. They're neat. Anyway, so I feel like you're not. My issue is not with people criticizing Israel. I mean, fuck, I criticize Israel. Like when I argue with right-wing Israelis about the settlement shit. My issue is that like also like Netanyahu and fuck that and all that shit. But it's about how you criticize Israel. The problem is that when a lot of people say they want to criticize Israel, what they actually mean is that they want to like basically advocate for Israel's destruction as a state, or like as it currently exists as a state. And I feel like that's stupid and counterproductive, and I don't think it's going to get anywhere, and it's not going to help the Palestinians. And it's literally like what I believe Lonerbox even said it in that debate with you and Prime, against you and Prime, that all you guys seem to care, or I mean, I don't know if I should say you necessarily, I'm not going to assume your position, but a lot of the people who want to criticize Israel seem to care about is like whatever it is that's the most anti-Israel, not whatever's going to help the Palestinians. And that's why like we don't see them spending a lot of time talking about how Hamas is actually really bad for Palestinians and how like they are not helpful to Palestinians at all. And how like their Hezbollah isn't good for like that, basically how violence doesn't help the Palestinians, because all they really care about is the destruction of Israel. And that's an issue that I have with that. And I don't think, like overall, I don't think that is particularly helpful. I also am not sure it's really helpful to like calling out like AIPAC or whatever, unless you're unless you're going to call it out from the perspective of, and I think this is really shitty. I used to do this too from the, sorry, from the perspective of anybody who says Israel is or like criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism, because no, of course not. That's like fucking retarded. That's stupid. I don't believe that. I think you can criticize Israel without being like fucking anti-Semitic, but like you don't need to advocate for the destruction of the state of Israel. I don't think that criticism is helpful. I think, and I am worried about those polls in some ways, because I feel like there's radical fact. Like you mentioned the fact that a lot of Republicans have turned against Israel, and a lot of young Republicans, unfortunately, and maybe you might disagree with this, but it seems like a lot of that has to do with like how many of them are fucking Fuentes fans, and like the insane rise of the far right on the young Republicans, and like how much of them just like hate Jews. It seems like there's a huge problem there. As far as on the left, I mean, I think that if we're not talking about the far left, like the far socialist left or whatever, I think a lot of them would probably go along with the kind of shit that I was talking about, you know? Like, I don't think that they're ideologically dedicated to wanting to destroy Israel or whatever.
Okay, so first of all, I don't believe that the anti-Semitic gripers are a sizable portion of the right wing, even young right wingers. I know it's a movement that seems to be growing, but it's a very small percentage of people. I think most people, even young people, young Americans, are not going to be pro like incel weirdo shit, right? Like, and I think Fuentes is an incel weirdo, and clearly a racist, clearly a fucking white nationalist Nazi guy.
Is he
gay?
I think
most people in the United States.
Do you think he's gay? I don't
know. I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like one of those gay guys who's like super anti-gay because he's gay and he's angry about it or something. So like I think it's a very small group of people are going to support that, are going to be okay with that. I think we get a lot of it on the internet because we are on the internet, so we see it all the time.
That might be
But
true, although I am concerned about like the rise of it or the extent to which that like popular Republican figures like Tucker Carlson are basically like now platforming it without giving it any pushback, because that just exposes it to like a greater number of people. But that's whatever.
But I
That's a
totally disagree with that, though. I think Tucker Carlson. I haven't finished the Fuentes interview, right? So maybe something happens toward the end that I missed, right? But I did watch, I think, like about 70% of it that he had with Tucker Carlson, and I thought that he did a great job pushing back. I think he pushed back against Nick Fuentes in the exact way that I'd want somebody on the right to do it. Someone who claims to be a Christian, right? Like Tucker Carlson, like Nick claims to be a Christian. He did it from the Christian perspective, using the Christian teachings to counter the bigotry that Nick pushes. I think that's exactly the way that I'd want to do that.
Okay, you might have to like send me clips of specific, because I don't recall, but whatever. It's been
yeah. I forget the wording, but the idea was that Jesus, like we're all made in God's image, and you shouldn't punish people for the crimes of their ancestors and shit like this, right? Or like he argued against Nick from the biblical perspective, using Christian teachings to argue against bigotry and racism, right? And I think he did it very effectively. So I think that's exactly the kind of pushback I'd want to see him get, right, from somebody on the right.
I mean, I still think so you don't think Tucker is anti-Semitic then?
No, I don't.
Why? Because you think
Tucker's still a Zionist, if I remember correctly. Like he still believes that there should be a Jewish state.
He's not. Tucker is incredibly anti-Israel. Tucker is like on the same train as Candace Owens is. Tucker Carlson?
No.
I mean, he's maybe not as mask off as she is, but I don't think that Tucker has ever said or that Tucker has currently said. Hell, I don't even know the extent to which Tucker was ever really a Zionist.
No. When I say Zionist, I just means that he believes that it's fine for Jews to have a Jewish state for Jewish people. You got to have like the ethno state thing. Or I think it's an ethno state. I'm saying you don't think it's an ethno state. I agree, it's very anti-Israel, but I think most of Tucker's opposition to Israel is centered, like my opposition to them, on the way that they influence U.S. policy. Right? They're the pro-Israel lobby, massive influence here.
It's a Zog thing.
And
Tucker doesn't care about Israel in Israel.
I think just calling it Zog is like accurate. I think it's more complicated than that. I don't think all these people are Zionists, right? Like I said, the military-industrial complex,
the issue,
is a massive portion of the pro-Israel lobby, and it's a massive reason that has so much influence. There's a lot of money there.
Okay. First of all, there is not nearly as much money there as other industries in the United States. I feel like that this is kind of a silly, like the military-industrial complex shit. Like if that were the case, why the fuck isn't the United States sending way more weapons to Ukraine? Because like if they have that much lobbying power, why isn't the U.S. like making shitloads more? Why is it that the United States has issues with, like, fuck, if you want, I could get like fucking Epic Fail in here, who like is in the U.S. Air Force, to talk about how like the United States hasn't like built any new ships in ages, or how like if the United States went to war with China, they'd probably be fucked because they don't have the industrial base to like build enough weapons to counter it, and none of that has been rebuilt. Like if the military industrial complex were so powerful, why the fuck isn't that happening? I feel like it would be happening.
Didn't Trump, hold on, not only have we sent a fuck ton of money to Ukraine, we sent a fuck ton of money to Israel.
How much?
We spend, hold on, we sent hundreds. I think Trump just put out like a demand for like a $1.5 trillion military budget.
Yes, he did.
So like,
I don't know if that's
pretending this lobby
passed.
not only doesn't have any influence.
I'm not saying it has no influence. I'm saying
it doesn't
that
have much money behind it. It's ridiculous. Obviously.
I'm not.
Hold on. You said that there's not much. There's not
I'm
much
saying.
money there.
I'm saying that there's not nearly as much money as you're acting like there is. I'm saying that they don't. That
what do you mean?
The amount of. Okay. Do you think?
If you compare to other industries.
Yeah. If you compare it to like
the tech industry, for example.
the tech industry. Those guys like that. There's way more money behind that shit.
Yeah. Hold on. I agree. I hold on. To be clear, I consider them to be part of the military-industrial complex in this situation because. Well, I don't know why you're laughing. Because as we've seen from things like Palantir, we've seen from things like fucking Microsoft's AI being used by Israel to select targets, right? There's a lot of money there, right? They have entire campuses in Israel.
Yeah, but
dedicated to these things.
Yeah, but
so
that's
pretending that lobby doesn't actually work in tandem to push this group's interests because they want to make a fuck ton of money is silly. It's just you're just not engaging with reality.
All of that. That's not all of the tech industry. It's not all like fucking.
I didn't say all of it.
Some of them work with it. Like Microsoft is not like, and just because, yeah, Microsoft works with Israel. I understand they're an American company, but if Microsoft, like Amazon works with Israel too, because Amazon has like a campus in Israel, I believe. But yeah, these are multinational corporations and they've decided to work in Israel. I don't necessarily think that that's quite the same thing as what you are talking about.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I feel like it seems like you think that the military industrial complex yes, they have sent a lot of money to Ukraine, but what I'm saying is, or a bunch of aid to Ukraine, what I'm saying is that like if the military industrial complex was as powerful as you say, like if they were like this all powerful crazy, like, and they had this much control over the US government, why the fuck is the US currently not sending way more shit to Ukraine, and why isn't it building more shit? Because like right now you guys are not building more shit. Like you need more ships.
Where do you get this idea that we're not building anything?
I'm not saying you're not building anything, but you're not building like the
Okay,
shit
what do
that
you
would
mean
be
by more
necessary
shit?
to take on Japan or take on China eventually.
Okay, why do you think the United States couldn't take on China right now?
I'm not saying that they can't take on China, but like war games between the two of them show that within the first 72 hours, like both sides will like run out of ammo, and China has a greater manufacturing base to be able to like rearm their shit faster than the United States does. It doesn't mean that the United States wouldn't win necessarily eventually, but like I'm just saying that
they wouldn't.
No, I think they would, because
Wait, isn't that just like a population issue? Because China has far more people, right? So they have the ability to have like push up much more labor.
I mean,
right?
no,
Much more
it's
manufacturing.
not just that. It's that they are also, it's that they have like they currently have the capacity. Like they are currently manufacturing all that shit. Like the United States does not make all of the all the ammunition. I think that a lot of them are made in other countries, like the ammunition that the military uses or whatever.
That doesn't mean we don't have any, or that we're not able to access a lot of it. I mean, it's being made in other countries because we have deals with those countries to produce it.
Yeah,
so
but
far.
I mean, yeah, so
until
far.
we invade Greenland, of course.
I don't think that's going to happen, but that's a different conversation. Yeah, but the United States itself shrunk their production capacity is what I'm saying. And like, the United States just doesn't have, China has a greater production capacity. All I'm saying is that why the fuck isn't the US currently sending more shit to Ukraine? Because they're not. And I feel like the military industrial complex might want that. Also, I don't know, Epic Fail is saying in chat that a lot of the defense industry is begging for, it like doesn't want the government to keep arming Israel in the same capacity, because the same amount that they are, because Israel doesn't have the capacity. I think I talked to him a couple days ago, and he pointed out also the fact that a whole bunch of American interceptors basically got depleted because they were shooting down those Iranian missiles that were being fired at Israel.
Oh yeah.
And
if Iran shoots now, they're fucked, right? This is
but I mean, he was saying that America lost a whole bunch of expensive equipment that now they have to get more of, and that was the entirety of its stockpile. And also America's stockpile has run down in part because they sent so much shit.
Who do they get more of it from?
They would either have to build it or they would have to order it from other people.
Yeah, hold on, and they do, right? The United States spends hundreds of billions of dollars, more than any other country, every year.
I know.
Researching and manufacturing military equipment.
Yeah, I know.
So
but
I don't know we're getting this idea that we don't spend enough, or that we don't spend anything on that we don't produce a fuck ton of shit. That we couldn't produce more, or that we don't spend anything on research. So like I said earlier, hundreds of billions of dollars a year. For this specific thing, there is a massive lobby attached to this thing because they make a lot of money every year from this activity.
But the way that
so saying that there's not a lot of money there is fucking ridiculous.
You're talking about it in a really black and white way. I'm saying that it is more nuanced than that, and when you put it that way, you're doing the fucking leftist. Oh my god, we can't afford healthcare because we spend so much money on the military. That's how you come across.
You said that there's not much money there, or
I'm saying there's not as much money as there is in other industries.
Okay, we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars spent by the United States every year going to these companies to produce military equipment and research. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year. So yeah, maybe there's another lobby out there that gets as much money from the U.S. government. I'm not aware of it. I'm sure there might be something that exists. I'm not aware of it. Okay. So, but this idea that you're like downplaying that and saying, well, that's not much money is fucking ridiculous.
No, I'm
Of
saying
course
that it's not
there's
as much.
there's
I'm
a
not
lobby behind
saying
the money.
it's not as much money as like other industries is the issue
Like
that
what?
I'm saying.
What
Well,
other industry gets hundreds of billions of dollars a year?
We already said that like the tech industry is like $1 trillion industry, and no, not all of those.
No,
And
how
not,
much do they get from the U.S. government every year?
I don't know how much they get from the U.S. government every year, but they could probably get like. Actually, wait, space. Do you think SpaceX is like part of the military-industrial complex? Is that?
He's gonna say yes, and I'm gonna agree with him. No, I would
think
say
I think
like,
eventually, but I wouldn't consider it that right now. Though
Okay,
I'm sure
well-
they're planning to use some of this for like, military reasons.
No, there's like never mind. I don't know what I can talk about.
Doesn't the healthcare industry also get like a fuckload? You get some amount of subsidies from the U.S. government. It's like I don't know, like the important, because like the U.S. government spends way more money on like entitlements than it does on like the military or whatever. And I think that yeah, but I'm just yeah, maybe they might not get, but they probably could lobby to get that amount of money. And if they had so much lobbying power, like they probably could lobby to get subsidies from the government. And if they had so much lobbying power, then would they not like use, or like why wouldn't they use it to like change the things the U.S. does or whatever? Especially
They do.
since
I believe they do.
I mean, okay, well then why isn't the tech industry? Why didn't they lobby the U.S. government to stop the like, or to like do more to try to stop the war in Ukraine or whatever? Because that
why would they do
hurt
that?
because it hurt the economy like a shitload.
Sure. Why wouldn't Microsoft nuke the sanctions on Russia that prevent them from selling Office and Windows into Russia? That's 150,000
Okay,
people
you know what?
that are now cut out of.
Wait a minute. Oh, you mean 150? No, Russia's got way more than people than 150
Million.
No, Russia doesn't have. Hold on, they've got more than just.
I don't know. I'm a Soviet. I only know the pre. I still consider all of this fucking Ukrainian, Poland,
Listen,
and shit. All
I
part of
have
Russia.
like, listen, my views on like the whole lobbying shit is still like, wow, Russia's population is around 143 to 146 million. Jesus,
Okay,
that's
so it's not that
actually
far off.
that's actually kind of insane that Russia doesn't have that large of a population given the amount of land that they have. And when you compare it with America's like 350 million population.
But that's because they are centralized and they fuck over everyone in Siberia.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. Anyway, sorry. My position on like the lobbying shit is kind of a work in progress because that I have like 50 billion things that I need to do more research on. Generally speaking, I'm just not a fan of like, I guess, overly simplified or like blaming one thing in particular on reasons for X, Y, or Z. But if you and Short Stack would like to argue about that, that's fine because I'm gonna go boil water. And then if you want to, you can talk to me about like Israel shit. Also, Hanar wants to come in. I don't know who this person is. Like, Dooby, are you okay with like more than one person or more than two
I
people?
don't know who that is either. But yeah, I'm totally fine with whoever coming in.
Okay.
Yeah, to be clear, I'm gonna try resetting my internet connection in a few minutes just because you guys are like going silent a lot, so I have to like listen to you on stream while talking to you at the same time.
Jesus.
So it's kind of annoying.
I'm sorry.
But I think it. No, it's totally fine. I think it's just like an internet issue or something. So I'm just gonna restart my router really quick.
Okay.
Okay.
But I can still hear you. So if you want to talk in R and tell me why you disagree with me, that's totally fine.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can.
Well, we have spoken a few times, Clinda, but on loaner boxes. So.
Oh yeah, I remember you. Are you? I wanted to say, are you Monkey Man? But no, I don't think Monkey Man is somebody else. I'm sorry. There's only so many.
I live a little bit north from Monkey Man. I don't live in the backwater of Wollongong.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, Epic also just sent me this thing about like replacement rates for ammunition. So yeah, Dooby, if you check stream suggestions, this is like the kind of shit that he was talking about. And I can I'll just pull this up in the web browser here too. Like you can see that it that like, yeah, oh yeah, okay, so numbers transferred to Ukraine for like this ammunition, and then the production rate per year, and like inventory build not possible because of US training requirements. And yeah, it's just like about the numbers that America gave to Ukraine, and the fact that America's not going to be able to replace most of this shit within the next 5 years, like to build more. And that's it's because they just don't have like the capacity to do that with the current industrial manufacturing base. That's why I was saying last night that America needs to recapture the that World War II building spirit and make more shit.
I mean,
but
yeah,
I mean,
since the Reagan era, they've really lost a lot of production capacity.
to be clear, they only had that because the Brits were paying for it.
They only had that because what?
The Brits were paying for it, and the Russians and the French and whatever else.
No, they weren't.
Lend-Lease.
No, Lend-Lease was free. Lend-Lease allowed everybody to get their shit, or like they didn't, unless
it was not free. No.
Hold on, let me see.
The US only got cents on the dollar for Lend-Lease stuff.
The Brits were paying for it until 2006. It was certainly not free.
Was that okay? What about the Russians? Or maybe it was only free for
also until 2006.
Wait, were the Russians actually okay? Maybe I am wrong about that then.
So everything that got destroyed in the war was not they didn't have to pay for. So it was free if they kept it after the war.
Yeah, but Russia was also doing things like burying planes so they wouldn't have to pay for them.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Epic,
Russia,
Epic, help me! Is Lend-Lease is fucking like yeah? I mean, obviously,
Epic is a weird nationalist guy. Don't listen to him.
What? No,
I'm kidding.
that doesn't.
I'm kidding.
That doesn't,
I'm kidding.
That doesn't mean that he's going to be inaccurate about the history, though. He seems to know all of his shit. Policy under which the United States supplied the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, France, and the Republic of China and other allied nations of the Second World War with food, oil, and material from 1941 to 1945. The aid was given free of charge on the basis that such help was essential to the defense of the United States. I mean, that's what Wikipedia says. It was a lease.
Reading.
It was a lease they paid. The Lend-Lease Act was signed into law. And ended on a total of 50 billion, the equivalent of 690 billion in 2024, when accounting for inflation, worth of supplies was shipped. Okay, this is just the numbers. Roosevelt's top foreign aid. Harry Hopkins had effective control over Lend-Lease.
Just go two paragraphs down. Reversed Lend-Lease.
Oh, reverse Lend-Lease to the United States totaled 7.8 billion. Of this, 6.8 billion came from the British Commonwealth, also aided the United States. Canada also aided the United States and other allies with the $1 billion gift and mutual aid totaling 3.4 billion. Services equivalent to 61 billion and 20. But wait, is this saying that?
Yeah, after the war, part of it was paid back. Not all of it, but like a third or something. And it continued to be paid back until 2006. By 2006, there were British troops in Afghanistan to protect the United States. The Brits didn't charge anything to the United States for their help. It's weird, right?
Oh, there it is, repayment. Anglo-American loan. Congress had not authorized the gift of supplies delivered after the cutoff date, so the U.S. Charged for them. Oh, the gift of supplies after the cutoff date, so the U.S. charged for them usually at a 90% discount. Large quantities of undelivered goods were in Britain or in transit when Lend-Lease was ended on September 2nd, 1945, following the surrender of Japan. Britain wished to retain some of this equipment to the immediate post-war period. In 1946, the post-war Anglo-American loan further indebted Britain to the United States. Lend-Lease items retained were sold to Britain at 10% of normal value, giving an initial loan, blah, blah, blah. Payment was to be stretched out over 50 annual payments starting in 1951 at 2% during the war. The U.S. Lent Britain 88 million ounces, 2.5 pounds. Well, I mean, it sounds like it took them a while for them to get this money back.
Yeah, until
So
2006.
yeah, I know, but that doesn't that kind of like reinforces what I'm saying is that the United States could find their whole thing, or that the U.S. Was that like the U.S. was still able to do that without like immediate access to repayment for that money. Yeah, and I think part of the reason why is because they had like way higher taxes back then. But anyway, Dooby, hello again. Is your internet working now? Hello, Dooby.
We can hear you,
Hello?
bud.
Sorry, I'm
Okay,
here.
you're here.
Hey.
We went on
Go
a
ahead.
tangent about World War II because we are ADHD morons.
Well, yeah. I also, by the way, guys,
Yeah,
that's
that's fine.
part of the reason why that I have like when I'm streaming, it's harder for me to like start reading over Wikipedia articles to find information or whatever while I'm reading it out loud, because it just feels weird to do it in the same way as I would as if I wasn't streaming. So that's why, yeah. Thanks for your understanding. Anyway, Dooby, Epic, if you check stream suggestions, Epic Fail sent this handy chart, which I now have up on my screen, which shows the replacement rates for shit that was sent to Ukraine. Apparently, the United States does not have the capacity to do the same shit that it did during World War II today, because America is not a manufacturing superpower like it was back in the 1940s, because the United States doesn't like manufacture all that same kind of shit in the same way as it did. A lot of other countries do it instead. For us,
So
or for you guys.
according to Kalinda, Trump was right about everything.
I mean, no, fuck that, because that's not necessarily a bad thing, and I think it's silly to say that it is a bad thing. I mean,
No, I mean a lot of it's because also because production lines are far more complex than they were like 30 years ago.
You mean 75 or 80 years ago?
Oh no, because the US had massive production capacity until the Cold War really started winding
yeah,
down.
that's yeah, for this kind of shit. Yeah, a lot of that got cut down. Like
But,
basically, yeah, like America hasn't.
Yeah, because it was like kind of a two-pronged thing. So the US used to have state-run arsenal. While they wouldn't produce themselves a lot of things, they would come up with the designs and then contract out the blueprints to other companies, which is a far more cost-effective thing. But the US like sold off their state-owned like arsenals, like Springfield Arsenal.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, they also got rid of a lot of their production capacity. And it's a hard thing to get back, but it's like when you look at the production, like the kind of production that China's going through, and then also trying to supply like Israel and Ukraine and stuff, it's like it's very clear that the US needs to invest pretty heavily in producing things again. And I mean, there has been some movement in that direction.
Yeah, or like, I guess, pay other countries to do it, but you need to pay a bunch of other countries to do it. I don't know, that's like a big hard pivot, but I'm just saying. I don't know, like, Dooby, if you're looking at that. Dooby, is your shit okay now? I don't even know if he's here.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, if you look at
Still
that.
doing some troubleshooting, but it seems mostly better, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. If you look in stream suggestions, Epic Fail sent something. It's the most recent message. That's what we were talking about, basically. And if you want, like, I mean, he could always come in here and talk to you. Like I said, listen, I'm sorry. I'm so bad at like actually getting up and going and like cooking my food, which is what I should be doing.
Yeah, you should eat things.
Yes, I should.
Yeah, and we're seeing you touch your phone, and we're still not sure that you're not ordering it and punning us out of it.
No,
Still,
I'm not.
I want to go back to Israel. I want to go back to Israel. I don't care about fucking Ukraine.
Oh,
I do care about Ukraine,
what?
but not.
I'd like to go back to me being anti-Semitic. So I'm curious about that.
You know what? Yeah, you guys should talk about that. Argue about whether or not Dooby's anti-Semitic. Unless wait, hold on, Epic. Unless you actually want to come in and like talk to Dooby about like this kind of shit, because I haven't really heard any. And yeah, like this is all stuff that I'm only just learning now, right? Like also like I'm not like Epic always will provide like various information or whatever. He has access to a whole bunch of shit because that he works for the Air Force, or he is in the Air Force rather. But yeah.
So Epic is like that kid that was like leaking Pentagon files through Discord.
No. I don't think
he's
so.
the kid.
He was a Portuguese kid as well.
Wait,
blood of my
really?
blood.
I didn't know that. That's funny.
Yeah. His surname was Teixeira, and we know these things. He was from Azores, though. So island mutt. We don't care.
Okay. You know what? That's fine. Yes. That would have to be later. I'm on a cell phone and I'm not. Oh, okay. That's fine, Epic. Maybe another time, or like later if Dooby's still here. Dooby, I don't even know how long you have, but I'm gonna go. And Dooby, how long do you have actually?
Okay.
How long do you have?
Oh, how long do I have? I don't know. I'm retired technically. Actually, not like actually, I'm retired. So,
Do you just have infinite money, by the way? I've seen you donate shitloads of cash in other people's chats. You don't have to like.
I started a business when I was 22, around there, and made lots of money, and I just sold it last month. So.
Oh, you
So wrapped up. I've got lots of money, I sold it for an unreasonable amount of money, actually. So yeah.
Jesus. Okay. Well.
Now the only limitation is I do have a wife and son, infant son. So if they need me, I might need to run off.
I see. Okay, that's fine. Well, you know what? I hope that I don't know. Yeah. I hope that when I get monetized that you two will dump a gazillion dollars on you, but you don't have to. It's whatever.
If you keep being wrong, I will definitely donate to disagree with you.
I think that's really funny that you do that. Anyway, because Connor mentioned that you did that too. Anyway, Connor's a cool dude. I'm gonna go. I'll be back. Go ahead, guys. Argue about how Dooby hates the Jews.
Actually, like my position is a bit different. Like when you were talking before about the pressure that you should put on Israel and whatever, my problem is that the putting infinite pressure on Israel is not good. There is a point that if we're not careful with the pressure that we put on them, we isolate Israel as a country, and Israel becomes North Korea. They have nukes. They can just kill all the Palestinians and decide, okay, it's gonna take like 50 years for the West to lift sanctions, but we just kill the Palestinians now, and we're done with it, and we tank the 50 years.
Isn't that an issue with like any country we put sanctions on? Like that's probably a concern.
Yeah, and that's why like the idea that we should make pressure as a not as politicians but as the population for our infinite pressure from our population and process and shit that are sanctions needs to be correctly guided to actually give some effects and like the threat of sanctions.
I mean, like I said earlier, I'm not in favor of like immediately cutting off all support to Israel, like even financial support. I think that can be leveraged to get them to do things that we want them to do, potentially like we do with other countries.
Yeah,
one of the ways that we can do that though is by getting rid of the anti-BDS laws that exist around the country to make it easier for people to put this kind of pressure as individual citizens.
That would be extremely hard to reverse if that did happen.
Yeah, because they have a very powerful lobby in the US. Yeah.
So
I mean, it like in terms of national lobbies, yes, but in compared to like industries and stuff, I wouldn't say the Israel lobby is particularly powerful. Like when you take into account all
that's crazy.
Players. No, they get a lot of publicity, but the amount of money that they actually can throw around is tiny compared to the US.
I also like the anti-BDS laws. I'm gonna say, because again, I'm not in a fucking country. The only one that I look into was like the California one when the Saltman was like trying to cancel, which I decided to read that one. Technically, if someone decided to make like some weird anti-Qatari things, it would also be illegal by the same law, even though the thing mentions Israel in particular. It's worded in a way that would apply to other places, and it's kind of fangless. I don't know where I was going with this.
What do you mean fangless? So these laws are pushed all over the country. I think they exist in most of the states in the U.S. I think it's like over 30, if I remember just off the top of my head. But what tends to happen after they get passed is they get challenged because they're fucking. It's crazy, right? That they're trying to restrict the freedom of expression of American citizens, right? So we can't lobby against or refuse to fund a country, right, through their own fucking dollars. But so in some states, it is true that they're softened over time, like they have been in California, though they still exist in California, to be clear. In other states, they're not. So, for example, they're in Texas. People have been fired for being opposed to Israel as like a government employee. Right? People have been denied contracts as a government employee. As a government contractor because they oppose Israel. So, I mean, in fucking and it's not just anti-BDS laws. That's like one thing. There are many of these sorts of laws all over the country. But I think that's a good starting point. I think that this is on its face wrong. It's wrong to say that American citizens cannot like boycott a country, right, foreign nation. So yeah, I think we should get rid of those.
I mean, that's fine, but again, this is an internal thing of the US. It's like you dislike IPAC, but IPAC is funded by US citizens. That's my issue with your position.
I don't know why that's even I don't know why you're even like. So yeah, I understand a lot of these people are American citizens that push these things. I went over the reasons I think they do this. Some of it's money, some of it's like religious. I think that the primary reason that the Israel lobby has so much support in the U.S. is because of the religious, like Christian Zionists. I don't think it's all money, right? But money is a big factor, but it's not just money.
Yeah, but then why would you blame Israel for your own population misguided love for the fucking Jewish people? Do you believe that it was? I guess technically the Jews wrote the fucking Bible. That's why your evangelical weirdos believe in the rapture.
No, that's not okay. Sorry, my wife was talking to me. So I think you said something like the reason that there's like a. Actually, can you just restate what you said? Because it sounded like you said that the reason they have so much support from like the Christian Zionists is because the Jews wrote the Bible, something like that.
No, I was making a joke that the Jews wrote the Bible, and that's why the evangelicals love Israel. No, but that's my point. Is like I understand that in the US I understand that you have some frustration with the IPAC and with all this religious Zionist bullshit, but this was not created by Israel. If anything,
hold on. So I think not only do I think that Israel actively pushes like these like pro-Israel groups to propose anti-BDS laws all over the country. I know that they do this. Netanyahu has bragged about doing this, by the way, multiple times on camera. He's bragged about doing this. So Israel actively pushes it, and then people within the United States that are pro-Israel, either for monetary reasons or religious reasons or any other reason, they push it within the U.S. Right. So I understand that it actually is American citizens who are passing the policy. I still disagree with the policy, and I think I criticize Israel for promoting that policy within my country. If fucking Qatar was pushing something like this, or North Korea was pushing something like this, I'd also criticize North Korea for doing it. So I don't see this as a need for it.
Do you oppose it from like a freedom of speech like kind of ground?
I think it undermines our rights.
To be clear, Qatar does promote some shit in your country as well, but it's a different story.
Yeah, I agree. The rights are being undermined in my country because our representatives are for various reasons choosing to pass laws to support a foreign nation. I think that's bad.
But that just goes straight into your First Amendment considerations.
Yeah, which is what I said earlier. Like, I believe that Israel pushes laws, encourages our politicians, our representatives, and lobby groups within the U.S. to push laws that undermine our rights as Americans. So I think this is bad, and I oppose Israel for doing this.
No,
I
but
mean,
what
the
I
US
mean is
also
that
sorry, you go.
what I mean is that weird Jews and Zionists and Christian Zionists have the right in your country to express these anti-American views, and that's something that you accept under your First Amendment.
Yeah, of course.
I would kill them all as traitors, but even in my country, I'm a bit radical.
No, I'm like I said. I mean, I get that you're like Portuguese or something, so you're like a filthy whatever the fuck you are. But I'm an American. I believe in free speech. I believe in freedom of expression. If people want to express bad ideas, they can do that. I'm not in favor of like
filthy
banning.
what? Sorry, go ahead.
Like I don't know, are these like communists or fascists? I don't know what the fuck's happening in Portugal right now. Okay, some kind of filthy thing. Okay,
not yet, not yet.
But anyway, so yeah, people can be wrong about things. I'm not saying that I would ban people advocating for these policies, but I think they're bad policies. I think they undermine our rights, and they undermine our rights to benefit a foreign nation. So I'm going to criticize both the people who push it in our country and the foreign nation. Like I don't think that's unreasonable. If China were doing that, I would criticize China. So like,
the US also has laws like enshrining US support for Israel. So it's in a way it's a tricky situation that it could be in some way you can consider it conflicting with constitutional rights as well. I also don't think sanctions on Israel will actually help end the Israel-Palestine conflict in like any way.
I think we need to be able to put pressure on Israel, right? And so far, Trump definitely has not been pressuring Israel the way that I'd like. Biden didn't pressure Israel the way that I'd like. I think a lot of his pressure was like toothless. It's a lot of like words. But one part of that pressure needs to be citizens, individual citizens. If they want to choose to boycott Israel, boycott products that come from Israel, companies that are in Israel, they should be able to do this because they're Americans, and we should have this right. So whether they're government workers, they're teachers, or they're like fucking janitors.
Can I just say something, Dooby, about the Biden thing? So like, you don't think that Biden pressure? You think a lot of his pressure was toothless? He was the one who was he got them to open up more aid crossings in order to let food in, and he got them to hold off the invasion of Rafah in order to buy time to get more of the civilians out. Like he did pressure them. It's just that I don't what the hell else did you want him to do? There was nothing that he could not stop them from going into Gaza. I hope that you don't think that Israel shouldn't have gone into Gaza or shouldn't have or that they had no right to respond after October 7th.
Yeah, I don't know why you went there. No, I don't. No, I don't think that they have no right to respond. Obviously, they have a right to respond. They're a sovereign nation that was attacked. They have a right to respond. However, that being said, so you mentioned Rafah, right? Rafah said it would be like Biden said it would be a red line if they went to Rafah. They did. His red line was meaningless. He said he would stop sending them bombs and artillery shells. He didn't.
Wait, did he say?
When they were there was that letter that was leaked from the State Department to Israel that complained about the amount of aid getting into Gaza, right? I'm sure you're aware of this.
Yes, I am.
And in the letter, they gave I think it was like a 60-day period in which they needed to turn this around and let in more aid and open up more crossings, yada yada. Or they said that if they didn't, something might happen. Right? They didn't say, "Oh, do it," or we're gonna stop funding you, or whatever.
You realize that the amount of aid went up after they did that? Yes.
Barely, very little. Hold on. You realize, you agree that the amount of aid that went in, the demand to which it was increased was nowhere near what they were demanding in that letter.
But a lot of
nowhere close to it.
Yeah, I know. But now we're about to get
okay. So they didn't meet the requirements, right? They didn't meet the requirements that were laid out in the letter, and they continue funding them anyway.
The issue is that the important thing is did more aid get in so that people in Gaza were able to get food? And I feel like the issue is that do you think that Israel needed to be sending 500 or 350 trucks a day into Gaza in order for people in Gaza to get fed? Do you believe those numbers are accurate?
I have an issue with what you just did, okay? Because what I said to you earlier is that I believe that Biden's pressure was toothless, right? We have a clear example here. So we have that letter from the State Department saying, hey, you need to do this by this day, or we might do something, right? I know they didn't lay out exactly what the consequences were, but they had a clear metrics, that clear things that they needed to see happen, that Israel do, or something might happen, right? Israel did not do those things. They did not come anywhere near those requirements, and Biden kept sending them bombs and money anyway, right? So this is what I mean. It was totally toothless, right?
And-
Just like the Rafah thing, he said there was a red line, and that if Israel went into Rafah, he would stop sending them bombs and artillery shells. They went into Rafah, and he did not stop sending them bombs and artillery shells. So again, it was toothless. So
But he
this
said
is what
that
I mean.
about Rafah because the entire Palestinian, or 80% of the Palestinian population, was in Rafah at the time. And then he negotiated with them. The Palestinians got mostly evacuated. They evacuated like 1 million people in like 3 days, which I don't know how the fuck the Palestinians managed to do that.
Yeah, like isn't that
and the invasion happened after.
Doesn't that mean anything at all? Like, is that not meaningful? Israel was never not going to go into Rafah. The point is that like a whole bunch of civilians were able to get out before they went in there.
It wasn't about going into Rafah. It's going into Rafah when there's like all the civilian population is all there and it's all gonna die.
Okay, can we just acknowledge again? This is what I mean. That he said, "Hey, if you go into Rafah, it's red line, and we're going to stop sending you bombs."
The red line is if you go into Rafah while everyone there will die.
No, hold on. They went into Rafah. They did kill a fuck ton of people within Rafah, a fuck ton of civilians within Rafah, and he kept sending them bombs and artillery shells.
Yeah,
anyway.
not everybody was able to get out.
Okay, so his red line was bullshit. It was a lie. Just like that requirement from the State Department, or that memo where they laid out these requirements, that was also bullshit because when Israel did not meet those requirements, there were no consequences.
Okay, so let's do the counterfactual. So then Biden says, okay, this is the red line. We'll stop all aid and all weapons to Israel. And then Israel says what? Oh, now we don't have to worry about not killing civilians anymore.
I mean, that is exactly what they would say. They just wouldn't give a fuck.
Do you think that they would say genocidal monsters that would just want to kill all the civilians?
No, I don't.
Well, then why would you go there?
They would care a lot less if there's no consequences for them.
Hold on. What are you saying? So if we impose consequences, they would care less, and they might do the thing we don't want them to do. If we don't impose consequences, they're still going to do the shit that we don't want them to do. So like we can't do it either way.
The consequences that we impose need to be something that needs to be a compromise between what they will do without any leash, and if we pull too much on the leash, they will just break it.
Okay, what
we need to
Biden impose for Rafah?
U.S.
or not meeting the requirements. Hold on,
you didn't
not
have
the
to.
requirements in the memo.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. Biden did pause shipments of bombs for Israel over Rafah concerns, but Biden could not pause these shipments forever because the president cannot stop congressionally approved aid from being sent without an act of Congress because he's not allowed to do that.
Did Biden lobby Congress to stop the aid or stop funding?
You say that, but Trump could do it. Kalinda, come on.
Yeah, I mean Trump has.
Well, yeah, but it's not.
King Biden could have done it.
Apparently. Yeah, but we don't want Biden to act like a king and to like ignore Congress and pretend they don't exist.
What I want him to do is like have a backbone, and when he says that there are consequences or there's a red line or there are requirements, if Israel doesn't live up to that red line, goes over the red line or doesn't meet the requirements, there are consequences attached to this. He did not do this.
Okay,
so
wait a minute.
He paused. He paused. I think it was like the 2,000-pound bombs they were using for a while, but he'd already given them thousands of those. So like, it's silly.
Yeah,
right?
he had given them.
There were no real consequences.
Those were Israel was given a whole bunch of shit before like they went into Gaza or what have you, or as they were going into Gaza. Like I said, like there was only so much that he was going to be able to ask of. Also, Republicans did control the Senate, and there was no way that they were ever going to go along with any of that. Just a sec, hold on. I want to know what Biden's exact quote was, because you're saying his quote was, if they go into Rafah, this is a red line. But my understanding was that the whole thing was about him pressuring Israel to allow time for the civilians to get out, not like saying, no, you can't go into Rafah at all ever, because that would be crazy. I feel like that's an unreasonable ask because the Rafah was Hamas's last stronghold. And like, there was no way they weren't going to go in there. But a whole bunch of civilians got out because that Israel held off from going in. So I just want to know what what exactly it was that he said. And I can't find it. Like, I want his exact quote.
I mean, personally, I think it was silly for Biden to make public ultimatums. Paints him into a corner than anything.
I mean, yeah, I think I probably agree with that.
But I think the US actually has quite a lot of leverage over, like, relatively speaking, over Israeli policy. It's just that almost all of it is not publicized.
I mean, they do that. That's why the aid thing with Biden lasted less than 2 weeks, and with Trump lasted like 3.5 months, and actually caused a famine.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely do have. Yeah, actually, no, they do, because we always hear stories about, or like, America does definitely definitely does pressure Israel more behind the scenes than publicly, because like we didn't find out about that phone call until later. Although that phone call was not this notion that America can just like make Israel do shit is not it. Like, it doesn't really work that way. Like, people think that the United States could literally make Israel stop the war in Gaza, like back in October or November.
What like diplomatic pressure do you think the U.S. has, or like, do you think we have any influence over Israel?
No,
at all?
yeah,
Like,
I think that you
ability to pressure them to do anything.
Yes, you do have.
Well, then why do you push back against any pressure that might be exerted on them?
Wait,
like, what pressure is okay to exert on Israel?
What do you?
Not any pressure.
When did I say that? I'm not against exerting pressure on them.
Yeah, what kind of pressure though?
I just
hold on. You mentioned like individuals, like sanctions on individuals. I'm talking about like Israel as a nation, not just fucking sanctioning fucking Ben-Gvir or Smotrich, right? I'm talking about like Israel as a nation. What sanctions would you be okay with being imposed on them?
It depends on what you win for the sanctions and if it's reasonable to ask for them. Like, I think the aid thing. We don't know about it, but I imagine that there was a sanction, or at least there was a stick behind you need to resume aid now during Biden's term.
I mean, yeah, there was at the like
even during Trump's term, actually, even though it happened much later. I think even during Trump's term, there was a stick behind you need to resume aid.
That was because like there was an international push for it. But
what was the stick with Biden?
We don't know, but obviously they didn't just say,
Dooby, do you know about Bob Woodward's book, War? Have you read or heard any of that? Are you familiar at all with that? Because he has like a whole chapter on this about Anthony Blinken's like trip to Israel right after October 7th in order to get them to reopen the aid crossings, and how he spent like hours like basically like trying to pressure Netanyahu into doing it, and he finally succeeded at the end.
No, but he didn't though, because they didn't open up the aid crossings that that Biden was demanding that they open.
In December,
they didn't let in as much aid as that Biden demanded that they let in.
In December, they did open the aid crossings. A bunch of them got damaged during Hamas's assault, and they needed to. Yeah, they did. There was a bunch of aid crossings that got opened in December. There was like 2 or 3.
Okay, you agreed with me earlier. I think you agreed with me earlier that in the State Department memo, there were requirements laid out.
Yeah, but that's
including the opening of aid crossings. I'm not talking about that. Hold on. This is the same shit. What do you mean? When Anthony Blinken went and spoke to Netanyahu, this was related to that memo, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. I'm talking about way earlier.
Okay,
the memo that you're talking about was from 2024. The memo, or the shit I'm talking about, was like not too long after, like, or like later on, like I think maybe a month or so after October 7th, when Israel was starting out the war. Anthony Blinken flew to Israel, and he spent like hours pressuring Netanyahu to agree to open the aid crossings, and they didn't want to, and they felt like there was going to be like political backlash for them doing so. And also the aid crossings have been damaged as well during October 7th. Like there was like damage to like roads and all that other kinds of shit, and they had to like fix holes in the wall and whatnot. But they did open the aid crossings, and yeah, like it's all written about in that book about like how much time was spent in like talking about it and whatnot. And I think that one of the things that Blinken had mentioned too was that if you guys don't do this, then like Biden's probably not going to come to Israel, which obviously would look pretty bad if he didn't for like Israel, for like Netanyahu or whatever, because Israelis really like the American president, and like they probably didn't want it to seem like, you know, that they weren't like friendly with the US. And yeah, but I mean, I don't know like what else was, but like obviously whatever it was that Blinken said to them in that meeting, it was enough to pressure them to open the aid crossings at the end of 2023, because they did open more aid crossings.
Okay, so earlier on, they opened up more aid crossings. Now, in the situation that I'm referencing,
you're talking about the siege of North Gaza.
in the State Department memo that I was leaked, where they laid out specific requirements in terms of like aid levels and also specific crossings that they wanted to see open. Israel did not accomplish those things, right?
Yeah, you're talking about the State Department. Yeah, you are talking about the siege of North Gaza. That's specifically what that was referring to. When like for 3 weeks, aid was completely cut off from entering like North Gaza or parts of North Gaza rather. It was the general's plan. Which by the way, that like it was that letter that did cause Israel to like end that siege. Because like more aid did start to go in. Was it as much aid? No, it wasn't as much aid. Like I feel like the 350 trucks a day number is kind of bullshit because that wasn't even the number of food trucks that were going in before the war, but whatever.
Well, hold on. What do you mean that wasn't the number going in before
that
the
was
war?
Not the number.
Didn't they have food being produced within Gaza? So they probably wouldn't eat as many
they
trucks?
also did have food being produced within Gaza, but even with that counted, I don't think you need 350 or 500 trucks is the number often cited of like food and humanitarian supplies going into Gaza. Like
Why?
That's kind of a silly. Because somebody looked at the number and they were like, oh wow, this is the total number of trucks that were going in before the war. Therefore, this needs to be the total number of trucks that are now going in, even though 62% of those trucks were like construction supplies.
Also, before the war, the types of food stuff going in would be far less like calorie dense. You could probably cut the number to like a third and still get in more calories, bringing in like humanitarian type rather than commercial.
So you're saying that these humanitarian organizations who were advocating for 500 trucks a day or whatever the number was, you're saying that they just came up with this number willy-nilly because that's how much it was coming in before?
I mean, yeah.
I think these organizations. Why do you think this? So these organizations. I remember this was like a big thing. This is a big
numbers.
This is a big thing during the what is it? The GHA, what the Gaza Humanitarian Organization.
No, this was
GHF
this was the 500 trucks talking point is from ages ago. That's got nothing to do with GHF.
Hold on, I understand, but this was a big contention then. Is that even with the GHF, they were saying that not enough aid was getting in, not enough food was being given out.
Yeah, that's because the GHF
and the GHF in Israel was claiming that there was enough, right, and that actually these humanitarian organizations were exaggerating and the need for aid, right? But so you're saying that we should have trusted the GHF there or Israel there.
No, I'm not
these humanitarian organizations just pulled a number out of their asses entirely.
I'm saying look at the fucking numbers of the number of trucks. This information is literally available on the UN's website. You can see that prior to the war, prior to 2023, you can see the number of trucks that would go in every day, and the fact that like 62% of those trucks were like fucking construction materials and shit that was not like humanitarian aid or food related, and it was like only like 21% or whatever were like food. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that like before the war, the number of trucks that needed to go in was nowhere near 500, and so it does not make sense to say that they need 500. Whoever came up with that number, it was that number is bullshit.
Hold on, but like, just think about it. Okay, so they're no longer producing food within Gaza that they were before.
That doesn't.
So I think this would imply that there's a greater need for food from outside, and not just food, but also medical aid.
But that
right?
doesn't mean that the number of trucks needs to be 500. That is insane.
What should it be? If there's hold on, I don't know why it's insane. If you agree that they should be, it's probably more than 350. What do you think it should be? Is it 400? Is it 450?
No. I don't even know that 350
is
necessary. I said 500 was insane. I don't even know that 350 is necessary.
Why?
Yeah, okay.
I don't understand. Like, what do you think? Like 100 a day? Like 150 a day? Like, what do you think would be reasonable?
This is what's going to happen here is you're going to like scoff at me because I don't agree with like the fucking like what all the fucking human rights organizations say or fucking Amnesty International who say it's a genocide, and you put like way more stock in this shit than I do. And this is just going to turn into you like laughing at me because I don't agree with the authorities that you're appealing to here.
No, I'm asking you what you think the number should be. Like, what would be reasonable to you?
I mean, probably like, well, right now, okay, it depends on when, but like, I don't know, maybe like 150, 200 maybe, depending on the time period or what have you. Although
Based on what?
It's not just the number, based on like the number, like it's a guess based on the number of trucks that were going in before the war that were just for food. And like, I don't know, you could maybe like double that or triple it or something, but it's still like, I think the number of trucks that were going in before the war was like 200 and something daily on average.
I think in Clinton's defense, there's like so many factors that will go into it. Like there's the size of the truck, what they're carrying as well.
And
there's also the distribution too. That distribution's another huge
Right.
issue, right? Like actually,
To be clear, the reason why Kalinde is pushing on you with this is because in loaners,
it's not. Hold on. It's not.
We
Yeah,
looked at this before, and we know.
Yeah, we
like,
did, but
the 500 is a dumb thing.
I also,
and we don't
I
remember
also,
what the number was.
I also went and looked at all of that data myself. Like, I'm not just repeating shit that Loanerbox said. I did go and look at this in my own time too.
No, you're a loaner arbiter.
I mean, yes, I am a loaner orbiter, but I went and confirmed all this shit because I was curious about it. And like the UNRWA literally publishes the number of trucks that go in per day and what is in those trucks. Like, this information is all publicly available. They've been publishing this information since the start of the war. Like, I think their data is like from October 21st or what have you. Most of the aid that was getting into Gaza was through the Rafah crossing until December, when Israel opened up more crossings. And then I think most of the aid was still in the Rafah crossing. One of the biggest issues is is like distribution, though. It's like these people being able to like actually move their numbers. No, Van Loven, those are not Kogat's numbers. Those are UNRWA's numbers. I think Kogat has their own numbers too, but yeah. Yes, Toby, we're having truck discourse. Toby's a Loanerbox mod. She knows. She knows about the truck discourse. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying that like a lot of this stuff doesn't really correlate with like what it was that people wanted or were saying or whatever, or like with the actual facts, because all this data is available. There's a lot of like fucky shit with related to the conflict too, of like information like that.
Yeah, but a lot of the data that we have on this comes from these humanitarian organizations that are saying that they needed like 350 a day minimum. Right, and you disagree with them on that number.
Hold on.
My understanding is that they don't even like. It's not even saying, oh, that we need. I think what you're saying is that they looked at the numbers that were going in before, and they said, oh well, this is about how much was going in before, so they need this plus a bit more. But I don't think you have anything to support that. My understanding is that they come up with like a calorie counter, or like a how much per person per day, and how many trucks are needed to take this in.
The 350 number is probably like that one might be more accurate, but like I'm saying that the 500 trucks a day number is bullshit, is what I'm saying. I'm saying that that's not the same thing as the 350 number is different. I don't know like why the US gave that number instead of 500 trucks, but like maybe they actually like were connected to someone. I'm not sure where the 350 trucks a day number came from, but the 500 trucks a day, like that's my main claim, is the 500 trucks a day thing was bullshit, not necessarily the 350. Maybe that is a more accurate number.
Right.
I mean, like, you can say that it's not good that many trucks a day weren't getting in. There was a period where like quite a lot of that, like where it was closer to that, and we can like criticize Israel for that. I don't necessarily think that means that like Israel was like intentionally like, or that they were like basically trying to like starve Gazans, or that it was like fucking genocidal or whatever. But that's a whole other discussion. I think that it is more, and like if you want to get upset with the Biden administration about that, then okay. Like, yeah, sure, we can say that Biden should have done more, but I'm just saying that like I think it's unfair to say that it was entirely toothless, because that he did get them to open up those crossings that were not open, and without that, all the aid that was going into Gaza would have just been through the Rafah crossing, and that even that like wouldn't have been like entirely enough either, because it's not like
I agree. I agree that he did get them to do a few things. My issue is that when they didn't do the things that he told them to do, or he demanded that they do, it doesn't seem like there are many consequences.
Yeah, I think
it seems like, again, this is what I mean by toothless.
I think that he probably should have not like been so public about a lot of that stuff. Although that letter was leaked, so that's like, you can't really do much about that. Yeah, like I mean, however,
so he should have been privately toothless instead of publicly toothless.
Well, no, I think that I think that he shouldn't have painted himself into a corner by publicly like saying shit like Rafah's a red line, assuming that that is what he said, and not Rafah's a red line until you can get the civilians out, which I thought was what his actual demand was. But maybe I'm wrong about that because I can't find his actual fucking quote. But like also the extent to which that Biden could like limit aid to Israel was severely limited by Congress, which was controlled by the Republicans, or at least the Senate was, and they weren't gonna let any of that shit happen. Like there was no way that they were
Biden
gonna
block the
stop
2,000-pound bombs?
He only did it for like a certain amount of time.
He did it until the election, right? I think it went through Trump's election.
Yeah,
how did he block that if
think
he had no
so.
ability to block any of this?
Yeah, but there's a difference between blocking a little bit or blocking like one thing and blocking all of it. Like, okay, let me just ask you, what did you want Biden to do? Did you want Biden to put sanctions on Israel and to block all the aid that they were sending? Is that what you wanted?
Yes, I wanted Biden to actually enforcing the requirements that he laid out in that were laid out in the memo. And if Israel did not comply with these requirements that were laid out, I think, yes, he should have put sanctions on them. He should have much further restricted the amount of funding that we're getting, like the offensive funding, definitely. I'm okay with him funding the Iron Dome or whatever. Like, absolutely. Even public pressure, right? Even him giving speeches and going and lobbying publicly for these things would have been fine. Go ahead.
I just want to ask you, do you understand that doing so at that point in time probably would not have been politically feasible for him to do? Especially like right after or like
I think it would have been.
Okay, I mean you can say that, but the Republicans would not have gone along with like cutting all the aid completely, and like you can't just like say no more or like pass like a law or whatever or do stuff with the Leahy Act. I don't think that he can just unilaterally do that shit. Like you really don't think that it would have been politically unfeasible. Like I don't know that that's the case. I feel like it probably would have been politically unfeasible. And there was also worries, like that's why Kamala Harris was so unsure about like or why she didn't like super stand up and become hella anti-Israel enough to like that Hassan and everybody would have been cheerleading her or whatever, because that she didn't want to alienate certain reliable voters in order to appease people who are not reliable voters, like young people.
Okay, so your position is that the reason he didn't take a firmer stance is because he would lose the pro-Israel people in the Democrat Party?
I think
if he dared to challenge Israel, put pressure on them at all.
Hold on, no, not or independence actually. Listen, I think that he could have done more. I mean, Biden also is like a super big supporter of Israel, and I think that played into it as well. Kamala was not as big of a supporter of Israel, by the way, as far as I understood it. I understood it that she would often take a much like stronger stance, and I think that had she been elected, she probably would have been, and she probably would have.
She's just pretty spineless on the issue.
No, I mean that I believe no, I don't think that she would have been spineless if she'd been elected, and she probably
No, I think she was spineless during the election, like during the campaign, she was spineless.
I mean, yeah, I mean, kind of. She like I don't know what it was that you wanted her to do. She didn't want to drive away certain reliable or like certain like people that she was hoping were going to vote for her, and I don't just mean pro-Israel people in the Democratic Party. She was also trying to win the votes of independents as well too, and going full like anti-Palestine, like fucking, or pro-Palestine crazy like anti-Zionist shit, which is what all of these people wanted from her.
She doesn't even need to do that.
Wouldn't have.
I think people would have been happy with like any pushback, like anything that wasn't like immediately softened with how much she loves Israel and how much she'd never leave Israel.
I think that yeah, but I mean, even calling for sanctions on Israel itself, I think
she doesn't need to call for sanctions.
Kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't think she needs to. I think she needs to say that Israel needs to comply with international law, and if they're not, then she needs to say there are consequences we can impose, and she's going to impose those consequences, i.e., restricting offensive aid.
Okay.
Right. So she's not because the implication here is that if she or any president apparently just comes out hard against Israel when Israel is doing things that are violations of international law or violations of American law, right, they're violating the Leahy Act, that we just cannot do anything about it because there are some Americans that are pro-Israel.
Wait a minute.
And if we do, then it's like politically infeasible so long as there's a group of people.
Wait a sec. I don't think that that's necessarily the case anymore, because but like back then in the 2024 election, I do think that there was a much greater risk of that. but like obviously people's attitudes have changed, and like some of it is coming from because like the extent to which that all the Gaza shit is in front of people's on their social media feeds, and like how much of it is being covered in the media, and some of it is also just coming from an increasing amount of isolationism from like the American population. I think that second one is really unfortunate.
Yeah, but that was also the case back then, though. Actually, I would argue that it was
good.
It was on people's feeds even more back then. I think now, since the fake ceasefire, it has been kind of like pushed to the background a bit, right? Because Trump keeps doing crazy shit. So I think back then it was far more on people's feeds. And I think what I wanted, I think what a lot of people wanted was for Kamala to be a leader and come forward and take a stand for something that she believed in. If she supports Israel, come out and say that, right? She supports them doing whatever the fuck they want, say that. If she doesn't, if she would put some kind of pressure on them, come out and say that.
Why do you?
I think the issue,
why does it have to be one or the
that I had and
other?
other people had, well, okay, it can be something in the middle then. But the issue that I had and other people had was that she didn't seem to want to do that. She just wanted to live in Biden's shadow. And I think she said explicitly that she wouldn't change anything that Biden did.
Listen,
right?
I agree
so, like, I think
that was not good, and I think that was her fatal flaw in her campaign. And I don't think that it was necessarily anything to do with the foreign policy shit. I think the fact that she said she wouldn't change anything that Biden did came across to people as not good because that they blamed Biden for a whole bunch of shit that they probably shouldn't have blamed Biden for. But that's got nothing to do with foreign policy crap. That's like domestic shit. And I think that did not help her campaign. Yes, Chase, he said fake ceasefire, but that's a whole other discussion. I would have to pull up the terms of this. Do you think the ceasefire in Lebanon is fake too?
Yeah.
Really? Even though like the terms of that ceasefire say that like Israel is allowed to take actions in their defense, and that Hezbollah has to be disarmed, and and Israel is, and like the Lebanese army is also working to like defend or to disarm Hezbollah. Like it's a different.
I think Israel and Lebanon, like they do in Gaza, very much stretches what they need to do for their defense. I think often they do things that they don't need to do for their defense.
Do you think that disarming Hezbollah would be good for Israel's defense, because that Hezbollah's entire point is to destroy? Okay, well that's what they're trying to do. That's the point. They don't want Hezbollah to move back over the Litani River, because that will enable them to start shooting rockets again, which is what they don't want. So that's usually what the strikes are in aid of in Lebanon.
I mean, Hezbollah being disarmed is good for like everyone except like the Iranian regime.
And Hezbollah, yeah. I think Hezbollah being disarmed is good for Lebanon too. I don't think it's good. Like they shouldn't. Yeah, they're literally like an extra military force that operates like outside the bounds of the government.
Maybe it's bad to the Shia minority. Even that, I'm not sure.
I mean, I think, yeah, I suppose so. Although that's the problem, that like the Lebanese government should really actually be helping the Shia minority instead of like basically fucking them over. I think they probably.
Do you think that Lebanon is an ethno state?
I don't know if Lebanon's an ethno state.
No, Lebanon's not.
Why didn't you
ethno state anyway?
Why didn't you look it up? No,
I don't think there's a. Hold on, I don't think. Are we enabling or supporting Lebanon? Okay, this is what's so silly to me. Like I said earlier, if you can show me that there are other countries that have the amount of influence that Israel does, that the U.S. enables, like we enable Israel, and they're ethno states, I'm going to say, hey, yeah, we should use this influence that they have here and the connections that we have with that country to pressure them to change their policies. Like, I don't think that's very complicated, right? So, like, yes, if we have ties with the country, we should use those ties to pressure them to adjust their policy. Yes.
Keep going, guys. I'll be right back. I need to put my food in.
Whether that's Lebanon or Israel or Qatar or Saudi Arabia or fucking Japan, like whatever country, if they have policies that are immoral or wrong or counter to our belief system or our foreign our foreign interests, then yes, we should use those connections to pressure them to change those policies, like we do with every other fucking country in the world.
I believe that Lebanon does receive some amount of U.S. military aid, or at least used to receive U.S. aid. But more important than that, why would I truly don't understand this. Why would your discussed factor for a given country be conditional on if your country aids them or not? Why wouldn't you be discussed?
It's just, hold on, the attention that I give to discussing country is going to be dependent on how much money we give them, how much we enable them on the world stage. So, like I said earlier, there are plenty of discussing countries in the world that are doing terrible things, have terrible policies, doing awful things to people. I don't give a fuck about most of them because we are not enabling most of them. And where we are enabling them, I criticize my government for doing that, and I criticize our government for doing what they're doing. Like, I'm just applying that same standard to Israel, and it seems like I'm sure if I were on here criticizing Qatar or Saudi Arabia, you wouldn't feel this defensive, right? But it seems like you feel defensive over Israel for some reason, specifically.
I do actually. I would feel defensive for Qatar or Saudi Arabia.
Why?
And I would feel defensive for Lebanon as well, by the way, specifically for Lebanon.
Why?
Because I think that the aid provides an ability to curtail their worst behavior and help them in their best behavior.
Okay, but if my belief is that the aid is not being used that way right now, so if it's not, hold on, in cases where it isn't being used,
that belief is incorrect. I think that belief is incorrect.
Okay, so in cases where it isn't being used in that way, like what's the issue with me criticizing
them? It's that you seem to not. You are unevenly informed, and this is why I tend to identify as like a mild case of anti-Semitism. Is if the only genocides that you care about are the Israeli-made ones, if you believe that Gaza is a genocide, I know that's
what are the genocides should I care about?
I don't know. Sudan is a recent one.
Are we enabling or paying for that genocide? Are we funding that genocide?
I don't believe so.
Well, then why should I care about it? Like I said earlier, there are plenty of places in the world that are where terrible shit's happening, and I don't care about them. I'm a nationalist, right? I'm not like a global citizen person. I'm an American. I care about my people, my country, and because we're enabling this terrible thing, I care about that terrible thing more than other terrible things that are currently happening.
Well, it sounds like one of your big problems with Biden and Biden's policy, like with Israel, is more that it's a loss of face than anything.
Yeah, I think. Well, I wouldn't say it's more that than anything, but I think that's one thing. Yeah, I think that Biden and Trump definitely, both of these people, it's transparent, right? Their loyalty to Israel is so transparent, and the way that Israel is able to use this to pull them around like dogs on a leash is so transparent to me that I think it's embarrassing. It's disgusting.
Why is it loyal to Israel? Why can you not conceive that it's just in the U.S.'s best interest to maintain a big ally in that region?
Well, hold on. I think it is in our interest to maintain an ally. I don't think it's in our interest to maintain the ally in the way that we are. So for example, with Biden, I think it is an ideological thing. I think he was a Catholic, but I think somehow his Catholicism translated to Christian Zionism, which doesn't typically happen. But somehow it did. He had this loyalty to Israel that I think was religious, right? Trump, I think
believe in the rapture.
Yeah, Catholics don't believe that that Jews are the chosen people, quote unquote. They don't believe in like dispensationalism
or in the rapture or any of that shit. So
yeah, that's like an evangelical thing. So it's strange that Biden had that religious belief, and I think it was religious for Biden, but whatever, he had that belief, I think. For Trump, I think he's self-serving. I don't think he's an ideological attachment to Israel like Biden did. I think he's entirely self-serving. I think he gets a lot of money from these people, from Miriam Adelson, other people in the pro-Israel lobby. So that's why, right? So yeah, I think this is transparent to me. I think it's gross, and yeah, that's one of the reasons I have an issue with it.
My opinion is that a lot of the reasons that the US has taken positions and not taken positions that they have is just for pragmatic reasons. I mean, I think the best policy, like in terms of international relations, is always to be as pragmatic.
I don't think so.
Well,
I don't think it's pragmatic to be as like attached to Israel as we are.
Well, I don't want to talk about Trump because I don't believe that Trump actually has the best interest of the U.S. in.
Hold on, wait a minute,
so
wait. Just a second. Okay, there is a Israeli dude in the waiting room who I think is, at least from the outside, he seems like at least center right. And he wants to come in to argue with you, Dooby. I don't know if you want to do that or if you would just like to keep arguing with us. If that's the case, though, guys, and I do pull Lennis in because I don't want this to turn into a fucking dog pile, then I would just like to let him and Dooby go back and forth for a while instead of all of us ganging up on Dooby.
I need to leave
Yeah,
anyway, so if you want to replace me with him, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm okay with talking to him, but I'm also okay with the dog pile. That's totally fine. Whatever you guys want to do.
Okay. Jesus Christ, I keep forgetting that you're like, of course, because that you're from the fucking politics Discord. By the way, I think it's really cool.
I am the politics Discord.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's cool what you
Dooby
built.
is our king.
Yeah. I think it's cool what you built over there. Like, I'm kind of aiming to do something similar. Oh, my thing is beeping. Like here, in the sense that I want to build like a thing where everybody can kind of argue with each other in one particular segmented off portion of the Discord. And then where like, if other people don't want to go in there and face that kind of shit, then they can. And we're like, basically all viewpoints are allowed, except as long as you don't violate TOS. I'm assuming, like, are there Nazis on your server, Dooby, or did you purge all
I hope so. I would allow them. I would allow them openly if I could. We used to, but Discord doesn't want them on the platform openly.
Oh, yeah.
My position on that is just that I would allow literally. I mean, we have Kahanis on the server. I think they're fucking disgusting, but we have them there, right? And they say all kinds of crazy shit. We allow as much as we can, right? So
change their minds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's very, very unlikely that ever happens, but it does sometimes happen. It's just rare. Most of these people are like emotionally attached to a position, like most people. But I think it's useful. I think it's beneficial for people to talk to them, hear their perspective, even if I think their perspective is gross. I would allow everything if I could. So what we do is we allow what we can get away with.
Okay, Lannis, you can talk to Dooby. Short Stack Goblin, if you're gonna go, have a good evening. Lannis, feel free to talk to Dooby. Just God, I hope your audio is good. Your audio is probably fine. All right, bye, Short Stack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh
So
shit.
Dooby, I love that I pulled you in here. Don't never give Kalina a mod in the politics because she says that she wants to do something similar to yours, and we've seen what mods in the politics Discord tend to do to you when they have that ambition. It's nice talking to you again. See you.
See ya.
I don't want to be mod in Dooby's server. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Shouldn't. It's bad.
It's so hard to fucking. Dealing with the people in Loner Court is already insane. They're all fucking children. I bet it's probably even worse in your goddamn server. Anyway.
Where?
No, yeah, I mean, not you, Insomniac, but anyway, I'll be back. I'm gonna go.
I just finished D&D.
Kalinda, you characterized me as a center right, but well, I'm Israeli liberal who votes left.
Okay,
but
I mean that doesn't
have hawkish ideas.
Yeah, bro, you literally think that the settlements are a good negotiating tactic. I feel like that's not a liberal.
Only as a negotiating tactic. Just you take them, then you give them back. But it's fine.
I whatever. I don't know. Like,
depends. Are neocon liberals?
What?
Are neocons liberals?
I think yes.
Historically, I think some of the neocons were disaffected Democrats who switched the Republican Party because they were mad that the Republicans were not democratic.
I think neocons are liberals.
But not.
Why not?
They're not all liberals. No, we don't mean liberal like that. Anyway, go ahead. You guys talk to Dooby. I need to go and add more stuff to my food.
Okay.
I'll be back.
So Dooby, I heard the arguments. I listened to the last hour and a half, I think.
You guys should sub if you like this content.
You're making sense, right? It's fine. I kind of agree with the approach, not necessarily with the points themselves, but the approach is very reasonable. First of all, is what I have to say. Second, well, your claim about the anti-BDS laws, which clash with the freedom of speech and stuff like this, I understand the logic. However, I'm not speaking about you specifically. I'm speaking about the global left thing. This is not what is, front and center in the left messaging. Even if we go to more established left, not the cookie left, not the Communist Party, but more established left, this is not what is front and center. What do you think it is?
What do you mean by not front and center? So to be clear, I don't think that the anti-BDS stuff and opposition to that is a left issue. I think that's an American issue. I think both sides should be against that. And I don't consider myself a leftist at all, like not in any way. But what do you mean, like, not front and center? Like, what do you think is front and center?
The front and center is basically, kind of lies about genocide.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Can I quickly just respond to that, Lannis, if you don't mind, Dooby?
Go. I'm fine.
Just like just to clarify, like you say, it's not front and center. It's true that it's not front and center, but it is fundamental. Like everything from center left and leftward agrees that the occupation needs to end. Agrees that like the West Bank needs to be given like 67 borders at the very least. So while it's not front and center, I think it's mostly from like pragmatic reasons, not necessarily because the base doesn't believe in that.
Yeah, I have a response to this. So, are you Israeli? Because I hear an accent.
Yeah, I am.
So the Likud, right, is a liberal party in Israel, right? It's the basis.
No.
Wait a second. On paper, in its formation, it is considered a liberal party.
Yeah,
but you know exactly what they are pushing. That's right. But in practice, their front and center is not liberal at all. So it's like we can talk about abstract ideas
Hold on.
of what
Wait a minute.
what drives.
Just a second. Does it not say in the Likud charter that the West Bank and Gaza are like Israeli or some shit like that, or at least that the West Bank is? Is that not the okay? Are you using
Kalinda,
some
but
weird abstract definition of the term liberal that I'm not aware of?
Mm.
All right, I'm sorry that
You can actually use the term "from the river to the sea" in the Likud charter or something similar to that.
Yeah, there is, but I'm not talking about the security standpoint of the Likud. Fuck that. They are written as a liberal party that should promote liberal ideas, but in Israeli internal politics, their front and center, as I said, is very illiberal. Their coalitions are solely with illiberal factions
Yeah, that's
of
because
the
they're
Israeli
the
political
only
body.
people who would make a coalition with them, or with Netanyahu specifically.
Yeah. But still, there could be another universe where they say, well, we're liberal, we're not sitting with the ultra orthodox or the
but I think that,
religious Zionism.
Okay, hold on. Is it not the case that Dooby, I'm sorry. This kind of you were supposed to be the center of this, and now we're talking about something else.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I'm derailing. Kick me.
No, you're not.
I find it interesting. So it's
me. It's me who's derailing. Who derailed?
I'm not a diva. Okay, like I don't really give a fuck. I'm just hanging out.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So I guess I mean I always find it interesting too, hearing Israelis talk about their politics and shit. But the thing is that I thought that like is the conflict not a pretty central aspect of Israeli politics? Like is that not like one of the main things that people will vote on as opposed to like other domestic issues?
Well, yes. On paper, yes. In reality, they vote on security, not on conflict. How we solve the war with the Palestinians.
The conflict or the security is a big part of but that I'm saying that relates to the conflict though, right? And obviously like Likud's version of security is incredibly like hardline and crazy, and the Palestinians shouldn't get a state because it's bad for our security, right? And I would consider that
and
to
they
be
failed.
right wing. Yeah, I know they failed.
Of course, they're right wing, but they are liberal with a capital L. Like if you write in Wikipedia liberalism, that's what they claim they are.
Okay, I can't speak to what that Insomniac. Do they actually claim that or?
Okay, I don't know. I don't know what they're claiming about liberalism because it's like those terms when they come to Israel, you need to understand they mean something a little bit different to us, and when it's used in a very Americanized way, when it's used to its like very American meaning, it's usually when it's being like used by populists. So when it's used that way, it probably means jack all and shit, right?
Okay. Oh shit. Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Shit. Why is the Discord overlay is not working? Yeah, I don't. Anyway, go on. I'll try to fix that. Keep talking, guys.
I'll say that they're a little closer to like libertarians than liberals.
Insomniac, if you Google Halikud in Hebrew, right?
Yeah.
What you get is the name of the party, and the full name of the party is, listen to me, Halikud Tnua Leumit Liberalit. Right? Okay, so it's like National Liberal the Likud National Liberal Movement.
Yeah, I'm still socialist leaning, even though the Nazis were national socialists. Okay, I don't give a fuck what they're calling themselves.
Okay, sure, very good, very good. This just proves my point that the front and center, and we're back to what I was asking Dooby, is that the front and center of the U.S. left currently seems to be just propped up on false claims of genocide from discredited bodies like Amnesty International,
To be clear, it's
the
actually
UN, and so on.
that's more of a I would say that's more of a far left thing, although it seems to have unfortunately bled over into the left. But like, not that doesn't mean that all of those people are anti-Zionist. The anti-Zionism is mostly on the far left. It's not like on like the more mainstream like I think if you ask most of those people, they'd probably just be okay with the two-state solution. Just throwing that out there. But anyway.
Sure, but let's switch it to the far left because they are setting the tone for the left. Okay, they are the pioneers, so to say. Well, they're the ideological pioneer wing. No, wouldn't you say?
No, I'd say in today's climate, no. I'd say that the Tachim Laneshek. I'd say that like
not in Israel.
Oh, he's talking about in America. No, I would not.
America.
I would absolutely disagree with that. I do not think that the fucking crazy far left progressive people are as popular in the Democratic Party as everybody fucking says that they are. Just because that Mamdani won in New York doesn't suddenly mean those people are going to take over the party. I don't think that that's.
I don't know. Maybe
true.
I'm in a media bubble. Maybe I'm in a media bubble, but all I see from the American left is Hassan and his kin.
Yeah,
I
yes.
mean, Dooby's American. He can answer for that, right?
I mean, I can also answer.
Yeah.
Dooby, do you think that the American left is nearly as big, like that the Hassan types and like the progressive far left Mamdani socialist shit is going to take over the Democratic Party?
I hope so, but I don't think so.
Why would you hope so?
I think what we have now is like I don't want to call it a uniparty, but it's close to a uniparty. I think the fucking dinosaurs have been working together for too long. They like each other too much, and they don't work against each other in the way that they should to benefit the country. I think a lot of these people are primarily just working to benefit themselves.
Okay, whatever.
I can agree with that.
Hey, Dooby, I
don't
came
agree,
from
but
Russia
that's
to Israel.
a different thing. Anyway.
I came from Russia to Israel, and I know stories of my parents, about the Soviet Union. And you say that you wish the socialists would take over the Democrats. I have much more beef with you, even than with the Israel stuff.
Hold on, but does Israel have universal health care?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It has.
Well, in the
it's not socialism.
Context.
That's not. That's not socialism.
But hold on. But in the U.S., in the context of the United States, universal healthcare is called socialism or communism, right? So when this was being like pushed by Obama, he was called a fucking communist, right? Like a jihadist communist, actually. So
I know.
In our context, these kind of policies, they seem like common sense to me, common sense to you. They're called socialism, right? And people that push them are called socialists or communists, whatever the fuck. So this, when I say that I want people like Zoran or people more like not Hassan entirely. Hassan is way further left than me. Like I have 6 homes. Okay, I'm a landlord. So people like this. When I say people in that direction, I hope they take more power in the country. What I mean is that I think right now our politicians are too close together. They're too alike, right? On both sides of the political spectrum. I think there's a lot of political footballs and a lot of issues that they never really want to fix. They keep getting elected over and over and over again. They're fucking dinosaurs. They've been there forever, and they're totally disconnected from the people. So I want these people gone. I hope they all get ball cancer and die, to be honest with you. And I want younger people with more progressive ideas to come in, right? And I understand these people, like Zoran. I think he's a democratic socialist. I don't agree with all of his ideas, but I think his ideas are way better than anything that would have been pushed by Cuomo or Adams or any of these other fucking people.
Do you think that the US would benefit from having more than just like two primary parties?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, because that's the impression I was getting from what you were saying, was that US politics kind of needs a shake-up.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
I
advise.
think a lot of people hope that Trump would be that shakeup. And he just fell right back in. He just fell right into the typical mold. Actually, he's worse than the typical politician, right? Because he's just transparently a corrupt piece of shit.
I would. I'm
That's
sorry,
why I
but
thought it
I
was-
wouldn't advise this because the multi-party system is very flawed and it has a lot of issues. For example, the Israeli current coalition doesn't really represent the body politics.
Yeah, but neither does the U.S., right? Neither does our politician, our political.
Yeah, you
setup.
have
Like
you have other quirks.
I wouldn't call them quirks. Like
Quirks.
what happens actually is that people who don't just adhere to whatever the party line is, right? They get smothered. They get suppressed by the major parties, and they never get any money. They never get any leverage, and these movements just die off, right? Or they're co-opted and made into something like totally disconnected from what they were previously. They just become part of the political machine. So I want that to stop. I want us to have more diversity in political thought and in philosophy. And I think the only way to do that is to break up the two-party system in the West.
Can I give you a counter argument to this?
Yeah.
So basically, in Israel, you have the ultra-Orthodox parties, and there's two main ultra-Orthodox parties. One is Ashkenazi, one is Sephardic, the Eastern Jews. And one of them runs a very elaborate education system, which is private in Israel, which is ultimately should not be funded. But they get so much funding, and they get so much coalition money, like basically legal bribe, just because there is 6 people out of 120 that are very important to hold the coalition together. And so, like, the flip side is, right, you have people who are not adhering to the party line and they get smothered. I can understand this is not good. This is not optimal. But then in the parliamentary system with a multi-party, right, what you have is a coalition that can be the dog wags the tail wags the dog, basically. This is what you have. This is the flip side of exactly what you say.
I think we have the same issue in the U.S., right? But ours is so. For example, was it Lieberman, if I remember correctly, who'd gotten like $2 million from the insurance industry or the healthcare industry, and when Obama was pushing universal healthcare initially, right? It's like his Obamacare thing. Initially, it was supposed to be universal healthcare. It was like supposed to be single payer, and it got watered down because he needed this one guy's vote. Right? I think it was like 2 people. They needed their votes. They were in the Democrat Party, but because they had these interests that pay them a fuck ton of money, they were not going to support anything that went against those interests, right? So it had to be watered down massively. Same thing happened with Trump, by the way. When Trump got into office initially, like the first time, he was pushing universal health care. That's what he was for on the campaign trail. He said he believed that every American should have health insurance, right? Like government help, paid for health insurance, like other countries.
Yeah.
He got into office, he had to sit down with Paul Ryan, and well, the lobby said he can't do this, so we're not going to do it. And the party says, hey, well, we're getting a fuck ton of money from this industry, so we're not going to do it. Come up with something else. And then they went nowhere, right? All they did was fuck over Obamacare and then do nothing. Right? So like, we have the same issue, really.
Our specific politicians, why weren't they smothered, these politicians, if he really did want it?
Because they have very loyal base. The base is because a lot of them have been in power for a very long fucking time, and I think it's why we need term limits, right? They've been in these politicians for decades, some of them, and they just have people loyally voting for them over and over and over again. Because in addition to, being shills for these lobbies, they do get carve outs for these like small groups of constituents. Right? Yeah. So, and I think that the reason these individuals have so much power is because of the system. It's because we have like we need 60 votes, right, to get something passed. And there are 2 parties, so the party needs to mold itself to fit, everybody within the party needs to mold themselves to fit this one dude who's also allegedly within the party, to get anything passed. And we saw this with Obamacare. We saw this, even Trump had shit that was tanked for these reasons. Was it like Manchin that tanked something similar with Biden? Like, it's we just first off, I think we need term limits because I think a lot of these people have been in power way too long. But I really don't think it makes any sense to give so much power to these two parties when their incentive is just to maintain their stranglehold, to prop up politicians that are going to maintain the status quo, and really not fix anything. I think things like immigration, things like healthcare reform, things like even like debt reform, right? That was being pushed for a while. Like all these things are like political footballs that neither party has an incentive to actually do anything about because they need these issues come election time to get elected, right? So they just do a little, they nibble around the edges, but do really nothing major to fix any of these problems until they become like major issues, and then they do something fucking crazy because the public like demands something to happen. So I don't know.
I gotta say from the outside, like it sounds like, I'm not saying no, it's not like that in America. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not American, but like it sounds a little conspiratorial. Like I gotta say, like
yeah, it's 100% conspiratorial, but I think it's true. I think that there is when I say uniparty, I don't mean that actually they're all like working together, but I do think that because they have incentives, they want to keep getting elected, they want to keep the money flowing in, they need to hold on to these political footballs because they use them to scare the voters every time election season comes around. So, for example, the Obamacare thing was a big one. Even Biden, when he got into office, he was talking about making like allusions toward universal health care. And then when he got into office, he did nothing. When Trump got into office, he had the votes to do whatever the fuck he wanted for a long time. Did nothing really. Passed none of the major legislation that he claimed he was going to pass because the Republican Party, the establishment of the Republican Party, actually didn't want to fix any of those problems. Right? They could have. He was the president. They had both. They had the House and they had the Senate, and they didn't pass any of the shit they said they'd pass. Right? So the only reason I think they continue to do this, the only reason it makes sense to me is they have an incentive not to do it. So like
okay, but if we bring the argument down a little bit, like ground it down a little bit, would it stand the scrutiny of like real life? Because like I'm looking right now at like what Trump is doing with the country, right? And like this is just 4 years of this office, and already like even small changes, even small big changes. Yeah, sure, maybe I'll talk to the audience. Meanwhile, like even small changes have like big ripple effects, right? So like how, like I guess my argument here is like, can it really stand to the scrutiny of if the leaders elected really don't care about like the country doing well? Oh, okay.
Radio silence.
By
the way, about the
my wife was speaking to me for a little bit.
Wife is sacred and the most important thing in life.
Yeah, I was asking, would that like stand the scrutiny of like real life? Because if you look at like what Trump is doing, even small changes that he's making, like are making big ripple effects, right? So like can this really stand the scrutiny of a president not actually giving a fuck if the country is going anywhere positive?
Well, I just like, why do you think that we
especially successions of those like presidencies, because it's apparently like a they traded off and they just both are in on this game of maintaining the status quo and not actually improving anything.
It's not they don't want anything positive to happen. I think that what I think is that they have an incentive to keep issues being issues, right? Because if they actually like put a band-aid on anything or wrap anything up and it just in the way that they claim they want to, when the thing continues to fall apart, or when it's not an issue in the next election season, they can't use it in the way that they do now to scare the public and to get votes. Because I mean, in election season, there's always there's a handful of topics that come up every election season without fail: abortion, immigration, healthcare, right, and taxes, right?
Yeah.
And abortion, the Democrats had the ability to pass abortion, pass something at the federal level for abortion for decades. They didn't do it. They claim they want to. They instead they relied on the Supreme Court decision that everybody knew was flimsy and might fall apart someday. Why didn't they just pass a federal law? Who fucking knows, right? The Republicans had the ability to do anything they wanted to do with the immigration reform multiple times for decades, and they didn't. They nibbled around the edges, didn't do any of the shit they claimed they wanted to do, and then every election season they bring it up again as this thing they need to get elected fixed, and they get elected and they don't fix it. So like I don't either they don't actually want to fix these things, or they for some reason when they're elected and they have the ability to do it, they are just choosing not to. Like I don't like what's the
Okay,
other...
Dooby, tear gas
I
here in
think
the
Trump
chat,
is trying to
is saying like you're getting it wrong fundamentally because you're like getting the process of the election wrong, or like how Congress works. I'll let them explain it maybe.
By the way, Dooby, about the healthcare system, let me tell you an anecdote.
Hang on a sec, just a sec. So tear gas / epic fail. I gave him. He has perms. He can come in here whenever. I just don't think he's at the computer right now.
Oh, it's epic
he
fail.
can't.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, it is.
Hey, Epic.
I don't think that he can come in here right now because I think he's on his phone and he's not at his computer. But actually, you know what? I'm just gonna let you guys keep arguing. Yeah, you, Lannis, go ahead. Don't talk over each other.
So, Dooby, about the healthcare system, small anecdote. So basically, in Israel, it's not it's paid by a specific tax that is deduced from your payslip, right? And it's a progressive tax. Okay, that's first. And the public option, it exists. I can go to a doctor, and it's free, mostly free, 30 shekels. I can go to the emergency room if my hand is broken, and they will put it in a cast. Right? It's free. It will be free. The clinic will cover it. However, for example, now I need the ear, throat, nose doctor for something. Right? The next date which I can go to this doctor is February 14th. I don't think I will have this problem until February 14th, right? So it's like the public option, it's good, but however, in Israel, you still have a private option. I can pay through my clinic. I can pay 400 shekels, like $130, to go to this ENT doctor in a hospital. With my coverage, I have it. So basically, you know, the universal healthcare is also, it's also this you know, the neighbor's grass is greener thing. I can understand that in the US that things are bad with healthcare. I can appreciate it, but don't think it's like a panacea, literally.
Yeah, I am a pretty wealthy person. So my healthcare is amazing, right? My wife's healthcare, my son's healthcare, amazing. The issue in the United States is I was not always a wealthy person, right? Growing up, I was very broke. My family was very broke, very, very poor. And I mean, poor enough that we were like going to food banks and eating expired food and taking showers on the neighbor's yard with a fucking water hose, okay? Like it was long periods without electricity, without gas, etc. So for these people, healthcare it becomes a thing that you do when you absolutely have to and not when you first start having the issue, right? Which allows these small problems to become big problems over time. And it leads to these people dying or going to the emergency room, and the state's spending way more money than they otherwise would to deal with these issues because they weren't dealt with when they first sprang up. So I think that, yeah, that it's going to cost more in tax money. But I think if I remember correctly, we do pay more than I think most of the countries in health insurance. I'm sorry, for healthcare in the U.S. Yeah, so we already pay a lot
because your hospitals rip off the insurance companies.
Can I just a sec? I just want to interject and say something. Dooby, do you want like Medicare for all, or do you just support a public option? Because I think a public option is more feasible, at least right now in America.
Yeah, I think that everybody should be entitled to. I don't even want to say bare minimum. I think everybody should be entitled to healthcare, right?
Okay.
As a citizen, I think it's something you should have a right to. But I do think that people should have the ability to supplement that with better private health insurance or private facilities if they want to, right? Better plans to either get them expedited access or whatever the fuck. But I think that everybody should have like the bare minimum, right? So if you get sick,
I don't
you're not going to go
disagree.
bankrupt.
Although I'm also Canadian, so yeah, of course I agree with that. But yeah, what I'm saying is pragmatically. So you're saying is that you're not like a Medicare for all or bust type of person. You think a public option would be fine?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I'm
just a public option that is like not garbage. So like a
Okay.
properly funded public option that people
Yeah.
can actually rely on to be healthy.
course. But I feel like that's like, is that not the mainstream Democratic position? That's not the position progressive Democrats want.
Allegedly.
Medicare for all or bust. I mean,
Yeah, it's allegedly the mainstream position, but when they have the ability to make that happen, they don't. So like why?
because I think that you are maybe not
Kalinda, is that
understanding.
the healthcare version of the one state solution?
Yes, it is. Medicare for all is the healthcare version of the one state solution. And there was some really dumb shit, like the extent to which that people were like, we will accept nothing less than this. And they didn't want any kind of compromise. But I think the issue is that when you're talking about people like Lieberman, it feels like you think that that the Democrats can actually do way more, but they're just unwilling to do it when the Democratic Party is a huge tent. And the thing that stopped Obama largely, and the thing that like almost killed Obamacare, were the blue dog Democrats. And those were the people that he had to like compromise with in order to like, and then the public option was killed so that he could actually get that bill passed. Also, the political landscape was way different then. Like, I think a larger majority of Americans now support a public option or like more healthcare than I think that they would have back in those days. Certainly they are
No,
further
I
left.
think even back then it was very popular. Now it's, I mean, I think this is like I think even like Republicans, I mean, I think, was it a majority of Republicans support something like a public option?
I mean, you'd have to like, I'd have to find polling on that, but I'm
Yeah, I
just
need
saying
to find the
that,
polling, but I think it was like even among Republicans, it wasn't like unpopular.
okay. Although even then, I will say too as well that the other issue with that is that you know, because of the way that like the U.S. states are apportioned and all that, it's kind of a bit like people are going to work to serve their constituents, and if a whole bunch of people come from really conservative districts, then those districts might not want that shit, and those people still have some level of power. So like national polls don't even. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's. I'm just saying that I feel like
God.
you're just kind of ignoring how difficult it can be to get shit done, and just assuming that they can just snap their fingers and do it, which isn't really true. Like
No, I'm not. Obviously,
Okay.
it's difficult to get done. I mean, I just told you that Lieberman was the prime. Like one dude was the primary reason we didn't get a public option. Like,
yeah, he was.
There's a few other
yeah.
holdouts, but he was a primary reason.
Yeah, I know. Joe
I think
Manchin was also like the thing that fucked with a lot of Biden's agenda because they had like a one vote majority in the Senate, basically. Although I understand that with Obama it was different, but it took him a while to get all those blue dogs in line, and like they had so much trouble. Like earlier when you were saying like the fucking abortion shit, Obama spent his political capital on the ACA. I don't know that he would have been able to get the abortion stuff because back then there were still like pro-life Democrats. And also like the wording of that bill would have been important too, because some Democrats would have wanted like no restrictions and others would have wanted like you can't have partial birth abortions and all these other kinds of things. So yeah, anyway, one sec.
Why do you?
What?
Sure. No, I was gonna say, like, why do you think it makes more sense to have this reality? So that the reality there are like blue dog Democrats, for example, within the Democrat Party that are conservative on certain issues, right? But these people are still considered Democrats. So the party itself still funds these people, still supports these people, et cetera, right? To me, it makes more sense to cut those people out of the party and to just have them form their own smaller parties. And if they can get public support, if they can get funding, let them do it.
Well, those people would just
Like, why
become
does he-
Republicans probably. Like they'd just be like liberal Republicans. But sorry, hold on just a second. One sec.
Sure. Yeah, I think some of them might become Republicans, but I think some of them are too left on other issues for the Republicans to support them, right? So, like, I do think we need to break up the current system. Because I think right now what it favors is the status quo, very slow incremental change until things get to like a boiling point, and then we have like sudden change when a guy gets it, like Trump gets in to make big changes, right? So it's.
So would you prefer big changes every 4 years?
If they're in the right direction, yes. I think there are some things like one good thing about Obamacare, right? So when people were talking about it, it was like, oh, this is communism. And it was like the idea that we had like the ACA subsidies, right? And we had like children on their parents' like health insurance till like 25 years old, 26 years old, or something like this. So when this was initially being debated, Republicans called this like fucking communism. So they were very opposed to this. But now those same policies are very popular with Republicans, because now that they've lived with this thing, they realize, oh shit, this isn't communism, and it's good. It's just helpful to my family. So I do think that if you can pass the right things, even with the outcry of the other side, eventually people are living in that reality, and in that reality things are pretty good. So they realize that they shouldn't have been opposed to this thing.
Wait, I'm sorry. You just talked a whole bunch, and I just said just a second. I walked away from the computer. Were you talking to me? I'm so sorry.
No, I was talking to
Lannis?
Insomnia.
Oh, Insomnia.
Oh, okay. I'm seeing that Conradical spit some numbers, percentage of that of those voters. They say Conradical here say that 15% of Republicans approve of the ACA, compared with 91% of Democrats and 63% of Independents. 57 overall per Gallup.
He's talking.
That's because it's the ACA.
Yeah, he's talking about.
It's Obamacare.
Yeah, it's because Republicans have been lied to about Obamacare. It's really dumb. Like, for fuck's sakes, Obamacare was Romney Care, which was like the conservative Heritage Foundation solution, I think.
Yeah, it was.
In any case, though, I think that there's like Conradical, can you find data on, I'm eating right now, otherwise I would look. Do you have data on like what the public opinion was back in like when they were trying to get the ACA passed? I think it probably would have been like 2010, I think. 2009. No, I don't even think it was in Obama's first year. Oh no, yeah, it would have been in his first year, maybe. Because then he lost the midterms and he wasn't really able to get much done because Mitch McConnell was insanely obstructionist.
Yeah, I need to remember. We need to pull the polls, but I remember there being something in like a few years ago that was like explicitly asking about like a public option, like a government plan that competed with private insurance, right? Is what it was like described as. And I think that was around 40% of Republicans, right? So 40% of Republicans supported that, which is essentially what you guys are talking about. So there being a public option, a government plan or government insurance that people can sign on to that competes with the private insurance. But I think a lot of Republicans now are coming to the universal healthcare position the way that I did, right? Or maybe not universal, but like there being some public option, right? In the way that I did, from like a nationalist perspective, right? So the idea that like a nation has a duty to its citizens to ensure that their citizens are healthy, right? Like the nation benefits when they have a healthy population, and people aren't going bankrupt because they get sick. So I think more people over time on the right wing are moving in that direction, and I think that those numbers are only going to grow.
Yeah, that's probably true. Anyway, can we move back to other stuff?
Yeah.
Like, Lannis, did you not come in here to yell at Dooby because he's like anti-Israel or whatever?
I fucking hate Israel.
Not to yell, of course. Listen, you talked about a lot of things, but what I asked is why
That's
the
okay.
main
We're not
agenda
killing
is
you
not
either.
is not the bad laws that Dooby cites that clash with the freedom of speech, but the left mostly goes after shiny lies in Al Jazeera. This was my question, but
Like what? Oh, I mean, hold on. You said that you think that the that their primary talking point, I guess, or the primary like push is on calling it a genocide.
Yeah,
I think that's one. I think that's not true. But two, I think it is a genocide. So.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Okay. No, I mean, I will not open this can of worms whether it is a genocide or not. There is like a vast discussion on this, and you know.
Good, because that conversation is fucking boring at this point. Like, I also
if you weren't
but yeah.
If you weren't convinced, it's your like, yeah.
Oh, okay. I
Like,
mean,
yeah, like Lennis or Dooby, do any of you want to say anything about this that isn't about the like, whether it's a genocide or not, or like, do you want to talk about the like one of those components? Because like Dooby, I heard you speak about the trucks earlier, but honestly, like I just finished D&D and wasn't really in the zone yet.
Yeah, I think that. Well, I mean, I don't know if you guys want to get into genocide conversation, but yeah, I think that there's been genocidal intent expressed and genocidal actions taken. Yeah, I think it is a genocide for sure.
No, like, do you want to talk about the stuff that you think makes it a genocide, or do you just want to like have the conversation of whether it's a genocide or not?
We can do either of those.
you guys don't want to talk about whether or not Israel should exist as a Jewish state instead?
Of course it should.
As a Jewish state.
What do you mean should? It does.
Out of the question. Well,
yeah,
first of all, it does.
Ethno-nationalists.
I mean, you're using this term ethno-nationalist, which is a flashy term, and it says something bad. That's fine, but Israel is very similar in its approach to nationalism, just like France, Germany, and but this was all said by Shostak Goblin, by the
but I don't think
Portuguese
that's
guy.
true. I don't think France is an ethno state in the way that Israel is. Right? I don't think France lays out like a specific like ethnic hierarchy in the way that Israel does.
I mean, what ethnic hierarchy do you have in Israel?
Jews over non-Jews. Jews are prioritized over non-Jews.
And more specifically?
I think it's pretty specific. I think Jews in Israel are prioritized over non-Jews. I think their interests are centered over non-Jews.
Well, I mean, you're giving very like vague
Hold on.
definition of
Just a
what
sec.
you mean, but
Just a second. And you know what? Perhaps the Israelis in here can elucidate me on this, but it looks like it is possible for non-Jews to become citizens of Israel if they go through the naturalization process for long-term residents with specific paths for Jewish immigrants and non-Jewish residents.
Yes,
After
we
requiring
have
residency,
naturalization.
Hebrew knowledge, and sometimes renunciation of other citizenship. So, like, that means
Yeah, generally you need to show that you're like, you'd be a net positive to society if you like immigrate. Generally,
what do you think? This is what I said earlier. I think you're misusing ethnostate. So what do you think I mean by ethnostate?
Well, no, hold on. I understand. But
I think you mean a buzzword, honestly. Like, I think you mean a buzzword.
It's a buzzword.
It's not a buzzword. It's an accurate description of what's happening.
Wait,
like, would it be a buzzword to say that South Africa or Rhodesia were?
Wait a minute. Wait.
Would it be inaccurate to say that Germany is an ethnostate? Would it be inaccurate?
I don't think it is in the way that. I don't think it is.
Would it be inaccurate to say that Indonesia? Yeah,
Wait.
you don't think that Indonesia is an ethnostate?
Wait a minute.
Hold on. Tell me why Indonesia is an ethnostate.
You don't think that that France?
Hold on.
France is an ethnostate?
Can you explain why Indonesia is an ethnostate?
Can we?
Stop it! I lived in the Netherlands. I lived in the Netherlands.
Tell me about Indonesia.
They said that the Netherlands is for the Dutch. Does that make the Netherlands the ethnostate for the Dutch people?
Just a second. Stop. Sorry, Jesus Christ. I want to listen. hold on. Here's the problem, okay? If this is accurate, if it's possible for anyone to become a citizen of Israel, even though, like, if they're not Jewish, they have to wait a longer period of time, then this actually means that Israel is not an ethno-state at all, because there are a whole bunch of other countries that do this same shit. For example, I can tomorrow go become a citizen of the United States and, like, fill out the form and, like, basically skip the line because my mom's American, but, if I wanted to go through the naturalization process, it'll take me 10 fucking years to get US citizenship, or longer than that. And that's also the case with a lot of other countries. Like Shortstack was saying, that priority is given to, like, people who fall into that whole, like, Portuguese thing. And so it's starting to sound like Israel's really not all that different from any other fucking country. It's just that if you're Jewish, you get to skip the line.
This is
This is because
theory,
again
this is
you're
correct, but
misunderstanding
this
what
is
an ethnostate is, but also you're downplaying in the ways that Israel is an ethnostate.
Yeah, but
no, you're overplaying to signal out.
Can you just hold on? You have
Single
Google.
out.
Can you just Google ethnostate right now, please?
But, like, no, because by that definition, does that not mean that, like, is America an ethno-state now? Or, like, any of these other countries where if you can prove an ethnic... Okay, America's not an ethno-state because there's no such thing as the American ethnicity. But, like...
The U.S. Police Department is a paramilitary organization, okay?
But if you can prove that you have Irish ancestry in Ireland, then you can fucking skip the line and you get to become a citizen.
It's like, I think up to grandparents.
Can you Google ethnostate, please? Because I feel like you're misusing the term.
An ethnostate, an ethnostate is a state
saying
where...
that, because there are the other people exist within the state who are not Jewish, it's not an ethnostate.
No,
but
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying...
I think you'd agree. I think you'd agree. Nick Fuentes is an ethno-nationalist, a white nationalist.
Mm-hmm.
Even his preferred ethnostate has a minority of non-white people.
Yeah, but
that are citizens.
That's not the point that I'm making. I'm saying that you keep pointing to things like the law of return where Jews get to skip the line, but there are other countries where people who belong to, like, the ethnicity of that country also get to skip the line. But
Kalinda,
also everyone can still become citizens of those countries. They just have to, like, wait a long ass time.
Yeah, just pretend that
Kalinda,
Israel
this
is
is
doing
called
anything.
I just had.
Jus sanguinis. It is called jus sanguinis, the right for citizenship that is based on your parents being whatever, right? And different countries. Yes, and other countries have other carve-outs, like you said with Ireland, with the Irish ancestry and stuff like this, or the Portuguese guy gave the Portuguese colony example. So it's like it's Israel is not that different. However, I want to say something about the acquisition of Israeli citizenship without being a Jew. It is very rare. First of all, very, very rare. Second, it is very difficult, and third, a lot of these cases are kind of rejected because it's like somebody who is a foreign worker who looks after grandmas here, and he has a child here, and the child is born and raised in Israel, and he's practically Israeli, and then the immigration authorities say, well, you have to leave, and then there is a court case, and there is song and dance about it, but it's like most of them, I think, get the citizenship, and a lot of them, there is some of them that get deported, and it's very unfortunate. It's like this regular immigration disputes that happen in all countries, but it's not like a widespread thing that non-Jews come to Israel. I think mostly because you need to be out of your fucking mind to come to Israel without being a Jew, due to all of the geopolitical circumstances.
Can I respond to all this crazy shit? So, as you can see on the stream, an ethnostate is not really a nation that is like one ethnicity. Right? It's not a mono state of like a mono ethnic state. What it is a nation that is dominated by the interests of one group, one specific ethnicity, where that group's interests are centered. That is explicitly what Israel is. So I don't know why the fuck you guys are saying this is not an ethnostate.
Well,
you guys just went on. You guys just went on for a very long time. I'd like to respond, please.
Okay. Yeah.
So you guys keep using examples like France and the Netherlands. You need to explain to me how these are like ethnostates, because my understanding is that France, the Netherlands, all these European countries, they define the state like through like civically, right? There's like civic nationalism, whereas Israel defines it through ethno-national means through like the basic law.
No. Civic nationalism.
Ethnicity is specifically it was one recognized. There's a Jewish ethnicity, and that is the specific thing that the state is for.
No, it's not the only
not for
ethnicity
people
recognized.
who not for the descendants of people.
But it's not the only ethnicity recognized. But it's not the only ethnicity recognized.
People who are the descendants. I didn't say it was the only one recognized, right? I'm saying that there's a Jewish ethnicity that is recognized, and the state is explicitly for that ethnicity, right? It's dominated by the interests of that ethnicity, like in fucking expressly in the law.
Not.
Hold on,
no,
wait
it's
one
not.
second.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
When
No,
you
it's
said
not.
that
Wait, no, but wait, you're quoting my own law to me. No, you're quoting my own law to me to make a false equivalence.
You said a ton of wrong shit earlier. So I just want to.
You're quoting my own law to me to make a false equivalence.
Pull it up and tell me why it's wrong.
Okay.
Why am I wrong about what that law says?
Because it doesn't favor just the interest of the Jewish people. It favors the interest of safeguarding the Jewish people.
Do non-Jews have a right to national self-determination within Israel?
Yes.
No, they don't. The law explicitly says that they do not.
No, you're talking about a political stunt that the right-wing parties in Israel. Yes. The national law is a political stunt made by the right-wing parties, so that they can try and leverage through the parliament racist laws that when governments aren't as crazy as this one are in power, they don't get them to pass them, and now they're trying to use that as like an excuse for a lot of things. But it's a political stunt that, in material effect, doesn't mean almost anything.
That's ridiculous too. So you're telling me again that you agree
it's not ridiculous.
Yes, it is. That Israel and its law is a nation state for the Jewish people.
It's a populist trick, and you're eating the trick.
Where Jews have the unique right to self-determination, and non-Jews do not. And you're telling me that to just ignore that because somehow.
What does it mean? What does it mean? Does it mean that a non-Jew can't buy a house? Does it mean that they need to go through a different place? Does it mean that they can't? What does it mean? What does it mean that they don't have self-determination?
Israel expresses itself, names itself, identifies itself as a Jewish state for Jewish people, which is why when Israel talks about its politics on the foreign stage, they talk about their Jewishness and how this is the state of the Jews, right? They're not talking about the state of the Israelis. They say the state of the Jews, right?
Israel is the Jewish state
as a home of an ethnicity, right? Not just a nationality.
Is there another one?
So when you guys were saying earlier that France has laws that like Israel. It's just not true because France, their laws that will give you like a fast pass of citizenship are for people that have like a French like citizens, descendants of like French citizens, not the French ethnicity. Right, not people who have no citizenship. Their grandparents, their fucking great grandparents have no French citizenship. These people are not French, right? They're not.
I see.
They're not put on the fast track.
So you're going with we don't have any connection to the land argument.
No,
okay.
Hold on. I agree with Kalinda that I don't think having like a never-ending right to return to people based on alleged ancestry to an area.
Okay.
Yeah, alleged. Hold on. I can explain that if you'd like. You want me to explain that?
I don't need to hear revisionist dribble. I don't need to hear revisionist.
Guys,
spare me the revisionist dribble.
No, stop. Hold on.
Revisionist dribble.
Wait a minute, Dooby. When you say alleged, are you saying that like you don't feel that they have, or that like when you say that, you realize that to a lot of the Israelis here and some other people, it comes across as you basically saying that there was no kingdom of Israel 3,000 years ago, and the Jews never actually lived in this land, which by the way is like.
Then they're just being overly sensitive and like.
I'm not talking about 3,000 years ago.
Let me finish, please.
I'm talking about since 3,000 years ago and until now. I'm not talking about 3,000 years ago.
Okay. By the way, I don't.
So can I?
Okay.
So what can I? Okay, so the reason I say allegedly, right, is because I think you'd agree that when Jews went into Europe, there was a lot of like conversion into Judaism that was allowed, right? These people who are now converted into Judaism because they agreed with the religion, whatever the fuck.
Oh, I
these
know.
people, these people, no, I'm not talking about the Khazar
Yeah.
thing. Okay, don't do
No,
that.
he's
These people
he's
have no
making
actual ancestral attachment to the land. However, and there are other people who go more
Yes.
recent. We can go more recent than this. I mentioned this cult earlier. I consider them a cult.
No attachment to the land.
Messianic Jews within India, who in the 60s, their cult leader had a dream, had a vision that he was actually a Jewish person, and there was like a secret Jewish tribe. And Israel recently recognized them. These are Indian people. Then I think you would agree with me. They have an alleged ancestral connection there because some guy had a fucking dream in the 60s. That's ridiculous.
Do you know what the Jewish people, within our own terms, have been calling themselves Am Yisrael, the nation of Israel, for a very long time. No, I'm saying that, like, you're saying because the semantics of Israel and the Jewish people aren't like matching, like French and France, is like suddenly there's no connection. No, the connection is there. We've actually. I'm getting a little tired explaining the connection all over again, but the connection is there. The connection is there in the religion. The connection is there in the traditions. The connection is there in the holidays. The connection is there in the culture that's been permeating, not one that's been invented, not one, and not one that's been developed in the 20th century would have been less valid, right? The Palestinian identity is just as valid, even though it coalesced with their flag in the 20th century, right? And that's not.
I feel like
that's not anything.
Wait, hold
so
on.
do you have an issue with me saying that this Indian sect, right, that claims to be Jewish after their leader had a fucking vision in the 50s or 60s? Do you think there's something wrong with me saying that they have alleged ancestral ties to Israel? Is it wrong for me to say that? Because Israel recognized this group and they received citizenship.
You're mixing these things.
No, this is what I'm talking about. I think there are many groups like this who are converts throughout history who now claim to have ancestral ties to the land that just don't.
You showed your lack of knowledge of Judaism enough. Let me explain to you something. Let me educate you on Judaism.
Just a minute. Hold on. Dooby, okay, I've heard the argument that Dooby is making before. I think that this might actually, I don't know. Oh no, this isn't in the founding myths of Israel. That's a different, but there was somebody who made this argument, who tried to claim that like a bunch of Jewish or a bunch of like modern Jewish people are actually descendants of like European people who converted to Judaism rather than, even though like my understanding is that, typically like conversion to Judaism is like the amount of people who converted probably wouldn't have been that many because the Jews don't recruit. They don't go out of their way. They don't proselytize to try and get people to convert to their shit.
No,
like
the history shows otherwise. The history shows forced conversions. Wait, hold on. Especially if we're talking about Europe, the history shows forced conversion out of Judaism into Christianity.
That's also
under pain of Inquisition.
Yeah, that's
under pains of pogroms, under pains of expulsion.
Elaborate on this point. Not only that Judaism doesn't recruit like Islam and Christianity, Dooby. Judaism is by design, right? Made not to accept new converts. They put hurdles on new converts, right? To convert, you have to do a circumcision. Back in the day, like you're from the United States, so you have this medical fashion. But back in the day, it's not a small thing. First of all. Second, when converts come to the rabbi to get converted, he is supposed to, right? And they actually do it, and it's for a reason. He's supposed to dissuade them from doing this, right? So like this conversion thing, right? Probably some people converted into Judaism in Europe, and some people converted into Judaism, in the Middle East, for the Middle Eastern Jews, right? Of course, but in the long scale of things, these people are washed into basically the Jewish genome, as you might say. I don't want to give genetic arguments here, but
probably
yeah,
more
but even if they were converters, whatever you call it, they would have kids. Those kids would marry people from the Jewish you
This
could
is
say,
what I
like,
meant,
you
that
know,
they were washed
tribes.
into the
Yeah.
Jewish genome. Yes.
I imagine that probably more people have converted to Islam or more Jews have converted to Islam or Christianity than Muslims or Christians or other religions have converted to Judaism. It seems like that's not a thing that happens as much. That's actually why I think that Judaism is probably better than the other Abrahamic religions, just because they don't recruit. Although obviously I don't like religion anyway, so like in a way I'm like
I think that makes them
Dooby,
worse,
but
actually. I think it's one of the many things that makes them worse.
I-
But I'd like to
Everything is
just like
good in moderation.
I hate
I'd like to
proselytizing,
just
but anyway.
okay. So I hate exclusionary practices that set groups apart. But just really quickly, so do you guys agree with me or disagree with me that this Indian group that claims to be Jewish because they later had a dream in the 50s, that this group probably does not actually have ancestral ties to Israel?
Of course, I agree with you, but this is not.
Okay, then what's the
rule.
issue
This
with
is
me
the
saying
exception.
alleged?
This is the
Hold on.
exception
Then what's the
that
issue with me
proves the
saying
rule,
alleged
actually.
ancestral
Because
ties?
you're
Because these
pointing out
people,
an exception to the
these
rule.
Because
hold
you're
on, because these
painting with
people
this
have
brush
more,
all
hold
of
on,
the
are considered
Jews.
to have more right to the land than people whose families have been living there for generations because they're not Jewish.
You know, we can go this route. I'm not sure you want to go this route. When I explain to you the caliphate conquest and
I
who should
don't
anything.
stay
Oh
here
my
and
God.
support
Oh my
Stop!
God.
I don't want to
Oh
have
my
that.
God.
No, I don't want to have that argument. That
Why are
argument
we
is
going there?
fucking retarded.
Do you think I support caliphates? Like,
do
what
not.
the fuck?
No, Atlantis is going to make the argument about how like about how like the Jews probably have more right to like the land than the Arabs do because the Arabs came as colonizers. So I hate all of these arguments.
This,
I do not give
exactly
a
this.
fuck about
But
but we were here first shit. Oh my god.
yeah, it's I partly, but by the way, I partly I agree with this. This is an idiotic reason to
Yes.
say.
There's
My
okay. There's
reasoning for Israel
hold
being
on,
in
hold on,
Israel.
Ronis. One second. Give me 1 second, please. Just give me 1 second, please.
Talk.
There's enough evidence and there is material like history throughout history that we've been there. Doesn't matter if we've been there first. And there's also a lot
keep
of
saying
material
we,
history
that's
that
not true.
we Jews, yes. Then there are also a lot of other material history and reality of other people also being there. That's also true. And this whole like who was there first or who actually has the right to be, no. That's just, I'm sorry, that's just playing to the brain rot, and you could play it from the left, but you're still
Both
playing on
groups
a
have a
retard
right
field.
to the
No, you're saying
land.
playing to the brain rot, but that's like literally like your country. That is the express purpose your country exists, and the reason it exists.
Wow.
But no,
Okay.
I'm sorry. That is your country. Your country.
This is
your
not the
country
reason
doesn't
why the
believe
country exists.
that Jews have an ancestral tie to this land and ancestral right to this land.
No,
that is
the
your
reason
country.
why the
Like, I'm
country
sorry to break it to you.
the reason why the country exists was because there was a blip in reality where we were actually empowered in a one time where we throughout every time that we tried to integrate and were decimated by it. That there was one blimp in history that allowed us to have a safe haven. That safe haven for whatever reasons was set in Israel.
Yeah, for whatever reason.
Now
there's
and
no,
now, yeah, and now
no,
I
no
don't,
special reason for it.
bro. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck because right now it's the third generation that was born here into this reality long after them and the Palestinians that were
Yes,
here
you should let
made
go of
their
the
bad
ancestral ties
decisions.
thing.
Made their bad decisions. All right, I'm not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. We identify ourselves
What is this going
as a
anywhere
nation. We identify ourselves as a nation.
Who's saying we go anywhere?
They identify themselves as a separate nation. Both of us understand the need and the will for a nation, for our people to safeguard, partially from that other nation, but partially from other forces that have fucked us over in the past.
Can I hold on just a sec? I just want to say something. Sorry, Dooby. I just want to point like you must know this. The early Zionists were like fucking socialists who were not religious.
Weirdos.
Anti-Semitic.
I'm talking about
secular. Yeah.
I'm talking about people like Ben Gurion and whatnot. Like these guys were not like fucking religious. So I like to say that.
Yeah, I know.
What?
I know these people were not. Were
Yeah,
typically not
I know,
religious.
but I'm just saying that like it's not like they were like, oh man, we must go back to it must be about Israel or whatever. They wanted like a Jewish state. Like I mean, it's
Why do
entirely.
you think they chose Israel?
I think they asked the British for it, but like, what if the British?
Yeah,
had
why do they
said,
choose that land and not like
"Hey,"
Madagascar or
I
something?
mean,
Because of the historic context.
yeah, they probably chose it because of
of
the
the
historic
connection to the
context.
land.
But here's the thing: what
Because
if?
it's 90% of their like.
Yeah, because it's related to their culture and whatnot. It's not just because of the religious.
All of the
shit.
liturgy, all of the Jewish liturgy is littered with references to Israel and next year in
Yeah, the
Jerusalem.
liturgy that
and
these people
stuff like
apparently
that.
didn't care about because they weren't religious, right? Like,
that's
I mean,
where,
come on.
No, I'm
that's
saying that they.
Well, you
came
don't
from.
understand what is
I'm
religious
saying-
and not religious. It's
I'm
not a
s-
binary
I'm
like you
saying there
think.
was an aspect of like Jewish culture, like Jewish culture was related to it. But I would also
Culture stemming from the religion.
Yeah, sure, but like these people,
One
like
of it.
didn't. Yeah, it
Also
didn't.
history.
There's
also
a yeah,
shared
like
history.
listen, there's
and
a
language that
yeah,
kept that history.
that too. There's like a ton of shit in like American culture that stems from fucking Christianity. It doesn't mean that like you have to be Christian or whatever. Or
Apparently
like
in Israel you do.
No, you don't.
You don't
bro,
have to.
do you,
to have hold on to have,
bro,
to have
do
the
you
right
know
to
how
national
much? Do you
self-determination.
know how
need to be
much
Jewish.
pork I ate this year?
What does that do with anything?
It doesn't matter how, like, if you're like adhering to be religious, you don't suck like fucking
hold on. When I say
3,000
Jewish,
year
I
old
don't
promises
mean
at the teeth.
religiously Jewish. Though I do think it is interesting that Israel has like.
Then
chief
you're playing
rabbis,
very
right? That's
fast and
pretty
loose.
strange. No, I'm not. I'm not at
You
all.
don't have to
I'm
be
speaking,
religious
speaking
here.
about Jewish as Israel speaks about Jewishness, right? It's an ethno.
Bro,
religion,
you've shown,
right?
you've shown.
So you
wait,
can
wait,
be, you
hold
can be
on.
Jewish
You've
and not
shown,
be
bro,
religious.
you've shown
forgetting that
absolutely.
Judaism is an
Guys,
ethno-religious
stop
group.
talking
You've
over
shown
each other.
absolutely zero. Yeah, you have shown absolutely so far zero understanding of how Israel operates or how Israelis operate. You're playing to every stereotype and every niche like fringe evidence that you can take to like infer a general maliciousness.
Hold on. I'm referring to the law of
Wait,
your
hold on.
country and the way
There's
that
a
your
lot
country's
of
been operating.
again, there's a lot of fucked up shit which you can look at through a lot of different lenses. And the lens that you're choosing to go with right now is the lens of like, yeah, let's like minimize. No, you're not talking about reality.
Whereas you choose for like unreality, which is the idea that France is an ethno state like Israel is. I didn't say you choose. I say you choose to go with unreality in the way that in the saying that like France is an ethno state in the way that Israel is. It's just fucking ridiculous on its face. You should know.
Hold on. Can I just?
The claim is that Israeli policies are not that different from the French.
They are very different
This
from
is
the French
the claim.
policies. Yeah, they're very
well.
different.
They are not in terms of citizenship, not so much.
Oh my god.
Yes, they are actually because again, France does not view citizenship through the lens of ethnicity.
Guys, just stop.
Israel does.
Can I just stop for a second? Wait a minute. Hold on. I just want to say something. So, Dooby, the thing is that, like, I think maybe part of the reason why everyone is getting so triggered about you for the whole, like, alleged ties to the land shit is because that, like, you said all that shit about, like, a lot more Jews, like, basically just being European converts to Judaism or whatever. And so, unless, like, you're gonna, like, walk that shit back or what have you, it feels like the main thing that you're constantly running. I mean, No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Feels like
hold on. People have converted Judaism within Europe. That's true.
Yeah, they have, but how many of them have converted versus how many?
Yeah, do you understand like how general?
Hold on. It's not about the amount, right? So let's say it's 10% of Ashkenazi Jews or the descendants of people who converted, right? Does this make my claim any less true? No.
Yes.
Because these people, to Israel and to you apparently, have exactly the same right to that land and the exact same
material reality.
Exact same ancestral ties to that land as anybody else. And including these fucking
material reality.
This fucking group that realized they're Jewish in the fucking 50s, right? So they have this ancestral tie to the land apparently.
Okay,
that's why I said allegedly, because as long as they're considered Jewish, they have an ancestral tie to the land according to Israel.
Bro, my right to the land is fuck you trying to kick me out. That's my right to the land.
I'm not talking about your current right. I'm talking about the ancestral right that Israelis
Stop.
I'm just surprised.
Just shut up. Stop. Okay, just hold on. There are too many people in here now. Like, now this is becoming cancer because you're all fucking talking over each other and, like, screaming at each other. No, Chase, I'm not gonna let anyone else in. Jesus fucking Christ. Unless it's, like, fucking epic. Sorry, I just saw that someone else joined the waiting room. There are too many people in here. Jane Sox said that he wanted to clear up something about history, and then he said that he was going to leave. So I'm going to let Jane Sox do that, and then you all can, like, I guess get back at screaming at each other or whatever. Go ahead, Jane Sox.
Yeah, so because no one's watched Sam Aronow, the reason why people went to the Ottoman Empire was because the first people who, the early Zionists, not like who people call the early Zionists, like Herzl and stuff, they were Eastern European Jews, and they were coming from Russia, and the Ottoman Empire was like right next to Russia. And the Ottoman Empire also took in a bunch of Jews like centuries before when they came from Spain. That's why people were like, oh, let's go there. It's kind of that simple. And then once you got to the Ottoman Empire, they're like, well, where do we go in the Ottoman Empire? Oh, Israel. That's really sort of it. It was next to where these people lived. And in this gigantic empire, they had a cultural connection to that spot. That's it. That's why they didn't go to like Argentina or Madagascar or Uganda. Okay.
Thank you. If that...
I want to say something.
Okay, go ahead, people. Just
I'm
please try
very
not to
surprised
scream
that
over each other, but anyway, go ahead.
I'm very surprised that the alleged progressive here giving arguments that are very adjacent to like race theory.
Hold on,
You know, like
just a
race,
sec.
maybe race realism.
Can we try not to do that? Well, actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm not even going to stop people from doing that because the Dooby is over here talking about how people are like fucking blood and soil.
Yeah, I think you guys have a blood and soil ideology.
So you know what?
Refuse to acknowledge that.
Fucking go nuts.
Yeah, I think you guys are obsessed with this blood and soil thing. I think your country is obsessed with this, and I think you just refuse to live in that reality.
Bro, you're making it. No, it's just that you're
It's just
confusing it
true.
with some fucking weird manifest destiny. When the truth is, we just want to
Where
fucking.
does manifest destiny come from?
You're treating it like like we have some kind of weird manifest destiny to the land or whatever. When really we're just like looking for a spot. Let me fucking finish. When really we're just looking for a spot where we can just like be. That's it. Really.
Okay.
And this is the spot that was chosen. And now I'm third generation. Yeah, there's already a fourth generation growing up. And now I'm third generation dealing basically with that hand that was dealt. Yeah. And we're here because we're here. And that's a fact. And we can be better.
What does this
definitely.
mean?
And we can be better. Definitely. But this
Okay,
whole
I
like
don't understand
theoretical,
what
but like
this meme
this
is.
whole
Like, I don't.
because this whole theoretical like conversation, like, do you think that like what the world would come to a consensus and Israel is like retconned? What like?
This is a straw man. I've never said anything like this.
Then
No,
why
he's
are you
trying
keep
to have
then,
a
because you keep
thing.
but you keep like attacking, you know, like it's integral, like foundational. That doesn't matter anymore. We're not in the 40s anymore.
Hold on. But today, Israel has ethno-nationalist laws on the books. Today, Israel is an ethno-state.
Today, Israel
just like
is
any
a
other nation state.
No,
today,
you keep saying this, but
Israel-
you couldn't support that if you tried. Tell me why.
Today
France
Israel
an
is one
ethno-state
of
than Israel is.
today Israel right next to Lebanon is one of the most politically complicated places in the Middle East right now to untangle from the situation that it built itself over the last 60 years.
Okay, I don't know what that has to do with my claim.
That it's a lot grayer than what you painted as.
I don't think it being a complex political situation because you guys get so much pushback because you're a fucking ethno-state, because you guys caused all this trouble in the Middle East. I don't think that has to do. I don't think it has anything to do. I don't think it has anything to do.
Yes, we're an
with my
ethno-state.
claim, or makes it less true. Okay, it is true that Israel is an ethno-state. It's true that this is one of the reasons Israel has so much pushback in the Middle East and in the United States.
But again, all of your arguments
Hold on, that's not.
Like you're saying ethno-state.
It's
Yes,
not just
it's an
optics.
ethno-state.
It's reality. Like I don't know what
That's
it's
not.
It's an ethno-state. Do you want to know why it needs to be an ethno-state? Do you want to hear my argument too to why Palestine
now
should be an
now you're being
ethno-state?
honest. Thank you for being
Hold
honest.
on,
Now that you
wait.
agree that you live in an ethno-state,
Just a sec.
explain why it needs
Yes,
to be an
but an
ethno-state.
ethno-state doesn't mean that we're having like a manifest destiny that this is all ours and we get to lord everyone.
Hold on. Can I
Hold on,
just?
that's what
can I-
it does first off.
just-
but
just
that's actually what's happening.
No, it
Stop.
doesn't.
Shut up,
No,
both
it
of you.
doesn't.
Jesus Christ, stop talking over each other. Wait a minute. fuck, now I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say because y'all were screaming at each other. Like, never mind, I guess, like, just, like, go back. By the way, like, Dooby, like, I imagine Insomniac's about to explain to you about the fact that, if what you want to happen happens, then the Jews are probably just gonna get fucked, like they have all throughout
Yeah,
their
that's because you guys
history.
think all Arabs are like fucking genocidal monsters who want to kill all the Jews. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, but no, they don't.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Yeah, but yeah.
Wait a minute,
No,
hold
that's
on a
not it.
second.
Well-
do you deny that that Hamas most definitely is anti-Semitic and that they are like the most like nobody's saying that all the Palestinians want to kill all the Jews. But like
Well, the implication is that if Jews were a minority, they'd all be murdered because the Arabs just want to kill them all.
no, the
No,
implication
we just remember from history how is it to be a minority in a majority Muslim state. You descend into dhimmi status. You know,
Okay,
we
hold
actually
on.
don't do it to the Palestinians.
Not true.
Listen,
First
wait.
off,
No,
we're
they,
not.
hold on a second, Dooby. The Palestinian minority in Israel probably has it better than like minorities in like every other Arab state. Minorities get treated like shit in the Middle East. That's why the Jews are not going to give up their majority in Israel because they think they'll get fucked if they do. And
I'm curious.
they're
Hold on, I'm
probably
curious.
right.
Can I?
Based on the fact that the Palestinians out of all of the groups like fucking hate them because they have 75 years worth of bad blood. Like that's it. It's
Yeah, you
just
just
like
need to keep your foot on the neck because if you let
no,
it
they
off,
don't
they're
need
gonna
to
be
keep
mad
their
at you.
foot on the
So I get
neck.
it.
The Palestinians should get a state.
That's what's happening. That's what's happening in like in effect, right?
The
So, yeah.
Palestinians should get a state, and that's what we should be
You
arguing
say
for
this, but Israel
instead
does
of
not want to
this.
do this. Israel's made it clear they don't want to do this.
Israel doesn't
For
want to
decades,
give.
they don't
Israel
wanna do
also
this.
doesn't want to do one state either, and they're never going to do it. And they would probably
Yeah.
die
So
before they
what's
were
the
willing to
alternative?
do it.
What is the alternative?
The alternative is
get rid of
two
these people.
states.
No, hold on.
go
The
to
alternative is
the
actually you
zero
get rid of these
order
fucking people, which is actually
approximation.
what it seems like they're trying to do.
That's not going to happen though, because even like
Okay, I'm not saying
moderates.
that,
bro,
I'm saying this is
tell
what
it,
they're trying to
tell
do.
it to me. Yeah, tell it to Mr. Adolf.
Like even people
Mr.
in
Adolf, what?
he's making a Hitler reference. It doesn't.
Yeah, well, the implication there is that he thinks that it could happen because Adolf had the fucking Holocaust.
No,
So
I'm
you think it could
saying
Holocaust
that
Palestinians?
I'm saying that you're saying, yeah, get them all out. To do that,
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that is the
like,
other option.
to
and it seems
destroy
me that
either
that's where
to
Israel's
destroy
going.
either all the Jews in the area or all the Palestinians in the area. Yeah, would be Hitler level shit.
I agree. Yeah, I think it's bad. I don't think you guys should do that. And
Yeah.
it seems like that's the direction you're going.
Yeah, but like I don't think that the answer to that is to then turn around and say, like, yeah, there are people in Israel who want to like kick all the Palestinians out, sure. But I don't think that the answer to that is to turn around and say your state should be dissolved and there should just be one state from the river to the sea, because that's never gonna fucking happen.
Well, it's great that nobody's saying anything about dissolving Israel.
Yeah, but that's what you want though. You want all the Palestinians.
No, it
you
isn't.
want one state. That seems to be your solution.
Yeah, my solution is long term. You do have a single state. Yes, I think that Israel should annex Gaza and the West Bank. I think they should annex the Palestinian
Oh my
territories.
God! Everybody virtue
And
signals with it long
hold
term.
on, and over time, you can work toward giving them equal rights, right? And go through like a long
Yeah, but I
process
don't.
of
That's not.
You know
it's a long
what will
process of truth
happen?
and reconciliation, just like they did in South Africa.
Wait.
It's very difficult. It's gonna take
Why-
a long time, but
You know what?
I think that reality.
Let me tell you
is
what
better
will
than the
happen
current
in
reality in which
reality.
Israel undermines the two states. Okay, I
Keep,
think that
no,
reality.
Dooby, you can keep talking.
Sure.
They were trying to interrupt you.
I know. I think that I know it's very difficult. It's a long-term project, but I think that reality is better than the current reality in which Israel constantly undermines a two-state solution, makes sure it doesn't happen. It's proudly making sure that doesn't happen, but also doesn't have the one-state solution. So you just have like this fucking never-ending situation where Palestinians are just getting fucked over.
Hold
Israel's
on.
lording over them, killing them, while claiming that they don't actually govern
Wait a
these areas
minute.
when they
Wait
do
a
actually
minute.
govern the area.
Wait, stop. Okay, so here's a couple. So there's a couple of things. So here's the problem. Okay, the issue that like I have with this whole thing is that it feels like while we wait for this long-term shit to happen, Palestinians are basically without self-determination, and that's why I'm saying that they should get a state now. or sooner rather than later, as soon as possible, basically, rather than this weird shit about like, you know, eventually it should all become one state, because I just don't think that that's going to happen. And like after the Palestinians actually get a state and their material conditions can improve, because then like other countries like Saudi and all these other people can come in and start investing in shit, and they can actually like build a proper society for themselves, then you can start, then like I think truth and reconciliation will be more on the table, because they probably won't fucking hate Israel so much, because they'll actually be able to chill and live better lives.
Yeah, or more likely, because there are people on both sides who have like legitimate grievances, legitimate anger and hatred toward each other. There's some person, some group of people that attacks the other side, and this is used to justify war. Another bombing campaign, more people dead, more Israel inching into the territory and taking more rights, more sovereignty from the people there. And this happens over and over and over again.
If the
for decades.
Palestinians actually had a state, though, then like I would argue that they would probably have more recourse with regards to all that shit. Also, part of the whole building of a state would be the construction of a security apparatus that would help to ensure that that kind of shit didn't happen.
That they run.
Now you're literally
that
making the right-wing
over?
Israeli argument. You're literally making the right-wing Israeli
No, I'm not.
argument. Yes, you
Yeah,
are.
you are.
You're
Yeah,
saying
no,
that's
the
what
right-wing
Netanyahu says.
Bro, we know our internal politics.
No, it's
bro.
what
You
Smotrich
know,
said.
we know our.
Then you should
we
know
know
this
our
is wrong,
internal
okay?
politics.
Then you should know this is wrong, because right-wing Israeli argument is you annex the area, but also get rid of the people there.
No, the right-wing Israeli argument
no,
is Palestinians shouldn't have a state because it'd be bad for Israel's security, because they claim what you just said will happen. Anyway, sorry, I'll let.
Hold on, because but that's true. I think it's bad for Palestinian security too. I think that long term, it's a fucking powder keg that is going to go off inevitably, very, very predictably.
So your
and when that happens,
solution
Israel will
is
use
that-
this to justify more bombing, taking more land, the pushing out of more people.
So your
So rather than just
solution-
do that forever until Israel just slowly annexes the area and kicks out the people there, I think you should keep working toward a one-state solution after you split the groups.
Yeah, so your solution then is to say, like, but that's what I just said, though, was that in the long run, after Palestinians get their own state, so once they have self-determination and shit, that yes, something like truth and reconciliation should be on the table, because it would also be beneficial for these two states that exist next to each other to like fucking like, you know, cooperate and trade with each other and shit. And so you would want them not to hate each other, ideally, in the long run. And so like you could use international pressure to like try and get them to talk to each other and get along. I don't understand, like, how is that any different? Like,
Shwaya.
why?
Can I ask you guys a question?
These are incremental things that will happen. First of all, first of all, there needs to be two states. Then those two states need to, you know, grow kind of accustomed to the existence of the other. Then those two states need to start collaboration. Then there would probably be some kind of federation or like between those countries before we can. Then, only then, we can move to the step of uniting this federation into a one state. But
yeah, I feel like
saying
that,
but saying that. Hold on. But saying that, and this is why I called it just a virtue signal earlier, is neglecting what the next step should be. Is that we should move towards a two-state solution, an end of the occupation in the West Bank, and of the Israeli occupation in the West Bank. And a two-state solution currently on the best lines that we have, which are the 67 borders.
Yeah, again, that seems like a powder keg to me. And so I think if you have first off, I don't think Israel would ever give that other state actual sovereignty. Hold on,
but that's the
one
thing.
second.
This is a powder
I don't think
keg.
Israel would
This is
give
already
that
a
other
powder
state
keg.
actual sovereignty.
You can't not make it a
any other
powder
state that
keg.
exists is just going to be some other occupation in a different name.
No,
Israel will never give them sovereignty. They'll never allow them to have control of the borders, control their imports and exports ever.
It's already a powder keg. It's not even a powder keg. It's a bomb that's wired with all of the it's a C4 and that's wired with a lot of wires.
It's because you guys refuse to do the logical thing. You guys just want to live in this fucking
What do you mean, you guys?
Forever, this purgatory forever.
What do you
I mean,
mean,
you
you guys?
Israelis
What
just
do
want to
you
live in the
think I
purgatory
vote?
forever.
What do you mean, you
pro-Israel people
Israelis?
just want to live in the purgatory forever.
Pro-Israel
That's what I mean.
people. Again, what is this generalization? To speak about what you're talking
Well, because
about.
you believe that Israel should be an ethnostate. So let me explain it to you. Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Right? So when you have a two-state solution, if you're ever going to move that toward like a one-state solution, where these people are living in a single state with equal rights, you would be opposed to that because Jews would be a minority, right?
I would be
Do you think?
for sure opposed
Do
to
you
it. Yeah,
think? Do you
of
think? Do you
course.
think that my
Yeah, sure.
wait? Do you think that
I think the
do you think that my opposition to this right now? Do you think that my opposition would be a principal opposition or a pragmatic opposition? Do you think that? Do you think that under a different circumstance, yeah, would I be more open? Would I, in principle, disagree with you or disagree with you?
Or you agree
Because
with you
in
mean?
principle, yeah, because in principle, I agree with you. In principle, it would be great. But pragmatically, materially, realistically, there is way too much bad blood. And I can start naming on both sides the shittery that we've done to each other to justify that bad blood. And there's a lot of bad blood that you first need to untangle, and it's a lot easier to destroy.
Yes, I
But
know.
it takes years to create. Yeah. So
Obviously.
that's what I'm saying. Like the more you talk about like with like the utopian Disney-esque bullshit, the more you're just virtue signaling that I'm actually a good person, but you're not talking about anything
That's
material.
ridiculous.
You want to
Hold on,
talk
no,
about
but
anything,
hold on,
you
but
want to
I
talk
am,
about
but I am
something
talking about
material.
things that are
You
material.
want to,
What I'm talking about
you want
is
to talk
the
about the
angle.
material.
You guys refuse
You
to even
want to
acknowledge
talk
the
about the
angle.
material. You want to talk about the material. Talk about the two-state solution.
Okay.
You want to talk.
Again,
You want to talk about the angle. Talk
oh
about how
God.
Israelis and Palestinians
Can
can live
you tell me
side
how
by
the
side.
two-state solution is not just a powder keg that's going to go off?
It's already a powder keg. The
Okay,
two-state
so
solution.
when you have a two-state solution,
the two-state
how's it not a powder
solution.
keg?
Because you're putting in the mechanism into this C4 device to separate the two elements in a way
No,
that
no, we're not.
won't
They're right next
cause
to each other.
in a way that would reduce the no right now the shit that's going on when the shit that's going on is a lot worse than what could happen if the Palestinians have their own state. And there could be state versus a state. You can make diplomacy with a state. You can't make diplomacy with Hamas.
Can I just?
Wait, guys, I need
What if
you
the
can live.
Palestinians voted? What if the Palestinians voted in a group like Hamas because they're upset with you guys for the way
Bye
you did it?
bye.
Sorry. Oh, are you going, Lannis?
Yeah, I need to sleep. Bye bye.
Okay.
Have a
Good
good
night,
night. Thank you,
buddy.
Dooby, for the conversation and the shit throwing. I enjoyed it a lot. Thank you. Bye bye.
See you later. Hold on, I'm actually curious. So, let's say within Israel. So right now, I think the percentage of non-Jewish Israelis is like this thing is around like 20%, right?
It's
So
around
what do you
30%.
think?
No,
Oh,
20%. Yeah, 20% Palestinian or more.
Okay. So what do you think the percentage of Jews in Israel needs to be? Like, what if it was like 40 or 50% non-Jewish? Like, would you be worried about that? Would you say that you need to like stop letting these people in? Like, how would you handle that?
Depends, it
I would
depend
say
who the other
I would
people
say
were.
that for me, the demographics is the secondary issue to the character of the country.
What do you
The
mean by
point
that?
of I mean the idea and the idea that I support for Israel is to be a safe haven for the Jewish people. A safe haven for the Jewish people doesn't mean that other people can't exist there. And it doesn't mean that it's no longer a safe haven for the Jewish people if there's 65, even 75% that's a different people. As long as the government, the country, the infrastructure, the structures of the country can facilitate it continuing being a safe haven for the Jewish people, a place that won't oppress Jews, a place where Jews won't need to be, to live, to continue to exist at the behest and approval of whoever says, oh, we'll take care of them, and never do.
Wait, hold on. So, are you saying that like if there was like if Jews were a minority within Israel, like let's say in 100 years, the Arabs just have so many kids, right? And they're all Israeli citizens, but they're Arabs, right? They're not Jewish.
Okay.
Are you saying that you would want that state to still be a Jewish state that is centered on the interests of Jews?
I would say that by that point, you would have enough intermixing between Israelis and Palestinians, or Jewish Israelis and Israeli Palestinians, that you would get then you would need to contend with something, wholly new, wholly different. That
Yes, like would you support? Like how would you deal with that? Because I mean, the issue there is that there is a larger demographic group, right, a larger ethnic group, or whatever you want to call it, that could, in theory, vote to take rights from Jews. It's like how.
Yeah. So
how
as
would you
long
deal with
as there is something constitutionally that cannot be revoked by the will of the people that states it, yes, then I would. But I also believe that Israel should be a democracy, and generally I don't believe that democracies should not abide by the will of the people.
He's basically saying he wouldn't want the tyranny of the majority to fuck over the Jewish minority.
Yes.
Yeah, I hold on, but I think we'd all agree with that would be a bad thing for any group, right? We like in the United States, I don't want the majority, like white people or whatever, to fuck over minority people, right?
Yes, but the United States, when it was Israel's age, was honestly a lot worse.
I just want to say something.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That saying, the tyranny of the majority to overrule to rule over the minority, that this was something that Jabotinsky emphasized, that if there was going to be a Jewish state, that the minority would still have just as much equal rights to the majority. And this is, one of the principal founders of what would eventually become Likud.
Yeah, but I mean, in reality, this is not true.
I'm not gonna say one positive word about the Likud here. Not until they get their shit together and can be a right to be, handled within a government and not a force that tries to overrun it.
I think the problem, Dooby, with what you're saying about like a one state where Jews and Palestinians could coexist together, that sounds great and all, but the problem is that if even working towards that, you're still going to have a demographic warfare with each other, because you're going to have two different national groups competing to be a majority.
Yeah,
and you
so
always
like
have
I said earlier, I
dissidents
think
from
this
the
is,
extremes pushing to
yeah, of course.
to radicalize, right?
It's
Yeah, I
just
think it's
not
a very
really that
long-term
feasible.
policy. No, I think
Even
it is
as a
feasible.
long-term policy, it's just not going to work.
And I think it is feasible. And I think the longer you guys resist this, the less feasible it becomes, the harder it becomes to happen. So I think
We're not the only one resisting it. That's the
people
thing.
who are
Like,
worried about
Palestinians
turn it to Lebanon. That's what you want.
Palestinians also
worried
aren't
about,
crazy on having like an equal one state
yeah,
with
that's because
us.
you guys have been fucking them over for a long time, and oppressing them for a long time.
We
So
can
they're very
go on
upset with you.
becauses. We can
So
go
they're
on
very upset
becauses
with you,
until
but
tomorrow.
to
I
make
can
them less
also
upset,
give
you
you a
need to stop
lot
doing
of
these terrible things.
tomorrows, bro. I can also give you a lot of becauses for why we'd be upset with them. That's what Kalinda was
Yeah,
trying
I
to tell
agree.
you
I
about
agree.
75% of bad blood.
Hold on. I agree. Like I said earlier, I think that there are
So
justified
we
grievances on
can
all sides. But the
go.
reality is that Israel is the one with the power right now, right? And Israel is the one that does way more damage to the Palestinians than the Palestinians do to Israel.
It's time
so
for the
given that this is the
oppressor
reality,
versus oppressed, guys.
Yeah.
hold on, that's
because
just reality.
everything
Hold on, do you
exists in a
disagree with me?
vacuum.
Do you think Palestinians have the ability to do as much damage to Israel as Israel does
No,
to them,
but-
or has done as much damage?
Hold on. Here's the problem with that argument, though, Dooby, because when you say that, it basically sounds like you're essentially just excusing like all the fucking terrorism shit just because it doesn't do
No, I'm
as
not.
much damage. And like that's like you're basically it sounds like you're like saying like, well, okay, then because that the Israelis can do more damage, it means that they have to like essentially accept the fact that they might, get or deal with the terrorisms or whatever shit like that. Like it's just not like it's like you're kind of not really understanding exactly like or where it is that
I
they're
am
coming from
understanding.
and why like
I think you're not
security is
understanding me.
paramount to them.
Yeah,
Because you're
I
essentially asking them
understand.
to set that
I think you're not
aside
understanding me.
and accept
No.
like a bunch of people who hate them coming to live in their country. In the same way that Palestinians are like, oh, you expect us to live with these
Again, not
people who
true.
have fucked us over constantly?
Again, not true. Right? I'm not saying I'll just make them all citizens overnight.
Yeah,
And
I know,
I've never
I'm
said anything like
aware
this.
of that, but my problem.
Yeah, so then why are you saying
Okay,
oh, we just need to accept these people who hate us? Like that's not what I'm saying at all.
Because I'm coming at you with not that different of a position, just looking at it, more on like the material level rather than on the ideal end. And you're telling you're telling me you're like a shitty ethno state.
You are
whatever,
a shitty ethno state. I'm sorry, you
for
just
doing
are. You're an ethno-nationalist.
for saying exactly that. I'm saying that like ethno state, the idea of the ethno state in this stage of Israel and in the stage of Palestine that would happen when Palestine becomes a country. Both those countries are gonna need to be ethno states for a bit longer.
No, that's not true.
Both those countries are gonna need to be ethno states for a bit longer until that majority ethnicity embeds itself within those countries in a way enough so that they can cross over and not create a powder keg again.
Can I just, Dooby, I just want to ask you some questions. Okay, can I do that, or do you want to keep?
Sure.
Okay, so here is the issue that I have. The problem that I have with your sort of long-term thing is that it basically leaves the Palestinians in limbo until the world can pressure Israel enough to accept this one-state solution shit over time, which I don't think is very likely to happen. And that's why I think that the two-state solution is a better concept, because the Palestinians then will actually be able to will get self-determination much sooner than they would otherwise, because basically we're talking about waiting for like for however many years it's going to take in order to like pressure Israel to do this, and then like have them slowly annex the fucking West Bank, or have them annex West Bank and the Gaza Strip, but the Palestinians living there don't actually get citizenship yet, and who knows what kind of shit they're going to do. Like, that's putting an awful lot into the hands of the Israelis that I don't think the Palestinians would particularly trust or want anymore.
Yeah, I think you shouldn't trust the Israelis to do this. I agree. I think because
yeah, but
the
who's
going to
do it then?
Wait, I can explain. So I think because the international community plays such a big role in fucking this thing up, I think we do have a responsibility to work to fix it. And I don't think you should trust the Israelis to do it. I don't think you should trust the Palestinians to do it, because, like I said earlier, there are legitimate grievances on all sides. And the status quo right now is Israelis continually fucking them over, oppressing them, humiliating them, killing them. And this is just leading to more hatred, right? And then these people lash out, and this leads to more hatred. So I think you need to stop doing that.
I don't know. The status quo is also rockets towards the south for 20 years. That was also part of the status quo.
Okay, great.
Can I just wait a
hold
minute?
On. No, please.
Okay.
The status quo right now is people. Okay.
How would they do that? Are you talking about
stop
fucking
imposing
UN peacekeepers?
Oh God. Not just UN peacekeepers, but yes, UN peacekeepers. I don't think that Israel should be in charge of the security arrangements for Palestine, or for Gaza or the West Bank.
Okay.
Because they've proven that they cannot be trusted with that.
So here's the problem that I have with that. That's not like, this is so pie in the sky. You think that other countries are going to volunteer?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. They're not going to.
This is literally Trump's current plan.
Not with UN peacekeepers, it's not. That's like fucking.
Yeah, hold on. I said peacekeepers and other groups. I think there should be a coalition that comes in there and ensures that these people don't attack each other.
Yeah, but Trump's current Trump's current plan does not involve Israel becoming Israel annexing Gaza and making all the people that live there citizens. Like that.
Okay,
that's not in Trump's plan.
Hold on. You're like at step 50 right now. Okay, step 1 is get these people to stop fucking each other over. To do that, I don't think you should trust these people with their own security, because they've proven that they cannot work together right now, right? I think Israel should not be in charge of the security of the West Bank. I think they've proven that they can't be trusted with that, both with what they're doing with the settlers, but also just the way that they oppress the people there.
Yeah, the Palestinians should be in charge of the West Bank.
Solve the problem.
So hold on. But that doesn't mean that you just jump all the way to, we're going to make like a single state right now. No, I think step 1 is just you get a coalition of other groups to come in and take over security there, and you stop trusting Israel to do this because they can't.
The thing,
they just lack the ability to.
Okay, that's fine, but
step 1, invade Israel. Great.
Like, that's not going to happen.
Hold on,
though.
Not Israel. Invade the West Bank and Gaza and keep Israel from bombing them and oppressing the people.
No, that's not. Oh my God. This is not going to work. The Palestinians should be the one who handles security in the West Bank.
What does work? Well,
no,
but
Palestinians
they can't.
Get a
Obviously, they can't be trusted with it. They can't be trusted with it.
Why do you
right?
think they can't be trusted?
You guys wouldn't trust them with this. Hold on, you guys currently wouldn't trust them with it, right? So you would not say Israel.
Who the
Israel
fuck
should just
are you?
listen. You would not say Israel should just pull out of the West Bank right now and give these people total sovereignty. You would not say that.
No,
right?
So you want to tell me? You want to tell me the two-state solution on the table? Israel says I consent. Palestine says I consent. Dooby says I do not consent.
I'm saying that what you just said is a lie. That even the two-state solutions that Israel has proposed recently don't even give them sovereignty.
Hold on,
right? They don't have the
Palestinians
didn't offer a two-state solution.
So like, what is this? What is this nonsense?
Israel didn't offer a two-state solution.
Wait a minute.
Recently.
Wait. Stop. No, he's talking about Taba and Somniac. Just a second.
Yeah, those solutions they did not have sovereignty.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, Dooby, this is like a thing that I often hear people say, but the Palestinians themselves did not give a fuck about that. Their main disagreements were over like fucking right of return and Jerusalem and like the Temple Mount
Hold
shit.
on.
They didn't care about
Okay.
like all
How
that
do you
other
have a state
stuff.
without sovereignty?
No, what I'm saying is that they didn't care as much about like shit like whether or not they'd be able to have an army or whatever. And also those are all things that can be negotiated over time. Like
yeah,
it's not.
Hold on. These were the things that they were negotiating. It's part of the package of things that they were negotiating.
Yeah, but I'm saying that like over time, that was because in order to like ensure that that like there was that Israel needed like security guarantees that if like they let this country arrive right next to them, that immediately they wouldn't turn around and attack them. And so that was why I was like, okay,
Right.
you don't get to have an
I
army right
agree.
away. But that doesn't mean that they couldn't have one later on. That's the whole idea. That's why we
Okay,
want the two
hold on.
countries to keep
You're-
talking after they get formed.
Oh God. Okay, but again, this is the issue, right? So Israel did not and does not currently trust the Gaza or the West Bank with that at all. They don't trust them with control over the borders, control over the security at all.
No, they
don't
trust they
or
would
exports and imports.
They would have
at
control
all,
over their
right? So,
internal security.
hold
They would
on.
get to police
No,
themselves.
wait, no, listen. Yeah, they get to police themselves with a police force that Israel allows them to have, right? And is willing to
No,
work with
under-
Israel.
if they
but
got-
Israel, like in the West Bank, Israel can come in whenever the fuck they want and do whatever the fuck they want.
You're thinking of Oslo. You're not thinking of like if
I'm thinking of
Palestine
currently.
became
I'm currently thinking of
a
right
state.
now.
Yeah, I
I'm thinking of right
understand that
now.
you're thinking of
There-
right
there's
now, but the
technically-
idea.
There's technically, hold on. There's technically an authority within the West Bank. Israel can still go in there and do whatever the fuck they want. They go in there and bulldoze people's homes, whatever the fuck they want.
I know. I don't think that's good. That's why I want the Palestinians to have a state so that
Okay.
stops, because then the
But
occupation
Israel-
would
the reality
end.
But the reality is that Israel will not, and you as a person, you would not trust the people in the West Bank with total sovereignty, right? Or total control of the security. If they said, "Hey, Israel, you cannot come in here whenever the fuck you want, do whatever the fuck you want," you'd be opposed to this.
But
so
you
what I'm
think-
saying
you
is,
think
rather
that-
than trust them to do it, you get an outside group to do it.
But you think
Because I
that you're going to
maybe you
get
would
the
trust an
fucking
outside group.
Israelis to trust or to accept becoming a minority, and the Palestinians get infinite right of return to all come back and
You're
and then
doing it
it'd
again.
be like one
You're
fucking
jumping all the way
state.
to the end. You're
Yeah,
jumping
but I'm
all the way to
saying-
the end.
I'm
Yes, long term, I think that should be the goal. Yes.
Yeah, but
right
that's
now,
not
I don't think it's feasible to do
going
that
to
overnight.
happen. Like they're
I
not
think-
going
It
to
absolutely
agree to
could
that.
happen. I don't know why you
and
keep
they're
saying it's not
certainly
going to
not
happen.
going to agree to it.
It's as
if
likely as a
you-
two-state solution right now.
They're not going to
Which is
agree
also
to
not
that.
going to happen.
If you if you want to like basically come in there and force them to do it with like fucking like it,
Okay.
with like
You're leaning on the two-state solution. It's also very unlikely to happen right now. It's not going to happen because that apparently Israel doesn't want it. They voted against it
True,
recently.
but that's the same position to take.
So hold on. So this thing that you keep leaning on is also not reality. It's
I know
nowhere
it's
near
not reality. I'm saying
right?
it's
So what
more
I'm- the
likely
thing
to
that I'm
be
talking about
reality
is
than
is
what
more-
you're talking about.
No. I think the thing that you're talking about is more likely to be reality sooner. But I think it would be a bad reality. It would be bad to stop at that reality. I think you need to keep going further because I think long term.
Yeah, you
the
could
feasible way
keep
to end
going
this
further.
is
I
a
don't
one-state
even
solution.
disagree.
Hold on.
But that's not what
oh
you want.
Why?
But if
Why?
you give them a state, quote unquote, a state where really they're not going to have sovereignty. You all agree with this? If you give them a state,
Why?
right? There's an excuse to stop there because now you have two separate groups of people, and these two groups of people are going to be going to war with each other inevitably.
No, there's
going
not.
to be some event that sets it off. Some group from the West Bank is going to attack somebody, some Israeli person, and kill them.
Yeah, again.
It's being used as an excuse to set off.
There might be a
some
war. There
bombing,
might be more than even one
land
war.
taking.
Look,
so
there
rather
might
than,
be war.
Rather than do all that shit all over again, you
There
just
might be
push
war.
toward the
There
end.
might be even
The
more than one
Palestinians
war.
have never had a state,
But
dude.
there's not a different solution.
Like the Palestinians have never had a state. Oslo was not a state for the Palestinians. It was like step one on a road towards them getting a state.
I understand this, and I'm acknowledging this. But whenever I talk about this, you pretend that I'm talking about like going there overnight. What I'm talking about first is no more military occupation for the West Bank. And you seem to think that's fucking crazy.
No,
right?
I don't
they
think
be
that's
occupied
fucking
anymore.
crazy. Although
Then how
hold
do you
on.
want that?
Here is here's the issue, okay? First of all, I think that if Israel is going to pull out of the West Bank, I don't know that any other country is going to want to go in there and like basically take it off their hands or what have you necessarily. I mean, like, fuck, even Egypt and a lot of these other Arab countries are kind of like not too sure about like basically being there in Gaza. The Palestinian Authority wants to do it. The Palestinians want to do it themselves, which is different than
so how do you do it? Because Israel won't give them control. Yeah, Israel's not going to give them control, obviously. So, like, how do you do this? How do you stop the military occupation that is feeding these grievances of these people?
Obviously, you realize that what's stopping Israel doing that is a polling booth, right?
Hold on,
the
is it going to happen?
Palestinians
Do you think it's
should
going to happen in the next
govern
50 years?
themselves. The Palestinians, there should be an agreement by
I don't
which
agree with that.
Israel pulls out of the West Bank, and then the Palestinians get to like have control over their own security and shit.
Yeah, you don't agree with this. If these people who have
Why do you
legitimate,
think that,
okay,
why wouldn't I agree?
You personally would not agree with this.
Why?
Because if these people who hate Israel for all the terrible things Israel's done to them, have come from generations of people that are being oppressed by Israelis, if these people vote in a group that is very opposed to Israel, you're not going to be okay with that, right?
Hold
So
on.
what you actually want is for them to have a group that is friendly toward Israel.
Yeah, but I think, but for them to have a group that's friendly towards Israel, they need a group that isn't controlled by Israel. They need a group that can have its own self-determination to reach out to Israel.
Yeah, and for that group to spring up and then to grow, you need Israel to stop fucking oppressing these people.
Yeah, I agree,
So
and that's
step
part
one.
of why.
Why do
you
you
guys
think-
refuse to engage with step one? You guys are just jumping to like the last fucking step.
What do you,
and saying this is not feasible.
again, you go with this, you guys. Do you think I represent Benjamin Netanyahu?
Hold on.
What position do you think that I take in Israeli politics?
Insomniac. Would you say that Israel should stop the military occupation of the West Bank?
Yes.
Entirely.
Wait.
They should have no control of the borders
Just
of the
a
West
sec.
Bank, exports and imports, immigration at all.
Dooby, do you
Yeah,
think?
I think the pullout needs to be. I think let me answer for example for a moment, Kalinda. I think
Okay,
the
all right,
pullout. I think that the pullout needs to be responsible, but yes, I think that the occupation needs to end.
Okay.
I think we need to sit. I think we need to sit to the negotiation table as fast as possible to sort out a resolution that would end the military occupation and transfer authority over to Palestinian hands to have their own self-determination. I think even from a hawkish perspective, which I don't necessarily hold, I actually don't hold, but even from a hawkish perspective, like it'll be easier for Israel to have a casus belli there if they wanted to.
Right.
So I even from that hawkish perspective, I don't see it as a bad idea. But my belief and my conviction is that yes, there will be tensions, there will be war, and there might be tensions that don't lead to war, and it depends on the wills of the people, and it depends on how unbrain broken Israelis and Palestinians can become. And buddy, you're not helping.
No, I think you cling.
You're
to this, like,
radicalizing.
ethno-national. No, I think
No,
I think you're already
I'm-
radicalized, and you just don't want to accept that you're radicalized. I think Kalinda's
I'm
radicalized.
anti-radicalizing,
I think the guy
brother.
that was in here earlier is radicalized. I think that you guys are clinging to shit that's perpetuating the problem. Right?
No,
And
we
you
want the
just-
Palestinians to have self-determination, but the problem is that
No,
like
you don't.
Again, you're
Yeah,
strum like
we
I'm literally telling you my position, and then you go on and you strawman whatever position
yeah, it's
you
because
want.
the
Like
Dooby, you've already decided what the future holds if a two-state solution is established. You've already decided this is what's going to happen, and you're so dead set on this notion. You can't possibly like honestly. This
I don't
almost,
think a two-state solution is going to happen.
No,
I think that's all. That's also pie in the sky.
okay. I think that
But it's like a pie in the sky goal that is also not good because
I think
gonna
it's
be an
more
inevitable powder
likely
keg.
to happen than as unlikely as it is right now. I sure as fuck think it's more likely to happen than any sort of one state where the international community comes in and basically polices Gaza and the West Bank until we can
Which is exactly what's happening right now. That is a current plan. That these outside groups come in and police the area, provide security for the area. That is currently what is happening. That's the plan that's in the works right now.
The plan that Trump has, which by the way, I'm not even sure if that plan is going to progress because I'm not convinced that Hamas will disarm. I don't.
No,
think
but that's
they're
way more
going
realistic
to.
than what you're proposing, isn't it?
What, Trump's plan?
Hold on. The current thing that is being worked out right now, they're attempting to implement, is other nations coming in and providing security for this area.
I don't think that it said that other nations would provide security. I believe that the goal was that the Jordanian
exactly what it said.
the Jordanian security forces would train Palestinians to provide security.
No, hold on. These other nations would provide security in the short term. Absolutely. What do you mean?
Yeah, but none of them are being
That is part of the thing that they're trying to do right now. They're trying to implement this right now.
Wait, which other nations would be? Also, by the way, I'm not even convinced. Like, I feel like as soon as like somebody gets killed by like any kind of like terrorism shit, then like that's not going to go over particularly well. That's why Hamas needs to be disarmed, which is the other problem.
Hold on. I think Hamas has already agreed to give up their weapons.
Yeah.
Right, over time.
Yeah, you know what?
They've also agreed to give up their civil control.
No, they haven't. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yes, they have.
No, they've said we'll only do it in exchange for a Palestinian state.
Okay.
They've been all over the fucking place. I will believe it when I see it.
They've agreed to give up their weapons over time. They hold on. They've also agreed to
in exchange
work
for
with
something
these,
that Israel didn't agree to. Also, I don't think that they should even have any part. They need to fucking go. They're literally
Shouldn't you support Hamas's position on this?
What?
Shouldn't you want them to get a Palestinian state?
Yeah, I do want a Palestinian state, but I don't want it for the reasons that Hamas wants it. Hamas wants it.
Who cares about the reasons?
I don't think.
Like what do the reasons matter? You should support Hamas's position, right? So if they give up the
Hamas. Hamas
if they get a Palestinian state, they give up. Where do we leave? Where are they going to go?
I don't know. They need to fucking disband and get the fuck out. They're literally
get out where they're gonna live in the area.
problems.
These people that were Hamas are gonna live in the area. They're gonna live in Gaza. That's just gonna happen.
The leadership.
Unless you're suggesting they expel all these people.
No,
right?
I'm
But
not.
You're not just. We're not just talking about the leadership. The working file do not want to give up their fucking weapons because they don't trust Israel not to murder them all.
Yeah, but first of all, that's not the only reason why they don't want to give up their weapons. Can we not?
It's one of the reasons.
Do you actually think that, like, you recognize that Hamas's entire goal is to destroy Israel, and that what they actually want is a return to the status quo so they can build Gaza back up so that they can do October 7th again? They fucking said this.
Okay, but sure, I'm just going to accept that. However, they've given a path for them to disarm and disband, right, and give up all political and military control.
Yeah, but I don't know.
area.
I don't believe them.
way
They're
that you
not
do
a
that-
reliable partner.
What do you mean? Hold on, but they've also agreed to work with the security forces that are coming in.
Yeah,
So,
they're
like-
gonna say anything so that they can. Yeah, because if they want to stay, they want to
Okay,
have.
so you're just going to disagree with everything they say forever.
No,
So like, what's the point of like?
They-
yeah.
So this thing,
Yeah,
give us
actually.
give us a Palestinian state in Gaza.
Hamas,
and we will
definitely
disarm.
fuck them.
Right. So if they get this and they don't disarm, what happens? Given that they're working with the Jordanian, Egyptian, and Qatari security forces that are going to be there, if they don't give up their weapons and disarm, that gives plenty of reason for these groups that are going to be there for security reasons to help Israel disarm them.
Yeah, but
So,
the thing
like,
is that
why
will
not
those
just work with them
groups
toward
actually
getting a
help
state?
Israel to, because that Hamas is the kind of group that would want to keep doing terrorist attacks on Israel, and they would like ruin the whole fucking.
These people are going to be
thing.
there. Yeah, these people are going to be there. So like, if they disarm tomorrow and they give up all their guns and their bombs that they currently have, they might build fucking IEDs tomorrow, right? These people are going to be living in the area, and they just won't be called Hamas.
I understand that the rank and file are going to be living in the area or whatever, and like there's definitely stuff that can be done about to try and like de-radicalize those people. Like I said, like it feels like you basically completely ignore.
Why not give them a state?
I think that the Palestinians
they want
should
is a
have
state, isn't
a
it?
state. No, Hamas.
Hamas or Palestinians?
Palestinians.
Hamas.
Yeah,
can
Hamas
go
or
fuck
Palestinians?
themselves. Palestinians. Hamas can go fuck themselves. Palestinians should have a state. Yes. Hamas can go fuck themselves.
Hamas are Palestinians, and they don't. It's not like they have no support among the Palestinians.
Not
they
as
do have
much
some
support in Gaza as they used to.
Okay, what do you think their support is right now? My understanding is that they still have majority support in Gaza.
Actually, I think it's more like half and half now. I don't think that, or like if it's a majority, it's a slim majority. They have way more support in the West Bank.
Okay, so the majority of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, right, support Hamas.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, they do because they feel like they don't have any alternative.
Okay, So, given that they support this group, that
Yeah,
you just refuse to work with, apparently.
Yes, of
Like, how
course
the
I
fuck do
do,
you
because they're
handle this?
fucking terrorists, and their goal is to destroy Israel, and they only want a Palestinian state so
Yeah.
they can use that as a springboard to try to destroy Israel. They wouldn't be
isn't
negotiating in
this, like-
good faith. They won't even give the fucking last hostage back.
Well, now
Okay,
you
hold on,
understand why he
but-
thinks
wait, hold on,
that like the
the
two-state
Israeli
solution
government is also
the
not in negotiating good
inevitability that
faith.
he says he is, right? Because
Hold
he
on, but the
considers
Israeli
Hamas
government-
like the ruler of this said
Yes.
Palestinian state.
Hold on, Dooby, I agree. Fuck the current Israeli government. I don't think that they should be there either. They are both obstacles to peace.
So
That's
how do you
the
do anything
problem.
about the situation? So the Israeli government isn't negotiating in good faith, and many of these people also want to destroy the Palestinians to get them out of the area. And you're saying you won't work with Hamas, you won't negotiate with them. We shouldn't negotiate with the Israeli government. Like, how the fuck do you deal with this?
Nobody is going to negotiate. Nobody in the Israeli politician who would ever get elected is going to be able to negotiate with Hamas unless Hamas does a huge change around and basically renounces terrorism and says that they're okay with Israel and recognizes Israel and says that they're okay with Israel continuing to exist, which they're never going to do unless Hamas is completely changed from the inside, unless they have a fucking Arafat moment, and I mean
Okay.
yeah.
So given that these two groups cannot work together and refuse to negotiate in good faith,
They need
doesn't it
new
make sense
leaders.
hold on. Well, that's
Israel-
not gonna
Israel
that
can
can't just
change,
happen,
Hamas
right?
can't.
That can't just happen, right? So Israel is not going to change anytime soon. My understanding is that
Why? Why do you think that Israel isn't going to change anytime
Israel's
soon?
gonna have an
Israel can change in
election
4
in
years.
October.
Hold on. When is
Yeah.
okay? So what do you think is the likely outcome of the election? Do you think they're going to move further right or further left?
Could go either way.
Okay, I think it's moved further right. And I
You,
think there's-
of
all the
course,
polling-
you'll think that.
I think all the
Of course
polling.
you-
I think all the polling points at moving further
Of course,
right.
you'll think that all the polling that I believe that you saw is really. I don't believe that you saw a lot, and the sources that you would give, I would very much doubt. The pollings that I see here, the polling that I see here are very divisive, and it can go either way. It could go either more right. It could go either more left. What it won't probably do is stay the same.
Yeah, the
Okay.
thing that I think is really important is that Israel needs new leadership, and you know what? Even if that new leadership is fucking Naftali Bennett, who's not who's not a fucking it's not like he's a leftist dub or he's no god damn it, what's his name? He's no Yitzhak Rabin, right? But at least he but maybe he might actually be
That was very good, Kalinda.
thanks. Maybe his arm might be able to be twisted, by some other. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I don't even think this is going to happen until after Trump is no longer the American president. But if a good Democrat gets
Okay,
in
so
there,
bare minimum
that
we
can
have
twist
years.
Israelis.
Years of what?
Um.
So in the years between now and then, what do you think should happen? Because you won't negotiate with Hamas. You won't recognize them as a popular group among the Palestinians. You refuse to even pay attention to anything they say, right? And treat them with good faith. You claim that they're always in bad faith.
why-
The Israelis are operating in bad faith, clearly. So
Why-
Clearly.
what do you?
Hold on. Why do you
Clearly.
think?
Yes, clearly they're operating in bad faith.
I mean, I don't. Why, bro? Do you actually think that why would anyone want to negotiate with Hamas except for to get hostages back or whatever? I don't understand what your reasoning is for. I feel like you're giving them way too much credit. They're literally a fucking terrorist group.
Why not? Wait, hold on. But
They don't give a fuck about Palestinians
get it.
either. That's why not.
No, well, apparently the Palestinians apparently do think that they give a fuck about them. Which
Actually,
is why they're so popular, right?
Not in Gaza. They're not. I mean, did you see those?
I think they're pretty popular in Gaza and the West Bank. The
No.
majority of Palestinians support Hamas and think Hamas gives a fuck about them.
Did you see those fucking protests? People in Gaza are a lot of people in Gaza are starting.
Protests here in the U.S. People protest sometimes.
No, but
that's
the
people
polling,
protest in Israel.
The
I don't know. That doesn't mean that everybody supports these protests.
The polling also bears it out that the number of people in Gaza who support Hamas is considerably less than it was before. Okay, it's not. I'm saying I think it's half and half now or what have you. And the point that I'm trying to get at is that it definitely seems like I mean, for fuck's sakes, dude, they were chanting things like Hamas are terrorists and Hamas gambled with our lives. Like, it seems like there's at least some recognition that Hamas doing October 7th massively fucked them over and has led to this current outcome where, like, they've all lost their homes and shit because Israel came back insanely disproportionately. Also, I believe there's other polling that shows that that most Gazans wanted to continue the ceasefire that Hamas broke when they attacked Israel on October 7th. So it's not like they wanted this to happen necessarily. Like I just, maybe you can say that, like, yeah, I don't even know if Palestinians necessarily agree that, like, Hamas, like, gives a fuck about them, but they do know that they hate Israel and they perceive Hamas as, like, doing something about that because they're frustrated and like, they just don't have anyone. Like, do you think Hamas gives a fuck about Palestinians, Dooby?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, can you explain to me why they co-locate in civilian areas and tell their civilians not
Same
to
reason
flee?
Israelis do. Like the IDF co-locates in civilian areas.
No.
Yeah, they do.
Are you going to cite that fucking military building that's in Tel Aviv? Because that's not the same thing as what I'm talking about. The IDF doesn't operate out of hospitals or schools or any of that.
Where are the Iron Dome missile sites?
They don't have
like the interceptor sites. Are they like right by apartment buildings in many cases?
Yeah, so that they can shoot down shit that's shot at those buildings.
Okay. Okay. There's a good reason for them to be right by an
Iron
apartment
domes
building.
aren't offensive weapons.
Israel has military tunnels under civilian areas that they use.
What?
Israel, yeah, it's true. There's a tunnel going from was it the Ichov or Urchov hospital to their was it the oh fuck, it's on the top of my head. It's like the equivalent of their like little Pentagon.
Okay, Dooby. I'm going to ask you a question right now. Why didn't Hamas build any bomb shelters for their civilians?
Do you think Israel wouldn't have bombed those shelters?
That doesn't. No, you're not answering the question. Why didn't Hamas build bomb shelters for their civilians, or why didn't they let them into the tunnels when Israel started bombing? Why don't they have an air raid system like Ukraine does? Why didn't they do any of this shit?
Again, do you think Israel wouldn't have bombed those bomb shelters if Hamas claimed these were civilian bomb shelters, and you wouldn't have supported that, claiming that, hey, well, Hamas is saying they're civilian bomb shelters, but actually Hamas is in there?
You're not.
So like it doesn't actually make a difference, does it?
Yeah, it does make a difference.
It does.
And I think they know it doesn't make a difference. I think that they know Israel would still bomb these bomb shelters.
It does make a difference.
The difference would be made if Hamas would have used those bomb shelters as a staging ground, which if they wouldn't, then no, they wouldn't have been revoked by their status as a place of humanitarian.
If Israel bombed,
but Israel bombed plenty of buildings that were not used as staging grounds.
If you want to talk about the shitty humanitarian situation there that Israel
caused,
I'm
talking about Israel intentionally bombing civilian infrastructure that was not being used for military purposes.
Okay.
Like Israel did do this thing, currently still does this.
Yeah, but
so I don't know why you think that they wouldn't have bombed these bomb shelters and claim that Hamas could use this for military purposes. So we need to take this out.
How often would you say that they do that? And where does this claim that comes from? Is it from the fucking Amnesty report where they went on the ground and interviewed people who said there were no Hamas at X?
No, it's from Israel's own reporting. It's from Israel's own reporting. They call them power targets. They intentionally targeted apartment buildings and other civilian infrastructure to put pressure on the population, to put pressure on Hamas.
Are you talking about the fucking Dahiya doctrine? The Dahiya doctrine?
Nope.
Okay, because that's what that sounds like, and I don't know if there was any evidence that Israel was actually doing that.
I think there's like a 972 mag article that goes into this. There's also like CNN articles and BBC articles that go into this. But Israel intentionally bombing civilian infrastructure to put pressure on Hamas.
Oh, hey, it's Epic Fail. He's here. To probably. Actually, wait, hold on. Well, no, he could speak on this as well too. Sorry, Epic. We can go back to the U.S.
Yeah, maybe he bombed some structures himself.
You guys got into So actually, everything Dooby's saying right now is right. The power targets are a real thing. They did in the first 2 months of the war target. We know this for fact.
Did they
certain civilian infrastructure, which is a war crime, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. I accept that Israel has committed. Like, I never said otherwise. I just don't think that that's like. But like, I feel like saying that is enough.
But also, I just the other thing I just wanted to say, I don't know if Dooby you understand like co-location of military infrastructure when you talk about like a battery for the Iron Dome. You'd expect like any urban air defense, you'd have like if America went to war, you'd have like MIM 103 Patriot batteries next to apartment buildings too, just because that's how air defense works. Like you need to distribute launchers over the area you're defending, and you need to have like a certain amount of cells per square mile, and that's just how it works.
Yeah, I'm not even
Co-location
opposed
is
to
the
this, but-
specific process. Well, I'm just saying like co-location when we're talking about that. That's not like it happens to be in an urban area. That's like something being done with the intent to disguise as civilian, and that's not something Israel. Look, Israel's guilty of a lot of war crimes. I support an arms embargo on Israel, but that isn't one that's been substantiated. Is all.
Also, Hamas dresses up in civilian clothing too, I believe. I think that one's been substantiated.
Yeah, but Israel does that too.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, Israel has done that too.
I mean,
I think they pretended to be like hospital workers.
oh yeah,
on,
for
on
like
video.
special forces operations, sure.
They did
And also
do that,
like
yeah.
ambulance workers.
Yeah, they've
Yeah,
done
they
that.
also did that.
Yeah, for special forces operations. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
By the
a-
way, the U.S. did that in Afghanistan. Just so you know, the SEAL teams did that shit too. Which, in most cases, that violates customary law.
Yeah.
Again, Israel committed a ton of war crimes. I don't think we should be arming Israel personally. That's my position as an American. I actually think Dooby, in some ways, is reasonable here. I think in other ways, he's fucking crazy. But yeah, the power targets thing, that's a real thing. Just so you know,
Yeah, and to
there's
be clear,
there's
like,
reporting
I'm
in the
not-
Times of Israel on that too, when they get into it.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm not saying oh well Israel's that only does this or Hamas doesn't also co-locate in civilian areas or address civilians or journalists or ambulance workers. I'm just saying Israel has been demonstrated to do the same thing and also use civilian shields.
Yeah, but that's
repeatedly.
Not in the same
Hold on.
way at all.
Hold on, Israel.
There's a huge
Israel
there is a
hold on,
huge
Israel has
difference.
used civilian shields or human
Wait,
shields
sorry,
in exactly the
I
way
didn't-
Hamas is. I think even more explicitly
Wait,
than Hamas does.
I didn't.
What are you?
So, like,
the fuck are you talking
I didn't
about?
say that Hamas used
mosquito
human
protocol.
shields, Dooby. I said that they
The what?
co-locate in civilian areas.
Mosquito
Which
protocol.
protocol? Wait,
Mosquito
which protocol?
Mosquito
He's-
protocol.
Mosquito protocol. Insomniac. I think he's talking about. Are you talking about like a long time ago when Israel would force Palestinians?
No, I'm talking about currently, like
Oh,
last few months.
Okay. Are you talking about okay, because a while ago there was shit that they did where I think that they would make Palestinians go into booby-trapped homes or whatever in order to see if there was a booby trap there instead of their own guys going in. I think that was something that they used to do. I believe the
no, they still do
Supreme
this.
Court ruled against them, or they're not supposed to do it, because I think there was a Supreme Court ruling that said they're not supposed to do this shit
Yep.
anymore, but I guess they still do it. Yeah,
Yeah, and
There-
after
the problem is,
after
though-
the Supreme Court ruled that the IDF appealed, right? So they really wanted to continue doing this, but I think in even like late 2025, right? Like late last year, there are multiple stories, multiple whistleblowers that said that they did this often, right? That they were getting Palestinian.
I understand,
and have them
but-
go into a building and
Hold
check
on.
it for bombs or even
So
strap them
what's
in the fucking
happening
car.
here is this is like the thing with how this is the problem with the IDF. What keeps happening is the courts and the civilian government say this is illegal, you can't do this, and then the army just keeps doing it. And this is happening in a lot of areas. And it's a problem. And the problem is the current administration in Israel with Netanyahu is just, he's not going after war criminals. So they're being emboldened to do whatever the fuck they want. That is happening.
I agree. I
Yeah,
think that's
yes.
I think that's, but like, although again, like, I still don't think that that's on the same level as like Hamas basically not building bomb shelters for their civilians and just not
There is
giving a fuck.
also a big movement. There is also
not
a big
building,
movement in Israel. There is a big movement in Israel that calls to like come to justice with all those people when the war ends, because government also changes, because just
Also-
because we like this is not the standard that we aspire to be as a country.
Yeah. And I'd be careful about the not doing bomb shelters argument, just because like the better argument is the co-location. Like a lot of civilians are dying in Gaza because of Hamas co-locating their infrastructure with civilian stuff.
Okay,
The bomb shelter thing, I think it's just kind of weird. Like we didn't say when we firebombed Tokyo, like why didn't you build bomb shelters? And at least to me that just feels
Wait, yeah, but that was a while ago. Wait,
the argument,
wait, there
I
were no
believe the
bomb
argument in
shelters in
Gaza comes from the
Tokyo?
dissonance.
Well, not really. like part of the reason like so many civilians died at Tokyo and Dresden is these are two cities where there weren't fire brigades ready to fight fires, there weren't bomb shelters
Also,
and fire shelters ready for people to.
all the
So
buildings
like it'd
were
be
made of
weird for
wood
me
in
as an
Tokyo, yeah.
American to argue like so many civilians are dead in
Epic.
Dresden and that's their fault for not.
Oh,
I'm
well,
just saying
yeah,
I'd use a
although that's-
different. I'd instead look at like Hamas is acting in a way that their objective is to maximize the civilian deaths.
They have
That's
said
like how they're
this.
fighting the war. Yeah, that's part of
Yeah.
their doctrine. That's how they view conflict. They know they're not stupid, right? It's completely logical. They understand that like in the kinetic battle space, they're always going to lose the IDF. The IDF has more wealth, more resources, more technology to leverage. But they also understand that like losses are asymmetric. If you kill an Israeli, it hurts the Israeli political system a lot more than a dead civilian in Gaza does. And if anything, dead civilians in Gaza cause international pressure on Israel. Like this is how they think about conflict. It comes from hybrid war theory, which comes from the Soviet Union. This is how Putin thinks about conflict too, and part of like his calculations in Ukraine.
I think they're essentially like baiting
yeah.
Israel to behave like barbarians, and Israel's been falling for that trap like repeatedly the last few years.
I mean, yeah, like okay, but like you can kind of say that, but at the same time, like I mean, I don't know, like Epic, like is there a better way that Israel could be fighting the war in order to avoid that? Like it's obviously incredibly difficult to deal with that.
So this
kind
is
of
the
shit,
part
right?
where like the answer is thoroughly unsatisfying, but the reality is like a Western military, like a NATO style force, hasn't actually done this kind of fighting in like so long. Like the last time the US went into an urban environment with like tunnels and shit and an insurgent like embedded force with the civilian population was Manila in 1945. And 400,000 civilians died and 40,000 enemy combatants died. So that was 10 civilians for every combatant. But that was 1945. So it's really hard because war has evolved a lot. The technology has evolved a lot. Like you should be able to do things much cleaner. And we don't have many modern examples. So like the reality is like what Israel is doing could be just the norm of urban conflict in this kind of battle space, like that you'd see repeated elsewhere. Or it could be a grave like break from that norm, and we just don't have much of a sample size to look at.
Wait, Epic, can you maybe you have a different perspective on this, or maybe you can come up with an explanation?
Yeah.
So, have you heard of the Where's Daddy program or the Where's Daddy? I don't know if it's called protocol, but the Where's Daddy is what it's called. Well, that I think it is, but apparently,
yeah,
it was
my
common
understanding
practice.
is they wait till the combatant is home,
Yeah.
Before they strike them.
Yeah.
It sounds likely like a war crime. To be honest, the thing with war crime is there's so much intentionality behind it, and I don't know much. Like, I could imagine a crazy scenario where they're like, okay, actually, we want to do this because otherwise he's out in a marketplace with even more civilians around, and this is a reduction in collateral risk. That could be, in theory, maybe the case, but it sounds on the face of it like likely something
many
that is criminal.
many of these bombings where the home was an apartment building.
I'm
right?
also
So like
I'm curious how many are like how high up in Hamas these guys were, because I'm assuming, although Epic, you're gonna yell at me and you're gonna
That's
say
irrelevant. Yeah, this is
not
the
what
problem with proportionality. People,
assessments mean.
So yeah, people think about proportionality like it's like what rank, like a general's worth more civilian lives than a private. First of all, the goal is minimal civilian casualties. You will always pick the option that creates the least collateral risk. And the second goal is pursuing your objective. And objectives can be abstract, right? It's more complicated than like we're going to kill the leadership from the highest ranking general first to the lowest ranking private last, and that's the order of value. There could be a private who's 18 years old, who's 6 months out of basic, who happens to be manning a machine gun nest that's overseeing a major corridor that your operation needs that objective to advance through quickly, or else the whole plan falls apart and the war can be lost, right? And in that abstract sense, the proportional value of destroying that one 18-year-old private could be way higher than killing a general who's on leave, right? So what's happening is people are looking at this like, oh, well, they killed a staff sergeant and 8 civilians died, so this is or isn't a war crime. But to be honest, I'd need to like know like what was his specific function, what was going on, what were the other options that the decision makers in Israel had on the table. It's hard. Like I don't have that information.
there was reporting early on, if I remember correctly, that one of the major reasons there was so much more civilian death was because Israel's like internally they increased their tolerance for civilian death, right? So I think they it was like 20 for like one low-level militant, like up to 20 for one low-level militant, and like up to like 100 or more for somebody who was like high ranking, which is far more than they tolerated previously, right? And when they have a
and it's
program like
more
Where's
than
Daddy, and they're bombing people specifically when they're at home in apartment buildings, you're gonna have way more civilian death.
For sure, and their tolerance is higher than the baseline NATO standard, like that countries in NATO accept. Like objectively, it's just way higher for civilian risk.
Yeah, that's but there's so much shit that
But
we
I
don't
also
know,
point out
but yeah.
NATO's standards are way tighter than customary law requires. So like we think about war as in how we want to fight war as liberal democracies in the West, but international law is actually like very far from that concept. There's a lot of things that in the West we are disgusted by that are actually like legal means of warfare. So I guess, are we talking like what do we want ethically or what's legal is important? Because I've been talking about the law so far. Like ethically, I think Israel has no excuse for the way they're behaving. But as far as the law goes, it's actually really complicated.
I need to run off for a bit. My wife needs my help. I might be able to hop on, but I'll be listening either way.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Good talking to you guys. I might be around later.
Okay, sure thing. See you later, Dooby.
See ya.
God damn it. All right, Epic. I wanted you to tell us why. Jesus.
Don't let the civil tone fool you. I still think the guy is batshit insane.
I mean, I understand why you would say that, Insomniac. I mean, like, honestly, yeah, like, or maybe he's just trying to bait you. I don't fucking know. I can never really tell. I have to extend charity to people, though. I mean, it is my server, or at least I'm trying to. But I get why you don't want to, because of,
I mean, he hits almost every note on the dog whistle, so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's just, like, a bunch of weird shit, but, like, Epic, what were you saying before about the,
U.S. government?
Yeah, like I kind of know what you were saying.
Okay.
Is that's not really how the government works, and he's doing Green Lantern theory basically. But yeah,
he is. So unfortunately, let me just first explain this problem, okay? And you guys got it because two Israelis just had a retarded. I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't say that on stream. Very
you can
stupid
say it,
American. Okay, a retarded American explained like talk down, like it make so many assumptions about Israeli politics, right? And that's annoying. The problem is like. Americans are just as illiterate on average for our political system as foreigners are. So the conversation that happens online has like nothing to do with how our government works. One of these is people talk about the two-party system. At least if you graduated high school civics, you're supposed to understand that like that's not actually that's a truism more than accurate reflection of our system. There's 54 parties in the left and 54 parties on the right. Each state and territory has its own political system. Like if you're in Minnesota, the left-wing party is the Democratic Farm and Labor Party, and that's the Labor Party that's half progressive, like Dem Socs and Soc Dems, and then the other half is like this weird, like right-wing labor coalition, and they made this party in the 30s, right? And like I'm from California, the California Democrats are like a different party. Like the party I'm registered to, the leader of that party is Gavin Newsom. It's because it's the California Democrats. And when we vote in our elections, we're voting like what our state delegation is in Congress. So like the federal Democratic Party, it's just a coalition of a bunch of different parties in different states and also the federal territory of DC and also the territories. And each of these different components of the coalition have like different interests and agendas and are different types of people. And if you see this as like just two parties, it's like me looking at the two major coalitions in Israel and saying that's like two parties that are like monoliths. And it's just such a bad understanding. And then on top of that, our House and our Senate is split up into something called ideological conferences. And in the House, that looks like the caucuses. And the Democratic coalition is quite literally made up of like four major caucuses. You have like the New Democratic Coalition, which are like center-left liberals. You have the Progressive Caucus, which is what AOC and Ilhan Omar come from, and that's like progressives. You have Blue Dogs. You have some people that sit on two caucuses, like they're kind of in the middle of two caucuses. And these caucuses vote differently. They're different voting blocks. They're different parties within a coalition framework. The word political party in like the American system means coalition in parliamentary democracies. And it's so frustrating because like a lot of people outside my country don't understand this, and a lot of people inside it can't articulate it because for whatever reason they didn't pay attention in school. But
Okay, actually, thank you. That's an interesting way of pointing it out. Yeah, because the Democratic Party, or I guess other people will say the Democratic Party is a big tent, but yeah, because it's
a wide coalition.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a big old, it's like, yeah, it's a big kind of thing that there are lots of different groups there, so it's not really a, it's not really a thing,
Yeah.
or yeah.
You
And
must
by the way,
gather your
American
party before
democracy is a
venturing
big
forth.
tent. Like in California, when I vote, we have a 2+2 ranked choice system where my last round of voting is between a left-wing and right-wing Democrat. Like it's between people like Gavin Newsom, who are like liberal Democrats, and then it's like the progressive mayors that run against him, like Evan Lowe and stuff. It's so like people will talk about like, oh, if you just had more than 2 options. Like I have like 8 different options when I go to vote for any office. Now there are some states where there aren't multiple competitive options, but again, it's just talking about this like at the federal scale. It's just not really how our country works. I'm gonna put it might be helpful to you. I'm gonna put it in the chat for this room here.
Are you gonna?
This is the makeup of our house, like how it actually works, and you can see the 2 coalitions there. If
Oh,
you look at that, it's
hold
more like
on.
the
Let
how
me
you-
open it in
yeah.
the browser because that I don't I only some of the people in here will be able to see that because only
Okay.
senators have access to the side chat.
Okay.
Only
yeah.
people with perms. But yes.
Yeah.
Is this from Wikipedia?
So yeah, that's just like a quick breakdown. You can just find anywhere online. You can just like type congressional caucuses. These are like these are the actual voting blocks in our Congress. So it's just annoying when like there's a conversation. No offense, but there's a conversation between 4 people about like the 2-party system and we need more choice. Like this is how our government actually works. It's not.
Yeah.
Hey, no offense taken. That was Lennis.
Yeah.
No shade.
No, yeah, I thank you for this because I mean, you're right. I feel like this isn't, although like, yeah, you're right. Like I'm Canadian, so this isn't necessarily something that I would, and even if I become American, unless you told me this, I don't know that I would have fucking, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of Americans don't know how our government works, and it's like a big problem. People say like the Democrats can't fix issues. If people knew that we needed 60 Democratic senators, we could fix a lot of problems, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit, someone's saying that's not a coalition. They were elected as Dems or reps. Yeah, I mean, sure, but they were elected to
But they were
represent their
Dems from different parties
constituents.
across the union that are like made up differently. Like there's not even a Democratic Party in every state. If you go to North Dakota, the left-wing party, if you vote left, if you vote blue, you're voting for the Nonpartisan League, which is like a coalition between centrists. Like we're a federal union, and each state has a political system and different voting systems and different types of democracy. And every 4 years, they have a convention, and like everyone who's like left of center comes together to the Democratic National Convention, and they vote on a broad unifying agenda, and then they have a primary to decide who's going to represent the federal coalition in the White House. But like besides for that, there's no national party. There's no national funding apparatus. Like when someone runs in my state, they're being funded by California Democrats. There's no like national organization funding that.
Doesn't the DNC? Well, oh, okay. Well, yeah, they're running. Yeah, they're funded by
DNC is Democratic National Convention.
It's yeah,
just
okay, yeah. If you're
all the parties getting together every 4 years.
That's the federal level, yeah. Like the California Democrats. I'm assuming when you like, do they fund Democrats at the state level in California?
No, federally too. Like if someone is running for like Senate in California, a lot of their funding and donation is coming from the California Democrats. And like keep in mind, like the head of the party, like if a Democrat in California resigns, Gavin Newsom, the head of the California Democrats, appoints his replacement. When California or any other state, this isn't special to California, it's any state in the union, like sends a delegation to the Congress, the governor of that state has like a huge amount of influence in the voting patterns of that state's delegation because it's literally like a more unified party than how the federal coalition works.
Okay, yeah. I mean, like I see some disagreement in the chat, but like it's that it does sound like but like this is like, I guess, a good explanation about the fact that, about like why everyone is so like fractured or whatever, or like the extent to the fact that like both parties are basically, I guess, like, are, I've heard the Democratic Party called a big tent more often than the Republican Party, although the Republican Party also has blocks too, right? Because that they've got
So what's happened is the Republican Party for most of our history worked like the Democratic Party. It was this like wide coalition, and for most of our history we have these different party systems, which are like different epochs in our political system. For most of our history, the parties have been really geographic. Like the right now, the Republicans represent rural states and counties, and the Democrats represent urban interests. And this has been most of our history. What's unique is that Trump has turned the Republican Party into a cult around him personally, and he has all of the caucuses in line. And even though, like, behind closed doors, like the Republican Study, which is like a neoconservative caucus, right? People like Kevin McCarthy come from the Republican Study. Like, behind closed doors, they'll complain about Trump not supporting Ukraine enough or all these things, but they have bent the knee. And we haven't had a leader in our history, except for like Andrew Jackson, who has like wielded party power in this way. It's very unique in our country's history.
Fellrunner, I'm going to post the Dooby debate to my channel. Don't worry. If or if you want, you can go back in the VOD, but I'm definitely going to post that. I have to get better about doing that. Yeah, I'm going to post that. I'll actually maybe even try to post it like tomorrow or something. Yeah.
By the way, all the stuff Ben 11's saying in chat is true. There's a lot of nuance to it and stuff I'm glossing over. But
okay. Also, Chase says he has a question. Chase, you can type your question if you want, or I guess I can pull you in, and then if you want to go, you can. Yeah, I don't know. I might I might see if I can go and get on Destiny's stream now that he's fucking playing games, unless there's stuff that other people want to talk about. But yeah.
Yeah.
Chase,
that's
what's
probably
your
a good
question?
move if you can do it.
Yeah.
I was about to head out as well.
Are you gonna go to sleep now, Insomniac? Seeing as how it's like what, like 3 a.m. for you?
Yeah, but I'm also on an episode, so I honestly don't know.
Oh shit. Do you have fuck, what am I wait, why are there 3 vacant seats? Are those like just unfilled right now because people have left? Is this
Yeah, there's been resignations. There's always a few vacant seats in the House.
Oh, okay.
It's less common in the Senate, but the House has a lot of seats, and like different states have different processes. In my state, if there's a vacancy, the governor can just appoint somebody to replace them. But in some states, you need to have another election, and that could take months to organize, right? And there's 50 states with 50 different constitutions, and each one has a unique way to solve this problem. And I don't know them all, but there's always a few vacancies because of those kind of frictions.
Okay, yeah, especially at Chase's question, I am not equipped to handle this conversation at 4:40 a.m. But it's have a good night. And
real.
yeah, chat. Are you subscribed yet? Did you like the video? Like, subscribe before she gets to Destiny. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
I
have a
only
great talk,
need
Galinda.
50 more. Thank you,
Go there.
Insomniac. Yeah, thanks. Have a good night,
Bye.
Insomniac. Bye. Okay. Yeah, Chase's question was about like the arming Israel. I was curious about that too, although I have a feeling that I'm assuming part of it isn't just moral. Is it also like pragmatic in the sense that like the US only has so much shit to give? And...
Yeah, no, that's all it is. I mean, basically, Congress allocates about, I think it's about like $1.2 trillion in foreign aid every 5 years in terms of like foreign direct military aid. It's a limited resource. I think if we're looking at, we have allies globally, right? And we have to figure out who needs our help the most and where we should focus our help. And I think in general, Israel has the ability to defend itself and is quite capable of defending itself. And I think we have allies that are not in the same boat, that like are seriously in need of our support and assistance. Like Ukraine's a good example. And I just think they should be prioritized. I don't think the Senate should be giving, billions of dollars of credits to Israel when they could be going to Taiwan or Vietnam or Ukraine or Greece or other countries like trying to arm themselves against Russia or Chinese aggression. And I think that especially becomes like when we add the politics of it, where if I'm gonna like rank my support for what our allies are doing, Israel would not be on the top, you know?
Yeah, I get it. I agree. Like I don't yeah, I mean I feel like I'd spend a lot more time like criticizing Israel. Uh wait, what do you mean install it like a Giga Chad? Uh Xana XCF. I installed it according to the wiki. I did not follow any sort of wizard or anything. This is my installation that I installed basically from the ground up. And I haven't had to reinstall it basically since I installed it. Anyway, I think this is what's kind of annoying because I probably would be I'd be spending more time being critical of Israel if like all the other people who are being fucking critical of Israel weren't like fucking idiots.
Yeah, I agree.
Like yes, Xanaf. Yeah, I've used fdisk before. I don't remember if I used it for this installation, but I did. Yeah. But like that's my issue where it's like their entire argument is like it's all just like the anti-Zionist shit and these weird like completely unnuanced understandings of the history and all this strange and like the genocide accusations and all this other shit like based on the fact that we just don't know a whole bunch of stuff, which I think even you have said in chat previously, like with regards to the strikes and stuff, like we don't know the information that the Israelis know when they choose to do a strike, and like we have no idea, like we don't know what Hamas's fucking casualty numbers are.
Yeah.
It's just it.
Yeah, because it's proportionality. Like, I think when people hear it described legally, their takeaway is like, oh, there's like this like objective metric we can consult of like this international guideline for the amount of civilians to kill in each scenario. But it's actually like really abstracted to like what is your actual operational plan to win the war, and how much in your perception, which can change country by country, does this action contribute to like a concrete advantage in executing that plan. And this is like, to really analyze that, you need someone who, and by the way, I'm not the following, but you need someone who's like an expert on Israeli military doctrine, because they need to be able to look at how Israel values, because each country values military, like what is and isn't a military target differently, and like the value of each target differently. Like in America, we're very obsessed with operational destruction, destroy the enemy's capacity to produce the combat power. So like, turn off power grids, destroy runway infrastructure. But there could be another country that sees all of this as unnecessary to victory and has a very different, like maybe they think you need to bleed the enemy dry on the battlefield in a static war of attrition. And you have to really understand the thought process behind the decisions the Israelis are making to even have an opinion on proportionality from their perspective. And then yeah, it's not possible to do if you're just sitting, looking at things on Twitter. It's not going to happen.
Don't you understand, Epic, though? The actual reason why they're doing it, the Israeli position is they just want to kill all the Palestinians. Like, yeah, that's the answer that you'll get, which is it's so fucking annoying.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's really, really stupid. And I don't think people really talk about the whole aid thing and where the budgets are spent on. Oh, with regards to Americans. Yeah, people are saying in chat too that, yeah, Israel could afford to defend itself.
We provide about so something like 17 or 18% of their defense is subsidized, and we're like half of those subsidies. And Italy is like 20%, and Germany is like the other 30%. So if Germany, Italy, and the US were to cut aid, the Israeli budget would need to go up like around 18%. And I don't really, which is also like kind of funny because like lefties talk about this as if like Israel falls apart, which is very funny.
Yeah.
They'll be fine. Like it's just they'll have to collect more taxes or run a higher deficit. And I just like, again, like these credits we're giving to Israel, what's happening is, here's an example. They just bought a bunch of F-15s. And what that means is Japan also wants F-15s, and they're lining up to buy those same planes. Japan can't order any until 5 years from now when we're done building all the ones Israel ordered, because it's going to take 5 years to build the planes Israel ordered. And it's just like when I'm looking at American strategic priorities, giving Israel money to buy weapons that our allies are offering to pay for, and a lot of those allies like Japan are like in the front line with our competition with China, it just doesn't make strategic interest for me to keep focusing so much on Israel when they'll be fine without us.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Although the Iron Dome, that's not doesn't Israel like need the U.S. for that? I think we had this discussion before. I remember asking
In the
about
same
this
way that
off
like
stream.
yeah, and this
Report,
yeah.
but yeah.
They need it, yeah. The whole world kind of needs us. So
for
I
intelligence,
think people
right?
think no, not intelligence, the networks. Like
Ah.
so Israel can build Iron Dome interceptors, and Israel can build Iron Dome launch batteries, and they can build the control posts, and they can produce trained crew who can operate them. But what Israel doesn't have is the space-based infrastructure we do. The stuff that sees a rocket being launched, immediately communicates that across the world to a command center, and then immediately produces its landing distance that works at a global scale. Within 5 seconds of a launch, it can detect and figure out where it's going to land, and then can network all that information to battle management systems on the ground. Like the US Space Force has no equal in the Western world. The Russians have a space force and the Chinese have a space force, and the Russians have GLONASS, we have GPS, the Chinese have something I can't pronounce. But the point is, without access to all these satellites we have around Earth, a lot of these modern weapons systems like air defenses are just they're paperweights. And that's something we can turn off like literally at any point in time. So that's what they really need from us, but that costs us nothing, and I don't think we should cut them off from that kind of information sharing.
Just like Ukraine needs that for the Patriot air defense stuff, or like any of the stuff that the U.S. And Trump cut them off of that for like, I think what was it, like 24 hours or some shit, and that was really bad for them. It might have been longer than that, I don't remember.
Actually, Pete Hegseth cut them off without consulting Trump. So after the meltdown, between Zelensky and Trump in the Oval Office, Pete Hegseth cut intelligence sharing on his own under his own statutory authority. And then I guess once Trump heard about it, he told them to turn it back on, and that happened 3 days later. A lot of Ukrainians died because of that, by the way.
Yeah.
There's very little coordination between this government doesn't work very well. Like nobody knows what they're supposed to be doing. Everyone is trying to please Trump.
I was just about to say that was I might be exaggerating the extent of, I don't know how much you know about Nazi Germany, but like I felt like the way Trump runs things kind of reminds me of the way Hitler ran things, in the sense that like his underlings were like, like rivaling against each other to like try and like be able to do whatever the fuck they thought that the Fuhrer wanted or whatever. But I don't know how much like that. And Nazi Germany was incredibly inefficient, except in like when they did the Holocaust, and then they were really efficient. But there was a bunch of other ways that they were really I just learned, SDA told me that the Wehrmacht used fucking horses for their logistics, which I was not something that I was aware of. I learned that like a few months ago. I thought that was
every
really
military in World War II used horses for logistics. In 1939, when the war started in Europe, it started in Asia in 37. But in 39, most people think of it because that's when it starts in Europe.
In Europe,
Every single European army relied mostly on horses for logistics. So I just keep that in mind. But it is true the Germans did. And if we're looking at what we call motorization rate, which means how many of your units are using motorized or mechanized transportation instead of horses, the Germans were a little bit below the other European countries like France or Britain. And the US was like on its own level. We were spamming out automobiles in a way that like producing more than the whole rest of the world combined. So I feel like what happens is Americans will make this criticism of the Germans because we had a super motorized force, but most European militaries were relying on horses in 1939.
Interesting. Okay, that was I just thought that, I don't know. I thought that was funny, but like I'm kind of surprised that the Soviets weren't like also using more mechanized shit, or just because, but I guess that would have been up to them. The reason why I'm kind of surprised,
well, they used what we were able to give them.
That's what I mean, because America was like giving shit to everybody. But I guess
they were very reliant on our trucks because we wanted them to focus on producing things we couldn't get into the country easy. So basically, like, we would supply light trucks and APCs and things like this, and well, they didn't have APCs back then, but armored cars. And we wanted them to build like the tanks and stuff that would be too heavy to put on a roll-on, roll-off container ship and sail across the world easily.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Yeah, that's thanks for that information. That's I guess like everybody. I mean I believe too, like I was also informed about other, like apparently the Wehrmacht was not as the US was I think SDA gave me like some crazy examples of like sort of really innovative shit that the American military would do in World War II, like the kinds of stuff that they would allow their soldiers to do, and the Wehrmacht was a lot more like I guess strict about that kind of stuff. But I'm trying to remember the example that he
Yeah.
gave me. It was some guy did something
That's
with a
always
plane
been
yeah.
Yeah, we've been very good at there's this quote that comes from a Soviet officer, and he said the problem with fighting the Americans is they haven't read their own doctrine and they don't know what they're doing, so you can't predict their actions. It's like I'm paraphrasing, is the exact wording is a little different, but and it was translated too, so of course. But
Yeah.
and there's truth to that. Like the U.S. military is uniquely good at improvisation, and we tend to like have no idea what we're doing at the start of a conflict. So like in World War II, you had a ton of like lieutenants and other like officers in the field, like 18 to 25 years old, that were coming up with like really cool solutions to problems in many ways. Curtis LeMay, like how he started rising through the ranks, he figured out how to trim out the fuel on the B-29s and the B-24s and the B-17s, flying them himself, to literally get like more range than any other bomber squadrons. And like he was just doing that himself, like no one taught him to do it. And this is something that's unique to the US at the time, because a lot of European militaries inherited militaries that were built by monarchies, where you didn't want a lot of independent thought. You wanted very like rigid ideological structures. And generally the officers were just like the nobility class. They weren't, professional or educated. The French had a lot of problems with this, like inheriting a military that had really antiquated structures.
Oh yeah, I remember that story about how they were fucking they thought it was going to be, I don't know if this is true or not. I think I heard this story in high school. They thought it was going to be just like World War I again, with like the fucking Maginot Line and all that shit, and like the Germans just completely took them by surprise when they bypassed all of that crap and like came in a different way. And that they thought that it was going to be like the same kind of war as World War I was, which I don't think that World War II was fought differently, like with better shit than, it wasn't like trench warfare attrition shit, except maybe in some parts.
So yeah, you had combined arms maneuver warfare, which people will call blitzkrieg because that's what the German propagandists called it. But yeah, it was a new type of fighting. Like you weren't fighting positional, wars based on like overlapping defensive positions that would lob artillery at each other, and the map wouldn't move much, and a lot of people would die. Kind of like you see in Ukraine, by the way.
That's a lot of people have made that comparison. And in Ukraine, the Russians are bringing back like using horses. I'm sure you've seen those hilarious videos of the drone like swooping down on the Russians on like horses and then like knocking them off and then flying towards them and stuff. And that's
But the problem with the Russians is they'll just keep doing that. Like they're okay with just shoveling more and more and more people to die. They don't.
Unfortunately, a bunch of them are from like fucking foreign countries too, which is really sad. Like people that have been tricked into joining their army to get money, or like it's or just, I guess,
a lot of them are from Africa, especially where Wagner's been operating in parts of Africa. They're recruiting a lot of people.
Oh, that's what Wagner's doing. They're like taking stuff. Actually, maybe it's Wagner because it's
That's not exactly what they're doing, but it's like a product of them being there.
Hello, Cat. Yeah, that's it's like, goddamn. I don't know if I'm. Do you agree that Russia needs the war to continue for the sake of their economy, and that like that's why Putin is unlikely to stop? Because if he does, then it's probably going to be fucked. Is that the assessment or an assessment?
I think there's two parts to that. The first part is, will Russia have an economic collapse if they end the war? And my understanding, based on all of the economics people who've looked into it and everything they've wrote, is absolutely yes. It is without question going to happen. It's just when, not if. But the second part of that is that why Putin won't end the war? I don't think for a second. No, I think Putin won't end the war because he thinks he's winning and he thinks he still can take the whole country.
Oh,
and
yeah.
To be honest, there's no reason for him to think otherwise. you know, we can talk about how terrible things have been for the Russians, and they have been, but right now Ukraine is not getting support from the West that it needs to stay in this fight over the long term. And NATO's divided, and Trump's talking about Greenland, and like if you're Putin, I don't know why you'd think you aren't winning right now.
Yeah, yeah, Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. That's fair because yeah, Putin obviously thinks that he can that if things change, maybe he'll change his mind, but although I've also heard that apparently he's apparently like I mean he's surrounded by a bunch of yes men apparently, so I don't even know like how much
Yeah, he
pushback
has
gets.
the view he's getting of the war is much rosier. Like the casualty reports that he's reading are not accurate, and we know that pretty well because everyone's afraid to tell him the truth.
Lest they take a trip out a window or something, apparently, or someone
pretty
else
much.
takes a trip out a window. That's funny, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's even gonna if people are even gonna shit. What do you think the chances are that Europe's gonna get its shit together and actually like make more shit?
I think everyone's just gonna do it too late, to be honest. Like, I don't know if Russia's going to make a move on the Baltics. I can't see the future. I don't think war is inevitable with China or Russia. I think it's getting more likely, but I don't think it's inevitable. But I think Ukraine, like, even if we were to start pouring money into the production right now, you know, these are complex supply chains and you need to start at the bottom. So like we need to hire more welders, we need more steel making capacity to make more shells. We need so much that we're talking like a 5-year industrial plan. And I just don't know, like if we started today, if Ukraine's like still able to continue this tempo in 5 years. With that said, to be clear, I also don't know if Russia can continue this for 5 more years. So like I'm not painting a doom scenario for Ukraine. There's reasons Putin thinks he's winning, and they're not crazy from his perspective. But there's also reasons to say he's losing that also aren't crazy.
Okay, I was about to ask you. So, what do you think? Do you think Ukraine can or is going to win? But I guess like it's impossible to say because it's attritional. So it's like whoever gets tired first seems to be the thing.
Yeah, something's going to break, and there's different ways this can look. So like if you look in 1905, there was a war between Japan and Russia, and there was one big battle. It's called the Battle of Tsushima, and the Japanese just sank the entire Russian navy basically,
Wait,
and they
was
didn't
that
lose
the
any.
Russo-Japanese War?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
So after this one battle, there was an attempt of a revolution in Moscow. The Tsar almost got overthrown. He had to adopt a constitution and like rein back his powers.
I remember that. Yeah.
So it's not impossible. Like if we're just looking historically, it's not impossible that like one thing happens on one day and the whole dynamic changes, right? Politically in Russia. It's also not impossible. I wake up or you wake up or anybody wakes up tomorrow and you read that a huge piece of the Ukrainian front line fell apart because of manpower shortages and desertions, and the Russians are now encircling tens of thousands of Ukrainians and taking, hundreds of square miles every hour. Like that's not impossible to wake up to tomorrow. But it's also not impossible to wake up tomorrow that some part of the Russian front line collapsed because of mutinies and low morale, and like both of these countries are operating and taking losses in a way they cannot sustain forever. And it's like the most complex calculation in the world, exactly what's going to break and where and who knows. I don't think either side is winning this war right now.
Oh yeah, it seemed like it was a stalemate. Yeah, although I was making that assessment based on like the fucking map movements, which you told me that like there's other stuff, but yeah, it does. It seemed like it was, because it's attritional or whatever. Like I mean, World War I was kind of a stalemate for a bit. I think I don't know as much about World War I, but yeah, because it was.
So for most of World War I, Germany was occupying 20% of France, and like if you looked at the maps, Germany was winning. But one day, Germany just fell apart. Like the Kaiser was overthrown, the government collapsed, the monarchy's gone, and there's a new government, and it wants to negotiate peace. So like and that happened like overnight. Like in 1918, up until the revolution started, the protests that turned into a revolution in Wilhelmshaven with the Kaiserliche Marine, the Imperial German Navy, was rebelling the orders of the Kaiser to
Hey,
go out to sea.
sprichst du Deutsch?
Kleine.
Ah, me too. I don't even know how to. Okay, yeah, your pronunciation's good.
That's where my family comes from.
Oh, nice. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah, I mean, although part of that was also the United States coming in. Like, wasn't that like the arrival of Uncle Sam to basically like provide that?
Yes and no. Before the US joined, it looked like the Western Allies might lose because the Germans had just won in the East and they were taking the half of their army that was on the Eastern Front to now go do a summer offensive on the Western Front. And a few months after that huge reality happened, the Americans joined the war and completely offset all those gains because now the American Expeditionary Force was going to be at least as large as the new troops coming into the Western Front for the Germans. And for the Germans, really what it did is it shattered. America joining didn't mean they were going to lose. It shattered their belief that they were about to win, and it was a starving country. Germany had been under a British naval blockade for years. They relied on exports from their colonial empire and the rest of the world to survive. And like people were starving to death in that country. And the reason the monarchy even collapsed is because the Kaiser ordered the German Navy to go sail out and engage the British and break the blockade. And the last 3 times they tried to do that, they got beaten back and suffered tremendous losses because the Royal Navy is just it was a larger, more capable fleet. It was just better in every way. They had better crew, they had more experience, they had more ships, they were just a better navy.
Yes.
And what happened is the Navy refused the order, and that's how the monarchy collapsed. The Navy, the sailors refused to sail out, and then they started taking up arms, and literally a revolution spread through the country, and the government just collapsed. And like I said, it's because they thought after years of starving, now that Russia's fallen, we're just going to move all our elite units that were on the Eastern Front to the West. We're going to break through in the summer of 1919, and we're finally going to be done with this war. And then America joins, and now it's going to be another 10 years of attritional fighting. And that's what leads to the collapse. Yeah.
Yeah, that yeah, I can see that why that would be like I was kind of semi aware of some of that, but not all of it. I mean like it's Hitler was on the I think he was fighting on the Western Front, and yeah, he was, and he got hit with some poison gas, and he was in hospital, and that's when he found out that the Germans lost the war, and he was like,
and he went blind with rage for 3 days.
Yeah, he was. He couldn't believe it, and that was like a lot of like the German people overall just were like, what, we lost, what the fuck, because they thought that they were
they were looking at the map, they were seeing that 20% of France was occupied. But in an attritional war, what actually matters is who loses the A, capacity, or B, will to fight. So capacity, as in like your front line just collapses, which can happen overnight. Remember how Ukraine liberated like a third of its territory in like 20 hours? That's a collapse at the front line. And then the other possibility is a political collapse where your system just cannot support the war anymore, and whatever government was waging the war just ceases to exist, like the monarchy in Germany.
Yeah, I was gonna ask her, so like it feels to me like the main difference in Russia and Ukraine is that like I guess the Ukrainians actually know what they're fighting for, and a lot of like the Russians on the ground have like no fucking idea, or they don't care, or they're not dedicated to it. Whereas like
they're fighting for the contract payment.
Yeah, exactly, which I don't think is as big a, like people are fighting, or like when you're on the defensive and you're literally like you're fighting against essentially the annihilation of your country. I would imagine that probably would give you a greater will to fight. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna win or whatever, because that's only one of the 2 things that you listed. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that'll factor in at all because of the capacity shit and
My assumption is if Ukraine were to lose, and when I say lose, I mean like lose the war decisively, not like reach out and negotiate peace where the Russians keep what they have right now. If Ukraine were to lose, to me, it's probably the front line just falls apart, and it's probably because they're just running out of people to man the front line. That's the unfortunate reality.
Hmm.
The reason they're so reliant on drones is because they're running out of men to like combat aged men that they're willing to recruit. Now they have avoided mobilizing people between the ages of 18 and 24, and they're doing this for demographic reasons because the Soviet collapse, that demographic is already really narrow, and they're afraid of like throwing away an entire generation of young prime age working men. So they could politically decide to start mobilizing these people, but they haven't really done that. So right now, the demographic they are mobilizing, they're just running out of men to mobilize. So that's for them what I see they're looking at. But for the Russians, their industrial system is literally falling apart. The Trump did something that Biden wouldn't do, which is he's letting the U.S. Space Force help Ukraine target refineries with Western weapons, and that's something Biden, and because the Russians said they'd have a nuclear response publicly, not like in the ways that actually matter. But that was enough to deter Biden because he was afraid of the political blowback. Trump, because he doesn't even understand the consequences, just he was mad one day. It was like literally after an argument with Putin, and he let Ukraine start doing it. And this has only been for 2 or 3 weeks, by the way. But the scale and the devastation of Ukraine's strikes on Russian infrastructure for energy is profound. And the Russian system is very reliant on exports of energy. If they cannot bring gas to market, they cannot fund the contract payments that keep their military functioning. And they're already like they like 3 months ago they did a projection of their revenues for this fiscal year that we're in right now, and it was a certain number. I don't know the exact number, but it's already they're expecting it 30% less than projected 3 months ago because of what Ukraine's done in the last few weeks. They're doing immense damage where it hurt. So I don't really know who's gonna have like serious problems first, but they're both looking down the barrel of very serious problems.
Well, damn. Yeah, that is kind of fucking, yeah, I just, let's just hope it's the Russians, because fuck that, fuck Russia, you know, but, yeah,
Yeah, we can hope.
I
mean, that's why I think we should start bombing the Russians, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I guess because people think that it's going to be kind of a different, or kind of a sort of a different thing, or I don't know. It's because people are afraid of that nuclear holocaust shit that apparently wouldn't happen.
Yeah, we weren't afraid of that in Vietnam or Korea, but for some reason we're afraid of it now. But yeah,
Well,
I agree. That's the problem. That perception.
Is that I know that there have been other points in history where Americans and Russians have like shot at each other or whatever.
Oh
but
yeah, all the time.
There hasn't really been like a direct war between them, right? Because Vietnam was like more like a proxy war, right? Like a lot of the wars in the Cold War.
Well, wouldn't it be kind of like Vietnam if we sent in air forces to bomb Russians in Ukraine, but we didn't touch Russia's territory itself? Because that's what we did in Vietnam, right? We bombed Russians in Vietnam that were fighting against the South Vietnamese, and we shot down Russian planes flown by Russians, and Russian planes flown by Russians shot down Americans and killed Americans. We just did it over Vietnam. The Russian, like their escalation ladder is pretty much keep your hands off Russia. Like that's the concern. If we landed like airborne forces in Moscow, yeah, like nuclear weapons flying would be a real problem. But if we were to limit our operations to the territory of Ukraine, there's really no difference between fighting the Russians in that territory as when we fought the Russians in Syria between 2012 and 2019. There were times Americans killed Russians. Is when we fought Russians in Korea. 90% of Americans shot down in the Korean War were shot down by Russians in the Russian Air Force flying Russian planes. So I don't see the difference personally. But.
Oh, okay. I mean, all right, fair enough. I mean, I think that's probably a pretty good assessment of that then, because I don't, yeah, like I'm not as familiar, you know, with the Vietnam, yeah, because I don't fucking remember that shit. I got so much shit that I need to read about and do research on. Oh, also, you wanted me to link that shit that was written by that guy. I can find it. His name's like Ivan. I can't pronounce his last name. It starts with a K, but he's he's got like this open access thing, and he calls it the Maidan massacre about the snipers and whatnot. But this motherfucker's a fucking professor at the University of Ottawa. I'm my
By the
country.
way, I also will just say, like, when Turkey shot down that Russian plane, if you'll notice, like, the Russians left and never came back. That tends to be how it goes. It tends to be when you confront Russia, they back down, historically.
Oh, okay. Wait, wasn't that like Russia a plane entered Turkish airspace and Turkey was like, "Oh hell no," and they shot him down? Isn't that what?
A little bit more than that. I mean, so planes were flying strike missions in Syria against like civilian population centers. Like they were literally bombing hospitals. Like in the way people say Ukraine or Israel might be doing it, like nefariously, like it's just objectively what they were doing in Syria. That like there was a Russian general, I forget his name, and he literally had a theory of victory where you'd blow up all the hospitals and then like the civilians from the shock of what you're doing would put down their arms and stop rebelling against Assad. And they were flying these missions through Turkish airspace, and they did it repeatedly. And the Turkish told them repeatedly to stop doing it. And then eventually they just shot one of the Russian planes down, and the Russians never did that again.
Huh. Okay, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that was okay. Yeah, that's. Wait, how? 277 pages. Jesus Christ! I probably will only.
Oh, this is a whole the Maidan massacre in Ukraine.
Yeah, it's a whole ass book.
I'm just curious, like I'm so curious whenever people make claims like we know because of the bullet what forces they were. I'm just baffled how you'd know, because usually
yeah.
they're all the same bullets.
Well, oh yeah, they would have been. I mean, his claim is that it was false flags. I believe one of the things that I'm not sure if he cites it, but one thing I've heard claimed is that like apparently snipers from Georgia testified that they were there doing it for false flag shit, which I don't know if that, or like they found people who claimed that they were there as part of a false flag operation, which I'm not sure if that's really enough. I mean, like the prosecutors have put together a whole bunch of videos that they found or that they have, because there were tons of videos of like the massacre that day. And I mean, even just watching some of that video, it looks like most of the shots were fired from the position where the Berkut were. And then I think, although obviously I believe that there were instances as well of people shooting back at the police officers. And I think there was like a bunch of things that the observatory was one spot where people were saying that the opposition had actually taken up residence there, but they were not, but they like it. But then like they found that there was no like Berkut there, or like there was fighting over who exactly was there, because apparently there were shots fired from there, but then there were other people saying that there wasn't, and it's all like very fucking complicated. And like, yeah, I don't know. I think that the Ukrainians managed to determine that 40 of the 48 people killed were definitely killed by Berkut snipers, but they weren't sure about the others. So yeah, I don't know.
So I just found the claim that I was looking for.
Oh, the bullet claim?
Yeah, and it said that the ammunition they used is consistent with hunting versions of Kalashnikov assault rifles, not those used by security forces. So it linked that to a footnote. So I found the footnote, and that gives me a YouTube link to a video that's been removed.
Oh boy.
So, although I will just say, I wanted to actually look at the resource before saying anything, but I will say just Kalashnikov is a family of weapons. In Eastern Europe, you're going to have AK-74s, AKMs, AK-47s. They're going to shoot two types of caliber. It's going to be 5.45 by 39 or 7.62 by 39. These are the same guns, like that use the same ammunition, whether you're hunting with it or you're shooting it in a military. It's all like Soviet surplus. Like the whole Eastern world, they're sitting on millions and millions of Soviet surplus 7.62 by 39 rounds that all come from the same factories. And saying like this is the hunting variant, it's just weird to me. And then also the video isn't up anymore, so I can't even
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what that what different kinds of footnotes this guy has. I wanted to look at as well too the stuff about the Georgian snipers, but I'm assuming that you basically just searched it, didn't you? Or did you look at the because this is
I
really
just searched ammunition and then kept going through it till I found what I was looking for. I only read the page it was in. I didn't go further
Oh,
than that.
that's fair. I get it.
Yeah.
That is really
I mean, I'll probably go through this in general, but it's 277 pages, so probably not every page.
Of course, yeah.
Um,
I mean,
the only thing is, like, the problem is everyone wants to talk about issues like this. Like, okay, who were the snipers? These things don't really matter,
I
right? Like,
agree.
even if they were like gay bisexual furries from Austin, Texas, that were paid by NATO to slaughter civilians, Russia still invaded Ukraine, and Ukraine still elected a government in a free and fair election that no one contests, that wants Russia to no longer be invading Ukraine. And
Yeah.
that's really, yeah.
Yeah, because like absolutely none of this, like persecution of ethnic Russians in Ukraine doesn't give Russia the right to invade Ukraine. None of this gives Russia the right to invade Ukraine. Unless like maybe unless Ukraine was actually doing like a fucking genocide of ethnic Russians. But even then, Russia was still need to go to the fucking UN or like something before they were just like, oh, we're just gonna invade you now. And
yeah, and if we're gonna live in that world, like where's our moral authority to start bombing China because of the Uyghur genocide?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
The people
yeah.
who make this argument would never make it in any other case. Is the thing, you know?
Yeah, so I mean, like a lot of this is probably like if I argue with Lactoid, I mean, really, like I could probably just avoid like even talking about all this conspiracy garbage because none of this fucking matters. Like none of this gives Russia the right
Yeah.
to invade Ukraine. Like,
Yeah, I just focus on what matters. I mean, obviously, you're going to want to know about the East German thing, but I think you already are aware of where that
oh,
comes from.
yeah, the not 1 inch
history there.
eastward shit. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Which, and by the way, you can look at a map of NATO bases. There are still none in East Germany. We still respect that agreement we made with Russia, despite everything.
Which is kind of funny, given that like I mean, like the people that you made it with aren't the Soviet Union doesn't even. But yeah, like you know what, based.
Well, we no, because the Bush senior administration actually said that they recognize Russia as the inheritor state of the Soviet Union. They
okay.
recognize Russia as the legitimate seat and successor to the Soviet Union in all treaties and in all respect to the international institutions, which is part of the reason why, like, arguing that the U.S. was hostile to Russia when we, like, Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics were begging us not to give the veto to Russia. They were begging us either dissolve the Soviet seat or you're going to have to create some way to split the veto among each former Soviet republic, because you can't just, the Soviet Union can't break up and then you can't give the nuclear monopoly and the political monopoly of Soviet that sphere to Russia, right? Because what do you think's going to happen? This is what, like, the all the other republics were begging Bush to do this, and we decided to appease the Russians because we wanted to be nice.
Yeah, hindsight is kind of 2020 there because the goddamn like I feel like Russia and China kind of cuck the Security Council hard. Although there have been other times where arguably America did too, because they didn't want to fucking do anything in like Bosnia but it wasn't just them. Like it was literally like everybody just didn't want to fucking do anything until NATO eventually did do something, thankfully. But yeah, it's just kind of
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
yeah.
I'd argue there was a lot of American leadership with what happened in NATO in Yugoslavia. Those
Oh
were all
yeah,
American
eventually there.
planes.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. But like I'm saying that like initially, like it took like really bad shit starting to happen before they,
It took us to finally realize our place and that Europe has no moral center. That's what it took.
Yes, as Biden basically said, yeah.
No, I agree. We're slow. I mean, we're slow all the time. Like in World War II, we didn't get involved till we got bombed, right? Like we wanted nothing to do with it. In World War I, we didn't get involved till Germany first started sinking our ships, and then after 2 years of dealing with that like a cuck, it finally took like them threatening to help Mexico take back California and Texas. This is how we are as a country. We're inherently isolationist, and we have been for 250 years.
Yeah, it's and also I imagine they're probably like, I guess America really wanted to be like, listen, no, we're not the world's police. The Cold War's over. Please stop. That was remember when I was watching that Death of Yugoslavia thing. That was there was a lot of speeches there where people were saying like, no, we're not the world's policemen, or like I think like the American administration. It might have been the H.W. Bush administration, and then
It was,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, and then Clinton. Yeah.
H.W. Bush was very careful because keep in mind his background. He was the UN diplomat from the U.S. for a long time, and he really cared about international institutions. And Bush thought that like, especially coming off of the Gulf War, it was very dangerous to set the precedent that international action needed American leadership. Like it needed to be the case that other countries sometimes led on causes. Otherwise, it would like kind of lead to a world order that is just a unipolar order that's American led. And Bush Sr., unlike his son, who was a neoconservative, was like an actual internationalist that like genuinely wanted the international system to be an international system.
Yeah, alas.
And then his son destroyed everything he accomplished, which is really like Bush Sr. didn't depose Saddam because it exceeded the US's legal mandate. That's why he didn't do it. And it was a big deal to him that the US respected its mandate. And then Bush Jr. comes in and just fucking ruins it all.
Oh, Cheney was in the I remember this. I thought this was really funny. This was all shit that like I saw years ago. I think Cheney was in like Bush Sr.'s administration, and I believe like there was an interview of him about why they didn't depose Saddam, and he essentially predicted about how there would be like an insurgency and all this really bad shit would happen if they actually went in there, and like and then like later on I guess he just changed his mind or forgot all that shit.
So
and...
Cheney was the Secretary of Defense. And the interview you're referring to, he was acting as Secretary of Defense, reporting on what the Joint Chiefs described to him, which is accurate information.
Okay.
Later, he's acting as a political person in a leadership role as the vice president, and now he gets to do what he actually wanted. And by the way, behind closed doors, Cheney thought it was a mistake the whole time to keep Saddam in power. He wanted Cheney spent the next 10 years justifying an invasion of Iraq. He made it like his whole identity, like we need to go and finish the job that Bush Sr. started. But when he's acting as the Secretary of Defense appointed by the president, he's going to be defending the president's policy.
Oh yeah, of course. I did not. I was not aware of that. Although it's obviously it's a kind of a funny thing that he said that. It's also kind of funny that this is information that was given to him by like people who knew stuff,
damn well.
And he just like didn't listen to it and ignored that, and then pushed for this thing that he really wanted later on. And it's just kind of, I guess, I'm assuming that he continued to defend the invasion of Iraq until the day he died, probably. Although I don't know if he really talked to people or if he did any interviews after he left office.
I don't know if he was very public about it, but he never changed his mind. He always supported the mission in Iraq. And by the way, his daughter, Liz Cheney, still says that that was the correct decision to make, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, yeah, that would not surprise me. I'm assuming...
And I'm going to be honest, like, you could convince me to, in the same way you could convince me going into Venezuela would be a good idea. It's just, you can't, like, lie about it when you're asking your allies to follow you into a cause. It's a really bad thing to do, and it destroys, like, the credibility of anything an American leader says.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I agree. I think that that's an entirely fair point. Like I don't know. I feel like the invasion of Iraq was morally justified on the basis that Saddam Hussein was a terrible, brutal dictator, but the way in which it was done was not good. And I don't know if and also the lying and the fact that it wasn't really handled correctly. And also from a pragmatic perspective, it doesn't really make sense for America to go around the world getting rid of brutal dictators, because that'd be a lot of invasions that you guys would have to do, and that's not really feasible. So
and like, why would we start with Iraq when like North Korea's there, you know? Like, if we're gonna make this argument, like it's weird. At the same time, like, I'm gonna be honest, if there was a hypothetical where we could go in and, you know, drop a bomb on the Ayatollah's head, and all of a sudden, you know, Iran's a free democracy and there's not serious blowback, that'd be great. But that's not how the world works, right? And you have to create policy in the real world. Same with Israel Palestine. Like, it'd be great to have one state that worked great, but
it's unfortunate that oh hey SDA, because North Korea has a close geopolitical ally that will support them. Oh god, SDA claims that he says he'll defend any war that America has gotten into, just not fucking but not the nation building afterwards.
Okay, well, I mean that's fair because most of our wars are based. But then again, like we did like literally manufacture a war with Spain and then like cede half of their territories. So that was pretty not based. But historically, yeah, like if you go through our history, a lot of our wars, like the War of 1812, preventing us from being recolonized by the British Empire, I can get behind. Right, I'm pretty cool with that.
Wait, weren't
but-
they trying to conquer Canada? Wasn't that like a thing, or was that just because the British
No,
Empire was trying to recolonize?
No. No. There were a few senators who were saying, let's conquer Canada. They were saying that before and after the War of 1812.
Oh, okay.
And like what's happened, people take quotes from them. The actual position of the elected government and like an overwhelming majority of the American people, why the war started. You had this war between the French and the British, and we traded with both sides. And the British started inspecting American ships going to France, and then they started accusing American citizens of being runaway AWOL British sailors, and they started taking American citizens and forcing them into British service, saying they were defectors, and this was called impressment. And thousands of American citizens were being kidnapped on the high seas and literally being used as slave labor by the Royal Navy. Many of them worked to death. And that is why we declared war, to stop that practice. And Britain didn't originally go to war to colonize the US, but once they were occupying DC and the White House was ash, they were thinking about it. And if we hadn't, if we hadn't repelled that invasion, they would have taken parts of US territory. Canada, again, there were senators saying, let's annex Canada. There was an expedition to invade parts of Canada to threaten British territory up there, but there was no serious plan in the US to annex Canada.
Good. I'm glad that you guys didn't want to annex us. Also, SDA, if you want, if Evic's okay with it, feel free to come in here because I need to walk away from the computer and fucking feed the cat. And if there's two of you in here, it'll entertain the chat more. And I don't know, SDA was saying some shit about the fucking
well, no, he's right. We don't know for sure it was a false flag. We just have absolutely no evidence Spain did it, and we invaded Spain and took half their colonies as a result. So to me, that's close enough. Like the ship blew up. The Navy study into why it blew up was inconclusive, and the journalists just blamed Spain, and people believed it. So we invaded Cuba.
Damn. You gotta go to bed soon. Boo, sleep is for the weak.
It's true.
Unless you have...
There were naval battles in the Great Lakes, in 1812. The Canadians were building ships on the north side of the Great Lakes, and we were building ships on the south side, and they would fight in the middle. It was really funny.
All right, well, I guess I'll be back in a second, or maybe I should just go and end stream, because it seems like everybody wants to go to bed, and I have been... holy shit,
it's up
10
to you.
hours.
Aren't you trying to get on Destiny?
No, Destiny's not live anymore. I waited too long.
Oh, okay.
That's fine. I might not end up getting
Gotta
on
shoot
there.
your shot.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've
Yeah.
been, it would be the second time talking to him, but yeah, I kind of do want to be on there when I'm streaming so that I can also have it on my end so that I can post it on my channel instead of like just basically taking it from his stream, even though I could, and I don't think he would care, but yeah. Oh yeah, Chase did have a video of like a cute cat thing.
Base?
Yeah. Oh shit, it's muted. Okay. Well, you know what? In that case, yeah, I'll just I think that's what I'll do. I'll watch this video and then I'll end the stream. Thanks for coming on though, for the info and stuff.
Of course.
I'm sure, yeah.
I'll let you finish on your own there. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks. Have a good night. Alright. Alright, chat. We're just gonna watch some cute videos here. And I guess tomorrow I'll figure out what the hell's going on with reactive, because I have no idea why that shit's not working. And yes. Anyway, here we go. Aww. That's so cute. He's not hissing for once. What is our current arc around these parts? Our current arc? What do you mean, Ensolo? Right now, my current arc is learning more about Ukraine, or learning more about the lead up to Ukraine. And also, my current arc is preparing to one day, probably, hopefully, like, I guess, like in a month or so, debate Lactoid on Ukraine. And that's, yeah. And because that I want to debate him, it means that I don't just want to have the philosophical argument with him about like why I don't think it's good for Russia to invade Ukraine. I also, I'd like to take him on the fucking, Euromaidan conspiracy shit, because he seems incredibly sold on that. And I'm just curious about that, because it seems like a lot of it is BS. Although, like Epic said, even if I grant, like, it looks like the sniper thing there's like at least some questions there related to it. I don't know if I would 100% say that, oh my god, it's definitely a false flag or whatever, but pretty sure he's going to see that point. He'll argue both sides all the way. I mean, he's a pretty Russia, he's a giant Russia shill. Like, he doesn't think Putin's a dictator. He literally made that argument. And like, he'll downplay every bad thing that Russia has done, from the kidnapped children probably to Bucha. It wouldn't surprise me if like he spews weird conspiracy theories about Bucha. I don't know, like, he's just, you know, or like, yeah, he might fall back to doing both sides shit if he has no other choice. But it's just, he's so much on that the US provoked this, it's America's fault train. And yeah, you had way too much patience with Dooby today. Listen, Chase, Dooby was calm in that debate, and I was not gonna, like, I try to match people's tone, okay? I am very much like Loner and Destiny in that regard. I'm not gonna like start screaming if they're not screaming. And Solo, what is the justification? I see. I don't know why you choose to debate that guy, but your body, your choice. What is it? The justification for what? Wanting to debate Lactoid? Well, because it's a convo because it's a topic that I care about and that I'm really interested in. And I feel like, I don't know if anyone's really ever taken him on. Oh, I'm not necessarily going to debate whether Putin is a dictator or not. That's just something that might come up, because I think it's fucking insane for him to make that point. And it's so easy to like prove that that's not correct. You have to like basically not live in reality if you think that he's not a dictator. Like, it's just fucking ridiculous. Like, Putin spent so much time basically destroying the Russian electoral system. Like, he just because Russia has elections doesn't mean that they matter, because Putin has basically murdered or imprisoned any political opponent that could ever defeat him. And he had the constitution changed so that he would actually be able to, so that he could run again. And he has so much control from top to bottom, and the Russians' freedom of speech has basically just been completely eroded over time, to the point now where, like, if you dare to call Russia's war in Ukraine a war, then you can go to jail. And it's just crazy. And like, the media that Russians consume is all like fucking state-run shit, and you can't be criticizing the government. And yeah, fake elections are a very well-studied thing in comparative politics. I don't know who believes this propaganda. Yeah, I bet $100 that Lactoid is going to go, Zelensky is a dictator with no elections, but Russia does have elections. Who's the wrong one now? I mean, like, he kind of has made an argument similar to that, where like he's argued about how Russia doesn't have how like, because Ukraine won't hold elections or whatever, then that's not good, which I think is insane. Like, because by this same logic, I guess that the UK wasn't stopped being like a democratic state during World War II, because they never held elections. And I guess even though America didn't hold elections during World War II, because they weren't like, I don't think that they were scheduled or what have you. But like, America, like, the United States just didn't, sorry, Jesus, I'm losing steam here. It's been 10 hours, guys. This is my longest stream yet. I thought the stream with Loner was going to be my longest, but you know what? I'm actually really glad that I'm capable of streaming this long. This makes me happy. Oh yeah, and during the Civil War. Oh, there were elections in World War II. Okay, Jesus, I got my years wrong. FDR just got reelected. And during the Civil War, yeah. But the United States put other restrictions on people, like the internment of Japanese citizens. I believe that I'm pretty sure they banned the Nazi Party. Did they not? Like it, and there were definitely restrictions on free speech during a war, but it's like all of a sudden people just ignore this when Ukraine, or people just forget that this is a thing that other countries reasonably do during wars. Same thing with conscription, and they get super mad about Ukraine doing it. It's really dumb. Like, American citizens born in the US of Japanese descent. Yeah, which is pretty crazy. Like, those people, it's not like those people were Americans and they got put in like fucking internment camps. It was the worst thing we ever did in the modern era. Yeah, that shit was really terrible. And it's like, yeah, Lactroy might bite the bullet and say the UK shouldn't have done that either. I mean, they were fucking getting bombed, dude. I don't know. He seems like the kind of person, it would not surprise me if he like got real mad about the fact that fucking Gonzalo Lira got imprisoned in Ukraine, and got in trouble there for like his speech, even though that dude was literally like pushing Russian propaganda. Like, what the fuck did you think? I don't know. It's just dumb. Oh, my Tear Gas also says my GF has the American half of her family as survivors from those camps. The U.S. banned American pro-Nazi parties. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thanks, Chase. I had to tour them back during high school for history. Oh, are those those camps? I didn't know that the camps were still around. Did they keep them up as like a kind of museum thing? Yes, and Solo, that was part of it, but he got in trouble before that for like basically he was like making propaganda. Like, I think what happened was the Ukrainians said, okay, you can leave, and then he just, I think he might have left and then he came back. Like, they didn't even, they literally gave him the chance to leave the country, but he just kept doing the same shit that he was doing. And yes, then like the accusation was that he was leaking classified information or even passing it on to the Russians. Yeah. Oh yeah, the America First Committee. Yeah, Chase, I remember hearing about that. But oh, it was only a few states that banned pro-Nazi parties. Yeah. It was a big deal here. You mean it was only a few states that kept the internment camps, or only a few states that banned pro-Nazi parties? Although, like, I feel like the U.S. is in some ways an exception too. Oh, a few states did the internment stuff. Ah, okay. Hawaii, California, Oregon, and Washington. Oh, I thought that was a federal government thing that the whole country did. But it was, okay, I didn't know that. California had the largest Asian American population. That's unfortunate. Yeah, so then most Japanese Americans lived in Hawaii and California. Ah. Yeah, like, exactly, Unsolo. Espionage is a crime. Like, it's just this ridiculous notion that suddenly everyone's going to judge Ukraine for doing shit that any country that's been invaded would do. Or, like, the fucking conscription shit. Yeah, of course that's going to happen. Your country's literally been fucking invaded. It's just silly. It's like... Or everybody just expects everyone to be like, that a country being invaded should act the same way as America, which wasn't touched by World War II in the same way as Britain and France were. Like, I think that there were some, what was it, like, I didn't even really know this until Epic mentioned it, because I don't know shit about the Pacific War. But wasn't it, like, California, I think, got hit by... what was it, like Japanese balloon bombs or something that managed to make it there? And also, obviously, the United States was touched by the war, like with the bombing of Pearl Harbor. But I mean, like, at home domestically, they were not as touched by the war as, let's say, Britain was, where they were literally getting bombed every night, or like France that got invaded. Would Lactoid be mad at Britain for arresting Rudolph Hess? Would Lactoid get mad at Britain? Yeah. Japanese aircraft bombed parts of Alaska and California. Okay, yeah. But I mean, like, you guys didn't... That's yeah, like you guys didn't experience it to the same degree as like other countries did that were closer to the combat theater. The Japanese occupied parts of Alaska and several wait, they occupied parts of Alaska? Jesus, okay, that I didn't know. Holy fuck. Like I understand like US territories that were closer to them. But like the average American, no, but if you lived in US Pacific territories, pretty bad. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so like America could kind of like afford to do certain things maybe a little more. Although maybe America would have still had elections. Actually, I don't know if America would have still had elections if Japan fucking invaded and occupied like large parts of the US and not only parts of China, like or China and not only parts of like Alaska. Like that I don't. Oh yeah, you did have elections in the Civil War. Although when you had when we were losing, when you had elections in the Civil War, was that that would have just been the Southern or the in the Union though. Was the Confederacy occupying parts of the Union at that point? Is that what was happening there? Or I don't know the course of that war exactly. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Wow. That's actually kind of crazy. That is some dedication to democracy. Congratulations, guys. Like to have elections at that point. I was going to say I wouldn't have blamed them if they didn't because one of the problems, for example, with Russia having elections, well, it's actually a difference in government. Okay. Oh, in government. All right. Because yeah, fair. Unlike the British Westminster system. Yeah. Because our people are elected to a duration. If we don't have elections, we don't have government. Ah, yes. They only hold office for 4 years after that. And is that like written in your constitution that they no longer valid representatives? Okay, yeah, I don't think that that's the case with. Yeah, all right. So it's because it's literally in your constitution. That's not. I don't think that's the case with a lot of with like these other countries where like it's written that the representatives, or like I guess I think in Ukraine it says in the constitution actually that like when martial law is declared, you don't have to hold elections. And like yeah, they obviously they declared martial law because they're at war. If we don't have elections, we stop having a federal government. We just have states. Yeah, that's yeah. Okay, so you guys literally had to do it. It says you cannot. Yeah. It says you cannot hold elections when you're under martial law. Yeah. And it would be really hard for Ukraine to hold elections too because like 20% of their country is occupied, and so like those people wouldn't get a vote. What about the people who left? And like Russia just wants Ukraine to hold elections so that they can fuck with it or try to fuck with it, or in the hope that Zelensky will be gone so that someone else will get elected, that they can like that they might actually be able to or that they think that they could push around maybe or something. Probably both, but yes, Chase, I saw Trump is threatening to use the Insurrection Act. I mentioned that earlier. You're 100% correct, but Americans don't understand this concept. We have never in our history dealt with that. Yeah, and the American brain doesn't grasp it. It's because it's because that you guys have that wonderful hack of basically being so far away from like all the conflicts that would have otherwise touched you if you were closer to them or touched you way more than they did. Like on your mainland, like in the continental United States, basically. If I'm using that term correctly, I don't know if Alaska counts as part of the. Oh, I mean, actually they would because they're Alaska's part of the North American continent, but Ukrainian political scene is highly adversarial. People in the Rada love to throw hands. You can imagine how elections are. Show us on the map where the conflict touched you. Lower 48 is the lower 48 and continental is 49 states. The term is the contiguous 48. Okay, yeah, that's what I mean. Like that particular portion of like they're not necessarily for Hawaii. Yeah, at least Hawaii got to become a state. Or Puerto Rico. I wish they would get, and Guam. Yes, Hawaii stands alone. Oh, Puerto Rico didn't ask if they could become a state? Or is that just something people talk about? I wonder, I should check that. Has Puerto Rico ever asked? I don't think Hawaiians like being a state, to be honest. Oh, Hawaii didn't ask to become a state. They just got made a state. Oh, Puerto Rico does want to be a state based. That it would be nice. They voted yes, and yeah. I mean, the Republicans don't want that to happen though, because then that's more likely that they'll vote Democrat. Maybe actually, what's the process for them becoming, or for, you know what, I can just look this shit up. To prevent the Brits from getting there first. Did the Hawaiians vote yes? Wait, did the Hawaiians vote yes? Or was that literally just America just made Hawaii into a state? Hawaii voted to become a state in 1956, yes. Okay. Oh, Hawaii wasn't even a state when Japan bombed Pearl Harbor, yeah. They did not ask to become a territory. Yeah, okay, yeah. They just got given freedom. They didn't ask for it. So how did they vote to become a state? I mean, Hawaii voted to become a state after they were a territory. It sounds like what Epic is saying, but America basically went in and took over and made them a territory before that. Well, they had a kingdom and it fell apart, and we stabilized it in the 1800s. Meaning that America basically went in and took it. But after 100 years, they did vote to become a state based. Yeah. After they got that freedom. Anyway. Unfortunately, this plus their proximity to Asia means the lefty Hawaiians I know are very vulnerable to Chinese propaganda. Jesus, that sucks. You will take this freedom whether you like it or not. Yeah. Just like the Iraqis. You know, recipients of American democracy. Well, except not quite, because they didn't get to become part of the United States. Maybe Israel should become America's 51st state. Philippines, Samoa got territory as well, and Guam. Democracy is not an option. Yeah, no, we already have Utah. Yes, I know. I'm aware. The Israelis also wouldn't want to become America's 51st state. Puerto Rico should become America's 51st state. Yeah. Well, you know what? One hopes that in the future, maybe the Democrats will actually get like a big enough of a majority that they'll just fucking do that. Because they really should. Oh yeah, DC should also become like a state. Or it should be made part of Maryland, or I don't know. But it should be something that's not what it is now, where they basically have like no representative in the Congress that actually like gets to vote on legislation. DC should remain a federal district. If they do though, like, is it not true that they're that DC doesn't have, that DC's representative doesn't actually have like a vote in the Congress? Oh, and have EC vote. Oh yeah, they do have electoral college votes. Yes, that's true. But do they not get don't they not get a vote in the Congress? Or is that just, I mean, I feel like that's something that could probably change without making them a state, no? DC does have its own National Guards. DC does not have votes in Congress. They should yet. Yeah, okay, that's what I figured. Okay. But they need to remain a federal claim for security reasons. Fair enough. Oh, the federal property should become DC and the civilian city should go to Maryland. It's supposed to be federal territory. The feds control the capital. That way, the president remains control over the DC guard, not a state governor. Yeah, it kind of sucks, though, that Trump is fucking misusing that power with his insane shit. But I'm assuming the Supreme Court then, if that the Supreme Court would basically say that it was okay for Trump to do that because he does maintain control over the DC National Guard. So I guess what you're saying there is what he did there was legal. It was just stupid. Or at least it did seem to be like it was stupid. Like having fucking National Guard troops driving Humvees around in like downtown DC. It sucks with Trump, yes, but in general, we don't want a governor to control the military that defends the federal capital. That's fair, yeah. Just in general, beyond Trump, yeah. Trump just fucking ruins things. Anyway, I'm gonna end stream now, you guys, and feed this cat and like wind down for the evening. Thanks for stopping by my almost 11-hour stream. And maybe I'll stream tomorrow too. Who knows? Or maybe I'll actually edit some videos. Or maybe I'll do both. Surprised Trump doesn't give statehood to the Virgin Islands, considering what he did there. Oh yeah, because of the... Oh my god. I mean, the NSA isn't covered by Maryland, nor is the Pentagon by Virginia. Yeah, but that's... I don't know. That's an interesting thought, though. Anyway, have a good night, guys. Bye!